Hashtag C1716 kill it all. Could it be that he is blessed by the witch god? Why all of a sudden, good news hits his head one after another. This is great. If the elder Jiuxiao was not damaged, and I could save him, that would be a great feat. Even if there is no reward, it will at least make up for the previous mistakes. Hold your position. After receiving Elder Emperor blood and making a lot of contributions, wouldn't there be no problems with my original plan? This time, Wumosa was so stimulated by the thoughts in his mind that his whole body began to tremble, and his snake pupils were so red that he could almost bleed. How many remnants of the human race? However, as the head of 10,000 people, Wumalyan still maintained a trace of clarity no matter how excited he was. Such a huge good thing fell, and he was so happy that he almost fainted, but before he fainted, of course, he hoped to confirm again and again that the news was true. At the same time as he asked the question, Wumosa's pair of scarlet eyes swept over the 12 remnant soldiers in front of him one by one, and sized them up carefully. What they wear and hold in their hands are really all Emperor-level spirit soldiers and spirit armor. With such high-grade equipment, who else can have it except for the personal guards of the Emperor's blood elders? Just, alone. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly grinned, showing a cruel smile, and the sword in his hand suddenly cut out. What? One person. Wumosa was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's answer, including Wu Dang beside him, and all the Wuman warriors were all taken aback for a moment. At this moment, a lightning-like sound transmission from Chu Yan's sea of consciousness rushed towards Sun Yuan and the 12 soldiers of the 9 Emperor's army behind him. Do it! Amidst the roar, Chu Yan's true energy erupted like a volcano, and the sword in his hand turned into a rainbow of shock, and slashed straight at Wumosa, who was right in front of him. Boom! Click! The light of the saber passed by, and it was flashing on Wumosa's neck. Suddenly, a black light gushed out from Wumosa's body, turned into a shield, and directly blocked the inevitable saber. The sword light and the light shield exploded at the same time. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Wumosa, as the commander of 10,000 men, has an astonishing cultivation. He reacted almost the moment the light shield flashed, leaped directly, dismounted from the monster mount, retreated nearly 100 steps, and fell into the ground in an instant. Among the brigade of Wuman warriors. Just because he can escape, doesn't mean others can too. At the same time as Chu Yan shot, Sun Yuan and other 12 soldiers of the 9 Emperor's army also attacked at the same time, and 12 sword lights erupted at the same time, scattered in all directions, and slashed at the surrounding Wuman generals. Puff. Sun Yuan's target was Wumasha's personal guard captain. Wu Dang, who had no body-protecting spirit treasure, had his entire head burst open like a watermelon, falling directly to the ground. Even at the moment before he died, Wu Dang never thought that these dozen Wuman warriors would be enemies. Therefore, he was chopped off by Sun Yuan without even destroying the body-protecting Gang Yuan. Under such circumstances, almost none of the other 9 Emperor's soldiers missed their shots. They beheaded nearly 10 Wuman generals, including 3 centurions. Directly in one pot. Withdraw. As soon as the attack was successful, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all. He waved the saber in his hand, slashed out a large piece of saber light, swept away the Wuman warriors blocking the way, and led Sun Yuan and the others to retreat towards the valley. It wasn't until they flew a distance of nearly 100 steps and nearly 1,000 Wuman warriors finally reacted. God, what kind of people are these? It's crazy. It's insane to the point of heinousness. Why are you still standing there? They are pretending to be remnants of the human race. Chase me, kill all the remnants of the human race. Wumosa looked at the corpses of the generals all over the floor, and he almost exploded with anger. His roar was earth-shattering. Crash! Hearing Wumosa's order, thousands of Wuman warriors raised their spears and chased Chu Yan and the others like a tide. Without the centurion and other generals, the entire team was like a piece of loose sand, without any formation at all, just rushing indiscriminately. When Wumosa saw a scattered army formation, the anger on his face froze immediately, and a thought flashed in his mind. He remembered that Wu Dang had asked him a question at the beginning, how the Blackwater city was captured. Now, after the attack and killing just now, Wumosa finally understood. A cold air rose from the soles of Wumosa's feet and rushed straight to his forehead. In an instant, a feeling of extreme danger caused his scalp to explode. There's something wrong with that valley, it's a trap. That terrible human general didn't die. This thought flashed, Wumosa's whole body trembled, he suddenly raised his head, just about to give an order, but saw that his team of thousands had rushed into the valley. Swish! Wumosa was so startled that her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to be careless. With a flash, she rushed towards the valley. However, when he rushed into the valley and rushed to the front of the charging fighters, just when he was about to give an order, countless lights fell from the sky in all directions, like a large meteor. Boom! 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 Hundreds of attacks formed a torrent, among which were a large number of arrows from the spirit array and spirit pattern. They smashed down head and face, and landed in the densest group of soldiers of the 1,000-man team. Countless air exploded like 100 flowers blooming. This wave of attacks was numerous and powerful, far surpassing the strength of all fighters Wumosa had ever seen, and it didn't even look like an attack from an ordinary fighter at all. Ah! 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 When hundreds of balls of gas exploded, the sky was filled with blood, broken arms, and stumped limbs, and a large number of screams echoed throughout the valley. Wumosa urged the bodyguard Gangyuan with all her strength, turned her head to look around, and as she passed by, bloodshot eyes continued to burst. Fully half of the Wuman warriors fell in this wave of blows. Fix the formation. Form the formation. Spread out the great shield of the spiritual army. Wumosa's roar resounded, and under the exhaustion of true energy, it even overwhelmed the air wave of the explosion. Those Wuman warriors, who were still alive, began to quickly form a circular defensive formation. Nearly half of the warriors flipped their hands to remove the huge shields behind them, and raised them high to form a shield wall. However, the ferocious and perverted attack power of the remnants of the human race far exceeded their imagination. When the second wave of attacks fell, the seemingly incomparably strong shield wall lasted for less than 3 breaths before collapsing directly, and half of the torrent of attacks rushed into the Wuman warrior group again. Moreover, this time, the killing effect was not even lower than the first time, because the Wuman warriors formed in formation, all the Wuman warriors were crowded together, and the head density was much higher. When Wumosa gritted his teeth and ordered to scatter again, the third wave and the fourth wave of attacks continued to fall. Boom! 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 The endless gas explosion almost blasted out a huge sinkhole in the middle of the entire valley. In less than 100 breaths, when all the dust and mist cleared, the soldiers of the 9 Emperor army who surrounded the huge sinkhole looked into the middle of the pit, only to find that there were less than 30 Wuman fighters alive at the end. More than 30 Wuman warriors surrounded Wumosa tightly with terrified faces. And the Wumosa in the middle, at this time, had a face full of ashes, and stared at the soldiers of the 9 Emperor's army who were looking around, wishing to swallow them alive. Finally, his eyes fell on Chu Yan. I'm Wumosa, the head of 10,000 husbands, who are you? Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan looked down at Wumosa, and said lightly, Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Wumosa was taken aback. #C1717-1 Sword Fury Mountain and River. You are the commander of this remnant soldier. Although Wumosa already had the answer in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it himself. Not bad. Chu Yan replied. That remnant soldier in Heishui City, it's just that you sent a team of dead soldiers. Wumosa's snake pupils began to shrink. Not bad. Chu Yan said. Hiss. Wumosa let out a sneer, and the coldness in his heart rushed to his forehead again. This time, his whole body felt a little numb. My inference was wrong. Without the supervision of the general, the team of human warriors actually blocked the repeated attacks of his thousands of troops, and even blew themselves into a sea of chi in the end, and none of them escaped. This kind of situation can only show that this remnant soldier of the human race already has a military soul. And it was undoubtedly the person in front of him, Chu Yan, who infused this remnant soldier with the spirit of the army. Horrible. Very scary. Even the trap just now, when Wumosa thought of it, his whole body broke out in cold sweat. It is absolutely perfect, whether it is the psychology of the enemy, the grasp of the fighter, or even the control of the entire battlefield, it is almost perfect. The man in front of him is even too scary. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely become the biggest enemy of the Wu clan in the future, not one of them. Before death, Wumosa's sober mind returned to Wumosa's mind again. In the blink of an eye, Wumosa carefully recalled all the experiences of fighting this man. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this person is not human at all, he is definitely a monster. Therefore, in Wumosa's heart, he began to consider and plan for the future of the Wu clan. We must get rid of him. We must not keep him. While Wumosa secretly made up his mind, a pair of snake eyes stared at Chu Yan firmly. The strong of the human race. I, Wumosa, wage a life-and-death battle against you. As soon as the words landed, Wumosa raised the saber in his hand and pointed it at Chu Yan from afar. Wait. Chu Yan shook his head. Ha ha ha, the human race is indeed a coward, and they dare not even fight to the death one-on-one. It seems that the human race really has no heroes, will not have any hope, and will only become the meat of my great witch clan. Wumosa laughed wildly, but his heart was full of bitterness. This was his last chance to get rid of Chu Yan. Humph. Stop playing with your mind, this trick, do you really think it will work for me? Chu Yan snorted coldly, looked at Wumosa with disdain on his face, and said, I have 2 questions, if you answer them, I can agree to fight to the death with you. My lord, don't. Xuanhuan became anxious when he heard this, and he was about to dissuade him, but Chu Yan raised his hand to stop him. It wasn't just Wumosa who wanted to kill Chu Yan with his own hands. As Chu Yan, he wanted to be one-on-one more than him. In front of all the soldiers of the 9 Emperors' army, he personally beheaded the 10,000 commander. After millions of years of race wars, the human race has always been on the weak side. Gradually, all the warriors of the race formed a psychological hint that the warriors of the witch race are very powerful and invincible. Chu Yan discovered this problem from the first day he came into contact with these soldiers of the 9 Emperors' army, so he has been trying to find a way to rebuild their self-confidence and military spirit, but it is the best opportunity. An undefeated army and powerful warriors are all forged through the baptism of blood and fire, and now, the blood of the enemy is right in front of them. Oh. Of course, I will answer any questions you may have. Wumosa smiled as her eyes lit up. Let me ask you, what happened to the team in Heishui City in the end? Chu Yan stared fiercely into Wumosa's eyes and asked. All died in battle, no one escaped. Wumosa said solemnly, I have to admire you, there are a group of brave and fearless fighters following you. They have won my respect. When this sentence landed, all the soldiers of the 9 Emperor army exploded in an instant. Damn, it's this Wuman who killed our commander. Kill him and avenge the commander. Get out of the way, let me chop him up, if I don't chop 10 million, I won't be. The soldiers of the 9 Emperors' army who had completely exploded howled like a group of wild beasts, and were about to pounce on Wumosa, but Wumosa in the pit had a sneer on his face and didn't care at all. Stop it all! Chu Yan yelled, and immediately fell silent. You don't know yet, the treasure you hid underground in the Hall of 10,000 Army in Heishui City has been emptied by us. Chu Yan sneered. What? Bastard! Wumosa heard the words, the smile on his face froze in an instant, and he roared angrily. But soon, he calmed down, and then shook his head with a wry smile. He was about to lose himself, and those things had no meaning to him. I wanted to provoke the other party, but it didn't work at all, but this Chu Yan, just a word, made himself angry. Sure enough, the gap between himself and him was really too big. Okay. Strong human race, can we start now? Wumosa took a deep breath and said. As you wish. Chu Yan said with a smile. The two questions just now, Chu Yan's purpose, whether it is to detect the guarding power of Heishui City or to test the opponent's martial arts will, have all been completed, so naturally he is not willing to talk nonsense with him. With a flash of Wumosa's figure, she swept out of the pit, and stood on the valley floor, just 10,000 steps away from Chu Yan. Her whole body was filled with shinchi, and a blade of nearly 10 feet shot out from the sword in her hand. Promising to fight to the death with me will become your only failure, and this failure will kill you. Wumosa's face was full of grinning. Oh, really? Chu Yan sneered, drew his sword backhand, but turned his head slowly, looked at Xuanhuan and the others, pouted his lips in the direction of the pit, and said, kill them all. Promise. Xuanhuan chuckled and waved his saber in his hand. Hundreds of 9 Emperor Army wolves rushed into the pit howling, and there was a lot of screams in the pit. Since the replacement of the Emperor-level spirit soldiers and spirit armor of the Emperor's Blood Elders' personal guards, the combat power of every 9 Emperor Army soldier has almost surpassed that of ordinary Wuman warriors. Wuman who has no fighting spirit, even Seiya is not enough. You. Seeing that the last 30 Wuman warriors he brought were slaughtered, Wumosa's face was so angry that it was blue, and it was about to explode. As the leader of the Wu clan, the loss of thousands of Wu clan fighters this time was entirely due to the fact that he, the commander, was completely defeated by Chu Yan in front of him. Otherwise, no matter how you look at it, the Wu clan side, which has an absolute advantage, would not have lost so badly. I kill you. With a roar, the saber in Wumosa's hand burst out with nearly 100 feet of light, and under the slash, the sharp saber aura, like thunder passing through the sky, brought up a large blade and slashed towards Chu Yan. It's not bad, it's quite hot. Chu Yan nodded slightly, and then lightly raised the Haotian sword in his hand, and the sword intent shot out all over his body. One sword angers mountains and rivers. The sword energy is surging, the sword intent is lingering, and the sword light with a strong violent and destructive atmosphere is like a crescent moon. The moment the sword is swung out, one end is still on the body of the sword, while the tip of the other crescent has already in front of Wumosa. What? Wumosa's sword had just been cut out, less than 500 steps away, but he never expected that the opponent's sword light was in the shape of a crescent, directly bypassing his sword and attacking where your own body is. Pung! The bodyguard exploded, but it couldn't stop such a powerful sword light at all. The sword light flashed, and the bodyguard exploded. Wumosa let out a muffled groan, and then looked down. There was a hole in the chest. The big hole, all kinds of visceral blood, flowed like a sewer. Boom! The body of the crescent sword gang finally fell off, and it collided fiercely with the knife gang that he had cut out, bursting into a wave that rushed into the sky. As the air wave surged past, Wumosa only felt that she was light, with no strength in her body at all. She was directly pulled into the sky by the air wave. Immediately, under the dazzling light, the surroundings quickly fell into darkness, and finally she couldn't see anything. Up. Plop. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and his eyes were as big as a bullseye. The Wumosa, who was obviously dead, was lost. One move. With just one sword strike, Chu Yan beheaded the head of the Wu clan, Wamosa. Cold front. Standing with a sword in hand, Chu Yan looked in the direction of Heishui City from a distance, roaring loudly. Go with peace of mind. I have avenged your blood feud for you. Don't worry, brothers of the 9 Emperor army, I will take them out, not one will be missing. In the empty and silent valley, Chu Yan's roar echoed and shot straight into the sky. #C1718 Jingguan. After a roar, Chu Yan's eyes were slightly red, and he turned around slowly, looking at all the 9 Emperor army soldiers standing in a row with the same excited faces. Did you see it? Commander Lung Feng's revenge, we have avenged it. From today onwards, this world of the kingdom of God is still the domain of our human race. If any foreign race dares to be arrogant, it will be the same as today, kill. 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 The 490 soldiers of the Imperial Army roared in unison, with a murderous aura soaring to the sky, picking up waves that filled the sky and dispersed the entire valley. Chu Yan's sword just now fell into the eyes of all the soldiers of the 9 Emperor's army. It can be said that it was so amazing that everyone was amazed by it. The 10,000 commanders of the Wu clan have been accumulated step by relying on military exploits. There has never been any 10,000 commanders who have been promoted directly by relying on their background or connections. Therefore, every 10,000 chiefs among the Wu clan is also an absolute strongman, with extremely amazing combat power. After millions of years of race wars, on the side of the 9 Emperor's army of the human race, after many battles, the highest general of the Wu race that was beheaded was only a 10,000 commander. But now, within one day, the Lord Chu Yan led them, first killed an elder Emperor Shui, and in the blink of an eye, killed another elder Wanfu. It's only one day. Just killed 2 senior generals of the Wu clan, including a big man. At this moment, all the soldiers of the 9 Emperor army were fighting like flames. They found that as long as they followed the Lord, these witches and barbarians were like paper, and they could kill them however they wanted. The battles in the past, for so many years, have all been fought in the back of the cow, which is called a greaved. Brother, start cleaning. All the heads of Wuman will be cut off by me and piled up into Jingguan. I will leave it for the future Wuman as a meeting gift. Chu Yan smiled, and then ordered. Promise. The 409 imperial troops responded in unison, and then began to act. Some collected soldier tokens, spiritual resources, and so on, and some acted as executioners, and began to chop off the heads of all the witches. Before heaped into the valley. After a while, more than 1,000 heads were piled up to form a Beijing temple, nearly the height of 2 people. The scene was absolutely shocking. More than 400 soldiers of the 9 emperors, looking at the Jingguan in front of them, felt a sense of relief in their hearts, really relieved his grandma. Among all the people, only Lin Wanru stared at Chu Yan with big flickering eyes, thinking. Chu Yan, you piled up this Jingguan, not only to understand Qi. Hey, you seem to understand me more and more. Chu Yan chuckled. Do you want to get angry with those Wuman bosses again? In this way, it's like that Wamosa, who was jumped into the hole you dug by you, and let you slaughter him. Lin Wanru said. See it? Chu Yan laughed. You are too bad. Lin Wanru held back for a long time, but couldn't find any words to describe Chu Yan, and finally came up with this sentence. Men are not bad, but women don't love them. Why, have you taken a fancy to me? Chu Yan was in a rare good mood, and directly teased Princess Lin. You. Lin Wanru was taken aback. She never expected that Chu Yan would act uncharacteristically. Her whole face flushed with shame. She stomped her feet lightly, twisted her waist and ran away. Ignore you, that's right. You are insidious. Halfway through the run, Lin Wanru turned around and said loudly, "Hey, that's called wisdom." Chu Yan chuckled. The capital of the Scourge, the king of the Scourge resides in the palace. There was no major event today, logically speaking. The heavenly Scourge king, who should be practicing in seclusion, suddenly appeared in his residence hall, and there was an unexpected faint smile on his face. As soon as he stepped into the reception room of the residence hall, a tall and straight young man quickly stood up from the spiritwood chair, looking at the Scourge king with awe. This young man was wearing the standard leather armor of the Wu clan army. Looking at the witch seal between his eyebrows, one could tell that he was a centurion. Among the witch clan, bloodlines and status are the most respected, and there is a strict hierarchy among all classes. Therefore, it is unprecedented for a centurion to be summoned by the Scourge, one of the 7 kings of the witch clan. "Master." Seeing the Scourge king approaching, the young man hurriedly bowed to salute. "Haha, Tianli." The Scourge king smiled all over his face, motioned to the young people, and then asked, "How is it? How have you gained from this trial?" Wu Tianli hurriedly replied, "Master, the discovery this time is the relic of a human saint emperor. I found a way to break through the martial soul to the battle soul in it. I believe it won't take long before I can improve it." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." Hearing Wu Tianli's words, the king of Scourge suddenly burst into a smile, nodded with great satisfaction, and said 3 good words in succession. The heavenly Scourge king attaches great importance to this disciple, because he is completely different from his hundreds of direct disciples. Among the tens of billions of warriors in the entire Wu clan, he is the only one with a martial soul. Good. It is the unique, martial soul of human warriors. Originally, the people of the Wu clan, unlike other races, naturally needed to rely on devouring the blood and cultivation of other races to improve their own cultivation. Therefore, every member of the Wu clan, from birth, has a combat power much stronger than other races of the same rank. There are advantages and disadvantages, so, compared to warriors of other races, warriors of the Wu clan do not have martial souls. However, there are exceptions to everything. Among the tens of billions of Wu clan warriors, for some unknown reason, there unexpectedly appeared a clansman who had the same martial soul as the human clan warriors. Therefore, when the Scourge king discovered Wu Tianli, his excitement and agitation were hundreds of times stronger than his own breakthrough. If this Wu Tianli has cultivated to a high enough level, will it be able to change the bloodlines of the Wu clansmen, so that more Wu clansmen will have martial souls in the future? If it can be realized, the entire 10 Directions starfield, and that race, will be stronger than the Wu clan. Tianli, I haven't seen you for a few months. It's been a lot of hard work. When I come back this time, I can relax a little bit," the Scourge king said with a smile. "Yes, master." Wu Tianli nodded, and said respectfully, "The power of the martial soul is extremely mysterious. If my martial soul can be promoted to battle soul this time, maybe I can find the method that master expects to change the bloodline. This disciple will definitely work hard, and will not disappoint master. Besides, master, I have already cultivated spiritual consciousness." "What? Divine consciousness?" the Scourge king said in amazement. "That kind of divine consciousness of a human warrior." "That's right." Wu Tianli showed a smug look on his face, nodded and said, "Master, you would never have imagined how powerful my Wu clan's blood and martial soul are after it is fused. I have already found many human races. The strength of my spiritual consciousness, even among the human race, can be compared with some golden alchemists who specialize in alchemy." "Gold alchemist?" the Scourge king laughed. "I see, that's good. Very good. If you can condense the pill fire and refine a high-level golden alchemy like that of the human race, it will be perfect." Originally, it was just a joke, but unexpectedly, After Wu Tianli heard it, he nodded directly. Master, this is not impossible. What? Really? The king of Scourge was so startled that the smile on his face froze, and his eyes suddenly turned red. #C1719 Wuzhu Tianjiao. Golden Dan. That is the most powerful advantage of the human race, besides the martial soul. Just like the witch clan may quickly improve themselves by devouring other people's blood essence and cultivation base, this is a kind of racial talent secret skill. And the human race also has racial innate secret skills, one is the martial soul, and the other is the golden elixir. The Scourge King has fought against the human race for millions of years, so of course he knows how terrible the human race's golden alchemists are. So when the race war started, the witch clan formulated a strategy and sent a large number of strong teams to kill the human race's golden alchemists and spirit masters. Special occupations such as tattoo artists. Because of this, the advantage of the human race has been weakened by more than half, and the witch race can occupy an overwhelming advantage in the race war. Therefore, the Scourge King certainly knows the powerful effect of the golden elixir. That's right. Master, human warriors have weak physical bodies and extremely poor endurance, but our witch race is different. Our physical bodies are strong, and our self-healing ability is 10 times that of theirs. Therefore, the golden alchemy masters of the human race need ordinary warriors with more than 10 times the ability to heal themselves. By fusing your own flesh and blood with demon fire, karma fire, or real fire, you can cultivate pill fire. Because human warriors are too weak, this kind of behavior of merging fire spirits is extremely dangerous for them, but for us witch warriors, it couldn't be easier. As long as you have a martial spirit, find a suitable, the fire spirit, any warrior of the Wu clan can easily become a person who cultivates both alchemy and martial arts. So, you have already. The flames from the pair of snake pupils of the Scourge King almost burned Wu Tianli's body. His heart was full of excitement at this moment, and he couldn't calm down at all. If you have the golden core, maybe you can break through that bottleneck and reach the legendary realm. Yes, Master, I have now merged with the demon fire, and I am the most ordinary alchemist. Although there is still a big gap from the golden alchemist, as long as I work hard, after a few hundred years, I will be able to practice. Become a golden alchemist, there should be no problem. Wu Tianli's words immediately made the eyes of the Scourge King brighten up. Ha ha ha, that's great. It's only a few hundred years, it's nothing. Don't worry, if you have any needs, just tell me directly, you can use all the resources of my heavenly Scourge metropolis as you like. The Scourge King couldn't be more excited, his face was full of excitement, but when he was about to praise Wu Tianli a few more words, suddenly an elder of the military hall appeared outside the reception room with a look of shock and anger. Huh? What's the matter? The Scourge King slowly got up. Looking at Wu Tianli with a smile, he said, Tianli, you should go to rest first, Master still has some military affairs to deal with. Thank you, Master, this disciple will leave. Wu Tianli hurriedly got up and said respectfully. After Wu Tianli left the reception room, the elder of the military hall hurried in and walked in front of the smiling King of Heaven. What's the matter? The Scourge King asked. Report, to my king, I just received the investigation report from the leader of the Monster Bird Squad. In the direction of Blackwater City, Wamosa's 1,000-man team was lost in a valley, including Wamosa himself. What? They're all dead. The Scourge King suddenly raised his head, his snake pupils shrinking into needles, and roared angrily. Who? Who did it? I want him to die. The elder of the army hall, whose mind was buzzing with the impact of the roar of the Scourge King and the powerful imperial prestige on his body, turned pale with fright, and quickly replied. My lord, according to the report from the Monster Bird team, the remnants of the human soldiers were found thousands of miles away from that valley, so it should be. What? It's that remnant soldier again. Bastard. The scourge was so angry that his whole body was emitting smoke, especially the mist lingering on his face, which was almost spinning, and was about to turn into a tornado. That's right. In the vicinity of Heishui City, there is no human resistance force at all. The only one who has the strength to fight Wamosa's 1,000-man team is this remnant soldier of the 9 emperors. The monster bird team also found. The elder of the military hall lowered his head, glanced at the Scourge King out of the corner of his eye, with a bitter expression on his face, hesitatingly said. What did you find? Tell me. The Scourge King roared. Yes. Reporting back to my king, the monster bird team also discovered that those remnant soldiers of the human race had placed the heads of more than 1,000 warriors of the Wu race, including Wumosa, into a Jingguan, replied the elder. WH. What? Jingguan. Creak. The Scourge King was so angry that he was almost speechless, and in the entire reception room, he was grinding his teeth, the creak echoed. Bastard. Damn bastard. Why did they treat the corpse of my great witch warrior like this? This is simply a provocation. It's a provocation to my entire great witch clan. I want them to die. With a roar, the Scourge King could no longer control his anger, and the Emperor's prestige all over his body exploded crazily, with violent true energy rushing in all directions. Boom. The entire reception hall couldn't bear such a powerful Emperor's prestige at all, and collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of ruins. Fortunately, the elders of the army hall and the King of Heaven were not weak in cultivation. Relying on the body shield, they blocked the scattered rubble. However, the elder of the army hall trembled with fright, bowed deeply, dare not say one more word. Give me an order that all the 1,000-man troops within the 10,000-man army hall of Heishui City attack immediately, and wipe out the remnants of the human race within 1 day. The Scourge King stood in the ruins and shouted loudly. My lord, there are not many remaining troops in the 10,000 army palace in Heishui City, and, just now. The elders of the army hall were startled when they heard the order from the heavenly Scourge King, and immediately issued a reminder, but, without waiting for him to finish speaking, the Scourge King roared again. Shut up. I don't care how many troops there are in the 10,000 army palace in Heishui City. Even if there is only one person, I must attack. This human remnant soldier must be dealt with as soon as possible. It must not be left behind, let alone give them any chance to breathe. Having said this, the Scourge King exhaled a long breath, barely suppressing the anger in his body, and continued. Tell the generals of Heishui City that their commander-in-chief, Wumosa, has died in battle. Heishui City's military palace has lost repeatedly in the battle against this remnant of the human race, and they are all guilty. If they can't be strangled within a day, let these remnants of the human race pay for their crimes with their merits, and let them all commit suicide. At the same time, there is no need for the 10,000 army palace in Heishui City. The low-pitched roar of the Scourge King sounded like a wild beast that was already extremely angry. In the past 2 days, the Scourge King was driven almost crazy by this remnant human army. How could he remain calm? Jingguan. Joke. In the millions of years of war history between the Wu clan and the human clan, only the witch clan stood up and watched over the heads of the human clan. When did the human clan stand up and watch over the witch clan? The Scourge King can already imagine that when this matter spreads, the entire Wu clan will see his jokes, as one of the 7 kings, put his face there. In addition, being one of the 7 kings does not mean that his status is unshakable. The actual situation is just the opposite. Among the 1 emperor and 7 kings of the Wu clan, except for the Wu emperor, the position of the 7 kings is basically competing for the top position. Whoever is stronger will have more credit, but he can become one of the 7 kings. On the contrary, if you lose again and again, alarming the Wu Emperor and those old guys in the Emperor's Blood Presbyterian Hall, that is, within a meal time, you will turn your king into a brat and fall directly from the high position. This system seems extremely unreasonable, but it is also one of the reasons why the Wu clan can maintain their prestige. Under such high pressure, it is conceivable what will happen to that big boss of the Wu clan who dares not to give all his allegiance. Hurry up and deliver the order, the Scourge King said angrily when he saw the elders of the army hall standing there in a daze. Yes. Yes. The elder of the military hall hurriedly took orders, walked through the ruins, and ran away. #C 1720 Monster Bird Thunderhawk. The 400 remnants of the 9 Emperors' army of the human race marched in the direction along the main road. The roads between the surrounding mountain ranges shuttle between them, winding and straight into the depths of the mountains, like a dragon returning to the sea. Chu Yan, did you go in the wrong direction? This is the southeast direction, and if you go further, you will be Wanshanya, which is a place of death. Lin Wanru was a little anxious, and said, Wanshanya, the cliff is thousands of feet high, and under the cliff is the 9 prisons. Gang Feng, even Emperor Wu, would be smashed to pieces if he fell. It is impossible for anyone to survive. Haven't you heard of it? Chu Yan chuckled and said, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Except for the southeast direction, the other directions are close to Heishui City. I believe the witches and barbarians have gone crazy. All of them are mobilizing and looking for our traces all over the world. Only this Jedi, as you said, is still a place of death, so there will be no witch barbarians coming here. Lin Wanru frowned slightly, and said again, but even so, it's only temporarily safe. When they find out, they will come around from several directions. We are in a place like Wanshanya, and we have to wait for death. That's not necessarily true. Chu Yan chuckled. While speaking, the sound of monster birds chirping came from the southeast direction in the sky. Look! Wumon's demon bird squad, hurry up and hide. Quickly, spread out. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, and quickly ordered loudly, about the monster bird team. When they first discovered it yesterday, Chu Yan asked Lin Wanru carefully. Unexpectedly, in this divine world, these monster birds would become so powerful. In the world of the kingdom of God, the way of heaven has collapsed, and all warriors cannot fly in the air. If they want to go to the sky, they can use huge monster birds. Moreover, these monster birds are all ancient alien species, and their own attack power is extremely strong. Some of them were captured by the shamans, and the beast masters were recruited, and they were trained to become a part of the army. Use the defensive spirit patterns, don't get together, and the bodyguards will also push me to the limit. Chu Yan kept reminding. Following Chu Yan's roar, the 400 remnant soldiers had already dispersed. While activating the bodyguard, he also felt the defensive spirit pattern in his hand. Under the infusion of true energy, he launched a group of defensive light shields. Yesterday, when Wumon's monster bird squad first appeared, Chu Yan and the others suffered a lot. All kinds of attacks and thunder, fire, and spirit patterns of these monster bird squads are in the sky above the sky. Even if you strike back and blow them up, the blast will still hurt many people. Therefore, this time Chu Yan and the others have made sufficient preparations. Chirp! Chirp! Amidst the various chirping sounds, 5 huge thunderhawks swooped down from the high-altitude sea of clouds, and the whistling wind made the feathers of the thunderhawks rustle, and with the choking wind, they pulled out long, ear-piercing the screeching sound made everyone's hearts twitch. Along with the howling wind, large pieces of thunder and lightning and thunder and fire spirit patterns fell from the sky. Lei Ying opened his mouth wide, and there was a thunder and lightning pillar as thick as a python, coupled with the Wumon on Lei Ying's back. The thunder and fire spirit patterns cast by Lei Ying fell towards the top of the 9 Emperor's soldiers like raindrops. Counterattack! Counterattack! Chu Yan roared, and swung the long sword in his hand, slashing at a thunder column falling in the air. If you don't take action to resist, let these thunder pillars and spirit patterns hit your head, it's no joke. Their power can at least cover a range of several thousand feet, and none of the soldiers covered in it can even think about living. Therefore, it can only be exploded before it falls, and exploded in midair. Although the power of the air explosion picked up is also not small, but with the defensive spirit pattern and body protection, at most it will be injured. Boom! 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 All kinds of air explosions, hundreds of feet away from the heads of the 9 Emperor Army soldiers, were blocked by the 9 Emperor Army soldiers one after another. The air explosions exploded, and the airwaves surged. The powerful force knocked down more than a dozen soldiers. When the dozen or so warriors got up from the ground cursing, the Thunder Eagle in the sky was already circling towards a mountain peak not far away. Soon, after bypassing the mountain peak, the 5 Thunderhawks turned back again, bombarding them with another round. Although it was the same as the first round, there were no results, but those Wuman who controlled the Thunder Eagle, although they hated these 9 Emperor Army soldiers, circled several times in a row, and threw all the thunder and fire spirit patterns at Chu Yan and the others. At the top of the head, it suddenly turned around and flew away towards the southeast. Damn it! If it wasn't for the collapse of the heavenly Tao in our divine kingdom world, making them unable to fly, I would definitely kill them. That's right, these guys can even tame the Thunder Eagle, fortunately there are not many of them. But, this gang of witches shit like this every day, it really pissed me off. Let's go. Leave them alone. After the 5 huge Thunder Eagles disappeared into the sky, Chu Yan led 400 soldiers of the 9 Emperor Army and continued to move forward. After crossing the continuous mountains and marching for a whole afternoon, Chu Yan and the others walked nearly 2,000 miles, until Chu Yan waved his hand to signal the whole army to stop advancing, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanru, is your map correct? Chu Yan asked. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Wanru blinked, frowned slightly and said, "You don't really want to go to Wanshanya. Wanshanya has the 9 prison gang storms, and it is difficult for Emperor Wu to cross. Wanshanya is not something we can rush over. Therefore, Wuman will not make any arrangements there." Lin Wanru was taken aback. "Then what do you want to do?" "Hey." Chu Yan grinned and said, "I said yes, I will definitely do it. Listen to me, you will know when the time comes." After speaking, Chu Yan ordered to speed up again and move on. "Promise." All the soldiers of the 9 Emperor Army responded in unison, all of them surged with true energy, poured into their legs, and ran like a spinning wheel. After Heishui City was occupied by Wu Man, all human warriors were captured by Wu Man. In this continuous mountain range, there are very few warriors who have come to practice. Not small. Moreover, in order to ensure the speed of marching, the soldiers walking in the front cut down trees when they encountered them, and broke them when they encountered rocks. The 409 imperial troops, like a bulldozer, rumbled forward almost in a straight line. In this way, Chu Yan's marching route can be easily spotted from the air. After marching in a hurry for an hour, Chu Yan and the others finally reached the foot of the mountain where Wanshanya was located. This 10,000 mountain cliff was originally guarded by a human race barracks, before the kingdom of God fell, and a whole 1,000-man team was stationed here. But with the loss of the world of the kingdom of God, these human warriors stationed there have long been wiped out by the Wuman. Turn on the invisible spirit pattern, everyone restrain their breath, let's go up. Chu Yan observed it, and ordered without hesitation. Chu Yan, you're crazy. Lin Wanru hurriedly stopped, that's where the Wuman Thunder Eagle resides. #C1721 false and real. Hearing Lin Wanru's words, Chu Yan was about to speak, but Sun Yuan ran over with a team of soldiers. "My lord, it's done. According to your order, we opened another marching route and pushed it into the southern mountain range. Xuanhuan was covered in dust, his face was flushed, his breath was short of breath, obviously very tired. Very good. In this case, we can do it. Chu Yan laughed. Chu Yan, you. Lin Wanru became even more anxious when he heard Chu Yan's words, and hurriedly said again, Wumon's Thunder Eagle has the power of lightning and is extremely powerful, and the feathers on his body are the imperial ranks. Even the spirit soldiers can't kill them. You didn't look at those witches. In hundreds of thousands of years, less than 1,000 were caught. We only have 400 people, and we are attacking a camp with 10 Thunder Eagles. You. Are you crazy? That's Wuman's stupidity. If they can't do it, it doesn't mean I can't do it. Hee hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly, staring at the cliff on the top of the mountain, and said with a smile. However, even if you let Xuanhuan take a false path to confuse the Wumon behind him, but attacking a garrison with 10 Thunder Eagles, plus those Wumon driving Thunder Eagles, we will not be able to gain anything in a short time. When the time comes, the front will not be able to fight, and the Wumon behind will surround us again, and we will. Lin Wanru was already in a hurry when he said this, his small face completely turned into a ripe apple. Anxious, he looked at Chu Yan. It's too late. Wumon, who was chasing us later, has already caught up. Chu Yan glanced behind him, at the distant mountain range. Chu Yan's spiritual sense could already find Wumon's army, rushing towards him. With just a cursory scan, Chu Yan could find nearly 3,000 Wumons, and this does not include those from other directions. This time, Wuman's 10,000 army hall in Heishui City was really pushed by him, and almost came out in full force, all coming towards them. Commander Wu Lin, looking at the golden building boat dumped like ruins on the river bank, and the corpses of Wu tribe warriors scattered around, his face became extremely ugly. This is not the first time his 7,000th team has changed from warriors to corpse collectors, and it is the second time today. On the way to the mouth of the Blackwater Sea, they had just been in a valley, disposing of the corpses densely covering the entire valley for their immediate boss, Wu Mosa, and the entire 3,000th team, nearly 1,300 Wu tribe fighters. What made him and all the warriors even more angry was that there was another Jingguan piled up with the heads of all the witch warriors on the side of the road in front of the valley. This is simply trampling on the majesty of the great witch clan. That hateful remnant soldiers of the human race are obviously provoking the great Wu clan. But now, in front of him, even the most noble of the Wu clan, an elder with the blood of the Wu emperor, died on the bank of the river. The loss of their boss, Wu Mosa, can at most be regarded as a disgrace to the 10,000 army hall in Heishui City. However, the loss of the Emperor Blood Elder had a completely different meaning. It was an insult to the entire Great Witch clan. The corpse of Elder Emperor Blood has been found. A centurion, with a team of stretchers, walked up to Commander Wu Lin, and gestured to the stretchers covered by the grey cloth behind him. Damn! Bastard! When Wu Lin tore away the grey cloth, he saw at a glance a corpse wearing 3 layers of gold silk grey robe, and the head was separated, obviously decapitated by a sword. Are there any living clansmen? Wu Lin carefully covered the shroud again, and asked. No. The whole Imperial Blood Elder Guards, including the 2 Golden Spear Imperial Guards, no one survived. The centurion shook his head, and his low tone shattered Wu Lin's last hope. Bastard! Damn it! Damn human flesh, don't let me find. Wu Lin, whose face was flushed with anger, was about to open his mouth to curse, when not far away, a wanderer of witches rushed over. Report. The parade stood at attention and saluted. My 23rd patrol team found traces of human remnants in the southeast direction. What? Found it. Wu Lin heard the words, and the eyes of the snake suddenly lit up. This time, because of the loss of Wimosa, the Heavenly Scourge was furious and directly ordered all the soldiers under the Heishui City Army Hall to abandon their original garrison places and join in the action of besieging and suppressing the remnants of the human race. At the same time, the military order made it very clear that if the remnants of the human race could not be wiped out within a day, all the witch warriors in the military hall of Heishui City would be buried with the elder Emperor Shui, but if anyone can wipe out this remnant army of the human race, then after Wimosa's loss, the position of the 10,000 commander left behind will be his. This military order almost drove the entire army palace of Heishui City, nearly 5,000 Wu tribe fighters, completely crazy. How difficult is it for 5,000 witch warriors to deal with 400 human remnants? That's great, the whole team, chase after me. Wu Lin shouted anxiously. Immediately, Wu Lin left behind a squadron to escort the corpse of the elder Emperor Shui, while he led the rest of the Wu clan warriors and rushed to the southeast direction, following the traces left by the remnants of the human race, and went crazy. Hot on the heels. But not long after chasing, Wu Lin's face was full of worry. Because of the marching trace, it leads all the way to the southern Million Miles mountain range. What? Found it. The gray mist on the face of the Scourge King trembled slowly, and the cold aura from his whole body surged out. Through the gray mist on his face, one could clearly see, behind the mist, that pair of red eyes, the snake pupil. Where did you find it? Reporting to my king, it is more than 2,000 miles southeast of the mouth of the sea, connecting the edge of the southern Million mountain range, and this is it. The elder of the military hall opened the map and quickly pointed out the specific location. Wanshanaya. The Scourge King stared at the map in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Yes, my king, according to the direction of their march, it is very likely that they are targeting my demon bird squadron stationed at Wanshanya. The elder of the army hall nodded. Monster bird squadron. Hee hee. Hearing the words of the elders of the army hall, the Scourge King suddenly laughed. It would be great if they really attacked the monster bird squadron. However, with the cunning of the commander of this remnant human army, I'm afraid this is just an illusion he deliberately created. The Scourge King smiled slightly, his red eyes flickering constantly, as if he was extremely proud of having seen through his opponent's scheme. False image. The elder of the military hall was taken aback. The monster bird squadron has a whole 100 Thunderhawks. The Wu clan fighters who drive these Thunderhawks alone have nearly 300 people. Plus ordinary guards and support personnel, the total strength is no less than 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, there are 3 defensive spirit formations, and with the number of 400 remnant soldiers of the human race, it is simply a dream to attack. The Scourge King was full of confidence, and slowly explained, even if they are powerful and can really fight against 1,000 of my Wu clan fighters, but don't forget, that is the demon bird squadron, as long as they are attacked, they will be able to fight immediately ascending into the sky. Even if you lose a few Thunderhawks, what good will it do for a remnant soldier like them who are trapped in a tight siege and are fleeing for their lives? Then, what is their goal? Hearing this, the elders of the military hall suddenly realized, and quickly looked at the map, with a puzzled face. Here. The Scourge King raised his finger, drew a big circle on the map, and replied. Millions of miles of mountains. So that's how it is. The elder of the army palace nodded heavily when he saw the endless mountains. Let them investigate carefully. On the road leading to Wanshanya, there must be a hidden marching route, which may have been covered up by them, but that is the direction they are fleeing, ordered the King of Scourge. Yes. The elders of the military hall took the order, and before they turned around, another elder hurried in and reported to the King of Scourge. Report to the Scourge King. The Wuling 1,000 soldiers team reported that traces of the human race were found at the place where Wanshan Cliff leads to the southern mountain range. Sure enough. The elders of the military hall immediately smiled when they heard the words, and looked at the Scourge King with admiration on his face. Hee, that's right. Tell Wulin thousands to chase them to the southern mountain range and leave Wanshanya alone. The Scourge King also smiled and ordered casually. Yes. The two elders of the military hall took orders together, turned around and left. #C1722 Heavenly Witch Hall. Master, that's amazing. You can see through the tricks of those human flesh element at a glance. After the elders of the army hall left, Wu Tianli, who was standing beside the Scourge King, complimented him. It's nothing. The King of Scourge smiled slightly, shook his head, and then said, I received a summons from the Wu Emperor today. Although the Wu Emperor didn't say it clearly, it is obvious that he is still a little angry at the loss of Elder Emperor blood to my territory of the Scourge. This? Wu Tianli was startled for a moment, his eyes trembled, and he looked at Master. My master is a very proud and confident person. Wu Tianli understands very well that if Wu Emperor speaks directly and scolds the master, it will be easier to bear, this kind of punishment that is not said on the surface but disappointed in the heart, but it is the most uncomfortable thing for master. So, you don't need to guess, now no one hates the remnants of the human race more than his master. That kind of hatred is almost to the bone, and can only be washed away with blood. Master, the death of Elder Jiuxiao is a disgrace to our great witch clan. I have a request. Master, please agree to this disciple. Wu Tianli looked at the Scourge King and said solemnly. Huh? What is it? The Scourge King was startled. Please let me go to Heishui City. I want to kill these human flesh Yuan with my own hands, so as to wash away the shame of my great witch clan. Wu Tianli said. What? You? Hearing Wu Tianli's words, the Scourge King was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of excitement. Because he knew his disciple very well, he said he wanted to avenge the shame of the Wu clan, but in fact, it was for him, to help his master, to avenge his hatred. Please master. Wu Tianli begged again. But, you know. Although the Scourge King was moved, he still hesitated. Master, please rest assured that my martial spirit is breaking through and has fallen into a deep sleep. When it wakes up, it will be transformed into a battle spirit. Therefore, during this period, I can't even practice, just find something to do. Of course Wu Tianli knew what Master was worried about, so he quickly explained. Okay. If that's the case, then I agree with you to go to Heishui City. In this trip, except for the commander of the human race, you can devour the meat of other human races as long as they are helpful to you. The Scourge King was silent for a while, finally nodded. Thank you, Master. Wu Tianli's face brightened. You're welcome. If you can really wipe out this remnant human army, I should be the one to say thank you. In the heart of the Scourge King, the distance to this disciple narrowed a lot again, and even his eyes softened a little. Points, then asked. Do you need any support? No need, Master. I will drive my monster and go as fast as possible. Please wait for the good news, Master. Farewell, disciple. After Gong Tianli finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left directly. Very good. Looking at the direction in which Wu Tianli disappeared, the Scourge King's face was full of smiles. Wanshan Cliff, halfway up the mountain. Less than half an hour had passed, and when Chu Yan and the others were carefully climbing to the top of the mountain, the movements in all directions became louder and louder. In half an hour, not only the Wuman 1,000-man squad behind him rushed to the foot of Wanshanya, but another 1,000-man squad came from the north. After 3,000, follow the road under the cliff of Wanshan Mountain, and move forward quickly. Lin Wanru's small face was full of nervousness, and he said, Chu Yan, you really poked a hornet's nest. It is estimated that all the witch and barbarian troops with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles around here are all coming towards us. These are 2,000-man teams. Back then, the force that could fight against the 9 emperors' armies 10,000 troops. Hey, you are only a few, but you are just appearing in front of you now. Chu Yan chuckled, don't worry, there will only be more and more in the future. It is estimated that a few small hills here can be leveled. Then what should we do? Lin Wanru blushed, looked at Chu Yan and asked. This time. Not only did you kill Wuman's Emperor Shui Elder, but you also killed a 10,000 head, and you also made the news public. In this way, Wuman's bosses must destroy us as soon as possible, otherwise, their so-called the face of the Great Witch clan can't afford to lose it. These witches and barbarians won't call in another army of 10,000 troops, will they? At that time, there will be 10,000 army halls. Xuanhuan followed Chu Yan with his Leiji gun on his shoulder. After Lung Feng died in battle, Xuanhuan became the captain of Chu Yan's guard, following Chu Yan almost every step of the way. 2 halls of 10,000 people. No way. Chu Yan shook his head with certainty. However, it is possible for all the Wuman in the military hall of Heishui City to be dispatched. When Lin Wanru heard this, she frowned slightly, and said, the military hall of Heishui City was originally full of 12,000 people, but if a battle mobilization order is issued, the combined recruits in the city will be able to survive a year. 50,000 people. That is to say, counting what we killed earlier, there are at least 10,000 troops in the hall of 10,000 people in Heishui City. Having said that, Lin Wanru's face turned from red to white, and she glanced at Chu Yan, and said, you still think we can escape? Hey, why not? Chu Yan chuckled, so what about 10,000 soldiers? Don't forget that the marching marks left for them along the way were deliberately shown to them, otherwise, you think they can find here come. This? Lin Wanru was dumbfounded. Thinking about the way from the valley to the Wanshan cliff, Chu Yan sent dozens of soldiers to cut down trees and break rocks all the way, almost pushing out a small road in the mountains, which is really unreasonable. Are you deliberately revealing your whereabouts and let them chase after you? Lin Wanru said. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. The 10,000 army palace in Heishui City is stationed in an area with a radius of 100 million miles. This is 100 million miles. In this non-flying world of the Kingdom of God, do you think that the distance of 100 million miles is easy to travel? In Chu Yan's eyes, a bright light flashed, which immediately made Lin Wanru's small face startled. It was this kind of gaze again. Now, Lin Wanru was very familiar with it. Whenever Chu Yan's eyes flashed this kind of sinister gaze, it was often the time to dig and bury someone. For 100 million miles, even for an ordinary soldier, it will take at least 10 days to march. Lin Wanru replied after thinking for a while. After all, 100 million miles is just the longest distance, not the actual distance. In 10 days, it is estimated that the remaining 10,000 troops in the entire Heishui City will be concentrated near the 10,000 cliffs. At that time, the entire Wanshanya will be like an iron barrel. And where they are now, above is Wuman's demon bird squad, and below will be tens of thousands of Wuman warriors. With the current 490 soldiers of the Imperial Army, no matter how much difference in combat power there is, this is a battle to the death. It seems that you still don't understand. Chu Yan smiled, looked at Lin Wanru, and blinked. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL. #C1723 Dusty City. Lin Wanru and Xuanhuan were taken aback by Chu Yan's words. The order continues, no one can make a sound, can't reveal their aura, and absolutely can't let the witches and monsters on the top of the mountain appear. Chu Yan smiled, ignored the doubts of the two, and ordered directly. Immediately, 409 Emperor Army soldiers, under the effect of more than a dozen invisible and invisible spirit patterns, almost left a ripple in the void, and quietly climbed towards the top of the mountain. With 10 hidden spirit patterns, not to mention those women who have no spiritual consciousness, even the strongest of the human race, it is extremely difficult to discover the existence of these 400 illusory figures without walking within 1,000 steps. However, Chu Yan was extremely cautious about this action. The whole climbing process was extremely slow, almost at the same speed as ordinary people climbing mountains. In this way, it took a full 3 hours to climb the nearly 10,000-foot peak before finally approaching the top of the mountain. This is a mountaintop platform with a radius of tens of thousands of steps. It has obviously been artificially transformed by the Wuhan people. The entire mountaintop is as flat as the original, except for the shrubs and weeds that are half a person's height. The terrain is extremely flat. In the middle of the mountain top, in a wooden barracks, tall Wuhan warriors could be vaguely seen walking around. In addition, there are 100 wooden towers standing in the barracks, which look extremely conspicuous. Because, on each of the wooden towers, there is a huge thunderhawk standing, the tall bird body is a full 300 feet high. Even the Wuhan warriors who are already tall enough, are like ants in front of them. It's here. Everyone lie down, don't speak, don't move, sleep. Chu Yan stared closely at the barracks of the monster bird squadron, and at the same time sent an order with his spiritual consciousness. What? Sleep, sleep. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded on the spot, looking at Chu Yan with a dazed look on his face. Not only Xuanhuan, but also the soldiers of the 490th Imperial Army who received the order all turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment on their faces. What's the situation? To the gate of the enemy's barracks, come, to sleep. What are you looking at? Executing the military order. Chu Yan stared, and immediately made more than 400 soldiers shrink their necks, quickly rolled on the spot, burrowed into the bushes or grass, and prepared to sleep. Not to mention, although the battles in the past few days have been very enjoyable, the consumption of each fighter's physical strength and spiritual consciousness is really not small. Although, with their current cultivation base and strength, they don't need to sleep at all, as long as they adjust their breath and practice for a period of time, they can recover to 7 or 88. However, in this kind of battlefield, breathing adjustment practice is extremely dangerous. Once an enemy suddenly appears, it is very likely to lead to madness and retrograde true energy. Therefore, it is safest to sleep, at least get up and fight without any impact. Xuanhuan, come with me. Chu Yan bowed his waist, walked through the grass, and greeted Xuanhuan when he passed by Xuanhuan. No. Xuanhuan got up, followed Chu Yan, and walked towards the way he came. When the two returned to the back of the mountain, they could clearly see that at the foot of the mountain, a large black shadow was rushing towards the south along the road. These Wuhan troops all came successively. The soldiers belonging to the 10,000 Army Hall in Heishui City, under the death order of Wuman Tiandu Dadu, coupled with the traces made by Chu Yan, almost all rushed here. On the road at the foot of the mountain, a mighty brigade of Wuman followed the trail left by Chu Yan and the others, heading towards the southern mountain range. In less than half an hour, another 3,000 Wuman soldiers disappeared into the continuous mountains in the south. The dust picked up by the march flew into the sky, and the menstrual breath did not fall. Including the previous ones, there are almost 5,000 man-teens. Lin Wanru also slipped to Chu Yan's side at some point, staring at the situation on the road down the mountain with her big beautiful eyes, with a serious expression on her face. Not enough. Chu Yan shook his head upon hearing this. What's not enough? Lin Wanru was taken aback. As you said, there are at least 10,000 Wuman warriors in the 10,000 Army Hall in Heishui City. It's only about 5,000 now, which is still a lot short, so it's not enough. Chu Yan smiled lightly. You originally wanted to lure these 10,000 barbarians into the southern mountain range. Lin Wanru frowned suspiciously. It turns out that this is the purpose of you deliberately setting up the Jingguan and leaving obvious traces of marching. But, what's the use of this? Of course it's for Dust City. Chu Yan grinned, but his answer made Lin Wanru and Xuanhuan dumbfounded again. The Dusty City. The Dusty City. What does this have to do with the Dusty City? Both of them were surprised and asked with puzzled faces. Didn't you find out? Behind this mountain stretching for millions of miles is a dusty city. Chu Yan smiled lightly, pondered for a while, and decided to tell them the plan. The Dusty City is the only human city that has not been damaged in the extreme east of the Kingdom of God. The reason is not only because of the seal, but also has a great relationship with its geographical location. First of all, the Dusty City is close to the Million-Mile Mountain Range, behind it is the endless Black Sea, and on the other side, there are towering snow-capped mountains. Such a favorable location is absolutely easy to defend and difficult to attack. As a base, there is nothing more ideal than it. Gen. Base area. Lin Wanru opened his mouth slightly, completely unable to understand what base area means. Well, it means a place for our power to survive and develop. Only after we have a base, can we strengthen our own power, continue to fight against the witches, and eventually recover the entire world of the Kingdom of God. But, we only have 400 troops now, even if we escape this time, but if we really stay in the Dusty City, I am afraid that we will be surrounded by the army sent by Wuman soon. Xuanhuan said directly. 400. Who said we only have 400 people? Chu Yan laughed. Don't forget, there is still that announcement. I believe it has spread throughout the entire Canglong realm and the entire Divine Kingdom world. This is pretty much the same. Such news is hard to tell on Wuman's side, but to the human race living under Wuman's rule, I believe it will spread quickly. Xuanhuan nodded. Could it be that you want to pass that announcement? Lin Wanru frowned, pondered for a long time, and finally revealed a look of surprise on her face, and said in surprise. Hey, not bad. You guessed it right. I'm just betting. Chu Yan nodded. I believe that the blood of 1 trillion human races is not completely cold. They miss their return all the time, and look forward to the day when the human race will drive away the alien race and rise, completely. Chu Yan's voice, like a bell and drum at dusk, reverberated across the world, making Xuanhuan and Lin Wanru's eyes glow with brilliance at the same time. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1724 King Order Thunder Eagle. When Chu Yan came here, even a fool could guess Chu Yan's whole plan. Good. First, they used the head of the Wuman to watch, angered the Wuman boss, and mobilized all the Wuman fighters within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to chase and encircle the 400 remnants of them. In this way, it not only disrupted the rhythm of Wuman's garrison nearby, but also transferred this army without a commander to the mountains stretching for millions of miles in the south. Anyone with a little common sense can see that after Chu Yan's disturbance, the entire Wuman force near Heishui City has completely messed up. And as long as they can jump out of this mountain range and avoid the encirclement and suppression of the 10,000 Wuman army, within a short time, the Wuman army will turn out from the southern mountain range. Searching a mountain range is not like searching a plain or a city. For a Wuman who has no spiritual consciousness, they rely entirely on their eyes, tree by tree, bush by bush. Let's not mention the monsters hidden in the mountains. Although the monsters usually hide in the mountains and don't dare to go out to provoke Wuman, but this does not mean that if you rush into other people's territory, the monsters will follow you polite. Even if they can deal with the attacks of monsters and beasts all over the mountain. Next, there are only 10,000 miles of Wuman in 1,000,000 miles of mountains, so you can find them slowly. Lin Wanru and Xuanhuan were shocked by Chu Yan's plan after thinking about it for a while. Hey, don't worry about them, we'll just wait. When these witches are almost in the mountains, it's time for us to do it. Chu Yan glanced in front of him, two pairs of eyes full of little stars looked at him, and said with a hey smile. "My lord. Are you really attacking Wumon's demon bird squadron?" Xuanhuan was stunned and asked. "Of course. If you want to leave this mountain range and go to the Dusty City, this road is the shortest and safest. At the same time, for a period of time, Wuman will not be able to know our whereabouts, so we must fight." Chu Yan affirmed nod. "But, even if you can beat it, it's useless," Lin Wanru said. "Those Thunderhawks have been trained by Wuman for many years before they can barely become air mounts. No, you can't catch them at all. Even if you catch one or two, they won't listen to you." "Hey, that's not necessarily true." Chu Yan chuckled, and looked at Lin Wanru blinking with a weird smile on his face. After that, Chu Yan was about to take the two of them back quietly, but suddenly, a sense of danger like a needle prick made Chu Yan's whole body suddenly stop. Chirp! Chirp! Chu Yan raised his head subconsciously and looked at the eastern sky, but only saw thick clouds, and a long cry of monsters and birds came from the clouds, and it was obvious that someone was controlling the birds and monsters. Quickly approaching. Someone. Xuanhuan frowned with thick brows. It seems that a particularly powerful monster bird is coming from there. With this monster aura, it is obviously much stronger than the monster bird in this barracks. It seems that the heavenly scourge really thinks highly of us. Chu Yan also frowned slightly, releasing his consciousness from a distance, completely covering the eastern sky, and carefully inspecting it. The released consciousness soon found a blurry figure. Because the distance was too far, I could only feel that the aura was extremely strong, even much stronger than the Wamosa that Chu Yan killed. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that he could feel a trace of the aura of a strong human race on the figure above the monster bird. 10,000 witches can't surround us. Sending a master will be useful. Chu Yan sneered. In less than 100 breaths, a huge black shadow rushed out of the thick clouds in the eastern sky like black lightning. The three of them looked up and finally confirmed that it was a Wuman riding a monster bird. "It's coming. It's coming towards Wanshanya," Xuanhuan exclaimed. Sure enough, it was aimed at them. Chu Yan immediately realized that his feeling was right. This powerful Wuman, who came from the direction of Tianzhu Dadu riding a monster bird, was definitely not a good person. According to his repeated stimulation to Wuman. Maybe those witches and barbarians will do something crazy. Therefore, one must not be careless towards this powerful Wuman who suddenly appeared. Hidden. Everyone restrains their breath and must not be discovered. The sound transmission of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was sent out instantly, and it was transmitted to more than 409 Emperor Army soldiers ahead. When Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness sound transmission was just sent out, above the sky, the strong Wuman riding a monster bird made a big circle in the air. He originally rushed towards the direction of the southern mountain range, but changed abruptly and turned to the foot of Wanshan Cliff. Direction. This sudden change made Chu Yan's expression darken. Discovered. The needle-like sense of danger in his heart began to become denser, and Chu Yan's worry became more and more intense. Look. He landed at the foot of the mountain. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. Chu Yan and Lin Wanru looked in the direction, and the huge bird with a height of tens of feet had already flapped its wings and landed near the foot of Wanshan Cliff. This monster bird is obviously different from those thunder eagles, not far away from Chu Yan and the others. It is extraordinarily huge, and the feathers on its body are obviously purple and red. Obviously, it is at least a king-level monster bird. On the back of the monster bird, a figure jumped down, standing in front of the traces that Chu Yan and the others created to lure the Wuman army to rush to the southern mountain range, and kept observing. Soon, the figure just looked up at the southern mountain range, and then turned his head directly to look at the peaks of Xuanhuan mountain cliff. This move obviously represented that he had seen through the illusion created by Chu Yan. Not good. That guy saw it. Xuanhuan's face tightened, and he said in surprise. If he finds out our true intentions, he will definitely notify those Wuman troops who have entered the mountains and those who have not entered the mountains behind, and turn to attack us. Lin Wanru looked a little calmer and said anxiously. Chu Yan stared closely at the figure at the foot of the mountain, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a cruel arc, and sneered, "Just kill him. This guy has a very powerful aura, and I always feel that there is a strange fluctuation in him." When Lin Wanru heard Chu Yan's words, she immediately became worried and reminded in a low voice. "It's a little strange, so, let's not leave him." Chu Yan nodded, and before the voice fell, his figure flashed, and he directly pulled out an afterimage, and rushed down the mountain. "I'll help you." Seeing Chu Yan heading down the mountain, Lin Wanru's heart twitched. Xiaoman twisted her waist, rubbed her body, and followed Chu Yan. It's just that Chu Yan's speed far exceeds Lin Wanru's. In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan has already reached the mountainside, but his entire figure and aura are like ghosts, like a ray of air in the void, which cannot be seen at all. There is no sign of it. In comparison, Lin Wanru was far behind. In order to keep her aura and figure as concealed as possible, Lin Wanru only rushed out within 10,000 steps. The two of them flew down the mountain, one behind the other, and flew away. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1725 Real Master. When flying down the mountain, Chu Yan's eyes never left the figure down the mountain. The closer he got to the target, the more obvious the sense of danger in Chu Yan's heart became. Although it was not the kind of life-threatening intensity, Chu Yan knew that this opponent might not be so easy to deal with. A mountain peak is only 10,000 feet high. For Chu Yan, this distance is only a few breaths of time. Even if he adopted a restrained approach to prevent the other party from discovering, it didn't take much time before Chu Yan went down to the foot of the mountain. 50,000 steps, 30,000 steps, 17,000 steps. The distance of 10,000 steps is the shooting distance that Chu Yan decided after thinking about it. Therefore, when Chu Yan's feet just stepped into the distance of 11,000 steps, the true energy in his body began to surge, and the Haoyan sword in his hand glowed into the night. At a distance of 10,000 steps, even if it is a lower martial emperor, Chu Yan is sure that if he succeeds in one blow, even if he cannot kill him, at least he can seriously injure the opponent. But this time, something weird happened. Just as Chu Yan's true energy and Haoyan sword released a very faint breath, the powerful Wuman in the distance suddenly turned his head and looked over. From this point of view, through the layers of dense forest, it happened to meet Chu Yan, who was approaching. Swish! Without any hesitation, the strong Wuman quickly moved towards another mountain in the distance. Damn it! Chu Yan suddenly cursed in his heart, but unexpectedly, he was discovered by the other party. The distance of 10,000 steps is definitely enough for a master, whether it is fighting or fleeing. But the Wuman strongman in front of him was far beyond Chu Yan's expectations, because the moment he found himself, he didn't rush over directly to start a war with him, but turned around and fled. Is this still a witch man? Others may be puzzled, but the more Chu Yan thought about it, the more furious he became, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Because Chu Yan has already determined that the Wuman in front of him is the real genius-level powerhouse among the Wuman warriors. Compared with those ordinary Wuman fighters, it is basically the difference between the sky and the ground. Before Chu Yan got closer to within 10,000 steps, Wuman's figure had already rushed into the peak next to the edge of Wanshan Cliff. Chu Yan pierced through the dense forest, swept across the road like a bolt of lightning, followed closely, and also rushed into the mountain peak. It's just that Chu Yan didn't chase behind the Wuman in a straight line, but chose to go around a 90-degree bend, leaning against the direction of Xuanhuan, and went in front of the Wuman, outflanking him. The escape of the Wuman strong man was not at all because of timidity, and it was even more impossible to compare his speed with Chu Yan. Chu Yan just glanced at the direction in which the Wuman fled, but he knew that this guy had two purposes. One is to take advantage of the location of this mountain, next to Xuanhuan, and check the situation on the other side of Xuanhuan across the mountain. At the same time, he also wanted to see the strength of the opponent who was chasing after him. A simple encounter, the difference between a master and an ordinary person, the judgment will be made immediately. The escape of the Wuman strong man, in the eyes of ordinary Wuman warriors, is an extremely shameful act, but it implies two important purposes. Small sample. Play with me, I can't kill you. Chu Yan grinned lightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. His eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. In less than 5 breaths, before the other party reached the top of the mountain, Chu Yan held a long sword and waited on the only way for the Wuman to go to the top of the mountain, looking at the large rocks not far away with a sneer on his face heap. 32 inner alchemy in the body were running at the same time, Hao Yin in his hand, the sword energy surged, and Chu Yan's whole body was ignited with fighting spirit. This Wuman powerhouse is more than several times stronger than Wumosa, and he must not be underestimated, let alone careless. Lin Wanru finally rushed to the vicinity of Chu Yan, hid in the canopy of a big tree, looked 1,000 steps away. Chu Yan guarded there with a sword, followed his gaze, and looked at the pile of rocks. Like Chu Yan, Lin Wanru also discovered that the strong Wuman was hiding in the pile of rocks, and had no intention of coming out in a hurry. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. In an instant, this piece of flat mountain land with a radius of 10,000 steps fell into a strange silence. Except for the 3 divine senses, they locked each other and kept observing each other. This Wuman is interesting, he actually has divine consciousness. Moreover, there is a wisp of martial soul power fluctuating on his body. He must be a warrior of the Tianjiao level among the Wuman warriors. You just stay there and don't move around. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness sent a voice transmission to inform Lin Wanru, saying. After some observation, Chu Yan found that the area of the mountain and rocks was not too large, and his spiritual consciousness had already locked on the opponent. This battle was almost inevitable. Go around to the back, don't let him escape. Chu Yan once again sent Lin Wanru through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. From the canopy of the trees, Lin Wanru flew across the air like a butterfly, from the big trees, around the bend, to the back of the pile of rocks. Her actions immediately caused a slight fluctuation in the spiritual consciousness of the Wuman strong man in the rock pile. And this slight fluctuation, of course, could not escape Chu Yan's lock. Almost instantly, Chu Yan locked the specific position of the Wuman strong man, and the Haoyan sword in his hand was shining brightly. Thousands of steps away, in the mountains and rocks. Because while restraining his breath, he also needed to probe his spiritual sense, Wu Tianli's spirit was highly tense. Just as Chu Yan expected, when Wu Tianli discovered Chu Yan, he came towards this mountain close to Xuanhuan. His purpose was to determine whether Xuanhuan was the target of the remnant soldiers of the human race. At the same time, it is also to lure Chu Yan over, test it out, and fight if you can. Wu Tianli is currently in a rather special state, his martial soul is sleeping and breaking through, which has a great impact on his combat power. Therefore, Wu Tianli was not willing to confront the tough, unless it was a last resort. But now, apart from Lin Wanru walking around behind him, Wu Tianli knew that the point of last resort had come. Faint black true energy overflowed, almost merging his figure with the large shadow in front of him, making it extremely difficult for anyone to spot him. Compared with Chu Yan's cautiousness, Wu Tianli appeared to be more cautious. Because even in the process of chasing and escaping on a mountain road just now, Wu Tianli had already discovered that the famous human warrior behind him was extremely strong. Moreover, there is an equally powerful helper following closely behind. Nervousness and uneasiness slowly overflowed in Wu Tianli's heart, making his face extremely solemn. But who is Wu Tianli? He is the direct disciple of the Heavenly Scourge King, one emperor and 7 kings of the Great Witch clan. He possesses a martial spirit that no one in the entire Great Witch clan has. How could he be intimidated by these 2 powerful opponents in front of him? Haha, interesting. Raising his hand slowly, a black long knife appeared in Wu Tianli's hands. Unexpectedly, just after he came to the battlefield of Heishui City, he found 2 strong men in the human race. This trip was really worthwhile. Moreover, it happened to use these 2 strong human races to fight a battle between human race warriors, so as to adapt myself to the fighting style between human races as soon as possible. Call out. Suddenly, a sword light slashed straight from in front of him, with a precise direction, and slashed straight at him. The corner of Wu Tianli's mouth raised a hint of a smile, trying to force himself out, and then pinch back and forth. Dragging the black long knife behind him, Wu Tianli didn't intend to take the sword forcefully at all, and prepared to dodge directly to avoid it. Human flesh Yuan, your tactics are too beautiful. If you can't see through such a rubbish tactics, how can you become the direct disciple of the Scourge? However, in the next breath, the smile on Wu Tianli's face froze instantly. Just as he was mobilizing his true energy and preparing to dodge, he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye that a figure had charged towards the direction he was about to dodge. Bastard! How does he know the direction I want to dodge? Wu Tianli turned around sharply, and at the moment the sword glow passed by, he forcibly changed his direction again, and at the same time dodged the sword glow and the rushing figure. #C1726 Shaman Powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, Wu Tianli wanted to turn sharply again to avoid attacks from 2 directions, which was obviously impossible. In just a flash, that figure had rushed within 1,000 steps in front of him, within the range of the rock pile, and Wu Tianli's saber had lost its target lock, and it was even more impossible to counterattack. Pung! Exploding with anger, the sword light slashed at the rock where Wu Tianli had just landed, and the entire sky was covered with dust and dust. Wu Tianli's face was pale, although he avoided the sword light dangerously, because of the stone chips and dust flying around, his figure was completely exposed. In this short moment, while Wu Tianli dodged, the corner of his eyes caught the sneer on the corner of the mouth of the human warrior who rushed into the rock pile. The first time they fought, it was obvious that the opponent had won. Originally, he was in the dark and the opponent was in the light, but after one move, the situation was reversed, and it became that he was in the light and the opponent was in the dark. This round, not only did he lose, but he was also tricked by the opponent. However, as the arrogance of the Wu clan, Wu Tianli's will of the Wu Dao will not make him lose. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. It's just the first round of fighting, the master fights, the victory or defeat is only a matter of thought, there are many opportunities. Holding the saber in his hand, Wu Tianli leaped onto the largest rock beside him. The aura in his body kept rising, his snake pupils shone with a faint light, and he began to scan the entire rock pile. Now that it has turned from darkness to light, Wu Tianli no longer has any scruples, and is ready to fight with all his strength. Moreover, there are 2 people on the other side, if he can kill one quickly, it will be much easier to deal with the other. Wu Tianli is very strange. Why is there such a powerful human warrior in Heishui City, which has been ruled by the Wu clan for 300,000 miles? However, he knew very well that this strong human was most likely the general who commanded the remnant human soldiers. According to Master's order, as long as you meet this human general, you must kill him at all costs. However, from Wu Tianli's heart, this is a bit troublesome. Because, from the moment he stood on the rock and stopped hiding his figure, there was a feeling of being closely watched by the beast in the dark all the time in his heart. That cold intuition made the hairs all over his body explode, and the sense of danger kept rushing into his fragile sea of consciousness. Can you kill it? Wu Tianli was not very confident, so subconsciously, he was still ready to retreat at any time. In just a few breaths, the human warrior who had circled behind him had also arrived right behind him, cutting off his escape route, leaving him with only the straight ahead, the way down the mountain when he came. What to do? Withdraw. Wu Tianli gritted his teeth, and slowly lowered the saber in his hand. Wouldn't it be much easier to deal with this strong human race after mobilizing the nearby Wu clan's 10,000-strong team? Compared with those ordinary Wu tribe fighters, his life is much more valuable. If he was really killed or seriously injured by these two strong men of the human race, and his martial spirit has not yet awakened, it would not be a big loss. After making up his mind, Wu Tianli shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, shooting straight into the sky. This charge fully caused Wu Tianli to fly up to a height of nearly 100 feet. After reaching the highest height, before his body fell, Wu Tianli exerted force on his waist, twisted suddenly, and his whole body fell upside down in an instant. Looking down at the ground, the entire rock pile appeared in front of him, including the figure of the human warrior hiding behind a rock. Hee, go to hell. With a grinning laugh, Wu Tianli slashed down with the saber in his hand without any hesitation. The sharp light of the saber, like a startled rainbow, carried powerful true energy and power, falling straight down like a meteor falling from the sky. This martial skill was learned by Wu Tianli after devouring the cultivation of a strong human race. Its power was so powerful that he firmly believed that that human warrior was doomed. Almost in that strong woman. The moment his figure left the ground and soared into the sky, Chu Yan rushed forward almost at the same time. However, when Chu Yan held the long sword in his hand, he slashed out with a single sword, and at the same time he chopped the rock where the Wuman strongman was located, and at the same time, above his head, there was a wave that could destroy the sky and destroy the earth, enough to blast the entire rock pile. Daomong fell from the sky. In an instant, Chu Yan's entire scalp was numb. Unexpectedly, that Wuman escaped. Damn it! Chu Yan reacted immediately, and the moment the sword light fell, he raised the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the sword light cut out instantly. Boom! The light of the sword and the light of the sword collided in the air, and the shadow of the sword and the light of the sword exploded all over the sky, and all kinds of vigor rushed in all directions. However, after all, it was in a hurry, and the power of the sword was obviously weaker than that of the opponent. Even the explosive energy was crushed, and it was pressed down towards the rock pile. Boom, boom. The remaining energy like a wave of air swept across the entire rock pile, the broken stones flew up, and the stone chips shot up into the sky. The chi wall formed by a powerful force hit Chu Yan, causing him to step back a dozen steps immediately, and the chi and blood in his body surged. What a powerful force! Chu Yan's face changed slightly, the power of this Wuman powerhouse was so strong. Although the warriors of the Wu tribe have always been good at strength by relying on their physical advantages, which are far stronger than the warriors of the human race, but the Wuman warrior in front of him is even stronger. However, based on this, trying to deal with Chu Yan is still a little bit close. Almost at the moment when he was standing still, on the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand, the black and white sword glow soared at the same time, and the sword glow, which was nearly 100 feet long, condensed into a shape, like two black and white intertwined dragons, roaring out, heading towards the landing point of the strong Wuman. He slashed straight away. Boom! 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 There was a burst of anger followed by two muffled sounds. Although Chu Yan couldn't see it in the dust and mist that covered the sky and the sun in front of him, he could clearly hear that his sword light had definitely hit the opponent. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan jumped out with a long sword in his hand, and rushed towards the opponent. While you are sick, I will kill you. Regardless of whether you hurt the other party or not, kill the other party now. However, when Chu Yan rushed to the place where the Wuman landed, he saw only a big pit on the ground and a large pool of blood, but no one was there. Run away. Chu Yan frowned. Lin Wanru also rushed into the dust and mist from the hiding place, and joined Chu Yan, staring at the dirty blood on the ground in a daze. Wuman are different from humans. They are huge. Once they are injured, it is extremely difficult to recover. Lin Wanru checked the blood on the ground and turned to Chu Yan. Humph. Anyway, he can't be allowed to escape. Chu Yan snorted coldly, with a murderous look on his face. It was just a simple two-handed fight, and Chu Yan already knew that this Wuman must not stay, not only because of his strong personal combat power, but also with the will and character of such a witch. If he is allowed to join the brigade of Wuman fighters, he will even be killed. Threats to own 490 Imperial Army. Chasing. Chu Yan flashed his figure, looked in one direction, and hurried away. Behind him, Lin Wanru gritted his teeth, followed behind Chu Yan, and chased into the depths of the secret forest. #C1727 Reverse the Void. Wu Tianli clutched his chest, blood gushed out like a spring, and along with him fleeing down the mountain, a long line of blood was pulled out. He never thought that he would lose so miserably in the first battle with the human race after leaving the customs. If someone had told him in the capital of Tianzhu before he came to Heishui City, that he, the direct disciple of the king of Tianzhu, was the first Tianjiao of the Wu clan to cultivate a martial spirit in millions of years, and he would be defeated by a human flesh element, and being chased like a wounded wild dog, Wu Tianli will definitely think that the other party's brain is broken. But now, Wu Tianli had to face reality. That human warrior was very strong, very strong. He didn't understand that the racial war between the Wu clan and the human clan lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, Wu Tianli also participated in several battles, but he had never met a human warrior whose combat strength surpassed or even approached his own. How can this be? However, because of this, Wu Tianli was very sure that the human warrior who was chasing after him was the remnant human general who made Master so angry that he destroyed 2 palaces. When fleeing, Wu Tianli didn't dare to take any chances. He restrained his breath to the extreme, and didn't even have time to deal with the wound. Relying on the true energy in the sea of energy, he ran wildly in the dense forest, increasing his speed to the extreme. Thinking of the battle just now, Wu Tianli felt palpitating and terrified. The human warrior behind him is the most terrifying swordsman he has ever seen. Even if I was condescending, the knife within 1,000 steps did not hurt the opponent at all, and was injured by the opponent's counterattack. That sword, fast. It was so fast that the knife that was thought to be a sure win, not only failed, but also made him relax his vigilance, and was directly poured by the fast, almost invisible backhand sword. With that knife, he killed more than tens of millions of enemies, but today, he didn't even kill a single human body. The combat power of this human flesh element can be called terrifying. Not only that, but the speed with which the opponent drew the sword, and the flash of chill, until now, made the back of Wu Tianli's neck feel cold. That feeling and the gap in combat power made Wu Tianli full of confidence, and now only despair remained. Very desperate. Song Zhu's backhand sword actually broke his body's protective energy, and also cut a bloody hole in his steel-strong body. This kind of power, this kind of sword power, apart from despair, Wu Tianli has no other feeling. Compared with the strong human race in front of him, the Heavenly Witch Hall and the Heavenly Scourge, a group of wizard geniuses who are full of arrogance and have their eyes above the top, are not even as good as rubbish. At this time, Wu Tianli still had the confidence to kill this human warrior, and all he could think about was running for his life. However, he is very clear that it is not easy to escape, not to mention that he is bleeding continuously. The smell of blood is the best signpost, and he can clearly tell the strong human race behind him the direction of his escape. At the same time, with the continuous loss of essence and blood, his own strength is also rapidly disappearing. However, Wu Tianli didn't dare to stop, swallow the elixir, or activate his true energy to heal his wounds, because the distance between the two was constantly shrinking. In the large amount of blood loss, there will be some blood essence to some extent. Regarding the strong body of the witch race, it may appear that it has a much greater advantage than other races. But at the same time, the strength support required by a tall body is much greater. Even the passing of a little bit of blood, to Wu Tianli, it was like the power in his body was overflowing like a tide, and even at this moment, even his steps began to feel weak. That feeling is like running on the sand, with one deep foot and one shallow foot, the center of gravity wobbles, and you don't even know that if you step down with that foot, you will fall down. However, Wu Tianli's eyes were fixed on the road at the foot of the mountain, and his eyes were full of hope. Because, at this time, there happened to be a large group of Wu clan warriors marching from the end of the road towards Wanshan Cliff. As long as you escape to the foot of the mountain and meet with it, the danger behind you will be. Naturally it was broken. Then, Wu Tianli gritted his teeth, and burst out the last bit of strength. Like a wounded beast, his throat roared, his speed increased instead of decreased, and he ran like crazy toward the road down the mountain. At this point, Chu Yan and Lin Wanru, who were chasing after him, also discovered the Wuman army that just appeared. Chu Yan, the Wuman 1,000-man team. Lin Wanru held a bone whip, and while chasing him, he turned his head and said to Chu Yan, "He is fleeing in the direction of the Wuman thousands, we are too late. What should we do?" "Humph. He can't escape." Chu Yan snorted coldly. A team of thousands of Wumans is definitely not something that he, Chu Yan, and Lin Wanru can deal with. Even pulling all the 409 imperial troops lurking on Wanshan Cliff, it is impossible to be a team of thousands of Wumans. Opponent. In the previous few battles, Chu Yan had planned to either sneak attack or ambush. If he really faced each other, he would put on a posture and let the 9 emperors of the human race and twice the number of Wuman thousands fight head-to-head. No need to guess. Wuman's fighting power is not just blown out, it actually exists, and it is a 1-to-10 comparison with human fighters. Even now, the 9 emperor army under Chu Yan is much stronger, but it is only able to fight one-on-one with ordinary Wuman warriors. Facing twice the number of Wuman 1,000-man teams, I am afraid it will only be the whole team. The end of the army's annihilation. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and stared at the vague figure in front of him with faint 5-color eyes, thinking constantly in the sea of consciousness. We must kill this Wuman strong man before he joins the Wuman army. Kirin martial soul, reverse the void. Chu Yan let out a low shout, and his true energy erupted like a volcano from all over his body, and the multicolored rays of light surged out along with the colorful auspicious clouds. Roar. Amidst the roar of the beast that shook the world, the power of the unicorn shot out from Chu Yan's body like a heavenly sword with 5-colored light, and shot straight at Wu Tianli's head 1,000 steps away. The 5-color glow passed by, and that dazzling stream of light seemed to be teleporting, between light and dark, as if traveling through the void. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly, only a few flashes, and it was 100 steps behind Wu Tianli. What? Not good. Wu Tianli sensed the terrifying power coming from behind him, and his whole body trembled, his already weak body almost fell to the ground. Roar. Roar. Just when Wu Tianli was in despair, suddenly, a large piece of black true energy on his body, like a rising tide, rushed out crazily, turning into a huge black paw print, and slapped it hard on his back on the light of the incoming unicorn. Boom! One black and one colored, one spear and one claw, the two collided and exploded immediately, and the violent air wave spread like a shock wave. Puff! Under the huge countershock force, the air explosion in front of him immediately caused Wu Tianli's tall body to open his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of dirty blood, which was thrown into the air like a rag bag, and fell towards the road below the mountain. However, Wu Tianli, who was thrown into the air, had a look of ecstasy on his face, and his eyes were as bright as stars. "Wake up!" Finally woke up. The last consciousness flashed in Wu Tianli's sea of consciousness, and immediately, a large wave of darkness swallowed him like a tide, and Wu Tianli fell into a deep coma. #C1728, new host of Ink-Blooded Unicorn. This time, Chu Yan and Lin Wanru's pursuit was fruitless in the end. That Wuman strongman is far more shrewd than Chu Yan imagined, even when he was seriously injured and was about to fall into a coma. With the help of the aftermath of Chu Yan's martial soul power, Wu Tianli had already adjusted the direction of his body before throwing it into the air. Therefore, when the countershock force rushed in, Wu Tianli used this force too. The whole body was thrown into the air, and fell towards the Wuman army on the road below the mountain. Plop! When Wu Tianli fell heavily on the road at the bottom of the mountain and fell into a coma, the Wuman team of thousands also found Wu Tianli falling from the sky, and rushed up to protect Wu Tianli in the army formation. A chase ended with it. At this time, in the forest on the other side, Chu Yan and Lin Wanru stood there, looking at Wu Tianli, who had disappeared into the crowd of Wuman warriors at the foot of the mountain, his face full of killing intent. Especially Chu Yan, whose eyes have almost turned red, and even gasped for breath, staring at the Wuman team of thousands, with a fierce look on his face, almost as if he was going to gnaw them alive. Why is Chu Yan so angry? But it was because, just now, the attack with the power of the martial soul that he was determined to win was blocked by the black air flow that suddenly gushed out from Wu Tianli's body. The appearance of these dark air currents made Chu Yan's whole body shake instantly, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost, and he stood there in a daze. When Chu Yan reacted and thought about chasing and killing Wu Tianli, who was thrown into the air, it was already too late, and he could only watch helplessly as the strong Wuman fell into the group of Wuman warriors, and the good opportunity was lost. What happened to you just now? Lin Wanru slowly turned her head and looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment on her face. Even Lin Wanru noticed Chu Yan's abnormality just now. There really is a martial soul in that Wuman. Chu Yan's eyes were red, still staring closely at the road below, and the chaotic crowd of Wuman warriors murmured at the same time. What? That Wuman has a martial spirit. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Wanru's tender body shook violently, her beautiful little face was full of horror. How do you know? The martial soul skill I used just now is cracked by the same martial soul skill that Wuman used. Chu Yan glanced at Lin Wanru and explained. This? Lin Wanru was dumbfounded. In fact, Lin Wanru also saw that martial spirit attack sent out by Chu Yan just now was cracked by Wuman, and also felt a strange wave of martial spirit. He already doubted it in his heart, but just couldn't believe it. This thing is really too weird, how can she believe it? A Wuman of the Wu clan actually has a Wuhun. If you want to tell this, no one will believe it at all. Even the person who saw it with his own eyes was still full of doubts when he heard Chu Yan's explanation. After all, this kind of thing is too weird, and for a while, I can't accept it at all. I have never heard of the hundreds of thousands of years of racial war between the human race and the witch race, and the witch race has a martial soul. You must know that for hundreds of thousands of years, the human race was able to maintain a small part of its territory and not completely fall under the strong Wu clan invasion. But now, a living Wuman with martial spirit appeared in front of them. What does this mean? It shows that the advantage of the human race is passing away. Compared with Lin Wanru, Chu Yan's shock was much greater, but Chu Yan was not worried about the loss of the human race's advantage that Lin Wanru was worried about. Because Chu Yan already knew clearly what kind of martial soul was in the body of that strong Wuman. Black blood unicorn. That's right, the martial soul in the body of that Wuman powerhouse is exactly the black blood unicorn martial soul. The one who set off in front of Chu Yan again and existed like a natural enemy with his own unicorn martial soul, the black blood unicorn martial soul. Chu Yan clearly remembers that the first time he competed with himself for the horn of the unicorn in the unknown dark palace, and the last time it was in Jiuxiao Mountain, the ink blood unicorn chose Song, the devil, as its host, also to snatch the 3 treasures of the unicorn, appear in front of yourself. After that, as Chu Yan came to the outer world and wandered in the Songlong realm, the black-blooded unicorn seemed to have disappeared. Did not expect to meet here. This is by no means a good thing. Chu Yan knows better than anyone else about the power of the black blood unicorn. From this point of view, there is probably a blood relationship between Song's Ming clan and this Witch clan. Otherwise, the black blood unicorn would not be able to register without the same bloodline of the warrior. However, after such a long time, Chu Yan can clearly judge from what the ink blood unicorn said, that the strong Wuman just now is very likely to be the rare top talent in the entire Wu clan, otherwise the ink blood unicorn would not choose him as a host at all. Okay, let's go. Chu Yan exhaled for a long time, looked away, turned to look at Lin Wanru, and said, Wuman's 1,000-man team has arrived, and now is not the time to fight head-on with them. Plan. Just leave like this. Lin Wanru's big eyes stared at the army of witches and barbarians below, her small face was full of dissatisfaction. This matter is not over. Chu Yan grinned, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, when we stand firm, this Wuman will meet us again. At that time, there will be opportunities to deal with him. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan turned around directly, and flew towards Wanshanya. Humph. It's cheap for you. Damn Wuman. Lin Wanru stomped at the Wuman army below, cursed fiercely, and turned to follow Chu Yan. Not long after the two left, a general appeared in the Wuman's 1,000-man team below, who was the commander of the Wuman. Who is he? The commander took a look, and Wu Tianli, who was carried up to him by several Wuman warriors, had a look of vigilance on his face. According to rumors, some remnant soldiers of the human race seemed to have mastered some kind of special secret technique, which could transform into the appearance of Wuman warriors. Therefore, when the commander saw Wu Tianli, who was in a coma, his face was full of caution. Report to the commander, he is Wu Tianli from the Heavenly Wutong of the Heavenly Scourge. While standing at attention to report, a Wuman warrior took out a token, handed it to the commander-in-chief and said, I found it on him. After receiving the token, the commander just glanced at it, and his expression changed immediately. The word heaven is engraved on the front, and various information of the person holding the token is engraved on the back. This kind of token with the word Tian represents the supreme identity and status among the Wu clan, and it is definitely not their kind. Ordinary soldiers are comparable to generals. Quick! Send a small team immediately and send him to the Heavenly Scourge capital. We must save him. After confirming the Tianzi token, the commander did not dare to be negligent. According to legend, the first Tianzi token in the Witch Hall was made and distributed by 7 witch kings. It is impossible. Fake. So, a Wuman team immediately carried Wu Tianli, who was unconscious, turned directly, and headed towards the direction of the Black Sea. The rest of the Wuman 1,000-man team continued to march towards the southern mountain range. As soon as Chu Yan returned to Wanshanya, he summoned the 499 imperial troops and began to discuss and arrange. Although he wasn't sure how long it would take for the strong Wuman who was pierced through his chest with his sword to wake up, one thing was certain, that is, as soon as the strong Wuman was rescued, he would definitely notify him as soon as possible. The army of Wuman, who had been tricked into the southern mountains, turned around and attacked Wanshanya. In this way, my plan will be ruined. Therefore, Chu Yan can't wait any longer, and must act immediately to kill the witch bird squadron in front of him. C1729 impossible. Fortunately, during the time Chu Yan and Lin Wanru left, there was no movement in the barracks opposite. The witch barbarians with a full squadron of witch birds did not notice at all, nor did they expect that in the grass outside their barracks, there was a group of wolf-like remnants of the human race lurking. Moreover, as a result of Situ Yang's busy work for half a day, thick fog has risen on the current Wanshanya mountain peak. The entire peak of the mountain was completely covered by the mist created by Fatty Situ with the spirit pattern method, almost reaching the point where he could hardly see his fingers. Such weather is often encountered in such lofty peaks. Regarding this, the Wuman monster bird squadron in the military camp helped to search the southern mountain range because they could not take off into the air, and complained about the ghostly weather, but they did not have any doubts. Brothers! Chu Yan's icy eyes swept over the faces of more than 409 Emperor army soldiers around him, and then said, "In the past 2 days, we first killed Wuman, an elder of the Emperor blood, and then killed their 10,000 husband chief, Wu Mo Sa. How are you doing? Are you doing well?" "Certainly." "Cool. It's so cool. That's the way to kill those witches." There were more than 409 Emperor's troops, and all of them were excited and looked agitated. No matter how arrogant the 9 Emperor army soldiers are, facing Chu Yan at this time, they can only have admiration and awe. You must know that when they emerged from the dusty city, they were nothing more than a group of soldiers with broken armor. A random squad of witches and barbarians could kill them all. But now, after only a few days with Chu Yan, they fought several beautiful battles in a row, abruptly turning their group of remnant soldiers into a strong division with strong morale and excellent spirit soldiers. First, a small team wanted to kill them who had just left the city, but instead they were all beheaded outside the dusty city. And then there are the wandering witches all over the world who wanted to surround them, but instead, they broke through Blackwater City. Then there was Wanli rushing to Haikao, a fierce battle, and killed their dog, the Blood Elder Shididi. Commander Lung Feng was killed by Wuman, and Chu Yan led them to ambush Wumosa. Even Commander Wan and 1,000 Wuman warriors were killed in the valley, and their heads were piled up into a capital city. View. If you dare to kill our 1,000 generals, you are looking for death. With a battle like this, what else can there be to say? There is nothing to say other than cool and happy. Moreover, since these fighters joined the 9 Emperors' army and participated in the battle between the human race and the witch race, they have never done so well and happily in hundreds of thousands of years. More than 409 Emperor army soldiers looked at Chu Yan's eyes like shining stars. Okay. Cool, right? Chu Yan smiled, turned his head slowly, glanced at the direction of the southern mountain range, and said with a smile, "You guys are cool, but we have also poked a hornet's nest, so the witches and barbarians has been eyeing us. Just half a day ago, a total of 6,000-man teams drove over from all directions, rushed into the southern mountain range, and wanted to kill us. Haha, let's dream about them." That's right, the Wuman are just a group of pigs. A suspicious trick tricked them all into the mountains to feed the monsters. Or, let's beat the dogs in the water, chase after them, and kill them. Not bad. Not bad. When dealing with Wuman, you should come and kill as many as you want. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the more than 400 remnant soldiers laughed together. Chu Yan's strategy tricked all the Wuman army, chasing them into the million-mile mountain range in the south. In this case, even if they don't do anything, the army of thousands of witches and barbarians will naturally be warmly welcomed by those powerful monsters in the southern million miles mountain range. When they find out that there are no human remnants in the mountains, they will probably be so angry that they vomit blood. Hey, good. Chu Yan chuckled, stopping the laughter of the surrounding soldiers. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at the Mujai barracks not far away. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and continued to say, "Now, it's time for us to go home." When this sentence fell to the ground, the eyes of all the soldiers of the Nine Emperor army suddenly burst into bright light. Go home. I can really go home. From the moment they left the dusty city, they never thought about when they would be able to return to the dusty city. Now when they suddenly heard Chu Yan's words, everyone was stunned. The dusty city is of great significance to these hundreds of remnant soldiers. After all, it was the only city that was not lost among the 108 cities of the human race. Back then, in order to defend this city, their last 9 emperors' army almost spilled blood on every inch of the city, and the corpses of their comrades who died in battle could almost pile up a city wall. 1 inch of mountains and rivers, 1 inch of blood, 100,000 soldiers, and 100,000 souls. In order to defend this city, they paid a very high price. Therefore, when they left the dusty city, the hearts of almost every 9 emperor army soldier were bleeding. But now, Chu Yan's words, like a spark, instantly ignited the fire in the hearts of the 400 remnants. Now, everyone prepares to kill all the witches and barbarians in that barracks, and let's go home on monster birds. Chu Yan said a word to the ground, jumped up, and stood up. Crash! A gust of mountain wind blew by, and 400 tall figures stood up from the grass together, with fiery eyes following Chu Yan's gaze, looking at the Wuhun barracks in the distance. The violent killing breath gathered together, rushing like a raging tide. Riding a demon bird. Lin Wanru was the only one who could keep calm among all the people. When he heard Chu Yan's plan, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is impossible. Those monster birds, thunderhawks, are Wuhun who can pass the secret technique. They have been trained for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, before they can train one. It is simply not something we can control in a short time. Lin Wanru was in a hurry, and said to Chu Yan with her face flushed. My lord, this. After hearing Lin Wanru's words, Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and said hesitantly. My lord, you want us to kill the Wuhun, that's fine, but the princess is right, this monster bird Thunder Eagle is really beyond the control of ordinary people. We 9 emperors' army are not beast masters, no one will control those demon birds. That's right. Moreover, as long as we attack the barracks, the beast masters among the Wuhun will control the Thunder Eagle to launch into the air, cooperate with the Wuhun warriors on the ground, and attack us from the sky. With our strength, it is impossible to stop it. It doesn't take them an hour, no. Half an hour, all 400 of us will be lost. Lin Wanru said. Hey, I know what you're talking about. But besides attacking this barbarian barracks, do we have another way to go? Chu Yan asked with a chuckle. This? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Wanru was taken aback. Yes, as Chu Yan said, their current situation is extremely dangerous. In front of them is the Wanshan cliff that even Emperor Wu could not cross, and behind them is the army of witches and barbarians. There are people blocking the way in front and pursuers behind. In this case, there is no other way to go. Besides, 100 thunderhawks are nothing more than that. Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, with a strange smile on his face, and then said, Don't worry, listen to me, that's right. All are there, knives out of the sheath, ready to attack. With an order, more than 400 soldiers of the 9 emperors' army drew their swords together, and a murderous aura surged out. Everyone followed behind Chu Yan, like a wave of black beasts, rushing towards the barracks in front of them. And go. #C1730 Lord of the Sky. Come on. Kill. Kill these witches. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Amidst the shouts of killing all over the sky, 400 soldiers of the 9 emperor army screamed, armed with sabers, and launched an attack towards the barracks of the Wu Manyao Qin. With Chu Yan's long sword in hand, Xuanhuan on the left and Lin Wanru on the right rushed in front of everyone. With a distance of 10,000 steps, in just the blink of an eye twice, he had already rushed to the wooden gate of the barracks. Without any hesitation, he directly slashed out with his sword. Boom! The fierce sword energy, with violent force, slashed heavily on the huge wooden door. Suddenly, the nearly 20-foot-high wooden door was chopped so that sawdust flew, and the whole thing burst open. Kill me! All the witches, not one. With a wave of Chu Yan's long sword, hundreds of soldiers behind him rushed into the barracks like a tide. What's the situation? A Wuman team leader was feeding the monster birds on the monster bird tower, when he heard a sudden loud noise. He was so frightened that he almost fell off the monster bird tower, which was nearly 100 feet high. He suddenly turned his head, and at a glance, he saw countless figures rushing into the barracks at the gate of the camp, scattered in all directions like a flood. Those Wuman warriors in the barracks, like myself, were all dull-faced, and they couldn't figure out the situation at all, so they were cut in half by the sword light that fell on their heads. In the blink of an eye, a Wuman team responsible for patrolling in the camp, a total of 50 Wuman fighters, were all killed. Only when the blood and stumps of those Wuman warriors were thrown into the air, causing a bloody storm, the other Wuman warriors finally reacted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hurry up, counterattack! No, hurry up and protect the demon bird. Where's the captain? Where's our captain? What's going on, these human races, where did they come from? Not good. They are heading towards the monster bird tower, stop them. The entire military camp was completely turned into a pot of porridge. It was originally a thick fog and the sight was not good, which made these Wuman warriors, without consciousness, even more chaotic. The first time Chu Yan rushed into the barracks, he took Sun Yuan, Lin Wanru, and a group of the 9 Emperor's army, and rushed directly to the entire barracks. The tallest building, before stepping into the door, was head-on. He collided with several Wuman generals. Die. Chu Yan will be polite to them, as long as he sees that there is no black witch mark on his forehead, he will cut it with a sword. Hearing the sound of killing just now, more than a dozen Wuman generals rushed out of the wooden house, and just pushed open the wooden door, only to see a slash of swords, and there was no time to react, and they were chopped into 7 or 8 immediately, lumps, visceral blood, bleeding all over the floor. Run away! The remaining few Wuman generals, seeing the squadron leader being beheaded by a human warrior with a single sword, suddenly turned green with fright. If they dared to fight Chu Yan again, they turned around and fled towards the monster, not far away. The bird tower flew away. These Wuman beast masters are not as powerful as ordinary Wuman warriors, but if they are allowed to ride monster birds, they may be able to kill a bunch of 9 Emperor's armies just by relying on the combat power of the Thunder Eagle. Want to leave? Humph. However, how could Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, let them get close to the monster bird tower? The cold flames in his eyes exploded, and he threw the Haotian sword in his hand. Indian pulled out a long bright line, passed through the heads of those escaped Wuman captains, and bloomed clusters of bloody flowers. The leaders of several Wuman beast masters didn't know until their death that these remnant soldiers of the human race would suddenly appear on the Wanchang cliff of their demon bird squadron instead of in the southern mountain range. Seeing that all the Wuman generals were all beheaded, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, and he nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and headed towards the monster bird tower not far away. Chirp! Chirp! Before Chu Yan walked to the monster bird tower, a few birds screamed. Suddenly it sounded above the sky of the barracks. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and when he looked up, he saw that nearly 15 thunder eagles had already lifted off from the monster bird tower and soared into the sky. On the back of each monster bird, there is a Wuman beast master, looking at the barracks below with bloodshot eyes, slaughtering other Wuman soldiers of the 9 Emperor's army. Once these witches and barbarians passed through the initial chaos, their combat power was immediately displayed. A few Wuman squads protected the beast masters and guarded the monster bird tower, and finally some of the beast masters rode Thunder Eagle and soared into the sky. Damn human flesh, let you see how powerful Thunder Eagle is. A beast master was driving the Thunder Eagle, hovering above the barracks, and the Thunder Eagle below him was filled with demonic aura, and clusters of snow-white lightning power quickly gathered in the Thunder Eagle's mouth, and it was about to split falling down. It bombarded the crowd of soldiers of the Nine Emperor army. Not good. A Thunderhawk has launched into the sky. Lin Wanru looked at the over a dozen Thunder Eagles hovering over the barracks, ready to attack, and his face turned pale. Whatever is really worrying about will happen. Although all the preparations have been made before, more than half of the soldiers of the Nine Emperor's army were mobilized to attack the monster bird tower first, but the most terrifying scene still happened. After all, there are nearly 100 monster bird towers, and with 200 or 300 soldiers from the Nine Emperor army, it is impossible to capture them quickly, so these beast masters have a chance to rise into the sky. This time, more than a dozen demon birds lifted into the sky, and the result was absolutely disastrous. This is comparable to the next martial emperor's combat strength, Thunder Eagle. If they are on the ground, there may be ways to do it, but once they are sent to the sky, they are almost a dominant existence. It's over. It's over. This is troublesome. Sun Yuan's face was ashen, staring at the dozen or so Thunder Eagles in the air. His eyes were bloodshot. Not only Lin Wanru and Sun Yuan, but also the soldiers of the Nine Emperor's army who had killed nearly half of the Wumans in the barracks, also found those Thunder Eagles who had taken off. All of them turned pale with shock, their morale plummeted, and the formation also began to waver. Quick retreat. Sun Yuan roared loudly, and gave orders to the soldiers who were still standing near the monster bird tower. At this time, the Thunder Eagle in the sky has already started to dive. Following Sun Yuan's roar, hundreds of soldiers from the Nine Emperor army retreated in unison, and quickly retreated towards the place where Chu Yan was, forming a huge defensive formation. All the swords were aimed at the sky, Thunderhawk swooping down. However, this defensive formation on the ground is completely useless against attacks from the sky, so everyone's face showed a touch of death. A few miscellaneous birds dare to be arrogant in front of me. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing with his hands behind his back and a calm smile on his face, spoke slowly. Suzaku, come out. In the astonished gazes of all the soldiers of the Nine Emperor's army, as well as Lin Wanru and Sun Yuan, a huge fire bird shot up from Chu Yan's body, like a golden sun, soaring into the sky. Hashtag C 1731 reverse. Chapter 1731. Chirp. The resonant sound of the phoenix's cry resounded throughout the world, and with the appearance of the Suzaku martial soul, the entire sky immediately turned into a fiery red sky. Almost at the moment when the Suzaku martial soul appeared, more than a dozen Thunder Eagles, who had just been majestic and had lightning in their mouths, were suddenly so shocked that their feathers exploded. The whole body trembled violently. Call. A large wave of fire, like a tidal sea, swayed the entire world with the fluttering of Suzaku's wings. In an instant, everything, whether it was the sky or the earth, was swallowed by the fire of Suzaku. In the whole world, there was nothing but fire. Swish. 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 More than a dozen huge poultry bodies fell from the sky and fell to the ground like dumplings, making dull and loud noises. In less than a blink of an eye, in the entire sky, except for the Suzaku martial soul soaring in the sky, there is not a single bird that can fly. Suzaku martial emperor, sky emperor. Wherever it passes, no bird can fly. No air. It is the vermilion bird martial soul, with the martial soul skill that is born with it, and it can make all the birds in the world submit to it without even urging it on. This kind of absolute crushing in terms of status and bloodline, regardless of strength and rank, no matter how powerful the monster bird is, it will be suppressed by the bloodline of Suzaku martial soul. It's just that the powerful demon bird may still struggle to get up after falling to the ground, thinking about escaping. However, that was only aimed at powerful monster birds, and now, among the hundreds of thunderhawks in this barracks, except for the king-level thunderhawk with a light red body at the head, the other ordinary thunderhawks obviously do not belong to this category. Therefore, when the Suzaku martial soul rolled up layers of fire clouds, swooped down from the air, and hovered over the barracks, all the thunder eagles were prostrate on the ground, trembling all over, and there was still a hint of resistance there. But in the barracks, on the tallest red monster bird tower, the king-level thunder eagle headed by tightly clamped its wings, and swung its two eagle claws, as if burning its buttocks, and flew down the mountain. Run away. You still want to escape. Hee hee. Chu Yan swept his eyes, and suddenly saw the king-ranked thunder eagle, who wanted to escape. He immediately raised his head, looked at the Suzaku martial soul in the sky, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, pointed forward, and said, "Kill it." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Suzaku martial soul opened its mouth wide, and a ball of 5 colored fireballs shot straight towards the background of Wang Jialaying not far away, like a shell fired from a chamber. Boom! A huge fire bead hit the back of Wang Jialaying, and violent 5-color flames shot up into the sky. Wang Jialaying, who was nearly 60 feet high, let out a shrill scream, and his whole body was instantly engulfed, writhing up and down in the sea of flames. In less than 3 breaths, it turned into a pile of ashes. As Wang Jialaying's scream stopped, the entire barracks fell into dead silence. Whether it was the human 9 Emperor's army or the Wuman warriors, including Sun Yuan and Lin Wanru, all the eyes staring at the boss looked at the pile of burning ashes, and they were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? What just happened? What is that terrible firebird? With just one cry, hundreds of thunder eagles were so frightened that they dared not even raise their heads. What the hell is this, bird? Everyone's astonishment lasted for 10 breaths, and the first to react was the group of Wuman warriors who were still alive. Seeing the appearance of the huge fire bird, with just one blow, it burned the most powerful king-level thunder eagle in their monster bird squadron to ashes. Immediately, every Wuman warrior's heart was full of death, like ice. It rises like a spring. Run away. Attack. Attack. Kill that firebird, and that human race. Kill. The next moment, all the Wuman warriors seemed to be crazy, except for a few. They turned around and ran towards the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. 400 or 500 Wuman warriors randomly rushed towards Chu Yan, waving their sabers. These barbarian warriors all belonged to the Monster Bird Squadron, and from the day they joined the Monster Bird Squadron, they have been proud of the Thunder Eagle. One must know that in this non-flying world of the Kingdom of God, their Thunder Eagle is like the overlord of the sky in this world, without any threat at all. No matter in the sky or on the ground, no one is their Thunderhawk's opponent. This point turned into a deep pride, almost melted into their bone marrow, and it was all their glory. But now, right in front of them, Lei Ying, who used to be so powerful that everyone was afraid, was directly burned to ashes by the martial spirit of that human warrior, which was no more difficult than crushing an ant to death. As a result, the myth of Thunder Eagle, which had always been high above the altar, collapsed in an instant. If this human race is not killed, then the Thunder Eagle, their overlord in the sky, will no longer have any advantage at all. Therefore, there is only one way to keep the myth in their hearts, and that is to kill that human race. But, is it possible to kill Chu Yan? Of course it's impossible. Snapped. With a grin on his face, Chu Yan snapped his fingers again, raised his finger, and the hundreds of witches who came over like a pack of mad dogs said to Suzaku Wuhun, "Kill them, too." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Suzaku Wuhun turned his head and glanced at those Wuman warriors. His eyes like a fire god were filled with disdain and contempt. Chirp. Immediately, Suzaku Wuhun turned his head slightly, and uttered an ear-piercing cry to the hundreds of Thunder Eagles in front of him. Hundreds of thunder eagles crawling on the ground, after hearing the cry of Suzaku martial soul, their eyes immediately shone with dazzling light, as if they had received some kind of amnesty. They bounced off the ground in unison, turned around at the same time, looking at the hundreds of Wuman warriors, with a murderous expression. The eagle mouth opened at the same time. Nourish! 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 Hundreds of thunderbolts formed in the mouths of all thunder eagles, getting bigger and bigger. Without waiting for those Wuman warriors to rush to the front, hundreds of dazzling lightning bolts lit up and shot straight at the Wuman warriors on the opposite side. Boom! 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 A large pillar of lightning exploded among the Wuman crowd, and countless lightning snakes flew in all directions. Almost half of the barracks were enveloped in a sea of lightning. More than 400 Wuman warriors, before they even had time to let out a scream, they all turned into charcoal, smoking all over their bodies, and fell to the ground. After a volley of thunder and lightning, more than 400 Wuman warriors were killed by half, and the remaining 100 or so were still alive, but they couldn't even make a sound, and could only struggle among the large piles of charred corpses, sobbing and howling. Within a range of less than 1,000 steps, a full 100 thunderbolts exploded. Surviving such a dense area is already the reason why these Wuman's physical bodies are so strong. However, none of these witches could stand up again. At this moment, all the 9 Emperor army soldiers opened their mouths wide and their eyes bulged out, looking at the charred black corpses that were smoking all over the ground in front of them, completely dumbfounded. This is too powerful. With just a snap of the fingers, hundreds of Wuman were almost smashed to pieces. There are hundreds of Thunderhawks, how could they listen to the Lord's words, turn their backs, and attack those Wumans? Could it be that the Lord, is he a god? #C1732 Spread wings. Half of the barracks had been reduced to scorched earth, and smoke was rising everywhere. A few hundred steps away, there were charred corpses all over the ground, and the smell of mushy meat wafted in the air, making everyone stand there in a daze, completely dazed. Especially Lin Wanru and Sun Yuan. Originally they thought that they would go through a fierce battle. Out of 400 soldiers from the 9 emperors, they would be lucky if 100 survived, but now, on my side, only a few people were killed or injured, and the Wuman monster bird squadron with nearly 1,000 people, just like that, was blasted to pieces. The scene in front of them made them completely unbelievable. All of this was true. Master, that is your martial soul. After a long time, Sun Yuan turned his head with difficulty, looked at the Suzaku martial soul soaring in mid-air, and asked with a look of horror. No. Not right. In this divine kingdom world, the martial souls of all race warriors cannot be summoned. This martial soul. Hearing Sun Yuan's words, Lin Wanru also frowned, turned her head suddenly, and looked at Chu Yan with big eyes, full of shock and doubt. Just as Sun Yuan said, since the world of the kingdom of God, the leader of the human race, has collapsed since the Tao of heaven has collapsed, there have been many anomalies in the world without the Tao of heaven. Can't fly, Wuhun, can't leave the body, these are just one of them. It's just that after hundreds of thousands of years, warriors in the world of the kingdom of God have gotten used to it. Suddenly, such a powerful martial spirit appeared, and they couldn't react at all. Moreover, as soon as this Vulcan-like giant bird martial soul appeared, it killed a king-level thunder eagle with one gulp, and with just a cry, the hundreds of thunder eagles all turned their heads to attack their original masters. Hundreds of Wuman. Just 2 rounds of thunder and lightning volleys blasted all the Wuman into scum. Powerful. Too strong. Everyone was stunned by Chu Yan's stunning performance just now, and stood stiffly on the spot. Hundreds of people, including Sun Yuan and Lin Wanru, all stared at Chu Yan with disbelief. At this moment, they felt more and more that Chu Yan was more and more like the god in their minds. Chu Yan, are you a deity? Finally, Lin Wanru couldn't bear it, and asked involuntarily. What? God-human race? What God-human race? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. My lord, the God-human race is the most powerful race in our 10-direction star field. It is said that the blood of the God-human race flows from our human race. However, our human race is far inferior to the God-human race. Xuanhuan also spoke. In the 10-direction star field, the race closest to the God-human race is the demigod race. In the 10-direction star field, the demigod race and the Taro race are one of the few powerful races that can compete with the Wu clan. Demigod and Taro? Chu Yan asked doubtfully. Yes, my lord. It's just. Xuanhuan said this. Yuanben's excited face suddenly darkened, and said again. It's just that when our human race fought against the witch race, the demigod race did not help us, and the god-human race is said to have disappeared for millions of years, and has long since disappeared. So that's the case, so we still have to rely on ourselves. Chu Yan nodded. Chu Yan, we have to leave quickly. After killing the Wuman monsters in Wanya Mountain, if the nearby Wuman army receives the news, they will all rush over. However, are you sure we are going to the Dusty City? Lin Wanru said to Chu Yan worriedly, you have to know that the Dusty City is now an empty city. If you develop based on the Dusty City according to your plan, there will be no foundation at all. Hey, empty city. It's the best. Chu Yan was taken aback when he heard Lin Wanru's words, then he grinned, turned around suddenly, and shouted at the 9 emperors' army around him. Everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately, and take everything you can take away. One word landed. Xuanhuan and all the 9 emperors' army immediately dispersed and began to quickly clean up the battlefield. Whether it was spiritual soldiers or storage jade charms, or even the damaged spiritual armor on the Wuman corpses, at the request of Chu Yan, they were all picked up by the soldiers of the 9 emperors' army and packed away together. In less than 100 breaths, 400 soldiers of the 9 emperors' army stood in front of Chu Yan, carrying their shoulders on their backs and hands in full load. Everyone's eyes turned to look behind Chu Yan. There were nearly 100 giant thunder eagles lined up in a row, and everyone's eyes became hot. Squad as a unit, go to Thunder Eagle. Chu Yan waved his hand and roared. Immediately, more than 409 Emperor Army soldiers, in a group of 10, rushed towards those Thunder Eagles, screaming. However, when they got close to the Thunder Eagle, lightning snakes burst out from those Thunder Eagles' eyes, and all of them became irritable, ready to attack the 9 Emperors' army that was approaching them. The look of a warrior. Seeing that Lei Ying was about to go crazy, all the soldiers of the 9 Emperor army were taken aback, stopped quickly, turned their heads in astonishment, and looked at Chu Yan. This is the Thunder Eagle, the overlord of the sky in the kingdom of God. Hundreds of Thunder Eagles can easily kill thousands of soldiers even on the ground. And the 400 of them might not even be enough to put these 100 Thunderhawks between their teeth. Therefore, no one charged directly at Lei Ying just now, and all looked at Chu Yan in fear, with hesitation on their faces. Humph. Suzaku. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold, he groaned heavily, and turned his head to shout at the Suzaku martial soul floating in midair. Chirp. After receiving Chu Yan's order, the Suzaku martial soul suddenly let out a long whistle, and the sharp chirping sound resounded through the entire mountain. At the same time, intense flames erupted instantly from Suzaku Wuhuan's body, and the berserk aura of divine beasts surged like a raging river, and ruthlessly suppressed the hundreds of thunder eagles in front of them. Suzaku's aura swept across, and wherever it passed, Lei Ying, who had stretched their necks and eyes full of lightning, suddenly had their feathers exploded, and their whole body flinched in fright. Better behaved than domestic chickens. Joke. Even Lei Ying, in the face of the Sky Emperor, the Vulcan-descended Suzaku martial soul, under the dual suppression of blood and divine beast breath, it is impossible to have any resistance, unless they also have the blood of divine beasts. However, Thunder Eagle is Thunder Eagle, no matter how powerful it is impossible to reach the realm of divine beast blood. Get ready to go. The target, the Dusty City. Chu Yan jumped up from the ground, jumped onto the back of a thunder eagle standing in the front, waved his big hand, and shouted loudly. Hearing Chu Yan's order, all the soldiers of the Nine Emperor army were overjoyed, and hurriedly crawled towards Lei Ying beside him. In the blink of an eye, more than 400 people were all on Lei Ying's broad back, and they all stood up with great excitement. Swish! 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 Under the guidance of Suzaku, nearly 100 thunder eagles fluttered their wings and flew high. Hundreds of huge monster birds soared from the peak of Wanshanya, and flew towards the sky of the continuous mountains in the south. #C1733 Great Foundation. The Kingdom of God World, the Land of the Far East. The Dusty City that has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years is like a majestic monster, quietly dormant on the coast of the continuous snow peaks and the Black Sea. Once upon a time, this majestic city that carried the last hope of the human race was the Holy Land in the hearts of all the warriors of the entire Kingdom of God. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, there have been human warriors who have traveled here from the Wuhun-occupied areas of the Kingdom of God through untold hardships and trekking over mountains and rivers, but they have finally been dust-covered outside the city, with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. The Wuman patrols surrounded like iron barrels were all strangled. Some human warriors said that this dust-covered city was simply a trap left by Wuman, who deliberately did not conquer it, and was waiting for the human warriors in the entire world of the Kingdom of God to fall into the trap. The ultimate goal of the witches and barbarians is to strangle all the warriors of the human race in the mountains outside the Dusty City like a meat grinder. However, Li Taibao and nearly 1,000 warriors of the human race set out from the Heavenly Scourge metropolis and walked all the way, but they didn't even meet a single Wuman wanderer. It was as if, suddenly, all the witches and barbarians in the entire world disappeared. The team of thousands of human warriors was extremely nervous at first, and many of them were even prepared to be lost on the road, but the result could only make them disappointed. When they traveled along the way, they gathered several other human warrior teams who came from other places, and when the number suddenly increased to nearly 20,000, the distance from the Dusty City was less than 1,000 miles. Originally, Li Taibao and other human warriors who came out of the Heavenly Scourge had gone all the way to Heishui City. It was only later that I met other teams of warriors and said that they had received definite news from the Nine Emperors' army that all those who wanted to join the Nine Emperors' army had to gather in the Dusty City. The distance between Heishui City and Dusty City is only 10,000 miles, which is nothing to warriors like them. Especially in the absence of Wu Man blocking the situation, the speed of the journey is extremely fast. Although everyone was very surprised why there was not a single witch parade near this Dusty City, but everyone's minds were tense, and they were still extremely nervous. Only in the early morning of this day, a team of nearly 50,000 warriors climbed over a lofty peak and stood on the top of the mountain. The heart relaxed instantly. Immediately afterwards, cheers resounded like a tsunami, resounding through the entire mountain range. It's here. We're here. The Dusty City. The Dusty City. That's our human city. Ha ha ha, that's great, shit, I've been away for almost 8 days. 8 days is nothing, I've been away for almost 15 days. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. Quick, enter the city. I want to join the Nine Emperors' army and kill the Wu Man. Come on. The tsunami-like crowd surged past, rushed out of the mountains in all directions, and rushed towards the huge city. Li Taibao ran wildly along with the tide-like crowd. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the dust-covered city, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw the 9-color spiritual power fluctuating above the entire city, like 9 seas of sky, suspended above the entire city, covering the entire city within 100 miles. This is the town spirit array. So strong. Li Taibao looked at the 9-color aura in the sky, his eyes full of surprise. The 9-color spirit array in front of him is obviously several grades stronger than the town spirit array in the Heavenly Scourge. You know, most of the scourges are the capital of the Wuman Far Eastern Land. It can be said that it is the central city of Wuman in the entire Far Eastern Land. But even so, it is obviously much worse than the dusty city in front of me. Go to town. Li Taibao, who was amazed by the spiritual formation of the dusty city, saw everyone rushing towards the city gate excitedly, and couldn't help but walk towards the city gate with the same expression of excitement. The light gate that completely wraps the entire city gate. Once penetrated, there is no hindrance. Li Taibao knew that this was the light gate of the spiritual array to detect the blood, not the blood of the human race, so it was impossible to pass through that light gate. It was just a blink of an eye, and when Li Taibao opened his eyes again, he was already in the city, standing on the spacious street in the city. However, with just a quick glance, Li Taibao was just like everyone else around him, all with round eyes and mouth wide open, looking at the scene in the city, completely dumbfounded. No. Isn't it? This is the dusty city. Not only Li Taibao, but every human warrior who entered the city through the light gate, when they saw the city for the first time, they all stood there in shock, completely unable to believe what they saw. I saw that the whole city was crowded with people, the main street was full of people, the buildings on both sides of the street, all kinds of shops, inns, restaurants, spiritual treasure shops, everything was available, and the whole city was a lively scene. What's the situation? This is the legendary dusty city that has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. I can't go wrong. In Li Taibao's sea of consciousness, all doubts flashed across. After a long time, he turned his head in astonishment and looked around. Teams of warriors wearing spiritual armor and holding battle guns walked through the crowds of people on the street with high-spirited steps, patrolling past. Groups of Zonman warriors wearing Zonman robes wandered around various shops and streets. Some vendors even set up stalls directly on the main street, selling all kinds of natural treasures and elixir. No matter how you look at it, these scenes don't look like hallucinations. Not only Li Taibao couldn't accept it, but even the other human warriors who had just rushed into the city with him couldn't accept it either. Originally, before they came to the sealed city, they all thought that the dusty city was absolutely dilapidated, and they even made preparations to devote themselves to city construction as soon as they came here. But now, the prosperity of the dusty city in front of them far exceeded their imagination. You guys are new here. At this moment, a group of soldiers patrolling the city walked up to Li Taibao and the others and asked with a smile on their faces. Yes. Yes. My lord. We came from the land of witches and barbarians to join the 9 Emperors' army. A martial artist answered with a look of panic on his face. Okay. The 9 Emperors' army welcomes you. The name collection office is located in the central square of the city. If you want to join the Rakshasa Soul Tian Zone, you need to go to the central square to participate in the test. However, the recruitment conditions are very strict. Currently, only the Martial Emperor realm can barely pass. The warrior squad leader nodded, and replied with a smile, while raising his hand, pointing to the conscription office and the central square for everyone to see. What? Emperor Wu still managed to pass. Li Taibao was so startled that his whole body trembled, his face was full of astonishment. He took a breath and said, My lord, what kind of sect is this Rakshasa Soul Tianzong? It seems. I have never heard of it. #C1734 City Lord Chu Yan. The Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is the lord of our dusty city, and the sect founded by Mr. Chu Yan is currently the largest sect in our dusty city. The soldier of the 9 Emperors patiently explained. As long as you can join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, you can directly become a centurion in the 9 Emperors' army. My lord, centurion. I heard that there are only a few hundred in the dusty city. Li Taibao and the others looked astonished. According to the news they received, isn't there only one remnant soldier in the 9 emperors' army in the dusty city? How can you become a centurion once you join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect? Ha ha ha, what you are talking about is the Imperial Guard banner. It is the Imperial Guard under the command of the city lord a month ago. At present, in our dusty city, there are already 59,000 soldiers from the Imperial Army, who have compiled 12 banners. The Imperial Guard form an army alone, not within the 12 banners. The warrior captain laughed. Hiss. 50,000. Li Taibao was taken aback, his jaw almost fell to the ground in shock. Yes. Hurry up to the conscription office. In the past few days, more and more human warriors have come to our dusty city. 3 days later, when the city lord comes out of seclusion, he may personally inspect all the newly joined 9 emperor soldiers. After the warrior captain finished speaking, he bowed his hands and walked towards another street with a group of soldiers behind him. Li Taibao and a group of people stood in front of the city gate in a daze, unable to react for a long time. Quick! Go sign up. After a long time, I don't know who yelled, and immediately, nearly 2,000 warriors who had just entered the city rushed towards the West City Square. Li Taibao followed among the crowd, looking around. His eyes kept looking at the central square of the city in the distance, his eyes were shining. To be honest, Li Taibao had just listened to the words of the soldier team leader, and he already understood to some extent that the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect in this dusty city was founded by the city lord himself, and it is the real first sect. Therefore, if you want to develop in the 9 emperor army, joining the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is probably a shortcut. However, while walking, Li Taibao looked towards the central square, and found that there were not many warriors participating in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong test on the square. Do you want to try it? Li Taibao hesitated. I came to the dusty city to kill the Wuman. Only by joining the sect can I have a chance. Otherwise, I might become an ordinary soldier of the 9 emperors and be assigned to defend the city. Then I will have no chance. After hesitating for a moment, Li Taibao took a long breath, finally gritted his teeth, made up his mind, left the crowd heading towards the West City, and walked towards the central square. To Li Taibao's surprise, he was not the only one who had such an idea. There were nearly 100 warriors who broke away from the crowd and walked towards the central square together with him. Obviously, these people are also preparing to participate in the entrance examination of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Li Taibao walked along the main street all the way to the depths of the city. The further he walked, the more shocked Li Taibao was by the pedestrians he met on the street. He has already discovered that among the pedestrians on this street, there are no ordinary people at all of them are warriors. Moreover, there are still warriors who are not weak in cultivation. Basically, more than half of them have reached above the martial venerable realm, and at least 20% of the strong capitals in the martial emperor realm are at least 20%. What a concept! Look at this crowded city in front of you, it has at least 200 million people. And these 200 million people are all warriors. In this way, almost all the citizens of this dust-covered city are soldiers. As long as the city lord gives an order, 200 million warriors can immediately become soldiers of the 9 emperors' army and head to the battlefield with Wuman. When did the human race become so powerful all of a sudden? Could it be that all of this was brought by the city lord Chu Yan? More and more questions appeared in Li Taibao's sea of consciousness, including the other warriors who walked towards the central square with him, and they also looked shocked. However, when they finally passed the 100-mile-long street and reached the central square, they were immediately overwhelmed by the scene in front of them. Shocked again. On the back side of the central square, a huge and magnificent palace stands in the center of the city. This is a black and white two-color palace with a black base and white walls. A wide white jade staircase with tens of thousands of steps leads directly to the mountain-like palace. Standing on the square, looking up, it seems that it is a ladder leading to the sky, leading to the 9 heavens. In the sky above the black and white palace, a sea of black clouds like a vast ocean floated leisurely, and endless black air flow descended from the sky, like a waterfall hanging from 9 heavens, continuously pouring down into the black and white palace. On the main entrance of the palace, a golden plaque radiates thousands of golden lights, and the 3 big characters flying like dragons and phoenixes are shining like golden lights. 9 Nether Palace. Before Li Taibao could react, suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura burst out from the depths of the black and white palace, like water ripples, surging in all directions, sweeping the whole city. This is the aura of the city lord. Li Taibao was swept away by the powerful aura, and his scalp went numb. This breath with the power of a strong man, like the 9 laws of heaven, and the power of the dark world, made Li Taibao tremble slightly, and the coldness in his heart continued to rise. It was only after he mobilized the true energy in his body that he barely returned to normal. Phew. It's scary. Li Taibao's heart palpitated. He looked away from the black and white palace not far away, and finally had a little understanding of the strength of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. I don't know how difficult it will be to enter the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. After stabilizing his mind, Li Taibao started to walk up to the central square, heading towards the 9-color altar in the middle of the square. However, when he stepped out, just as he stepped onto the ground of the central square, an invisible heavy pressure fell from the sky and landed directly on his body. Aha! With a muffled snort, Li Taibao's body trembled, shook slightly, and his face immediately changed. The assessment, is this the beginning? Gritting his teeth, Li Taibao spurred his true energy again, took a sudden step, and stepped out again. However, after he took 10 steps, the mountain-like pressure on his body doubled again. This change almost pushed Li Taibao down directly. My God! It's so hard to even get close. No wonder. The startled Li Taibao looked at the 9-color altar in the middle of the central square 10,000 steps away, and his face immediately became bitter. No wonder there are so few people on the central square. It turns out that this place is not a place where ordinary warriors can walk casually. Moreover, Li Taibao knew very well that it would be impossible for him to even get to the position of the Zoman assessment, let alone participate in the Zoman assessment. After shaking his head, Li Taibao finally gave up, turned around, and exited the central square. After sighing for a while, he took a last look at the Jiuxiao Palace not far away, and turned back towards the West City Square. My own strength is not enough. It is impossible to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, so I can only go to the ordinary registration office to sign up. Except for Li Taibao, among the more than 100 warriors who came with him at the beginning, except for one person, he walked unswervingly towards the 9 colors altar, and the rest all exited the central square. The human race has hope. Li Taibao looked pleasantly surprised, and was not sad because he could not participate in the entrance examination, but looked at the companion who was striding towards the 9 colors altar with a smile on his face. #C173510 Square Gods. Tread. 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 In the quiet main hall, hurried footsteps sounded, and they rushed straight to the depths of Jiuxiao Palace, the training hall guarded by the Imperial Guard Palace. Chu Yan, I just received the news that the gods of the 10 directions are about to open. Lin Wanru stood outside the training hall, her face was flushed, she seemed a little excited, and her big eyes were full of light. A clear response came from the training hall, and immediately, the huge hall door opened, and a figure in black robe appeared. Is the news reliable? What's the exact time? Chu Yan stepped out of the training hall, looked at Lin Wanru, who was like a peach blossom in front of him, his eyes flashed slightly, and asked. The news was sent by the demigods. It has been announced to the entire Outland continent. All the major races have received the news. The opening time of the god capital of the 10 directions is set in 40 days. Lin Wanru said anxiously. The gods of 10 directions. Good. Hearing this, Chu Yan grinned, strode out, and headed towards the main hall. Chu Yan, the capital of the gods of the 10 directions, has already been turned into ruins, because of the decisive battle that year. No one knows whether the legendary capital of the gods of the 10 directions is still there. Lin Wanru kept up with Chu Yan's footsteps, with some hesitation on her small face, and she would not persuade her when she glanced at the black-robed figure in front of her. I know. However, even if the gods of the 10 directions are gone, there must be things and secrets that I am interested in that ancient battlefield. Chu Yan laughed. You mean, traces of the Protoss? Lin Wanru was startled. But, the Protoss ruins are too dangerous. Regarding the relics of the Protoss, almost the entire outer world, there are a few existences that make all the peak powerhouses fall in love with them. For millions of years, various rumors about the relics of the Protoss have been circulating in the 10 directions starfield. Especially among the warriors of the human race, the news of the relics of the god race is spreading even more. After all, there is always an inexplicable mysterious relationship between the human race and the god race, which makes the strong people of the race move their hearts. There are even rumors that if human warriors want to break through the most important bottleneck in martial arts, they must obtain something from the relics of the gods to enhance their blood power. Inheritance of the gods, changing fate against the sky, the realm of mortal gods. It is said that the Emperor Longding of the human race back then had to obtain a drop of the blood of the god race to become the peerless powerhouse who unified the world of the god kingdom of the human race. Opportunity always coexists with danger. Chu Yan smiled slightly. Chu Yan is also full of anticipation for the news of the gods of the 10 directions. Others don't know, but he believes more than anyone else that there are gods in this star field of 10 directions. Because his martial souls are the 5 divine beast martial souls. The divine beast martial soul is originally a heavenly spirit beast from the god realm. Since there are divine beasts, there are naturally strong gods. There is no doubt about this at all. It's just that the secret of the news of the Protoss, and the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, why they broke through the 9th heaven and fell into the ordinary 3-star continent, all of this needs to be explored by Chu Yan himself. The War Soul Pill is simply unable to reawaken one's 5 divine beast spirits and evolve into a real battle spirit. Therefore, if you want to improve your 5 martial souls, the gods of the 10 directions may be the only chance. With the improvement of strength, Chu Yan is confident to compete with the Wu clan, and at the same time to enter the Ming clan, to find news about his mother. All of this, he has promised his father. Therefore, no matter what, the gods of the 10 directions must go. It's night, the top of Jiuxiao Palace. Thousands of lights under the feet diffuse the entire noisy city. Even if the night is completely dark, the dusty city is still a lively scene. After returning to the dust-covered city with 499 soldiers of the Imperial Army, riding Yulaying, Chu Yan released the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts without hesitation, and completely merged with the dust-covered city. Now, the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness is empty. Everything that was brought from Haotian continent back then was integrated into the dusty city under his feet. The appearance of hundreds of millions of warriors instantly rejuvenated this majestic city that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years. Immediately afterwards, after discussing for a whole night with Elder Qingyun and the senior officials of the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, Chu Yan kept a small part of the hundreds of millions of warriors with the highest cultivation level as the foundation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. All the rest belonged to the dusty city. Then, after various corresponding rules were negotiated, they began to be implemented in the dusty city. All the resources have also begun to be distributed, and they are given priority to the Alchemy Hall and Qi Hall in the Zhongnei, refining pills, and spiritual weapons. A few days later, under the stimulation of Kang Xiangxin, the native human warriors of the Kingdom of God also came to the dusty city one after another. The large number made Chu Yan startled. However, when I thought of the world of the Kingdom of God, there were nearly 100 billion human races, and I was relieved. In less than half a month, the dust-covered city that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years completely underwent earth-shaking changes. And the spies sent by Chu Yan to monitor the movement of the Wuman army stayed in the mountains south of Heishui City for half a month, but they didn't see a Wuman come out alive. It is often heard, in the southern mountain range, bursts of animal roars, mixed with some miserable cries, which last for a long time. On the other side of the heavenly scourge, because the entire army of the 10,000 army palace in Heishui City was annihilated, the Wu Emperor was completely angered, and he directly called the Scourge King back to the Wu clan headquarters, probably nothing good to eat. Just when the Wu Emperor was about to mobilize his army again to attack the dusty city, the Taro tribe and the Demigod tribe jointly sent out a message from the sky, informing all races of the news that the gods of the 10 directions have been opened. The appearance of this news immediately caused all the wars in the entire outer world to come down, and the eyes of all the powerhouses were all focused on the gods of the 10 directions. After all, the news about the Protoss has always been the most concerned matter of the powerful clans of all parties. Ascension to the heavens and gods, the pinnacle of martial arts, that one doesn't want to. Chu Yan, what are you thinking? Gong Mingyue, dressed in a blue shirt and as beautiful as a moon god, walked lightly to Chu Yan's side. Moon. Seeing Yuer's appearance, Chu Yan's frown suddenly relaxed, and he smiled lightly. Nothing. After 40 days, all the gods of the 10 directions will be opened. It's been a long time since we left the Haotian continent. I heard from Master that if the world of the Kingdom of God is successful, the Haotian continent can be integrated. Yuer laughed. Emperor Yu Tian. Chu Yan smiled. After opening the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, as soon as Yuer appeared, he was followed by Emperor Yu Tian, who rushed over after hearing the news. For some reason, the old man insisted on accepting Yuer as his personal disciple. Chu Yan didn't even think about this matter, so he was ready to refuse directly. Joke. Do you still use others to teach your own wife? Chu Yan has been using various golden pills to improve Yuer's cultivation base, just waiting for her cultivation base to break through to the half-step Emperor Wudi, and then directly start practicing Raksha Wuji Shinjue. However, Chu Yan's refusal hadn't come out yet, but in the sea of consciousness, the blue-armored giant transmitted his voice to make Chu Yan agree. This time, Chu Yan was stunned. Could it be that there is something special about the great Emperor Yu Tian in front of him that even the green-armored giant speaks for him? However, it's just an apprenticeship. Whether Emperor Yu Tian has the ability or not, Chu Yan can pass the Raksha Wuji divine art to Yuer, so in the end, considering the fear of the Qingjia giant, he nodded and agreed. Don't worry. The world of the Kingdom of God will definitely be successful. Chu Yan said with a smile. Well. Brother Chu Yan, I believe in you. Yuer chuckled, and leaned lightly on Chu Yan's shoulders. The two leaned on each other, looking at the lights of the city under their feet, and whispered. #C1736 The confidence that comes. Early the next morning, Chu Yan returned to the training hall and continued to practice in seclusion. Although swallowing 2 War Soul pills could not make Suzaku Martial Soul promoted to War Soul, but after the last battle with Wu Tianli, the sudden appearance of the black blood unicorn made Chu Yan palpitate. The Mashua Qilin appeared twice, and its strength is much stronger than the Qilin Wuhuan. Even if the Qilin Wuhuan has been promoted to the 10-star Wuhuan, but Chu Yan thinks that the Mashua Qilin is still stronger. Moreover, from the very beginning of the unknown Dark Palace, Mashua Qilin said that he would find the Blood Host and come back to snatch the 3 treasures of Qilin. After that, it really let it find a mode song from the Ming clan, and now Wu Tianli. Obviously, the bloodlines of the Ming clan and the Wu clan are suitable for the Ma Shua Qilin. In this way, the ink-blood unicorn, which originally had no body, can find the top arrogance among countless Wu clan warriors, and fuse it into the opponent's martial soul. No. This time, among the gods of the 10 directions, we must find a way to break through the spirit of the beast. Chu Yan thought to himself. In this foreign world, his cultivation base and strength are enough to deal with ordinary warriors, but it is still not enough to meet the strong ones of the martial emperor rank. Especially when Chu Yan is in the world of the kingdom of God, because of the existence of the heart of the realm, his combat power has doubled several times. But if he left this piece of the world of the kingdom of God, his combat power would be greatly affected. At that time, I am afraid that ordinary Emperor Wu would be able to deal with him. And the God capital of the 10 directions is just outside the world of the kingdom of God, somewhere in the outland continent. If Chu Yan wants to improve himself, he can only work hard in 2 directions, breaking through Emperor Wu and improving Wuhun. Either of these 2 breakthroughs, when the time comes, his combat power must be astonishing. The golden alchemy is almost done. After some thought, Chu Yan began to sort out his golden core and other spiritual treasures. Not to mention, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world of the kingdom of God have extremely strong spiritual powers, and the refined golden pills are also of high quality, and the effect is astonishing. Considering that the strength of the Dusty City also needs to be improved, Chu Yan increased the number of alchemy for most of the collected natural materials and earth treasures. Originally, there were 3 pills in 1 furnace, but 100 pills in 1 furnace. The golden elixirs whose effects have been dispersed are no lower than the golden elixirs brought by Chu Yan from the Haotian continent. One is because of the treasures of heaven and earth in the world of the kingdom of God, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth is stronger. At the same time, Chu Yan's alchemy has also improved a lot. For this reason, at least half of the 1,000 imperial guards, led by Sun Yuan, went to the nearby mountains to search for more elixir. At the same time, the shops in the Dusty City began to operate, which also attracted many human warriors to go to the nearby mountains, dig out the elixir, and return to the city to exchange for resources. Chu Yan provided several alchemy recipes and handed them to the alchemy hall of Luocahan, Tianzong. Thousands of golden alchemists are refining them day and night. As for Situ Yang, since Chu Yan appointed him as the master of the Spirit Artifact Hall, in charge of the spirit patterns, spirit arrays, and spirit artifacts, he has transformed into a high-ranking Raksha Soul Tianzong, not to mention how excited he is. Bringing all the Qitong people and horses, surrounding the Dusty City, constantly building various defensive spirit formations and restrictions, and at the same time strengthening the power of the 9-fold ancient formation in the town. In less than a month, the entire Dusty City was transformed by Situ Yang into an iron barrel. The defense was so strong that every human warrior who came to the Dusty City was stunned. Satisfied with this, Situ Yang set his sights on the nearby mountains again, saying that he was building a super formation that would connect hundreds of nearby mountain peaks. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Anyway, he snatched a lot of resources from Heishui City, and only he could use those spirit pattern and spirit array resources, so Chu Yan just let him toss around. After all, Chu Yan is using the Dusty City as his future foundation, and it is of course best to have more defensive power. In contrast, little white bear Dang Dang is much more well-behaved, always following behind Chu Yan, and practicing with him. This kind of peaceful time when the two of them practiced together reminded Chu Yan all of a sudden. Back then in Longmen Town, Haotian continent. Now, Little White Bear's cultivation has also reached the bottleneck of a half-step demon emperor. Moreover, no matter how many golden pills Chu Yan gave it, the effect was very weak. According to Dang Dang himself, if he wants to step into the realm of the demon emperor, he must awaken the blood of the ancient demon soul in his body. As for how to wake it up, there is no record in Little White Bear's inherited memory. Because Little White Bear and Chu Yan are both from the Haotian continent, and the shackles of the Haotian continent are the half-step martial emperor, so, in the inheritance memory of Little White Bear, only the half-step martial emperor's inheritance is cultivated. The realm of the demon emperor in the future has already exceeded the limit of the Zilua Tianxiong clan, so naturally there is no memory. So, next, Chu Yan, like Little White Bear, put his hope in the gods of the 10 directions. Day after day of practice, Chu Yan occasionally left to inspect the dusty city. One person and one bear almost never left the practice hall. 40 days passed in a flash. After a long period of practice, Chu Yan's strength has become more and more profound. Standing on the top of the 10,000 zhang snow peak, Chu Yan and the Little White Bear stood side by side, listening to the preaching of Emperor Yu Tian. One of the demon cultivators, renewing the bloodline, returning to the source of all dharmas. Emperor Yu Tian looked at the Little White Bear, with a smile on his face, and said, "My human race cultivates the supernatural powers of heaven and earth, relying on our understanding of the heaven and the earth, and using them for our own benefit." So that's the case. Chu Yan realized clearly and nodded slightly. A journey of cultivation is the way to integrate the body into the heaven and the earth. The more you practice the Tao, the closer you will be to the heaven and the earth. Opportunities and crises coexist. In the end, ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes, the direction and goal are the same. Now, Chu Yan has half a foot on the avenue, but there is no one to guide him on the road ahead, and he can only rely on himself. Now, this half-step martial emperor realm, it's not impossible to break through, it's just how to break through, what happens after breaking through, and what kind of breakthrough is the best, but you have to be more careful. Chu Yan controlled the true qi in his body, and it circulated around the sky. His eyes were like thunder, sweeping across the world, muttering. His cultivation speed has always been extremely fast. This kind of rocket-like cultivation speed is good and bad. Therefore, when he reached the real bottleneck of the avenue, Chu Yan no longer blindly pursued speed, but calmed down and began to think about accumulation. With thick accumulation and thin hair, it may make your road to the Great Road more solid. Only in this way can he remain invincible at the same level after stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu. Understood, it is the time when the gods of the 10 directions are opened. After a long time, Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Emperor Yu Tianwu, and said, "About the gods of the 10 directions, what should you know?" Hey. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Yu Tianwu grinned, with a strange look in his eyes, and said, "The gods of the 10 directions can only be entered by warriors below the emperor realm. However, there are no restrictions among the gods of the 10 directions. Everyone's strength is at the peak state, and all kinds of secret techniques and secret methods can also be used. Below the emperor rank, that's easy." Chu Yan smiled. "Boy, don't think of good things. You think that the fighters in this outer world are the same as your Haotian continent." Emperor Yu Tian's face darkened, and he reminded, there are tens of millions of races in the outer world, and among alien races like the Wu clan, there are countless geniuses and strong people, all of whom have bloodline secrets, which are by no means easy to deal with. "Oh? Really? Then I want to try." Chu Yan laughed. Hearing his own words, Emperor Yu Tian didn't expect that the kid in front of him was not only not worried, but had a confident expression on his face. "Boy, how confident are you?" Emperor Yu Tian said speechlessly with a black line on his face. #C 1737 City of God's Blood. The outer continent, which had been quiet for more than a month, was completely boiling today. All major races, those elite disciples who retreated out one after another. Because the opening of the gods of the 10 directions is definitely a great opportunity for these warriors. On the snow peak of the dust-covered city, behind Chu Yan, there are constant gatherings of human race warriors. Among them, some warriors come from the 9 supreme sects. Chu Yan, the 9 supreme sects attach great importance to the capital of the gods of the 10 directions this time. If you have any questions, you can ask me. After Emperor Yu Tian left, Lin Wanru stood beside Chu Yan, constantly explaining about the gods of the 10 directions. After hearing Lin Wanru's introduction, Chu Yan became more and more excited. This is a place full of opportunity. Of course, Lin Wanru kept warning Chu Yan about the danger, and the chance of loss was extremely high. As Lin Wanru expected, although Chu Yan did not hide his secrets and announced the news of the opening of the gods of the 10 directions to the public, many warriors in the Dusty City came, but not as many as imagined. Because it is extremely dangerous to set foot on such a predestined place, and it is easy to lose it. Therefore, many sects and forces did not send all elite disciples. Turn on the teleportation array. Chu Yan glanced behind him, and a group of warriors from all clans didn't say much. They looked directly at Situ Yang and said, "Okay." Fatty Situ, dressed in a golden robe, took big strides. In 2 steps, he walked to a teleportation altar that was covered with turtle rocks and sealed for an unknown number of years. After flipping his fingerprints, he was about to open the altar. Although the altar leading directly to the god capitals of the 10 directions has been covered with dust for countless years, it has not been damaged. Situ Yang just invested a few pieces of Emperor Crystal, and the entire teleportation altar was activated immediately. Hum. 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 The strong power of the spirit array fluctuated, causing all the warriors in the audience to open their eyes slowly. In this spiritual formation, there is a pure and rich emperor's prestige overflowing. It is obvious that it was refined and harvested by an ancient emperor of the human race. Let's go. Chu Yan yelled softly, raised his black robe lightly, and strode out, just a dodge, and then sank into the teleportation altar. Lin Wanru and Little White Bear followed closely behind, rushing into the teleportation light gate. Afterwards, a martial artist from the celebrity race disappeared into the teleportation gate with a look of anticipation and excitement on his face. For some of their powerful juniors, this is a rare opportunity. Although they were somewhat ignorant of the legends about the capital of the gods of the 10 directions, it did not affect them to venture into this so-called holy land of the human race. Among these people, the cultivation of most warriors is stuck at the bottleneck of half-step Emperor Wu. Wanli Mountains. The ancient mountains that stretched for thousands of miles, with a deep ancient atmosphere, stood quietly in front of everyone. Among the 9 towering main peaks, a breath that makes one's heart dry is constantly overflowing. On the plain around the 9 peaks, there are scorched scenes everywhere, and where the large rocks stand, you can still see blood-red rocks, which is extremely dazzling. Obviously, those blood-red mountain rocks should be dyed by the blood of the human race, with a faint bloody smell, scattered in all directions. Here is the legendary 9 Emperors mountain range. I don't know how many years have passed in the place where the human race and the witch race fought the final battle, and some traces of the fierce battle can still be seen on the surrounding land. As far as the eye can see, except for the scorched dark red land, there are some white, black, or blood-red rocks, and there is no tree or weed at all. Not a blade of grass grows. After hundreds of thousands of years, this place is still a barren land. Look. At the foot of the mountain over there, there is a city. The little white bear's purple eyes were like lightning. With a glance, he saw through layers of spiritual mist and found a city 10 miles away. It's a bit of a stretch to say it's a city. As if made of sand. A gust of spiritual mist swept by, and a lot of dust would be blown up from that dilapidated city. The dilapidation of this city can be seen from this. Not only because of the damage of the city, Chu Yan is very clear. I am afraid that the underground spiritual source of this city has been completely exhausted, otherwise, even the dusty city in the world of the kingdom of God, after millions of years, still maintains the city is complete. It is precisely because under every city, there is an underground spiritual source. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that when the wind of spirit mist blew over the ruined city, dazzling spirit patterns shone on the broken places such as the city wall. Waves of ancient and vast power burst out from these spirit lines, instantly twisting away the surrounding spirit mist. As your sight becomes clearer, you can clearly see that there are streaks of blood on those spirit patterns. As for those spirit patterns that suddenly flickered just now, it was precisely because these bloodstains were awakened that they burst out with powerful power, dispelling the lingering spirit mist around them. Spirit pattern. Blood. Breaking the city. Chu Yan, who had just passed through the teleportation light gate and arrived at the Nine Emperors mountain range, was shocked by the scene in front of him. Because, unlike other people, when those bloodstained spirit patterns erupted just now, he operated the unicorn pupil, and saw clearly that the light of those spirit patterns evolved into a figure, rushed to the sky, and disappeared in a flash. Although Tsang hurriedly dissipated without seeing it clearly, Chu Yan would not be mistaken and was sure that it was a nothingness figure. Soon, all the brilliance and aura of the dilapidated city in the distance were restrained at the same time, like a gust of wind, it came quickly and disappeared even faster. In an instant, all the visions disappeared without a trace. Even if Chu Yan urges the pupil of the unicorn, he will not see any abnormality. However, the old and heavy aura emanating from that dilapidated city went straight to the depths of the soul. Those bloodstains are said to be the blood of the gods. They have existed for endless years. No one knows who left these bloodstains and why. Lin Wanru walked to Chu Yan's side, and explained with a look of awe on his face. Protoss blood. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously released his consciousness, covering the city. The entire city is not considered tall, and the dilapidated city wall is only 100 feet high. Although the buildings in the city are also dilapidated, the main structure has been retained, and no collapse has occurred. As Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness continued to deepen, a vast aura waved again from the city wall just now. That fluctuation is extremely light. However, the moment it came into contact with Chu Yan's consciousness, it instantly melted Chu Yan's consciousness like ice and snow. Huh! What a terrifying aura! Chu Yan's face changed, and he immediately withdrew his consciousness, not daring to investigate at will. Otherwise, the feeling just now made Chu Yan clearly judge that the power of that breath can severely damage his soul with just a sweep. Chu Yan, the blood of the Protoss, cannot be detected with divine sense. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Lin Wanru's expression became anxious, and she quickly reminded her. As Lin Wanru's words sounded, including Chu Yan, and other human warriors who were preparing to investigate their spiritual sense, they were all startled. That's right. I tried it just now. This dilapidated city is not simple. It seems that there is an incomparably terrifying force. Everyone, please don't investigate at will. Chu Yan nodded and reminded him. The bloodstained city. What happened to this city? Taking big strides, walking towards the city, Chu Yan's eyes never left the eye-catching blood on the dilapidated city wall. Subconsciously, Chu Yan felt a sense of awe in his heart, and at the same time became very interested in the battle that this ancient city experienced. #C1738 Blood Soul Beast Shadow. Chu Yan led the crowd carefully along the way, and soon came to the ruined ancient city. I didn't expect that not only this city wall, but also some buildings and grounds in the city have traces of divine blood. Chu Yan stepped into the half-collapsed city gate, slowly entered the city, glanced at it, and couldn't help being stunned. Oh my God! It's been at least 1,000,000 years, but these bloodstains are like fresh blood. It's too scary. The little white bear looked at the traces of divine blood around him and said in surprise. Everyone, be careful, don't touch these divine blood, and don't use your divine sense. Let's go into the city, be careful. After a reminder, Chu Yan and his party passed through the city gate and entered the city directly. The city was dilapidated and there were ruins everywhere, but when they actually set foot on the streets in the city, everyone felt a creepy aura sweeping over them. Emperor's breath. Chu Yan said in a low voice, his face darkened. These emperor breaths are far more than 100 times stronger than the power of ordinary Emperor Wu, and I am afraid that they are at least left by a strong man above the rank of Holy Emperor. Endless years, even the blood of the Holy Emperor, contains a trace of death. Chu Yan thought to himself. I'm afraid this city is extremely difficult. As soon as the words fell, Lin Wanru, who was following Chu Yan, said, this ancient city is only a small city connecting the capitals of the gods of the 10 directions. Furthermore, it is said that there are some powerful monsters cultivating here with the help of the Emperor's breath, and some hidden old monsters, which are extremely terrifying. If they are not careful, if they are alarmed, even Emperor Wu, they will be wiped out. When Lin Wanru spoke, she lowered her voice, as if she was really afraid of alarming someone. Oh. There are other things like this. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and then dispersed his consciousness, keeping within 10 steps, his face tightened slightly. This dilapidated ancient city gave him an extremely unsafe feeling. Although there was no death alarm in his heart, Chu Yan was still cautious. Everyone was tensed by the atmosphere in the dilapidated city, and they all followed Chu Yan, not daring to make mistakes at will. Crash! After walking less than 10,000 steps, a wide and long river suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the road ahead. The river inside the moat. Chu Yan was taken aback. Unexpectedly, this seemingly dilapidated city was actually divided into an inner city and an inner city, separated by a large river nearly 100 feet wide. Above the river, an equally dilapidated stone bridge traversed, connecting the two banks of the river, leading to the depths of the inner city. The color of the river water is dark and red, and it also exudes a trace of Emperor's aura. If you sense it carefully, you can clearly sense that there is an aura of the majesty of the Emperor on the river surface. How much divine blood is in this river? The breath is 10 times stronger than before. Chu Yan looked at the dark red river in amazement and murmured. Lin Wanru's face turned pale, she nodded, and said, this small city is almost full of divine blood. I'm afraid this city has undergone some changes after so many years. Change? What change? Chu Yan was stunned and asked. Not only Chu Yan, but also the martial artists of all clans who followed behind them all looked shocked. Looking at the dark red river, everyone felt extremely uneasy. However, before Lin Wanru could answer, the river in front of him suddenly erupted. Boom, boom. Nearly 10 huge dark red water jets shot out of the dark red river that soared into the sky, and exploded in mid-air, throwing a rain of blood all over the sky. Those raindrops were scattered in the air, but they didn't fall. Instead, they flew in the air with the wind, evolved continuously, combined into various visions, and appeared. Roar! Roar! A huge golden steel ape with a triangular head and dark golden eyes, with its arms smashing its chest, raised its head to the sky and let out roars. Chirp! A bird cry resounded through the heaven and earth, and the bloody three-legged crow soared all over the sky, flying in the bloody storm. Three-legged blood crow. Chu Yan glanced at it, and his expression changed immediately. The three-legged golden crow is an ancient mythical beast, and the one in front of him, covered in blood, is not considered a golden crow, but it obviously has a great relationship with it. The appearance of this subdivine beast surprised Chu Yan, but the appearance of the next beast shadow directly made Chu Yan's expression change greatly. Hurrah! Auspicious clouds of 5 colors shuttled back and forth, and a unicorn with a dark blue body, soaring through the clouds and riding the fog, with a dewy mouth and arrows, as soon as it appeared, it rushed straight towards the sky. This is the water unicorn. Chu Yan almost lost his voice, watching the cyan figure of the water unicorn soaring into the sky. The sea of consciousness trembled in shock. If the three-legged blood crow just now is just a subsacred beast, then the water unicorn in front of him is an authentic unicorn, a unicorn belonging to the Qilin family. As the head of the celestial spirit beasts, the unicorns are divided into fire unicorns, earth unicorns, water unicorns, and the relatively rare jade unicorns and ink unicorns according to the attributes of the 5 elements. Although these unicorns with different attributes have some differences in appearance, they are all the blood of real beasts. It seems that the blood in this river is really the blood of the Protoss. Chu Yan thought to himself. However, when Chu Yan operated the unicorn pupils to peek into the origin of the visions transformed by the blood river, a powerful wave of aura that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly surged out of the river and rushed towards Chu Yan. As the terrifying breath rushed past, Chu Yan's body trembled, and a huge picture appeared in front of his eyes. In the picture, powerful warriors, holding various heaven and earth spirit treasures, rushed towards the blood river in front of them, as if they wanted the blood of the god race in the blood river. Even a single drop of the blood essence of the gods is of great benefit to the cultivation of warriors. However, as soon as the strong men in the picture approached the dark red blood river, the blood river evolved into thousands of visions just like before. All kinds of visions came from the bloody wind, and the nearly 100-foot-tall Vajra giant ape smashed a martial emperor with just one punch, causing his body to explode. It seems to be bounded by that river bank. As long as anyone steps on the river bank, the vision will attack. The mighty martial emperors in the picture, with their own strength, tried to rush to the river bank again and again, but were obliterated by various visions one after another. After seeing all the strong men, they were so shocked that they didn't dare to approach the river bank anymore, and those visions were suspended in the sky and the earth, swimming in the bloody wind that filled the sky. In such a dilapidated ancient city, there is actually a vision transformed by the emperor's blood, which can kill Emperor Wu with a single hand. Under such circumstances, this ancient city has become the most mysterious relic in the Outland world. Later, after investigation by countless warriors, a shocking secret was finally revealed. That is, this dilapidated small city can lead to the god capital of the 10 directions. The capital of the gods of the 10 directions, according to legend, the city where the gods lived before ancient times, after the disappearance of the gods, was completely sealed by the power of heaven and earth from the 10 directions star field, and fell into a deep sleep. This is the place that must pass through to the gods of the 10 directions. Chu Yan nodded slightly, his heart moved slightly. That's right. That dilapidated stone bridge is the only entrance to the god capital of the 10 directions. Lin Wanru nodded and said solemnly. #C1739 Goddess. The stone bridge is dilapidated, pieces of blue and ancient stone bricks are full of cracks, and are washed by the blood river under the bridge from time to time, making those broken blue bricks flash a gleam of jade quality. One end of the bridge was right under Chu Yan's feet, while the other end was thick with spiritual mist, making it impossible to see the situation behind it clearly. On the entire stone bridge, a faint force of heaven and earth circulated in all directions. Right now, the entrance hasn't been opened yet. Lin Wanru glanced at the thick face on the other side of the bridge, and said. Then we can only wait. Chu Yan nodded, then greeted everyone, and then retreated to the outer city. On both sides of the outer city streets that I just walked through, there are dilapidated buildings. Only some buildings support them, as if a gust of wind blows, these buildings can be blown down directly. However, this is not the case. Even after millions of years, these dilapidated buildings still stand and are safe and sound. Using the pupil of the unicorn, with a glance, Chu Yan can clearly see that there are very small traces of divine blood on the surface of those broken buildings. Therefore, these wooden buildings stained with divine blood are no longer ordinary wood. No one, including Chu Yan, dared to enter these buildings stained with divine blood. If you are not careful and arouse some strange existences in this city, it will cause big trouble. After all, in the picture just now, even the mighty Emperor Wu was obliterated by the vision in this ruined city. This city is extremely evil. This time, the number of human warriors who followed Chu Yan reached nearly 1,000. Although most people's cultivation bases are at the quasi-emperor level, there are also some strong martial emperors, and even a small number of martial masters. No matter how low the cultivation base is, there are very few. Because all the gods of the 10 directions are Jedi, and those with low cultivation and strength are very easy to lose. The dilapidated town was small in size. Chu Yan led the crowd and randomly chose a street corner as a temporary place to wait. When they had just settled down and everyone sat cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing, the second wave of people had already appeared above the sky. It was Chu Yan's old acquaintance, the bone race, who followed Chu Yan and the others to the small town. A large group of bone staffs were in hand, followed by skeletons, and the bone race people in bone armor landed outside the small city, and soon entered the outer city. On the main street, the person walking in front of the bone race clansman was Lu Yuansheng. Compared with a few months ago, Lu Wusheng's strength at this time has improved a lot during the battle at the Tower of Swallowing Tower. It seems that these races have spent a lot of effort preparing to enter the god capital of the 10 directions. Chu Yan found Gu Yuansheng, and of course, Gu Yuansheng also found Chu Yan, with a pair of pupils with pale will-o'-the-wisps. The moment he saw Chu Yan, Lu Yuansheng froze on the spot. You're not dead. Lu Yuansheng was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Snort. Chu Yan glanced at Shu Yuansheng, didn't bother to talk to him, just snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the weirdness of this small town, Chu Yan might have to settle accounts with Lu Yuansheng in Tunchen Tower. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't pay attention to him, Lu Yuansheng also quickly reacted. His face became extremely ugly. He took the bone race warriors, avoided Chu Yan and the others, found a place, and waited. Obviously, they are more aware of the weirdness of this small town than Chu Yan, and it should not be the first time they have come here. In the next hour, there was no rest in the sky, and warriors of various races kept rushing to the small town. People of all races, after entering the small town, were surprisingly quiet. Even if some hostile races met, they all chose to deal with it calmly. All races were in awe of this dilapidated small town, and no one dared to make trouble here. Even in the small town, there are very few people who speak loudly. I'm afraid this ruined city is a bit strange. Chu Yan did not practice breath adjustment, but came to the Blood River stone bridge again and watched intently. The stone bridge is like a forbidden place. Even in this small town. A large number of people of all ethnic groups have gathered, but almost no one approached the stone bridge. But at this time, in front of the stone bridge, only Chu Yan and Lin Wanru stood quietly. There is also an old acquaintance, it is Iron Gun Ho. This Marquis of the Iron Spear is extremely famous among the warriors of the younger generation of the human race. Like Chu Yan, there are as many as 500 human warriors who came to the small town with him. The gazes of several people were all fixed on the Blood River stone bridge in front of them, and no one spoke. On the Blood River, there is still a scene of bloody wind and surging river waves. The blood energy soaring into the sky brought a large amount of imperial breath and swept across half of the city. In the void, monsters of various visions, and a small number of divine beasts, soared and wandered, shuttling through the bloody wind that filled the sky. 100 steps away along the river bank, there are mysterious spirit patterns circulating one after another. Those spirit patterns float in the void, like a space boundary wall, completely isolating the space between the Blood River and the small town. As long as the vision above the Blood River void collides with the spirit pattern boundary wall here, it will be directly blocked. With the collapse of the vision, it turned into a rain of blood, returning to the river of blood, slowly congealing, and repeating itself. The strange thing is that there are tens of thousands of visions on the Blood River, and very few of them hit the boundary wall of the spirit pattern. Obviously, as long as no one actively provokes these visions, they will not take the initiative to attack. The other side of the stone bridge is where the gods of the 10 directions are located. Lin Wanru kept staring at the dense fog opposite, saw many Blood River visions, rushed into the thick fog and disappeared, and couldn't help muttering. Could it be that there is something in the thick fog that attracts these Blood River visions? These spirit pattern boundary walls only block this side of the river bank, while the opposite river bank seems to have no obstruction. Chu Yan said. It is said that the appearance of the Blood River vision is a sign that the channel of the gods of the 10 directions will be opened. Tai Changho said. And those Blood River visions seem to want to enter the gods of the 10 directions. Enter the god capital of the 10 directions. Chu Yan was stunned, his face full of astonishment. Looking at the densely covered spirit patterns on the stone bridge in front of him, what's the secret of the gods of the 10 directions who are obviously isolated by the power of heaven and earth? According to the legend, the gods of the 10 directions are the places where the gods lived, and there is a place with a god. Lin Wanru explained. That's the most mysterious place on the entire Outland continent. As Tai Changho said, his eyes were full of sparkle, and he looked at the other side with a look of expectation on his face. The gods of the 10 directions are opened once every 10,000 years, but the secrets within have never been fully explored. Some people even said that a Protoss cemetery was found in it. The land of the divine veins. Chu Yan's heart trembled. That's right. It's the land of divine veins. A pleasant sound suddenly sounded, causing Chu Yan and the others to look back. The person walking behind is the saint of the Tian tribe, wearing a colorful feather robe, walking like a fairy from the dust. On her body, there was an extremely pure aura, scattered and elegant, as if it was sacred and inviolable. Behind her, one on the left and one on the right, followed a man and a woman, also members of the celestial NV tribe. The man was handsome and graceful, and the women were all as beautiful as celestial beings, with extraordinary temperament, just like the celestial men and jade women descended from the 9 heavens. The appearance of the saintesses of the heavenly NV clan moved both Tai Changho and Chu Yan. The posture of a goddess is unparalleled in the world. #C1740 God Realm. Colorful feather coats flutter in the wind, and dance in the wind as the goddess walks. That delicate and gorgeous face is like a gift from God, unique in the world, although it is only a glimpse, it makes people's heart beat. What a beautiful sister. Little White Bear's eyes were shining, and his face was like a little star. You. Chu Yan looked at the little White Bear, and was speechless for a moment. This little White Bear is a female bear, and she would show such an expression to the goddess. It is said that when the gods disappeared, the gods in the capital of the 10 directions were not damaged, and there are even some ancient relics of the gods. The goddess moved lightly with lotus steps, and with each step, a phantom of a feather and phoenix would appear, turning into a stream of light and dissipating under her jade feet. She didn't have much reaction to the fiery gazes of several people, and her complexion remained calm. In the rumors, the gods seemed to know that the catastrophe is coming, so they used miracles in advance to hide something in the gods of the 10 directions. Some people even said that if there are living gods on this continent, it's in the god capitals of the 10 directions. What? Chu Yan's face changed. A living Protoss. Hey, isn't it said that there are no Protoss in this world? Little White Bear asked, curiously. That's right. For at least 1,000,000 years, no Protoss has ever appeared on the mainland of Outland, but if there is a Protoss hiding in the gods of the 10 directions, avoiding that catastrophe, and being separated by the stone bridge, it's not a bad idea. You know. The goddess said lightly. In the legend, the only Protoss who can reach the peak limit of martial arts, if someone is really alive, then the result. Chu Yan raised his head and looked across the river bank, his face full of sighs. Protoss supremacy. If a Protoss is really born, who can be the enemy in this continent? Hehe, those are all rumors, don't believe them all. Tai Changhe laughed lightly, shook his head, and said, even if there really are Protoss in this god capital of the 10 directions, with the existence of this stone bridge spirit pattern, they can't get out. Come. My goal is to find the opportunity to break through the realm of the martial emperor, nothing else is important. Break through Emperor Wu. Chu Yan and the others heard what Tai Changhe said, and looked sideways at the same time. Good. Like Marquis Tai Chang, they risked loss and came to the god capital of the 10 directions. Didn't they also look for a chance to break through Emperor Wu? Emperor Wu's breakthrough did not depend on his cultivation or his martial spirit, but all depended on a little chance in the dark. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck of Emperor Wu is the most mysterious hurdle in the journey of Emperor Wu's cultivation, and it all depends on a little chance. Therefore, in the Outland continent, there are warriors at the martial emperor realm and quasi-emperor realm, but there are very few warriors at the martial emperor realm. You're right. The goddess raised her gaze, nodded, looked at the thick fog on the other side, and said, everything is the number of days, I can only wait as long as I can. While several people were discussing, another person came from behind. It was Bone Race Lu Yuanshang. At this time, he had restrained his bone armor, and was wearing a snow-colored robe, which matched his pale face, without a trace of blood. The whole person looks like a sinister wind, this kind of evil spirit, the place where it passes, makes people feel frightened. As the most famous genius of the bone race, Lu Yuanshang has a withdrawn personality and rarely communicates with others. I don't know this time, is it because of Chu Yan's relationship, or because he was worried about this trip to the gods of the 10 directions, and like Chu Yan and the others, he walked to the stone bridge and stopped to stare. Like the demigods, the celestials have a relationship with the human race in their blood, but the bone race is different. Although they look very similar to the human race, they have nothing to do with the human race, and even speaking, they are the deadly enemies of the human race. Because the bone race refines in puppet, the favorite material is the corpse of the human race. Lu Yuanshang did not get close to Chu Yan and the others, but stood alone from a distance, looking back and forth between the blood river and the thick fog on the opposite bank, his face extremely dignified. No one spoke anymore, everyone looked at the vision in front of them, remained silent, and there was an oppressive atmosphere. Scattered quietly. Those blood river visions still continued to collide with the spirit pattern boundary wall, roaming all over the sky, and occasionally some, by accident, flowed through the bridge hole under the stone bridge, and appeared on the other side of the stone bridge, and disappeared in the thick fog in an instant among. Whether this river of blood, or the stone bridge, contains an extremely mysterious law of heaven and earth, which makes people involuntarily immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. However, no one can rely on these to comprehend and practice, but they are affected by it. These stone bridge spirit patterns have blocked the blood river vision. Is its power stronger than the power of divine blood? Chu Yan looked at the scene in front of him, pondering for a long time in his heart. These Protoss, are they really the existences that ruled the entire 10-direction starfield in ancient times? According to the legend, the cultivation base of the god realm above the emperor realm really exists. But why, the god clansman whose cultivation base can reach the god realm suddenly disappears? What shocking secret is hidden in this star field of 10 directions? Call. Exhaling a long breath, Chu Yan looked at the thick fog on the other side, sighing in his heart. This vast star field is boundless, who is in charge of all this? Like Chu Yan, Tian and others were also affected by the vision in front of them, immersed in it, thinking about each other. As if they could not feel the passage of time, everyone stood quietly, without making a sound. However, suddenly, in the thick fog on the opposite bank, an incomparably mighty force suddenly surged out. This breath of terrifying power swept across the entire ancient city in an instant, and the power of heaven and earth in the void seemed to be ordered to gather continuously. The mighty power of the heaven and earth is far beyond anyone's imagination, as if the heaven and the earth have collapsed, the avenues have been destroyed, and they want to kill all living beings in this world. Boom, boom. Compared to the astonishment of Chu Yan and others, the blood river in front of them let out a roar, picked up the blood wave that shot up into the sky, and rushed towards the place where the breath came out. This blood river is actually fighting against Tianwei. Boom. 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 Two terrifying forces collided continuously in the thick fog of the void. The entire sky and the ground trembled, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The breath of fear spread out, causing everyone's sea of consciousness to tremble. One is tight. In an instant, everyone had an illusion, as if a natural disaster was about to fall, and the end had come. What a powerful Tianwei! Chu Yan slowly raised his head, looking at the void in the thick fog on the other side, sensing the collision of the two terrifying forces. Shiwei Tianlang, facing the power of heaven, is obviously weak, as if he will be crushed and annihilated at any time. However, Chu Yan, who was standing in front of the blood river, suddenly felt like the blood in his body was boiling, and even with the roar of the blood river, it rushed around in the body, echoing the roar of the blood river. Hum. 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 On the stone bridge, the spirit pattern radiates brilliantly, containing the profound meaning of the earth, and suppresses it towards the blood river. Pung. However, without waiting for the light of the spirit pattern to approach, the blood river was completely violent, and the huge waves picked up almost covered the sky and the sun, and directly scattered the light of the spirit pattern. With the dissipation of the Jiuxiao spirit pattern, the huge wave of the blood river evolved crazily, turning into a mountain-like figure. This is a humanoid figure, holding a blood sword, pointing at the sky, and behind him are clusters of blood blooming, but it has evolved into the shadow of 10,000 beasts. These animal shadows include giant beasts with magnificent scales, and heavenly dragons with 2 horns, and even the familiar dragon shadows and unicorn shapes that Chu Yan is familiar with. Accompanied by the phoenix Tianxiang, they hover around the mountain-like figure. Boom! The blood sword slashed down, and the sharp blood-colored sword light cut towards the void of the sky and the earth. On this sword, there is a tendency to cut the sky and destroy the earth. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1741 Protoss Power. Without waiting for Chu Yan and the others to react, the figure above the blood river slashed down with his sword again. Call out. This sword is as solid as a line, like a flash of red light, flashing through the void, followed by a vast sword light, all rushing against the sky. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the might of the sky is violent, with the power of the spirit pattern and the power of the heavenly way, they all merged and turned into a divine light. This divine light flashed and thundered, and electric snakes flowed across the sky, like a thunderbolt from the sky, falling hard, blasting the 2 sword lights to pieces. The world is vast, and the road is full of everything. It was like a collision between the power of man and the power of heaven and earth, blasting the sky full of blood and power grid. This is going against the sky. Chu Yan's mind was shaken, and his eyes trembled slightly. At the same time, the shock and doubt in my heart kept rising. Why does this river of blood, which has gathered countless divine blood, compete with the power of heaven that seals the capital of the gods of the 10 directions? Moreover, the attack of the figure of the blood river is to split the thick fog and the world, and open a road to the god capital of the 10 directions for the vision of the blood river. However, isn't the capital of the gods of the 10 directions the city where the gods live? What happened to the god race catastrophe in ancient times? Phew, the gods of the 10 directions are about to open. Lu Yuanshang finally opened his mouth, looked at the thick fog across the river bank, and said softly. Hearing his voice, Chu Yan and the others were stunned for a moment, and they all looked at the thick fog on the other side, and it turned out that the fog was getting thinner. Look! The entrance to the gods of the 10 directions is about to open. It's time. You can go in. Quick! Everyone get ready. The entire ancient city instantly became boiling, and countless cries of surprise sounded, and all the warriors of all races who were cultivating woke up and gathered in front of the stone bridge. Everyone's eyes became blazing hot. Looking at the undissipated Tianwei and bloody sword light in the sky, they suddenly trembled. The power of this heavenly power is vast and powerful, shocking the soul. The secrets of the gods in the 10 directions, the secrets of the gods, will be revealed to everyone. Could it be that there really is a land of divine veins, and even living gods exist here? Although no secrets have been detected for thousands of years, it is impossible to stop every martial artist from entering it crazily. At this time, above the Blood River, the mountain-like figure of the Blood River finally stopped attacking, stood with a sword in his hand, and looked in the direction of the capital of gods in all directions. Behind him, thousands of blood-colored animal shadows roared in unison, and there seemed to be endless unwillingness in the roars. Finally, the mountain-like figure of Blood River struck again, slashing towards the sky frantically with one sword after another. But above the sky, the power of the heaven and the earth does not dissipate, but it becomes more and more solidified, and the power of the spirit pattern and the power of the heaven and the earth gathers more and more. The falling thunderbolts collided with the blood sword continuously, as if a world-class battle, masters were fighting against each other. He didn't know how many swords the Blood River figure had slashed, let alone how many thunderbolts of heaven's punishment fell from Tianwei. After a period of time, the power of Tianwei above the sky finally began to weaken. With the weakening of Tianwei, the power of breath suppressing everyone's soul is also slowly disappearing. At this time, Chu Yan's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Unlike other people, the blood in Chu Yan's body would boil every time the Blood River figure slashed with his sword. This is the power of the Protoss. Chu Yan was stunned. This figure in the river of blood is smashing the sky with his sword, what an imposing manner, as if he wants to chop off the sun, moon and stars, and the sky with his sword. But that day's power is extremely terrifying, as if it can destroy the entire mortal world. If it wasn't for the Blood River human shadow, the 10,000 blood-colored animal shadows that continuously injected blood light into the human shadow's body, he might not be able to persist under Tianwei's penalty thunder. Could it be, those Blood River beast shadows are his martial soul? Chu Yan's heart trembled, and the sea of consciousness flashed. Roar! 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 The beast shadows all over the sky kept roaring and roaring, and the blood light was like a bloody cloud wave. While supporting the Blood River figure, they also spat blood light from their mouths, attacking Tianwei on the sky. Countless blood-colored beast shadows, attacking round after round, merged together, not weaker than the sword light cut by the Blood River figure. After several rounds of confrontation, the side of the Blood River figure started to gain the upper hand. 100,000 fighting spirits can break the sky. Chu Yan, who was completely shocked by the scene in front of him, his eyes were like blood, and he roared in his heart. Up to now, Chu Yan has begun to doubt how much blood of the Protoss is in this endless river of blood. Not only can it be immortal for millions of years, but it can also evolve some powerful visions to compete with Tianwei and even suppress it. It is impossible for Chu Yan, who is constantly pondering, to have any answer. It's just that now, he somehow feels that he is one step closer to the world. Strength. Improve your strength. One day, I can do it too. Chu Yan roared in his heart. The strength of the god race, Emperor Yuanwu, even said that Emperor Wu is not as good as an ant in front of the gods, it is simply insignificant. If you really want to hold the stars in your hands and set foot on the 10-direction star field, you must reach the supreme divine state, just like the Blood River figure in front of you. The time of this battle is beyond the expectations of Chu Yan and everyone else. The two sides fought for nearly 3 hours before Tianwei weakened to the point where he could not fight. But now, with the dissipation of Tianwei, the entire void covering the ancient city, like a big curtain, is slowly being opened. The river of blood hits the sky, and the gods of the 10 directions are about to be opened. Powerful men from all races, all with fire-like eyes, looked excitedly at the vision in the sky. Behind them, the warriors of all races became even more excited, all looking impatient. Tianfu, Tiqianghu, Chu Yan, and other strong men on the human side also stared closely at the void of the sky in the ancient city. They all already understood that when the curtain of the sky falls completely, it will be the time when the gods of the 10 directions will be fully opened. Another 3 hours passed, and the sky fell. At this time, above the blood river, the figure of the blood river was like a mountain. The entire blood body had faded, and it was obviously exhausted. However, when the curtain of sky fell to the ground, he still raised the blood sword in his hand and stabbed fiercely. Stab it! A cracking sound resounded through the heaven and earth, and above the sky, a crack in the blade appeared. Moreover, as the blood sword fell slowly, the crack in the sky continued to extend, as if a gap was opening. At this moment, everyone's hearts were raised in the eyes of the noise, the whole body was tense, and the heart was beating wildly. Stab it! Hum! 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 With another cracking sound, the entire sky was completely cut through, and endless power rushed out from the crack, completely distorting and deforming the world. The power rushing out of the crack seemed to be another kind of power from heaven. This is the way of heaven there again. Could it be the way of heaven in the kingdom of God? Chu Yan is different from other people. He is a warrior who already owns the kingdom of God, so he naturally knows that this power is obviously the power of the kingdom of God. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL. #C1742 Blood Martial Soul. However, Chu Yan is just a warrior who has integrated half of the kingdom of God. Strictly speaking, he is not even considered to have the kingdom of God. But now, that terrifying force is very likely to be the mighty power of the divine kingdom and the heavenly power that overflows from a certain divine realm and powerful divine kingdom world. Between the two, there is a gap between heaven and earth. If, seeing this astonishing sight in front of him, Chu Yan will look forward to his half of the world of the kingdom of God. In the world of the kingdom of God, it seems that there are equal ranks. Finally, the sky was completely torn apart, and the sound of tearing silk gradually subsided. At this moment, above the sky, a thick black crack runs through the sky and the earth, like a line of sky, connecting the sky and the earth. And in the crack, a powerful aura rushed out like the tide of the sea, completely dispersing the void above the entire ancient city, forming an independent space world. In less than 3 hours, the entire vision of the crack had completely stabilized. The gods of the 10 directions opened. An exclamation resounded through the crowd. Hearing the exclamation, everyone's eyes showed a blazing heat, like a flame spewing out. However, no one acted rashly, they all suppressed the excitement in their hearts and waited patiently. Huh! These people seem to know more about Xuanhuan than I do. Chu Yan glanced across the crowd and gasped softly. Roar! 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 Before Chu Yan could react, the river of blood in front of him boiled again. The endless blood waves picked up the monstrous waves, and a large piece of blood-colored beast shadow evolved. When stepping into the void, the blood in the whole body frantically condensed. Following the huge blood-colored waves, they fell from the sky and returned to the blood river. At this time, there were tens of thousands of phantoms of blood beasts densely packed in the sky. Among them, there are sub-sacred beasts that Chu Yan is familiar with, as well as real sacred beasts. Behind the blood shadows of these sacred beasts, tens of thousands of powerful ordinary beast shadows are closely arranged, like an army waiting for battle. The mighty army of blood beasts all raised their scarlet blood eyes, and stared straight at the huge crack in the sky. The eyes of the beasts were full of madness and determination. The aura of tens of thousands of blood beasts, united into one piece, seized the vast might of beasts and earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. No one doubts how powerful these blood beasts are. Even if any of them turn around and attack them, warriors of various races who are waiting to enter the god capital of the 10 directions, no one can stop them. Above the sky, there are tens of thousands of blood beasts on the battlefield, and their bodies are filled with violent monsters. This scene made everyone's hearts palpitate, their souls trembled, and their scalps were numb. That's right. These are martial souls. Powerful martial souls. With the pupils of the unicorn running in both eyes, Chu Yan swept across every blood soul beast shadow in the sky. His heart was full of agitation. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Chu Yan became more and more excited, especially when he saw the cyan unicorn standing in the front. Chu Yan didn't dare to imagine why so many powerful martial spirits could arise in this river of blood in front of him, and there were even divine beasts. That is to say, it is not the first time that my 5 gods and beasts have appeared in this foreign world. At least, among the extremely mysterious gods, there have been gods and beasts. However, Chu Yan clearly remembered that in the depths of the ancient magic path, in the tower connecting to the sky, there was a ladder leading to the heaven. That time, I gave up. So, is the place where these Protoss are located and where the heavens are located, the same place? Chu Yan didn't know, but the doubts in his heart did not disappear. The answers to all these may be answered in the gods of the 10 directions. The most important thing is that the cyan water unicorn martial spirit that appeared in the blood river is not an ordinary martial spirit, but a war spirit. On this point, Chu Yan, who possesses the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, will never be wrong. Then, a sky-high surprise exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and even made him clench his fists and trembled slightly. Even if he swallowed the war soul pill, his 5 spirit beast spirits could not be transformed into war spirits. It seemed that if he wanted to advance the spirit beast spirits to become war spirits, all the gods in the 10 directions among them, there must be important clues, even treasures. Thoughts fly, lightning sparks. While Chu Yan was thinking, the aura of tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows in the sky had risen to the extreme. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roar of the beast, the water unicorn battle soul in front of all the blood soul beast shadows roared, and turned into a blood-colored rainbow light, rushing out towards the crack above the sky. Roar. 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 The behavior of the water unicorn war spirit was like a charging horn. Tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows roared and roared together, turning into a wave of blood, following behind it, sweeping away towards the crack in the sky. But at this time, on the surface of the blood river, the blood-colored figure that was originally like a mountain was reduced by more than 10 times due to the huge consumption. Standing upright, looking at everything in the sky. His eyes were so bloody and filled with endless power, as if he wanted to pierce the world with his eyes. His robe flutters in the wind, like a banner flying against the sky. Even if it is death, it will not change, the determination to fight the sky and the earth. His long sword was suspended in front of him, with a faint blood-colored sword light lingering around his body, with sword energy flying in all directions. However, at this time, he had obviously used up the power of his own blood shadow, so he could only stand there quietly, staring closely at the scene of the 10,000 blood souls hitting the sky in the sky. This. Chu Yan looked at the breathtaking scene in the sky with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that these 10,000 blood souls also want to enter the god capital of the 10 directions? The body melts into the river of blood, without body and soul, relying only on the power bred and accumulated in the river of blood for countless years, guided by a single obsession, and wants to attack the world. Who are these martial spirits that have been lost for an unknown number of years, and that strong man? How could there be such a strong obsession? Even if the body is damaged and the soul is destroyed, he still has to rely on a wisp of martial arts will that has not dissipated to complete the unfinished business. This caused Chu Yan's soul to be shocked again. In the dark, Chu Yan already felt that the figure floating on the blood river was very likely to be a strong man from the Protoss. Roar! 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 Roaring all over the sky, the beast souls are like a tide, as if the battle of the ancients is reappearing in front of your eyes. Tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows, not afraid of heaven and earth, life and death, frantically rushed to the crack in the sky. Chu Yan aroused his spiritual consciousness, wanting to follow those blood souls into the cracks and get a glimpse of what's going on. However, before Chu Yan's consciousness rushed to the sky, he was smashed to pieces by the power of heaven that enveloped the entire ancient city. Thousands of beasts are like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the void crack in the sky, without any pause, directly charged to the crack in the sky, and launched a desperate charge. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1743 Canopy Fisher. However, before they even got close to the cracks in the sky, large pieces of light from the spirit patterns, like giant hands of magic, protruded from the cracks in the sky, sweeping towards the blood soul beast shadows. The light of the palm swept across, and a large group of blood soul beast shadows were blown up and exploded, turning into blood rain all over the sky. The blood soul beast shadows that rushed to the front all collapsed, and none of them survived. The light that suddenly flashed from the cracks in the sky was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy the world with a single hand. However, the collapse of the beast shadows in front did not cause any impact, and the other blood soul beast shadows that followed were still madly rushing towards the crack in the sky. The light of the divine hand kept flashing, like a brush, sweeping away the large blood shadows in the sky. Every time a batch of blood shadow beast souls are annihilated, more beast shadows rush up, rushing forward and following, seemingly endless. However, above the sky, the scattered blood energy almost filled the entire sky, which still proved that a large number of blood soul beast shadows were being lost. The blood was all over the sky, one after another, and soon returned to the blood river. In less than 100 breaths, a thick layer of blood energy rose above the surface of the blood river, floating on the surface of the river, and lingered for a long time. This kind of battle is almost completely unequal. Under the sweep of the divine light of heaven, the blood soul beast shadow has no power to resist, and is quickly slaughtered. Half an hour passed, and more than half of the original tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows were lost. On the blood river, all the warriors of the race looked at the scene in front of them with dull faces, deeply shocked. Hiss! Including Chu Yan, many people gasped and frowned. After all, as a human warrior, it is unavoidable for him to be annihilated by the light of heaven as a large piece of martial soul. Among the shadows of blood soul beasts in the sky, none of the martial souls were lower than 9 stars, and they were even much stronger than the natal martial souls of some human warriors watching the battle. The gods of the 10 directions. What is it that makes these martial spirits so crazy? Chu Yan thought to himself. With a sweep of his eyes, he looked at the blood river, and could clearly see that under the river surface, mysterious spirit lines rose continuously from the bottom of the river. In the river of blood. Full of blood, merged into the river of blood. The breath of the blood river changed from weak to strong, and from strong to weak, and it always maintained a balance with the number of blood soul beast shadows in the sky. It seems that blood river will evolve those blood martial souls again. Chu Yan secretly said. The spiritual consciousness flickered in the sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan seemed to understand why when they first arrived at this ancient city, when they walked to the river, a huge painting appeared, showing them the power and restraint of the blood river. Obviously, whether it is the figure in the blood river or the blood martial soul, it must have some relationship with their human race. That's why the warning was given in advance, to prevent human warriors from crossing the blood river restricted area. And Xuanhuan's move is also to preserve his strength, and to deal with the cracks in the sky that are now appearing. Only in this way can it be guaranteed that Blood River will use all its strength to deal with the enemy, not the human race. No matter what, the purpose of the Blood River must be to hit the rift in the sky, so that the blood martial soul can have a chance to enter that rift and enter the god capital of the 10 directions. Among them, there must be some secrets that Chu Yan doesn't know. What is it that makes tens of thousands of high-level blood martial souls break into the gods of the 10 directions even if their spirits are scattered? Where did the spirit pattern in the blood river come from, and who arranged it? Chu Yan looked at the spirit patterns shining with strange light in the blood river, and his heart was full of doubts. At this time, like Chu Yan, many human warriors turned their gazes to the blood river, and many of them stared at the blood river spirit patterns with greedy eyes. No need to guess, these spirit lines may be related to the gods, or even the secret of the gods. This blood river is a supreme treasure in itself. Tai Changho said. That's right. This blood river should be a sacred treasure refined by the gods. Tianni nodded. His face was serious. They, the descendants of the outer world, are looking for all opportunities to make it possible for them to break through the realm of Emperor Wu. Therefore, for thousands of years, while they have cultivated and improved their strength, they have also made some secrets about the entire outer continent. Detailed investigation and understanding. Everyone yearns for the honor of Emperor Wu. Even, some crazy arrogances even have a faint ambition in their hearts to change their fate against the sky and touch the legendary divine realm. No matter what everyone thought, the battle in the air was going on without any suspense. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows all collapsed. At this time, the light of the spirit pattern in the blood river also rose to the extreme, swallowing a large amount of blood energy diffused in the sky, and reintroduced it into the blood river. Thousands of souls are destroyed, and the entrance to the gods of the 10 directions has been completed. If you don't enter now, when will you wait? A bell-like voice echoed from the ancient city to the entire audience, but it was a boss of a certain race who spoke out to remind him. Quick! Get in! Immediately, Marquis Tai Chong, Lu Yuanshang and other descendants of various clans rushed up one after another, and shot towards the crack in the sky. Swish! 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 Countless people and figures rose from the ground and flew past towards the other side of the stone bridge. Stepping on the stone bridge deck, wherever you pass, those complex spirit patterns on the bridge surface are all extinguished, without the slightest intention to stop them. Remember, the cracks in the sky of the gods of the 10 directions can only exist for a full 100 days. If you don't return in time within this time, then those trapped in it will have to wait another 10,000 years before they can be released. Return. The bosses of some races kept reminding the disciples of their race who rushed across the stone bridge. Hearing the reminder from the seniors of the clan, the warriors of the younger generations of all clans kept it in their hearts and did not dare to be careless. However, before starting from the clan, they were fully prepared. Not only did the big bosses in the clan teach all aspects of the gods of the 10 directions, but they also prepared a lot of resources for the younger generations of warriors of the clan. The shadows of people flew like a crowd, and everyone rushed across the stone bridge and squeezed towards the crack in the sky in the distance. The crack in the curtain of that day, like a thread, connected the sky and the earth. It looked huge, as if it was right in front of you. But, in fact, it was Wangshan running a dead horse, which was extremely far away from the stone bridge. Chu Yan followed the crowd, and also flew towards the cracks in the sky. However, unlike other crazy warriors of various races, Chu Yan always maintained a trace of clarity, gathered together with Little White Bear and Lin Wanru, and was not dispersed by the crowd. Hum. 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 When the crowd approached the crack in the sky, a vast force suddenly rushed out from the crack in the sky. Although this power is not the same as the power that started to wipe out the shadows of 10,000 blood-soul beasts, it is still vast and powerful, with the momentum of the way of 10,000 laws, which made Chu Yan suddenly feel that it was being swept away by the entire Tao of heaven from the inside to the outside. Peek through. That feeling is like facing the world directly, being as insignificant as an ant, letting it be slaughtered. Explore the cultivation level. The power of the avenue swept across Chu Yan's body, and immediately swept towards the Sea of Qi. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1744 Crisis. Before coming, Chu Yan heard that only people below the Emperor realm can enter the god capitals of the 10 directions. Unexpectedly, when entering the crack in the sky, there is actually the power of heaven to detect every warrior. Not only Chu Yan, but also Lin Wanru and Little White Bear were stunned, and their speed suddenly dropped a lot. Obviously, those powers of heaven were fully investigating the identity and cultivation of every person who approached. There is obviously a kind of suppressive force in the power of heaven in this kind of investigation, as if it is high above. Chu Yan's cultivation has not broken through the Emperor's realm, so he is not worried, and his face is indifferent, but in less than 3 breaths, when the will of heaven rushing into his body begins to change direction, Chu Yan the sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and his face changed suddenly. Roar. On the first floor of the Consciousness Sea Pagoda Hall, the holy Rakshasa deity let out a roar that shook the sky, and the Rakshasa's true energy all over his body rushed towards the entire Consciousness Sea world like a roaring sea. All the true energy of the Rakshasa quickly condensed on the sea of consciousness and the sky, and evolved into the holy Rakshasa himself, with the golden fork held high in his hand, pointing in one direction from a distance. And that direction is exactly the direction in Chu Yan's body where the will of the sky rushes quickly. Obviously, the holy Rakshasa himself felt the threat of the will of the sky, and instantly woke up, ready to fight with all his strength to fight against the will of the sky. At the same time, the will of the sky seemed to be aware of the existence of the holy Rakshasa himself, and its power soared, like a wave of pulling the sky, rushing towards Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. What's going on? This. The sudden change made Chu Yan completely dumbfounded. How could his own Saint Rakshasa match up with Tianmu's will? Holy Spirit pattern. Explode for me. Between the lightning and the flint, Chu Yan didn't dare to have any hesitation. With a low drink, the Holy Spirit pattern floating in the sea and sky immediately brightened, projecting a dazzling golden beam of light, enveloping the entire body of the holy Rakshasa. Under the order, he forcibly pulled it back to the tower hall. As the holy Rakshasa disappeared into the pagoda hall, the Rakshasa breath on the sea of consciousness and the sky disappeared without a trace in an instant. And the will of the sky that rushed through Chu Yan's body suddenly lost its power at the moment when the holy Rakshasa himself disappeared. Who risk? Chu Yan let out a long breath of relief. If Tianmu will really confronted the deity of the holy Rakshasa, Chu Yan dared not imagine that the power that could annihilate tens of thousands of blood-soul beast shadows with a wave of his hand would definitely kill his deity of the holy Rakshasa directly. However, before Chu Yan could relax completely, the will of the sky that was locked by the divine consciousness suddenly became violent again. What's wrong? Wuhun Mountain. Chu Yan was startled suddenly, without finishing a sentence. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness world began to tremble crazily. And in the direction of Wuhun Mountain in the distance, 5 huge beast shadows soared into the sky, bringing 5 dazzling lights of Wuhun straight to the sky. Roar! 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 The 5 gods, beasts, and martial souls roared together, and their voices moved the world. At the edge of the Sea of Consciousness world, the will of the sky has rushed to Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world. And in the sky, the soul power of the 5 divine beast spirits surged all over their bodies, glaring at the direction where the will of the sky was about to appear, and immediately prepared to make a move. What's going on? Chu Yan was startled. Just now it was the deity of the holy Rakshasa, but now it is the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. How can it be against the will of the sky? Holy Spirit pattern, cover me. I don't understand it at all, and it's too late to figure it out. In this emergency situation, Chu Yan can only use the qi of the 5 elements to activate the Holy Spirit pattern again, and shoot 5 golden beams of light, covering all the 5 gods and beasts. Soul Mountain. Sure enough, Tianmu's will rapidly weakened. Obviously, his Holy Spirit pattern has the ability to isolate the will from the sky. As soon as Chu Yan gritted his teeth, he simply didn't do anything, and continued to ignite the 10 5 elements again, covering all the pagodas, mountains, rivers, and beasts in his consciousness. In this way, all the secrets in my Sea of Consciousness world are hidden. At first glance, it is no different from the Sea of Consciousness world of ordinary warriors. Crash! The will of the sky came and went quickly, like a gust of wind, swept away from Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, and disappeared without leaving a trace. Called through. This time, Chu Yan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, before this, Chu Yan saw with his own eyes that the will of the sky wiped out tens of thousands of powerful blood martial souls, and there was even a water unicorn that was at the same level as his 5 god beast martial souls. Therefore, if my 5 gods and beast spirits were to match up with Tianmu's will, I'm afraid the result would be no different from that water unicorn. It's terrible. Chu Yan's back was covered with cold sweat, and his face was full of dignity. Not only because of the thrilling scene just now, but at the same time, Chu Yan also thought of another problem. Before today, whether it was in the Haotian continent or in this outer world, Chu Yan's Wuhun was almost invincible, without any power at all, which could pose a threat to the 5 beasts. Only that weird black-blooded unicorn can compete with his own 5 divine beasts. However, that is only a countermeasure, and it will not be directly obliterated like the will of the sky. The gap between the two is obvious. Through this point, Chu Yan can easily think that the heaven at the end of the tower and ladder in the mouth of the ancient magic way is very likely to have a great relationship with the land of the gods in the capital of the gods of the 10 directions. Moreover, not only the 5 gods and beasts, but even the holy Rakshasa himself, with yin and yang attributes, were threatened by Tianmu's will. The will of heaven in this god capital of the 10 directions is definitely not simple. Just as Chu Yan was thinking, he had already reached the crack in the sky. Quick, go in. Don't block the door. Lu Wushang's roar resounded, and he shot at the same time. If the one standing in front of him was not a martial artist of the same race, he might have shot directly. Swish! A black light flashed, and Lu Wushang's figure had already disappeared into the crack of the sky and disappeared instantly. In front of and behind him, all the warriors of the bone race rushed into the crack in the sky. Immediately afterwards, warriors from various races poured into the crack like a sea wave. Chu Yan's group of human warriors was in a relatively low position. After the Taian tribe entered first, Tai Changho turned his head to look at Chu Yan, nodded heavily, and then dodged and sank into the crack in the sky. The little white bear's whole body was bursting with purple light, and behind him was a huge phantom of a bear's body, striding towards the crack. Unlike the warriors of the human race, the little white bear, as Ziluo Tianxiong, is a warrior of the monster race. Therefore, including Chu Yan, no one knows whether the little white bear can enter safely. Dang dang, be careful, return it if it doesn't work. Chu Yan reminded. Boss, don't worry. Dang dang nodded and stepped forward. However, before the little white bear's foot hit the ground, a scream suddenly sounded in the distance. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C 1745 10 Square Gods. Not far from Chu Yan and Little White Bear, a young man of a foreign race burst into a massive gray light from his entire stomach, as if the flames were melting. Turned into fly ash. This person's cultivation has surpassed the quasi-emperor rank. Seeing this scene, the bigwigs of various races around swept their eyes and said in a low voice, "Ah! Ah!" Following the first scream, the screams followed one after another. One after another, the sea of chi exploded and turned into ashes in front of everyone, flying in all directions. These people actually want to force their way through the cracks in the sky, they really want to die. Seeing this, a big boss from another race spoke in a cold voice. The entrance to the gods of the 10 directions is opened once every 10,000 years, although not every time you can enter. However, from ancient times to the present, all ethnic groups have a very clear understanding of it. Before this crack in the sky, it is unknown how many ambitious warriors of various ethnic groups were lost. Those above the quasi-emperor realm are not allowed to enter. This is the iron law and the will of heaven, and no mortal can defy it. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were a few warriors who had rushed into the crack in the sky, and their entire bodies flew upside down from the crack, across the air, and their heads burst open like watermelons. This is a warrior who is afraid of the god-type martial spirit. Could it be that the seniors in their clan didn't tell them that the god-type martial spirit can't enter the god capital of the 10 directions either? It's a pity. Many big bosses shook their heads in regret when they saw Jiuxiao, whose body and soul were destroyed in midair, and sighed endlessly. Different from the previous ambitious warriors, it is a pity that these warriors who possess top martial souls are lost. Because, unlike the realm of cultivation, whether a martial soul is a god or not cannot be judged clearly in the current Outland continent. In the world of martial arts, there are tens of thousands of strange martial arts, and countless mutated martial arts. The god-type martial soul is a unique martial soul for god clan warriors, and very few people in the mortal world have awakened it. Even some demigod martial souls with the blood of god race martial souls, the will of heaven in the cracks in the sky, will not be allowed to enter. However, there is no reference at all for what martial soul is a god-type martial soul and what is not. We can only rely on the martial soul that is damaged every time the crack opens, and record it for future reference. Even so, almost every session, there is a new martial soul, which is judged to be a god-type martial soul. In this case, those masters who are judged to be god-type martial souls will be destroyed along with the martial souls. My disciple, this time I will definitely find the technique to purify the blood. I hope that the land of unowned relics can be completely opened up this session, so that the descendants of my family can get the treasures in it. Perhaps, according to the historical data of the family, my child will definitely receive the inheritance of the god clan. It's good to survive. The cracks in the sky ruled against those warriors who did not conform to the rules, and did not attract too many people's attention. On the contrary, the big bosses of various clans, guarding behind the stone bridge, watched their disciples, sons, and clansmen rush into the cracks in the sky, but in their hearts, mixed feelings. Although everyone hopes that the clansmen can gain something, more people are praying for a safe return. After all, the gods of the 10 directions are extremely dangerous. In just 100 breaths, everyone entered the crack in the sky, and the entire sky instantly calmed down. However, the left-behind bosses of all races turned their gazes to the blood river in front of them, with heavy expressions on their faces. Boom, boom. More than a dozen blood pillars shot up into the sky from the blood river, and the shadows of blood soul beasts all over the sky appeared again. Tens of thousands of blood martial souls once again made a desperate charge towards the crack in the sky, and the violent power of the martial soul swept across the entire sky of the ancient city like a cloud of blood. These blood soul beast shadows in the blood river seem to have made up their minds, and they must rush into the cracks in the sky, regardless of it. However, this charge was no different from the previous one. Half an hour later, countless shadows of blood soul beasts were all annihilated in front of the crack in the sky, turned into a sky filled with blood energy, and returned to the blood river. Attack, die, attack again, die again. Every time it condenses, the time will be longer than the previous one. However, the bosses of various races standing in front of the blood river knew very well that the blood soul beast shadows in the blood river would never stop. As long as enough strength is condensed, it will strike again. This seemingly death-like charge will last until the entire 10-direction God capital is opened for 100 days. I really don't understand, what is this blood river going to do? A big man was puzzled, shook his head, sighed, and muttered to himself. 10 directions divine realm. But the outland continent, among countless small worlds, is the smallest domain. However, in ancient times, the area of the 10 directions God territory was even larger than that of the entire outland continent. However, since millions of years ago, every time it is opened, the area will shrink greatly, and no one knows the reason. Today, the area of the 10 directions divine realm is less than tens of billions of miles, extremely small. However, the 10 directions gods are the center of the entire 10 directions God realm, but the city is extremely huge. It seems that there is a special power that, under the suppression of the dark heaven, still controls most of the relics of the 10 directions God realm. Therefore, whenever the area of the 10 directions God territory shrinks, the relics that were originally in the disappearing zone will change their positions. The sky is red, the earth is blood. This is a world where no living beings can be seen and no life can be felt. Swish. 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 On the endless crimson sky, suddenly, a huge crack appeared suddenly. A series of figures, like a meteor shower all over the sky, shot out continuously from the cracks connecting the sky and the ground. These arrogances of various races who had passed through the cracks in the sky and arrived at the 10 directions God realm, when they appeared in the God realm world, all of them trembled violently. What a powerful breath of God! Could it be, this is the breath of God? There were bursts of exclamations, and everyone looked around in amazement. Divine realm. Chu Yan appeared with the crowd, suspended in mid-air, with a dignified face. Looking into the distance, no matter the sky or the earth, it is all red in all directions. The mountains, rivers, and rivers below were devastated at a glance, with countless cracks scattered across the land. The continent of this world is breaking into pieces like this. In addition to the deep trenches, there are also huge pits scattered here and there is still faint blood wafting out of the pits. Are they left over from the battle? Chu Yan looked around, and at the same time, doubts and thoughts flashed in his heart. Ing Sha physique. In those deep ditches and huge pits, among the faint blood that drifted away, ghostly shadows flickered past, but they were peeped by Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, and his face was stunned. It's like God's domain here, it's just an abyss of hell. Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, thinking to himself. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1746 Heavenly Women. The aura of evil spirit and the aura of the divine realm coexist in such a broken world. Such a strange situation, not ordinary warriors, even Chu Yan, is the first time I have seen it. My own Rakshasa deity possesses the aura of yin and evil and the aura of heaven and yang, and the coexistence of yin and yang is already considered an alternative, but at least it conforms to the yin and yang road. But in this place, with such a strong evil spirit, and the suppression of Dao Tianwei, those divine breaths that permeate the void, although weak, have not been annihilated, which is not uncanny. The avenue of Tianwei in this world seems to only suppress the Protoss. Chu Yan realized in his heart. gods of the 10 directions, I'm coming in. Little White Bear looked extremely excited. As a demon clan, being able to enter the god capital of the 10 directions made her extremely excited. Like Chu Yan, Little White Bear also felt that there was something vital to her in this small world of the 10 directions god's domain. If he can get it, maybe he can break through in one fell swoop and become the great demon emperor. In this way, she will break through the emperor realm one step earlier than Chu Yan, which is definitely something exciting for her to think about. Tai Changho and Tianfu appeared beside Chu Yan and the others, looking at this small world from a distance. Chu Yan, I believe that as long as we work hard, our human race will be able to revive. Tai Changho looked at Chu Yan with bright eyes. I haven't seen him for a while, but the way Tikianghe looks at Chu Yan now is obviously completely different from the last time when he swallowed the Sky Tower. Obviously, everything that Chu Yan did in the world of the Kingdom of God must have reached the ears of Iron Gunho. Therefore, this Iron Gunho is not a simple warrior. At least, like Chu Yan, he has been working hard. Revive the human race. Huh. Definitely. Chu Yan nodded. It didn't take long for the arrogances of all races who poured into the 10 directions god realm to gradually calm down from their initial astonishment. Chu Yan, don't underestimate this world, there are countless Protoss relics in it. Lin Wanru reminded Chu Yan aloud, and at the same time glanced at the goddess not far away again. Ever since this Ren Tianfu of the Tianfu clan appeared, Lin Wanru would stare at her from time to time with a slightly angry face, not knowing what to think. However, before Chu Yan could answer, there was a fragrant wind from a distance, and the charming voice almost made the bones of several men shatter. Oh, isn't this Chu Yan? Several beauties with colorful and flamboyant skills flew over from a distance and approached Chu Yan. They were tall, with slender snow-legged legs, colorful skirts flying, and thick ink on their faces, making them look extremely coquettish. They are the extremely famous Yukuan tribe in Outland Continent. Master Chu, we are all scared, can you protect him and go with us? The woman headed by the Yukuan tribe walks here, her waist is twisted, her figure is light and her body is hot, especially when she is walking. She deliberately twists her body and makes a seductive pose, which makes people feel hot and can't help but think about it. Into his arms. No need. Chu Yan shook his head directly, without looking at them at all. On the contrary, there was a trace of disgust on his face. Behind the Yukuan tribe, there are already several male warriors of different races, with fiery faces, following behind several coquettish women like pig brothers. Obviously, these alien male fighters were all tempted by the beauties of the Yukuan tribe and turned into bodyguards, or cannon fodder. However, this is not the reason why Chu Yan really hates them. The real reason is that just now a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but the goddess next to him sent a message to Chu Yan, reminding him to say, Master Chu, these people from the Yukuan tribe are all Long Yang. Long Yang. Hermaphrodites, the legendary hermaphrodite. Therefore, in the entire Outland continent, among the notorious Yukuan tribe, there is not a single male, all of them are female. Because, these Yukuan people who are born with twisted minds will take the initiative to seduce whenever they see a living creature, and they will eat both men and women. It is even rumored that they are still living with the Yaozu, which is shameless. Although Chu Yan doesn't come to the foreign world much. However, he had heard the names of the Yukuan tribe a long time ago. When he first saw them, Chu Yan only felt that the pores of his body were shrinking, and his entire scalp was numb, and he felt that something was wrong. After being reminded by the goddess, I immediately wanted to draw my sword to kill. However, thinking of the importance of this trip to the 10 directions god realm, Chu Yan still held back, but his face seemed to be covered with 1,000-year-old ice, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. Young Master Chu, there are so many relics of the god race here, it's hard to find one that can be opened. If you follow us, I guarantee you will get both money and money. The woman headed by the Yukuan tribe, while speaking, a very charming breath gushed out, and the whole body was fully powered, and she poked her head at Chu Yan. They naturally sensed the murderous aura in Chu Yan's body, but they didn't want to give up and wanted to test it out. Get lost. Otherwise, die. No matter how good his temper was, Chu Yan couldn't help it, and immediately shouted angrily. Humph. Just leave, why are you getting angry? Seeing that Chu Yan was about to go crazy, the beauty of the Yukuan tribe didn't dare to act recklessly, twisted her body with disappointment in her eyes, and turned away. They should be going, Hong Zuyuan. Tianf looked at the direction in which the Yukuan tribe left, and said. Red snowfield. Chu Yan was startled, and slowly restrained his breath. Well, this red snowfield is said to be the land where Yinglong, the ancestor of the Yukuan tribe, lost his life. They want to get Yinglong's inner alchemy and create another Yinglong. Tianf explained. Yinglong? Chu Yan frowned slightly. In the name of the dragon, he was no different from his own 5 divine beasts. The legendary ancient divine beasts had the power to destroy heaven and earth. There are even rumors that in the ancient times, Yinglong was the former general of Emperor Daiyu, one of the top 10 god emperors in ancient times. He once made great achievements and was bestowed with the ability of androgyny so that it could breed his own people. If Yinglong knew that countless years later, his tribe would use its hermaphroditism to do these things, would he go crazy with anger? Young Master Chu, I didn't know that you were planning to go to that ruin. Tiannu asked. I'm going, Minghai. Chu Yan replied. Almost all of the relics in the 10 directions of the gods are open to the public, and there are very few undiscovered ones, so Chu Yan does not have to hide them. Minghai. Everyone looked at Chu Yan, and were stunned at the same time. He, sister, do you have any ideas about Duke Chu? Do you know that we are also going to Minghai, so I am proud to follow you and want to be paired as a Taoist companion. A woman from the Tianf clan lost her voice when she heard Chu Yan's answer. Her beautiful eyes blinked a few times, her eyes kept scanning back and forth between Chu Yan and Tianf, her face was full of a look of fun. Really? If Mr. Chu can really get the inheritance of my heavenly clan in the Sea of Darkness, and form a Taoist couple, what's the problem? Hearing her sister's ridicule, Tianf just smiled lightly, she didn't mind, instead she looked at Chu Yan, her eyes sparkling. Let's go. Before Chu Yan could react, Tianf suddenly turned around, looked at a group of sluggish clansmen, and ordered. The Celestial NV clan has always held women superior to men, and the Celestial girls have the highest status in the clan. Therefore, the clansmen never expected that the Celestial girls would stand in place stupidly when they expressed such a straightforward expression to a human race man. But upon hearing the order from the goddess, all the clansmen immediately woke up and turned around. Before leaving, Tianf suddenly looked back, facing Chu Yan, who also looked dull. She looked back and smiled, and then drifted away. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Mobile version reading URL. #C1747 Walk with America. Seeing this scene, Little White Bear was extremely excited, looking at Chu Yan with an expression of taking pleasure in others' misfortune, and said, Boss, there is something good. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Chu Yan immediately rolled his eyes, and said harshly. Although Chu Yan was a little surprised by Tianf's words, he had no other thoughts at all. In my life, having a moon is enough, and I will never consider the relationship between other men and women at all, so Chu Yan shook his head and ignored them. It's just that I heard it just now. This time, the gods of the 10 directions are all activated, and the goal of the Tianf clan is to go to the Sea of Darkness, just like myself. Moreover, according to the words of the Celestial Maiden, in the ruins of the underworld, there is the inheritance of the Celestial Maiden clan. It turned out that when Chu Yan decided to go to Minghai before he came, he also heard that the goal of the Ming clan's trip was also Minghai. In this way, a small sea of underworld will actually gather three forces. Set off. Not far away, Lu Yuansheng also rushed out with a group of bone race warriors, flying towards the sky. Before setting off, Lu Yuansheng glanced at Chu Yan with cold eyes, pondered for a long time, and finally left with his clansmen. At the beginning of the battle in Tuankai Tower, and later Chu Yan's record in the world of the Kingdom of God spread, and Lu Yuansheng never forgot. This time, Lu Yuansheng came to the God capital of 10 directions to improve his strength. As long as I get the secret treasure of the clan, little Chu Yan, it's nothing to worry about. At the same time, in the sky, the eyes of many warriors of different races swept over where Chu Yan was. Obviously, Chu Yan's name was extremely eye-catching. Among them, there was an extremely large group of people, all of them were mountain-shaped, wearing heavy armor, and had black witch seals on their brows. They were all Wu people. These people looked at Chu Yan, all gritted their teeth, with a vivid expression of wanting to eat people. Especially the young man from the Wu tribe, who is the leader, is none other than Wu Tianli. Chu Yan, you wait for me. In the Battle of Wanshanya, Wu Tianli was seriously injured, and he was carried back to the capital of Scourge, and his master was severely punished by the Wu Emperor. These accounts are all recorded on Chu Yan's head. The shame made Wu Tianli almost go crazy, but, as the arrogance of the heavenly Wu Tong, the Wu Dao's will is so strong, even though his heart is full of hatred, he still remains clear and free from impulsiveness. After entering the God capital of the 10 directions, it is natural to focus on the inheritance of the relics, which is a major plan related to the Wu clan. In this domain of the gods, I have never heard of any inheritance from the human race, so it is not a problem at all. It is not too late to deal with this son after I get the inheritance of the witch clan. Besides, maybe, this Chu Yan, wandering around in the world of God's domain, has no chance to leave alive. The dangers of the world of God's domain are beyond the imagination of a martial artist like him who came here for the first time. Swish. 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 A large group of warriors from the Wu clan followed Wu Tianli, looked at Chu Yan with crimson-red eyes, turned and left together. Chu Yan, take care of yourself, I'm leaving first. Tai Changho looked at Chu Yan, reminded him aloud, then bowed his hands in salute, and turned away with a group of human warriors. In less than a while, the originally dense crowd of people in the sky quickly left in 7s and 8s, and there were not many people left. The opening time of the 10 directions God realm is only 100 days, so there is a waste of time. These Protoss relics are all-encompassing and extremely complex, and some of them have gone through hundreds of generations, but they can't get close to the core of inheritance. However, if someone really gets it, the inheritance or secret treasure that is beneficial to one's own race, I am afraid that it is a trivial matter to break through Emperor Wu. At that time, with absolute strength, what you want to do is still within your reach. Because of this, even if there are thousands of races from the Outland continent gathered in the God capitals of the 10 directions, and there are many blood feuds among the various races, for the time being, no one has directly started a war because of personal grudges. Everyone should focus on the inheritance of the relics. Let's go. Let's go too. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then flew away with Little White Bear and Lin Wanru. Not long after walking, the figures of the Tian tribe in front appeared in Chu Yan's sight. Obviously, the speed of the Tian clan is so slow that Chu Yan caught up in the blink of an eye, obviously waiting for Chu Yan. After all, everyone is going to Minghai, in the same direction. Young Master Chu, are you really going to Minghai? When Chu Yan caught up, Tian flew directly to Chu Yan's side, smiled lightly, and asked. That's right. Chu Yan nodded. I didn't expect that the inheritance of your Tian clan is actually in Minghai. Well, if that's the case, we'll be on the same road together. The celestial girl chuckled. Although somewhere in the land of the underworld, there is the inheritance of the Tianth clan, which is more or less the secret of their Tianth clan. However, after so many generations, such a secret has long been revealed, and not a few foreigners know about it. Moreover, it is basically impossible for foreigners to obtain the inheritance of the Tianth clan, so the Tianth is not worried. Chu Yan is rushing to the inheritance of the Tianth clan. After all, the Sea of Darkness is not too small. In the 10 Directions divine realm, where the relics are highly dense, there may be hundreds of relics in this small place of the Sea of Darkness. Regarding Chu Yan of the human race, during this period of time, the scenery was prosperous, and a lot of news came out, shaking the entire outer world. The leader of the human race, the divine kingdom world, was actually occupied by Chu Yan, and it posed a great threat to the behemoth-like Wu clan. In any case, the human race, which has been in decline for millions of years, seems to have a glimmer of hope because of the appearance of Chu Yan. The Tianth race, like the human race and the demigod race, are all races created by the god race at the beginning, and they have some blood relationship with each other. Therefore, Tianth is quite interested in this young human race in front of her. "Excuse me, how far is this Sea of Darkness?" Chu Yan asked. 79,000 miles is a relatively remote place in the 10 Directions divine realm. The goddess replied with a chuckle. "That's it. Then it's better to ride a monster bird." Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and suddenly a huge dark purple thunder eagle flew out of the void. Chirp! Thunderhawk's cry sounded, and dark purple electric snakes lingered all over its body. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary thunderhawk. Huh! Xie La Jiao. Seeing the appearance of the dark purple thunder eagle, everyone in the Tianth clan was startled. This thunder eagle was trained by the witch clan using secret methods, and none of the other clans could train one. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan came out with a king-rank thunder eagle, casually. How did he train him? The celestial maiden's spiritual eyes froze, her face was full of astonishment. Could it be that he is still a beast master? Goddess, please. As soon as Chu Yan stretched out his hand, he took Little White Bear and Lin Wanru to Lei Ying's broad back, and turned his head to gesture to the goddess. A good. Thanks. The celestial girl was startled, and then she waved her hand, and all the celestial female clan members climbed onto Lei Ying's back with excited faces. Xie La Jiao is nearly 200 feet tall, and his back is extremely wide, like a small square, which can accommodate thousands of people without any problem, so when everyone goes up, they don't feel crowded. I'm sorry to trouble the goddess to lead the way. Thank you. Chu Yan smiled lightly and bowed his hands. The reason why he asked Lei Ying to bring the Celestial NV clan was to let the Celestial NV lead him the way. In this way, with the Celestial NV clan who is familiar with the Sea of Darkness leading the way, I believe it would save a lot of time than messing around with himself. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C 1749 Mortal Birth into the Holy, Remodeling the Flesh. Tianth and a group of Tianth clansmen looked at Chu Yan with amazement. If Chu Yan had gone to Minghai before, they would still understand. However, after Tianth told Chu Yan about the legacy of the gods in Minghai, he still insisted on going to Minghai, which is a bit strange. Among the god capitals of the 10 Directions, although the inheritance and secret treasures of various god races are extremely difficult to obtain, it is not that no one has obtained them. In 100 days, if the chance is good, you may be able to get one of them. But first, you must at least find a loss without constraints and restrictions. This trace of the underworld, the legacy of the 3 races, although there is a human race, but the human race does not have the holy son chosen by the gods, and there is no way to reveal the legacy. Chu Yan ran like this, and it was a waste of time. Young Master Chu, I'm trying to persuade you with kind words. If it wasn't for the sake of the blood of our 3 clans, I wouldn't have told you this at all. Humph. When the goddess saw Chu Yan's expression, she was a little angry and snorted directly. In her opinion, Chu Yan didn't believe her words at all, and even understood that their Tian tribe wanted to obtain the legacy of Minghai alone, so it was possible to deliberately fabricate some lies to trick Chu Yan and the others into leaving. Otherwise, how could Chu Yan be so determined to go to Minghai after listening to the words of Tianf? In an instant, not only the celestial girl, but all the celestial female clansmen, when they heard the celestial girl's tone, their complexions immediately sank. No. Goddess, you misunderstood. Chu Yan glanced at Tianf and Tianf clansmen, seeing the change in their faces. Why didn't they understand? They would think in their hearts, so they smiled lightly and explained. This land of the Dark Sea has a great relationship with my apprentice. Moreover, my human race's legacy is there. Even if I can't get it, at least, I have to take a look. Apprentice. Relationship. The celestial girl was taken aback, and a complex look flashed in her spiritual eyes. The trace of Minghai is the place where the legacy of the 3 clans is located. Except for the saint son and saint daughter of the 3 clans, other people can get nothing at all there. How much does a mere apprentice have to do with it? It seems that Chu Yan really doesn't believe his own words. Tian's face became more and more gloomy, and even the members of the Tian tribe had a look of disdain in their eyes. For millions of years, how many times have these 10 gods been activated? All major races, what kind of geniuses and talents have never been to the land of the underworld, but no one has ever been able to touch the legacy of the 3 races, and they can't even enter the lost land. You human race, you still want to use some kind of apprentice to obtain the legacy of the god race. This is simply wishful thinking. You know, because of the saintess wandering outside, the Tian clan has thought of many ways to obtain the god clan's legacy in the traces of the underworld while searching for the saintess for hundreds of thousands of years. With the strength of their celestial female clan, there is nothing they can do about it. You, Chu Yan, plus some kind of apprentice, what can you do? What a joke. On Lei Ying's back, except for a flash of surprise in the spiritual eyes of the celestial girl looking at Chu Yan, the eyes of the other celestial female clansmen looking at Chu Yan have all changed, full of sneer and contempt. Since Mr. Chu wants to try it, let's try it. The legacy of the human race is a book of immortality, which can be transformed into a saint from a womb, and the body can be reshaped. The celestial girl laughed lightly and said, "The golden body is immortal. The mortal body enters the saint, and the body is reshaped." Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard the words. That's right. According to rumors, the legacies left by the Protoss to the 3 races were all created for the weaknesses of the 3 races. Your human race's biggest weakness is that your body is too weak. So, I hear, the legacy of the human race is a divine art of body refinement. The goddess nodded and explained carefully. Even if there is a trace of spirit left, as long as you practice this technique, you can completely reshape your body. Cultivate to the highest level, you can be immortal, and you can stand with the heaven and the earth. Real. Chu Yan jumped up. After bouncing up, the breath of the whole body rushed out uncontrollably, his eyes were as bright as stars, and his face was full of excitement. Of course. The goddess didn't expect that Chu Yan would have such a big reaction, and she looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, and replied, however, this is all a legend. After all, no one has seen the legacy of the human race in the Dark Sea. Thank you for telling me. Chu Yan replied excitedly with his eyes shining. It's really hard to find a place to go through iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. The problem that has plagued Chu Yan for a long time unexpectedly, today, he has found the best solution. You must know that Chu Yan rushed out of the Haotian continent for the sake of all the creatures in the Haotian continent, and also for the reasons of pursuing a more profound martial arts path. etc., but these are not the biggest goals of Chu Yan. Breaking the shackles of the Haotian continent, using the resources of the entire continent to confront the Ming clan head-on, going against the sky, rushing to this outer world, the main purpose of Chu Yan is to find his mother. However, after coming to the foreign world, Chu Yan was practicing and thinking hard at the same time. In the Dark Guidance, Chu Yan once saw his mother in a dark hall. At that time, she was in countless black altars, suffering from inhuman torture. If it wasn't for her mother's spirit beast, sacrificing herself, and constantly pouring spiritual power into the dark hall of her mother through the spirit pattern of life, she would have been damaged a long time ago. Fell. Even so, Chu Yan clearly remembered that in that dark hall, almost all the other Tianzong powerhouses who were trapped on the altar were physically annihilated, leaving only a ray of soul, which was continued to be refined by the Mingzhu spirit pattern. Therefore, Chu Yan guessed that even if he had the strength to rush to the dark hall, kill the strong Ming clan guarding the hall, and find his mother, but would his mother's body still be able to support it? After being held by that kind of black altar for so many years, the loss of body essence and blood, even the golden elixir, cannot make up for it. Just like Chu Yan's back to water, if it is not a critical moment, Chu Yan will not use it at all. Because, the loss of essence and blood, even if it is an elixir, seems a little weak. But it is different now. Unexpectedly, in the traces of the underworld, the legacy left by the gods to the people is the legendary golden body immortality art. With this exercise, there is hope that after saving the mother, her injuries will be completely healed. Great! Great! Chu Yan took a long breath and sat back lightly, but the excitement in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Boss, who is your apprentice? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, the little white bear who was connected with him already knew what Chu Yan was thinking, but asked Chu Yan's apprentice curiously. Never heard of it. Chu Yan accepted his apprentice. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1750 Chu Yan's direct disciple. Muwanchi. Back then in Haotian continent, Muwanchi of the sea monster clan followed Chu Yan and stayed behind in Jiuxiao palace. Her cultivation strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, she even broke through to the martial emperor realm. With such a speed of cultivation, even Chu Yan was alarmed. After Chu Yan found Muwanchi, who was in retreat in Jiuxiao Sea, after some investigation, Chu Yan was very surprised. Originally in the Haotian continent, Chu Yan couldn't see through Muwanchi's true self, but after Chu Yan integrated the Jiuxiao palace into the world of the kingdom of God, Chu Yan, who is half the master of the world of the kingdom of God, finally saw Muwanchi clearly. She's deity's body. And this is also the reason why Chu Yan made up his mind to go to Minghai. Even for his apprentice, Chu Yan had to take this trip, because this is Chu Yan's first personal disciple. And when Chu Yan saw the body of the sea monster disciple's deity, he decided on this itinerary. Of course, the trip to the sea is not all for Muwanchi, and the little white bear, and myself, and the human race's legacy. But now, after hearing the introduction from the goddess, Chu Yan is even more determined. No matter what method he uses, he must get the immortal golden body art. As for the divine pattern of the human race and the identity of the Holy Sun, let's think of a way to do it in the Sea of Darkness. The Thunder Eagle is like lightning, like a dark purple shock, across the sky. The eagle hits the sky, travels for 9 days, and travels hundreds of millions of miles. With Thunder Eagle, it saves a lot of trouble. Except for occasionally asking the goddess about the disappearance of Minghai, most of the time, everyone is practicing breath adjustment. Chu Yan and Lin Wanru had inquired carefully about the divine patterns of the human race, and through Lin Wanru's special means, they contacted Emperor Yu Tian and Ling Xuantian from the outside world. After a whole day, Emperor Yu Tian and Ling Xuantian searched the 9 supreme sects of the Xunlong realm, as well as the secret tomes of historical materials of the major empire forces, but they found very few clues. In addition to the records, millions of years ago, the leader of the human race, the world of the kingdom of God, was captured, and when the way of heaven was annihilated, the divine pattern that originally hovered above the imperial capital turned into a golden light, pierced through the sky, traveled through the 9 heavens, and disappeared without a trace. No trace. After that, there was no news about the human gods in the Zhonglong realm. In other words, in a short period of time, it is impossible to find the god pattern of the human race. This is troublesome. This human race's divine pattern is equivalent to the key to unlock the legacy of the Minghai human race. Without the divine pattern, there is no hope. Chu Yan's face turned pale, and he became extremely dignified. He couldn't find the human god pattern. Is it true that he will return empty-handed this time during his trip to the Dark Sea? Chu Yan, don't worry, there will be a way. Seeing Chu Yan's serious expression, Lin Wanru comforted him, saying that the human race has been in decline for hundreds of thousands of years, but now, it seems that all the responsibilities and burdens have been placed on the young man in front of him. It's not fair. Lin Wanru knew better than anyone else that it took less than half a year for Chu Yan to travel against the sky and break the shackles from a small 3-star world enslaved by foreign races to this foreign world with thousands of races. In the face of the decline of the human race, it is impossible to provide him with any support, and even the burden of the entire human race's revival has to be placed on him. Of course it's not fair. However, after spending time with Chu Yan, Lin Wanru gradually discovered that the black-robed young man in front of him always had the power like a towering mountain, and he seemed to never know how to give up and give in. The sky is a boundless crimson, as if it has been stained with residual blood. It is extremely coquettish. With a huge figure, Lei Ying flew across the broken mountains and rivers of the 10 directions God realm, and bypassed broken mountains and broken veins. The continent below was devastated. It seemed to have alarmed the evil bodies hidden in the darkness, and from time to time on the ground below, groups of black, gray, and red shadows tried to chase Thunder Eagle. It's just that these evil spirit bodies have no ability to fly at all. As long as they leave the black airflow areas on the ground, they will fall to the ground. In addition to making a howling roar like a ghost. These ghosts have nothing to do with the Thunder Eagle in the sky. Moreover, the one under Chu Yan is not an ordinary Thunder Eagle, but a king-level Thunder Eagle, who is afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning is the power of the most rigid and yang, completely restraining these evil bodies, so Chu Yan is not afraid of these peeping evil bodies at all. A series of purple lightning struck down, blasting some powerful Sha bodies to pieces. From time to time, the members of the Tianth clan sacrificed imperial-level spiritual soldiers to attack the ground from Lei Ying's back, beheading those evil bodies. The violent energy exploded, seeming to destroy the stability of the void. Clusters of turbulent voids appeared, and violent winds swept across the sky. These turbulent flows in the void, even Emperor Wu would be damaged if he fell into it. I don't know how many of those ancient arrogances who first entered the 10 directions God realm were lost in these turbulent voids. The major races have gone through countless generations of the road of flesh and blood, and some maps have been sorted out, pointing out the safest route to the younger generations. And Tiant has such a map in her hand. Therefore, when the void turbulence appeared, Chu Yan controlled Lei Ying according to the map of the goddess, avoiding some dangerous airspace. But even so, Chu Yan and his party encountered life and death crises several times. Originally, whether it was the powerful evil body on the ground or the turbulent void in the sky, Chu Yan and the others could handle it with Lei Ying's speed and agility. But when the two are combined, the danger after superposition is much more terrifying. Especially the evil spirits on the ground, who have no physical body, are not afraid of the turbulent flow of the void at all. Suddenly, they rushed out of the turbulent flow area of the void and made sneak attacks, almost attacking Thunder Eagle several times. Now, Chu Yan finally understands that the 10 Directions God realm is as dangerous as it is in the legend. If I didn't have the king-level Thunder Eagle and fly with my body, I'm afraid I would have been overwhelmed by the body of Xie long ago. If Tiant hadn't had a map in her hand, she would have fallen into the core area of the turbulent void, and there might not even be any scum left. Under various factors, how many of those warriors who rashly ventured into the 10 Directions God's domain can survive? Along the way, everyone's faces and minds were tense. But fortunately, there was no danger at all, and finally approached the trace of Minghai. This is an exceptionally tall mountain range. The main peak collapsed, the mountain range was broken, and the continuous peaks were as high as 10,000 feet, like a tall gable wall, completely blocking the black ocean behind. The moment this black ocean appeared, Chu Yan's face changed in shock. Because, on the surface of this black ocean, a sea of fire is burning, almost covering the entire surface of the sea, endless. Minghai. The sea of underworld fire has finally arrived. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C1751 Pluto Chien. Laying away, Chu Yan and a group of Tianth clansmen landed in front of the Sea of Darkness, on top of the collapsed tall spiritual peak, and all looked at the endless sea of flames in front of them. The sea of flames was boundless, completely blocking the road ahead. The majestic flames rushed up to a height of hundreds of feet above the sea, and without special means, it was impossible to cross this sea of dark fire. Moreover, in the flames of the underworld, there are also some strange fire spirits, flying back and forth in the flames. These special fire spirits range from animal-shaped to simple flame-shaped. However, to be able to be born and exist in this sea of underworld fire, its strength may be extremely powerful. The land of traces is on the opposite side of this sea of flames. Tian stood beside Chu Yan and said softly. Hearing this, Chu Yan and the others suddenly looked terrified. Unexpectedly, they wanted to pass through this fire field. Let's go. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan opened his mouth lightly, and then his true energy surged, and he condensed a powerful body-protecting energy outside his body, jumped up, and flew towards the sea of fire. Since you want to walk on the fire, let's do it, anyway. Chu Yan has made up his mind, even if the sea of fire blocks the way, it is impossible for him to give up. Seeing Chu Yan rushing into the sea of flames, all the Tian tribe had been prepared, and sacrificed spirit treasures one after another to isolate the power of the sea of flames, and followed closely. The little white bear grinned, and didn't care at all. The strong purple demon energy rushed out, forming a powerful demon energy, protecting her demon body, striding towards Chu Yan. Not to be outdone, Lin Wanru took out a piece of spirit pattern and crushed it, and a shield of spirit pattern appeared, blocking him, and rushed into the sea of flames. The waves of fire are like waves. Chu Yan seems to be in a world of flames, with flames in all directions, and even his sight is somewhat blocked. The consciousness is like a net, and it spreads out for hundreds of miles in an instant, locking all the fire spirits around. Swish! A sword-shaped fire spirit, like a flash of red light, came straight at it, and the power of the fire knife it brought broke through hundreds of layers of fire waves, like a fire gun, and shot straight at the face of a Tianth clansman door. Break! With a soft shout, Tianth's face was indifferent, and she shot directly. A 9-feathered long whip was pulled out, and hit heavily on the body of the fire knife, exploding a ball of firework-like flames. Sparks exploded, and hundreds of fire knives shot out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, shooting at everyone around. Block! Jiuxiao reminded everyone, including Chu Yan, to move out together to destroy all the remaining energy of the fire knife. What a strong fire spirit! Chu Yan's eyes flashed. As an alchemist, he has practiced alchemy so far, and he has seen a few fire spirits, but it is extremely rare to see such a powerful fire spirit gathered together. Of all the fire spirits in this sea of fire, the lowest level is the 3-star karmic fire level, and there are even many exceptionally powerful true fire spirits. It's just a pity that these fire spirits all have extremely special dark fire attributes, and they cannot be refined by Chu Yan's pill fire at all. Otherwise, with so many fire spirits, I don't know how far Chu Yan's pill fire will evolve. Proceeding carefully all the way, after walking thousands of miles, the sea of fire in front of me finally began to weaken. However, the dense smoke formed by the sea of fire dispersed, making everyone's vision more and more blurred. Quick! It's almost here. Speed up. The celestial girl's face became more and more dignified, she shouted in a charming voice, and at the same time, her speed increased, like a fairy flying across the sea of fire, rushing forward. Swish! 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 Chu Yan and others followed closely behind, all with tense expressions, carefully watching the fire spirits rushing out of the surroundings, and at the same time exploring the situation in the thick smoke ahead. Not long after walking, suddenly, a huge jet-black fire wave as high as 1,000 feet was photographed head-on. In the black fire wave, an incomparably terrifying aura surged out, causing everyone's expressions to change at the same time. Using the unicorn pupils, he could see through the fire waves in the blink of an eye. After looking behind the fire waves, he saw an island with a radius of nearly 10,000 li not far away. After the fire wave is the island of the dead. Rush over! The goddess cried out urgently. As soon as the words sounded, everyone's true energy exploded, and all kinds of bodyguards were stimulated to the extreme. Everyone gritted their teeth and slammed head-on into the fire waves that fell in midair. With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, 2 dark red flame shields swung out to protect Lin Wanru and the little white bear. This fire cover is a protective cover of fire power formed by the Suzaku Emperor fire. It is impossible to break through these dark fires, and it consumes much less than using true energy. Sensing the hood of the Emperor's fire outside their bodies, Lin Wanru and the little white bear were stunned, their true energy surged, they did not dodge, and they also slammed into the fire wave. Boom! 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 Picking up the huge waves and smashing through the fire holes one by one, Chu Yan and others broke through the waves and passed to the opposite side like fish crossing the sea. It seems to be impacted, triggering the power of the fire wave. The monstrous fire wave suddenly exploded with an incomparably strong fire power, pulling up the underworld sea below, breeding more fire waves, layer upon layer. Forward, it seems that there is no end to it. At the same time, a powerful wind of raging fire swept across the entire sea of darkness. Continue to rush to Nether Island. The celestial girl who rushed to the front, the colorful feather shadow, pointed directly at Nether Island. Even the strong wind and smoke could not stop her in the slightest. She has been here no less than 5 times to this sea of underworld fire, and she is very familiar with it, no matter the direction or danger. Therefore, she naturally rushed to the front and led the way for everyone. Dozens of miles in front of her is the Minghai, where the ruins of the Minghai are located, where there are the legacy of the 3 clans of the gods, including their Tiant clan. Ming Island. Breaking through the first layer of fire waves, but not paying attention to the successive layers of fire waves, Chu Yan stared straight at Ming Dao with piercing eyes. Great! Nether Island is coming. Little White Bear was also a little excited and roared excitedly. In less than 100 breaths, all the fire waves were left behind by Chu Yan and the others. The sea within a radius of 100 miles in front of them was calm, and the Nether Island was close at hand. Everyone was floating above the Nether Sea, looking at the Nether Island in front of them. All of them looked excited. After all, after a lot of effort, they finally broke through the dangers and are about to reach the ruins. It is said that in ancient times, there were celestial beasts born here, and there was also a powerful demon emperor who practiced here, leaving behind many relics of cultivation techniques. However, for millions of years, few monsters have been able to come here. Unless. Tian quietly introduced the legend about Nether Island, but she didn't tell others that the celestial beast in ancient times was the ancestor of their Tian clan. The cultivation relics left by the demon emperor. Chu Yan was overjoyed when he heard this, and turned to look at the little white bear. Dang dang, you didn't know about it long ago, did you? You've been clamoring to come here. Hey, you don't care. Dang dang twisted his face, and threw the back of Chu Yan's head, extremely naughty. It's just that on this Nether Island, there should be some restrictions. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Naturally he would not quarrel with Dang Dang, but instead looked at the goddess and asked. The monstrous fire power of Ming Hai and countless powerful fire spirits made their trip much more dangerous. Therefore, Chu Yan guessed that this Mingdao might not be so easy to visit. That's right. On Nether Island, the Pluto Scarlet Fire is shrouded everywhere. Tiannu replied. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C17529 Prison Yellow Springs. Pluto Chien. Hearing Tian's words, Chu Yan frowned suddenly, his face changed slightly. Others don't know that Chu Yan, as an alchemist, is familiar with all the strange fires in the world, and when he heard the name Pluto Chien, his face immediately changed. In alchemy, there have been 10 kinds of fire spirits that make all alchemists crazy. Among them, there is a kind of fire spirit named Nine Prisons and Yellow Spring Fire, which is said to be the spiritual consciousness of Lianwu Jia. Can be burned to ashes. And the Pluto Chien just mentioned by the goddess is just a mutated fire spirit of the 9 prisons Xuanhuan, and its power is only strong but not weak. The sky is burning, and it will never be extinguished. The power of the underworld contained in the flames of the underworld can even obliterate all your reincarnation, and make people fall into the 9 levels of hell, falling into a place where there will be no redemption. This kind of strange fire makes people's faces change. As long as you fall into it and be swallowed by the flames, what awaits you is annihilation. Everything about you will be annihilated. Even with the spirit pattern of life and the power to reach the sky, there is absolutely no possibility of resurrection. It's no wonder that this sea area is called the Sea of Darkness. It's really worthy of the name, which leads directly to the underworld prison. Chu Yan murmured. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the heavenly girl smiled lightly, turned her head to look at Chu Yan, parted her red lips slightly, and said. That's right. Once we get here, there is no other way. Whether we can reach Nether Island or not is up to chance. Including Tian and Chu Yan, everyone stood on the top of the broken mountain range, looking at the sea of flames in front of them, and the terrifying power of the underworld, blowing towards their faces along with the waves of fire. Even with such a strong fire, it made everyone feel cold all over their bodies. From this, one can imagine how terrifying the power of the underworld contained in this underworld flame. However, Ming Island is close in front of you, only 100 miles away, and as far as your eyes can see, there is Ming Yan blocking it. If you want to go there, it suddenly becomes as difficult as climbing the sky. The legacy of the 3 clans is all on the Nether Island, and they cannot be obtained if they do not go to the Nether Island. This time, nearly 500 people from the Tian tribe came, all handsome men and beauties, plus the 3 people from Chu Yan's side, all staring at Mingdao opposite with flickering eyes. The sea of fire is boundless, and it is impossible to fly over. The hot air current is whirling and rushing in all directions. Standing on the top of the mountain, every time the sea of fire surged, it was like being hit by a cold wind, and the whole body trembled slightly. Except for the dilapidated mountain peaks under your feet where you can stand, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is nothing but a sea of fire. Standing on the top of a mountain as high as 10,000 zhang, looking around, the sea of fire in front of you extends to the edge of the sky, as if connecting the sky and the sea. Underworld flames are churning, and some fire waves, under the huge power, can pick up the waves of thousands of feet, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and the momentum is monstrous. Mixed with the breath of the underworld, standing for a long time, the coldness penetrates into the bone marrow, making people feel a sense of horror that bites the bones and kills the soul. Chu Yan's complexion was complicated, his eyes flickered constantly, and he stood on the top of the peak, without saying a word for a long time. Nether Island was right in front of them, but no trace of excitement could be seen on everyone's faces, instead they were all dignified. No one dared to say that he would be able to safely pass through this sea of flames of the underworld and reach the island of the underworld. If you want to reach Nether Island, you must first rush into this underworld flame with the power of the underworld. In that case, is it possible to still be alive? I'm afraid, when the time comes, even my own reincarnation will be burnt to nothingness. Even the female clan members who have come here more than once these days, all of them have a cold expression on their faces, full of awe. The breath of the underworld is terrifying. It's extremely difficult to pass. It takes about 10 breaths of time to rush through the road of 100 miles. The burning of the dark flames in 10 breaths, the body protector can last for a few breaths at most. If it collapses within 10 breaths, it is impossible for the physical body to resist. With a fire-type martial spirit, it should be easier. Everyone in the Tian tribe, facing the Mingyan, Chi-Chi was shocked, especially when they saw some fire spirits from the hell of the underworld appearing in the waves of the Mingyan flames, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of these Xuanhuan fire spirits, compared with those encountered before, I don't know how many times stronger, and even looking at it makes people palpitate. In other words, everyone who passes through this sea of dark flames must not only fight against the dark flames, but also pray not to be hit by these roaming fire spirits, otherwise, the result will be, I'll come first. Just when everyone's faces were icy cold, the celestial maiden came out more and more, walking lightly with lotus steps, and walked to the edge of the peak cliff. One colorful feather per step, less than 30 simple steps, but the aura on Tian's body has already reached its peak. On the edge of the cliff was a dark iron chain, one end was nailed to the edge of the cliff, and the other end stretched directly into the sea of flames, extending towards Nether Island. The black iron chain, as thick as an arm, is made of unknown material, but it can withstand the burning of the dark flame for a long time, so it must not be a mortal thing. Under the impact of the layers of fire waves that grip the sky, the metal chains make clanking sounds from time to time, spreading across the surface of the dark sea, passing through endlessly, giving people a sense of loneliness. The figure of Tian attracted everyone to look sideways nervously, especially the members of the Tian tribe, who watched closely. In the Tian clan, this time, there will naturally be some newcomers joining, and Tian's move is to set an example for them and encourage them at the same time. After all, this is not the first time Tian has ventured into this sea of underworld flames. But even so, everyone knows that strength is very important, and luck is also very important. Even if it can withstand the blazing fire of the underworld, but the strength of the fire spirit it encounters depends entirely on luck. Therefore, even if Tian passed safely before, her current trip is also in great danger. Chu Yan frowned, and stepped out in a big stride. After 10 steps, he walked to the position behind the goddess. His eyes were surrounded by 5 colors of light, and the pupils of the unicorn spread out instantly, looking at the sea of underworld in front of him. However, with just a glance, Chu Yan frowned suddenly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Because his unicorn pupils couldn't see through this fire field. Originally, Chu Yan hoped that with the unicorn pupils, he could provide the goddess with some information about the fire spirits in the fire domain and help her, but he did not expect that his unicorn pupils could not penetrate the dark flames in front of him at all. I didn't expect that the aura of the underworld in the underworld flames could be restrained by the Qilint's prestige. This is going to be troublesome. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan thought of the reason, and suddenly there was a wry smile on his face, and he shook his head. My 5 gods and beasts' martial souls belong to the heavenly spirits and beasts, and the breath of the underworld, like a yin and a yang, happens to be in harmony with the power of the gods and beasts. Therefore, the pupil of the unicorn can't play a role, so Chu Yan estimates that maybe his Suzaku Emperor Fire may not be effective in front of these dark flames. In other words, at this time, if you want to break into the Nether Island, you really can only use your own strength. #C1753 Sunglasses. The heavenly girl looked back, saw Chu Yan's expression at a glance, and suddenly laughed out loud. This underworld flame can burn all things, and it is invulnerable to all dharmas. Even spirit treasures and fairy weapons can burn their aura and destroy them. Therefore, if you step into it, use secret magic spirit treasures and other methods with caution. While speaking, the celestial maiden glanced at the celestial maidens again, obviously intending to remind them. But in the end, her eyes returned to Chu Yan, and she smiled. I don't know why, but she always has a kind of affection for the black-robed youth in front of her. It seems that there is something in him that can attract her. However, what it is, Tian herself doesn't know. However, during this trip to the Dark Sea, the smile she showed was completely opposite to her title of Ice Queen in the Celestial Girl clan. Call. With a long mouthful of orchids, the Celestial Girl calmed down, turned her head to look at the underworld sea area in front of her, raised her lotus step slightly, and stepped on the black iron chain with her jade feet. The iron chain trembled slightly, creating a circle of ripples in the dark flames. However, as the celestial girl stepped on the second step, the entire iron chain quickly stabilized, and a faint breath spread from the iron chain. Obviously, on this dark iron chain, there is a special spirit pattern restriction, which can reduce the difficulty of passing through the sea of underworld. That's why the celestial girl had no choice but to fly across at high speed, but walked towards Nether Island from this iron chain. The long iron chain, like an antenna, connects the end of the sea, and extends towards the depths of the underworld, directly connecting the broken Lingfang with the underworld island hundreds of miles away, and bringing this piece of desperate land together, forcibly opened a way. Leaving the dilapidated mountain peak, standing on the black iron chain, it seems to be in another world, with the blazing fire waves in front of your eyes. As the celestial girl continued to move forward, the restraint of the spirit pattern on the black iron chain became more and more intense. On the entire iron chain, there were faint lights visible to the naked eye, and the streamer of light lingered on the iron chain. Especially the section of iron chain on which the celestial maiden steps is more radiant. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous, staring at the celestial girl on the iron chain, even breathing became short of breath. Tom. Some fire spirits collided with the iron chain, exploding balls of fire, and scattered and rushed, and the rest of the energy spread out like a shock wave, causing the iron chain that was supposed to be stable to shake again. Hiss. Seeing the figure of a celestial girl on the iron chain, like a candle in the wind, everyone gasped. In front of such a mighty power of heaven and earth, the figure of the celestial girl seemed extremely small, as if she would be directly swallowed by the waves of fire that filled the sky. Call. When the goddess walks 100 steps and gradually walks from the edge to the core area of Mingyan, the power of the surrounding fire instantly increases 100 times, and raging flames rush in like a tide, completely enveloping it. However, what is unimaginable is that under such a terrifying wave of fire, a layer of ice formed on the body shield 10 steps around the celestial girl's body. A thin layer of ice crystals, illuminated by the red flames, refracted dazzling colorful rays of light, like a star floating above the fire field, shining brightly. In the sea of fire, but covered in ice crystals. It is enough to show that among the dark flames, the power of the underworld is more terrifying than the fire. This kind of majesty of the underworld, coupled with the power of the underworld flames, is definitely a double test of strength and spirit, and each is more difficult than the other. Obviously, crossing the sea with iron chains is simply a test. If you can't resist the underworld fire and the breath of the underworld, how can you be qualified to enter the underworld island? What's more, I really can't resist. The sky and the earth are filled with a world of underworld flames, and in the end, there is only loss. The physical body and soul are lost at the same time, and even reincarnation in the underworld will be obliterated. Let all your imprints in this world be completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind, completely evaporated. The celestial girl's face was indifferent. She was completely unmoved in the face of the monstrous power all around her. She stepped resolutely. Step out calmly. After walking 100 steps, another fire spirit struck. The strength of this wave of fire spirits is obviously much stronger. Even if they are banned and killed by the spirit pattern on the iron chain, but the remaining waves of fire energy exploded and surged away, causing the iron chain to shake again. However, Tian remained calm and moved forward steadily. In less than 10 breaths, the goddess walked nearly 300 steps on the iron chain without any stagnation. My family's heavenly daughter is indeed our generation, the first day's pride. Seeing this scene, the members of the Tian tribe finally relaxed their tense faces. They looked at the figure of the Tian in the sky filled with flames, and their eyes showed awe. Especially some Tiannu clansmen who came to Minghai for the first time gradually relaxed from their original nervousness. It seems that this iron chain may have hope to pass. At this time in the 10 directions God realm, outside the crack in the sky. It has been a while since the arrogance of all races entered the cracks in the sky. But the bigwigs of various races waiting outside, at this time, all looked expectantly, looking at the crack in the sky. Not long after, the bosses of various races seemed to have thought of something, and looked in one direction at the same time. There, several strong men from different races were constantly taking out large pieces of spar, and were busy building a crystal altar with a strange shape. The people of the Saint Crystal clan really brought the Tongtian mirror. A big man, seeing that the crystal altar was about to be built, smiled and nodded. With the Tongtian mirror, you can see the situation in the 10 directions God realm. I don't know, have the juniors of my family reached the land of the ruins? In the 10 directions God realm, the life spirit pattern is useless. Once it is damaged, it cannot be reborn at all. I am really worried. 100 days, less than a day has passed, don't worry. Look, Tongtian realm has been built. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the bosses of all races turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw the bosses of the Saint Crystal clan, who had already surrounded the crystal altar and started to move. Hum. 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 One by one, the handprints were photographed on the crystal altar. Immediately, on the huge altar, one after another spirit patterns flickered, and they were all thrown into the sky, becoming one. The lights of more than a dozen spirit patterns gathered in the sky, and a huge crystal screen was directly opened, and the picture gradually appeared. This is a top view of the 10 directions God realm, as if standing on the endless crimson sky, looking down on the entire 10 directions God realm within a range of hundreds of millions of miles. And under the control of the handprints of the big brothers of the Saint Crystal clan, the screen continued to zoom in, and soon all of them, the descendants of the Saint Crystal clan, appeared in a huge red mist. It's just that the fiery red is so rich, it's too rich, the picture is blurry, and nothing can be seen clearly. Hey, just now when the picture changed, I seemed to see a strange light flickering in the direction of Minghai. It should be Tian and the others. At this moment, a bigwig from the Tian clan stroked his long beard and said with a faint smile on his face. As an elder of the Tian tribe, he is naturally aware of the characteristics of the iron chain in the Sea of Darkness. Therefore, when there is a little light shining in the direction of the Sea of Darkness, it is the scene of someone trying to pass through the iron chain. This shows that the Tian tribe has successfully reached the Sea of the Underworld and is heading towards the island of the Underworld. Hopefully, this time, the goddess can awaken the inheritance of our clan, and mention some guidance, so that we can find the saint of our clan as soon as possible. Then, that day, the female patriarch made a soft sound, looking a little lonely. Compared with other races, the celestial maidens have no chance of obtaining inheritance and secret treasures in the 10 Directions God realm, and they still have to work hard to find the saintess. Elder Ninth, don't worry, the goddess will get the oracle. Another person said. Hashtag C1754 Oracle. Chapter 1754. The mighty fire of the 9 prisons of the underworld can burn everything in the world, even directly obliterating human reincarnation. However, after countless years of research, the Tian tribe has found some ways to restrain and weaken it. Therefore, it should not be a big problem for the Tian to pass through the Sea of Fire during this trip. Oracle. The big boss of the Tian tribe looked at the crystal screen in the sky, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and after a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The descendants of my family, in order to obtain the oracle of the Sea of Darkness, rushed forward and succeeded, and how much was lost in the Sea of Darkness? The heavens live up to my family. Finally, in the class 100,000 years ago, I got the oracle of the sea and found a trace of news about the saint. However, as said in the oracle, the soul of the saint returns, and she is reborn from nirvana. What does this mean?" Speaking of this, the faces of the big bosses of the Tian clan were full of dignified and doubtful expressions. The Tian clan had been comprehending this 100,000-year-old oracle for so many years, but they had no clue and didn't know its meaning at all. Therefore, the entire upper echelons of the Tian clan can only pin their hopes on the next opening of the 10 Directions God realm, hoping to get another oracle and obtain useful information from it. In any case, if the saintesses of the celestial maiden are not found, the legacy of the Protoss in the Sea of Darkness cannot be obtained, and the celestial maiden will never be revived. I hope this time, the goddess can get the oracle. I hope that the gods of the 10 Directions can take pity on us lost people and give the news of the saint. The big boss of the Tian tribe, with a full face, sighed quietly. This kind of expectation has to be experienced once every 100 years. The entire Tian clan will send the top descendant Jiuxiao in the clan to the gods of the 10 Directions and go to the Sea of the Underworld at any cost. Even if they knew that at least half of these junior arrogances would be lost in the Sea of Darkness, they still didn't hesitate. Discuss with the Saint Crystal clan, divide 1/10 of the screen of the crystal screen, and move it to the Sea of Darkness. After a long time, the big boss of the Tian clan spoke. Yes, 9th Elder. The Deacon Elder took the order, turned around and took out a stored jade talisman, looked at the jade talisman twice, and thought of the massive resources in the jade talisman. The corners of his painful mouth twitched twice, but he still lifted his foot and walked towards the direction of the Saint Crystal clan. Every time the 10 gods are opened, all races have to pay tribute to the Holy Crystal clan in order to see the situation of the younger generation in the 10 square gods, so that they can divide a picture on the crystal screen of the altar of the Holy Crystal clan and observe their own the situation of the descendants of the family. Therefore, every session of the Saint Crystal clan, relying on this altar crystal screen alone, the resources earned are astronomical figures. Not long after, as the Deacon Elder of the Tian clan returned from the Saint Crystal clan, a small area appeared on the screen of the crystal screen above the sky, and it began to zoom in and out towards the Minghai direction, gradually appearing figures. In front of the iron chain leading to Nether Island, the figure of the goddess has completely disappeared in the fire domain of the Nether Sea. It should have passed. Chu Yan stared at Xuanhuan, narrowing his eyes slightly. It's my turn. Another Tian clansman strode out of the crowd and walked towards the iron chain. This is a male Tian clansman, who looks like a jade tree facing the wind. His face is like a crown of jade, and the jade belt around his waist is not ordinary at first glance, and his status is dignified. He stepped on the iron chain and walked, and within 10 steps, the body protecting energy on his body had already risen to its peak, with a distorted and painful expression on his face. This person, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Seeing this, Chu Yan murmured. Sure enough, when this handsome man from the Celestial Envy clan walked to the edge of the Sea of Fire at 100 paces, a python of fire spirit suddenly rushed out, and with just one impact, he was knocked off the iron chain and fell straight into the Sea of Fire below. There was not even a scream, and everyone looked at each other. On the Sea of Fire hundreds of meters below the iron chain, there was only a cloud of gray smoke rising, and there was no scum left in the whole person. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone on the cliff suddenly changed. This is the first lost tribe this year, but everyone knows that this will never be the last. Every time the Dark Sea travels, only about 50% of the Triumph clan can reach Nether Island alive, although the elders of the clan have already said this before coming. However, when I saw it with my own eyes, the chilling feeling in my heart still made all the Triumph clansmen feel palpitations. Humph. I'm coming. Seeing the dignified atmosphere, another Tiannu clansman stepped forward, but it was a woman wearing 5-color feathers, obviously not weak. The Triumph clan respects their mothers, and among most clansmen, women are stronger than men. She stepped on the iron chain and walked very cautiously. After walking dozens of steps, she got used to the power of the Sea of Fire, stopped for a while, and then gritted her teeth and entered the core area of the fire domain. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Next, one after another, members of the Triumph tribe stepped on the iron chains and headed towards Nether Island opposite the Sea of Flames. It's just that the number of successful people in the future is getting smaller and smaller. Most of the heavenly female clan's arrogance were buried in the Sea of Flames and turned into nothingness. Unexpectedly, this year's trip to the Sea of Darkness, the Triumph clan did not even reach a 50% pass rate. Outside, all the bigwigs of the Triumph clan shook their heads and sighed as they watched the scene in the crystal screen in the sky. Hey! If our clan doesn't find the saint 10,000 years from now, I'm afraid we won't even be able to find the Tianjiao who can break into the Nether Island. However, if the saintess is not found, the celestial maiden will become weaker and weaker. In the end, even gaining a foothold in the 10 Directions starfield will become a luxury. 500 Triumph clansmen were able to safely step into the iron chains, and less than 300 in the core area. According to this probability, there may only be more than 100 people who can survive the Sea of Fire and burn their bodies and reach Nether Island. Maybe, not even 100 people. Ninth Elder, look at the iron chain. A clan elder reminded. The ninth elder was stunned when he heard the words, and turned his head to look at him, only to see that on the iron chain, many Triumph clansmen were advancing at a frighteningly slow speed, and many of them were even crowded together. In this way, as the number of people in a certain area increases, the fire spirits rushing out of the Sea of Fire will also accumulate, which naturally increases the difficulty. No. Hurry up and use the family news to give them an order to separate them. Ninth Elder's face changed drastically, and he ordered quickly. Yes, Ninth Elder. The deacon responded. My God, this time, it's up to you. The ninth elder's eyes turned, and he looked at the goddess who was walking in the front, with a trace of anticipation in his heart. Even if there is only one person, reaching Nether Island, at least, is a hope. In front of the cliff, the three of Chu Yan, after discussing in a low voice, also began to prepare to break through the sea of iron chains and flames. The first to step on the iron chain was Little White Bear, Dang Dang. Relatively speaking, Dang Dang, who is the Demon Emperor, has a much stronger physical body. In addition, she has received the inheritance of Xie La Jiao, so the beast body has a trace of thunder attribute. The thunder attribute can also be regarded as a variation of the fire attribute, with the same root and the same origin. Therefore, under the tense gazes of Chu Yan and Lin Wanru, the little white bear roared and directly turned into the deity. #C1755 Ancient Saint Beast Bloodline. Chapter 1755. A huge animal body with a height of more than 70 feet appeared on the cliff. As an ancient spirit beast, Xie La Jiao has the biggest advantage over other monsters, that is, its purple fur is far stronger than other monsters. Even the scales of the dragons are not as strong as its skin and flesh. Tom. The bear's foot stepped down, and the entire cliff trembled. The fur on Xie La Jiao's body was glowing with dark purple light, and the eyes of the beast were full of purple lightning, with an astonishing momentum. Little White Bear, he's much stronger. Chu Yan, who hadn't seen Little White Bear's true self for a long time, suddenly brightened his eyes. Under the peeping of the unicorn pupil, he directly saw through Little White Bear's strength, and nodded slightly involuntarily. Every time he saw Little White Bear's true self, Chu Yan would think of the purple bloody road that Little White Bear died to save himself outside the unknown dark hall. A life and death friendship, a spiritual contract. There is no need for too much communication between the two. As long as they are in danger, they will first consider each other. Therefore, Little White Bear Dang just wanted to use his animal body to explore the way for Chu Yan first. There is a spiritual contract between the two of them. As long as the Little White Bear walks on the iron chain, Chu Yan will know clearly about Ming Yan's power. The Little White Bear, who had turned into his true self, lowered his head and grinned at Chu Yan, then strode out and walked directly onto the iron chain. The outside world, before the crystal screen. Look, what is that? Oh my God, purple monsters, there is actually a demon emperor who has entered the gods of the 10 directions. The evil spirit in the god city of the 10 directions is the nemesis of the monster race. Very few monster races have entered the god realm of the 10 directions. Unexpectedly, this demon bear is not afraid of the evil spirit. I'm on the iron chain of Minghai, oh my God. The purple fur of this monster is so strong in defense. What kind of spirit beast is this? I've never seen it. There doesn't seem to be such a spirit beast in our outland continent. That is, in the outland continent, since the prosperity of the Wu clan, the human race and the monster clan have almost been taken over by them. Shoo. Don't talk about it, the witch clan is over there, do you want to die? The leaders of all ethnic groups turned their heads together and looked in the direction of the Wu clan, with expressions of fear on their faces. However, those bigwigs of the Wu clan were looking at the Little White Bear in the crystal screen with full attention at this time. Their eyes were shining, and their faces were full of greed. For them, such a powerful spirit beast is absolutely a great compliment. Just when everyone was staring at the crystal screen in the sky, the tall Xie La Jiao beast shadow in the crystal screen had already disappeared into the underworld fire, completely invisible. A huge group of purple light seemed to be unable to blend into the strange light of the sea of fire, and it was extremely dazzling in the large dark red fire waves. That ball of purple light is exactly where Little White Bear's bodyguard is located. During the rushing sublimation, it completely cuts off the surrounding flames, making it impossible to touch its body. Haha, Nether Island, here I come. With a roar, the figure of the Little White Bear on the iron chain was getting faster and faster. After stepping into the core area of the Sea of Flames, not only did it not slow down, but it became faster and faster. It seemed that these dark flames had no effect on it at all. My God! So strong! On the cliff, a group of timed clansmen were stunned. They never thought that this spirit beast would have such a powerful strength. Even, it seems that it is twice as fast as the goddess of their clan. You know, they have investigated Little White Bear's demon cultivator, and he is nothing more than a great demon emperor, but his performance in this sea of fire is as smooth as walking on the ground, as if those dark flames don't exist. Could it be, it is an ancient holy beast? Whether it was the Tian tribe on the cliff, or the bigwigs of various tribes outside, their expressions changed, and they were full of suspicion. You must know that in the 10 directions of the gods, there are very few powerful monsters who come here, not because they are afraid of those so-called evil spirits, but because in the 10 directions of the gods, there are not many relics suitable for monsters at all. However, only the spirit beasts who were the strong gods in the ancient times, the descendants of monsters called the blood of the ancient holy beasts, would risk their lives to come here to find the remains of the ancient holy beasts. Holy beast? No way. In our outland continent, there is still the blood of the ancient holy beast. God. God. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that the little white bear must be of the blood of an ancient holy beast. Immediately, all of them were so startled that their eyes glowed red, and they couldn't help gasping. Ancient holy beast. That is the supreme bloodline of the monster clan. Just like the warriors of all races who practice martial arts, they have a glimmer of hope to hit the god realm. This kind of bloodline is the most noble bloodline among monsters. Even before the ancient times, when the Protoss had not flourished, it was said that in the entire 10 directions starfield, the number of great demon emperors was far more than that of martial arts emperors of various races who practiced martial arts. It can be said that the 10 directions starfield at that time was completely dominated by the great demon emperors. Therefore, the bosses of all races never expected to see a spirit beast with the blood of an ancient holy beast appear with their own eyes in this session of the 10 directions god realm. If anyone can get the spirit beast, at that time, if the spirit beast is inherited by the holy beast of the gods and breaks through to the god realm, it will be the supreme existence. What's more, even if it is a martial artist who is the master, and his cultivation base is still that of Emperor Wu, he can run across the entire 10 direction star field with the help of spirit beasts in the divine realm. What a majesty that is! At this moment, the astonishing performance of the little white bear immediately attracted the attention of many bosses. However, at this moment, a strange sound sounded. It's a pity. It's a pity. A tycoon of a foreign race, looking at the picture on the crystal screen, shook his head repeatedly, with a look of regret on his face. What a pity! Someone asked. Didn't you see it? This spirit beast only has the cultivation base of the imperial realm, so it can't resist these dark flames at all. Instead, it will cause the crazy attacks of the fire spirits of the god-hating monsters hidden in the dark sea. It will be lost soon. What? Underworld flame spirit hates monsters. Someone was surprised. That's right. In the past, there were some powerful monsters that crossed the Sea of Darkness. It seems that until now, no monsters have been able to break through. This bear monster, I'm afraid. Another person responded, nodded, and shook his head again. Roar. 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 Just when everyone was stunned, in the Sea of Darkness, suddenly a large wave of fire surged, and a group of huge fire spirits suddenly appeared, as if seeing prey. They all rushed towards the little white bear on the iron chain. Even the hundreds of fire spirits that had gathered together to attack the huddled Tian clansmen all turned around and rushed towards the little white bear. In an instant, the entire dark sea seemed to be boiling, and endless spirits of dark flames rushed in like a tide. The flames in the Mingyan area, where little white bear was located, suddenly more than doubled. Not good. Fire spirit found it. On the cliff, there was a sound of exclamation, and everyone looked nervously at the little white bear on the iron chain, as if they had already seen the little white bear, and the next moment, they would be directly swallowed by the fire spirits pouring in like a frenzy. Hey. However, no one expected that on the iron chain, as the center of all the fire spirits rushing madly, the little white bear grinned when he saw the fire spirits rushing around. #C1756 difference. Chapter 1756. Facing the spirit of the underworld fire rushing towards him like a tide, the little white bear's eyes turned purple, and his whole body was full of monster energy. "Hey, Xiaomian, fight with me." The little white bear grinned, his white teeth gleamed with a cold light, and without the slightest hesitation, he kept destroying the evil spirit all over his body. On the other side, on the cliff, unlike other people with tight faces, Chu Yan carried his hands on his back, with a faint smile on his face, and his face was indifferent, as if he was not worried at all. "I don't understand. Why does a beautiful bear call herself master?" Chu Yan shook his head, with a wry smile on his face. Maybe the female beasts in the world of monsters and beasts are more sturdy, like the famous tigress, the Hedon lion roar. The fire of the Sea of Darkness burns the sky and the earth, not only can burn the body, but can even burn the soul. Such a terrifying strange fire, the fire spirit produced is definitely even more terrifying. Ordinary warriors can't even get close to the Sea of Darkness. Even the Tianjiao who are as powerful as the Tianf clan, there were quite a few of them just now, and they fell into the hands of Minghai Huling. But now, there are hundreds of fire spirits in the dark sea rushing towards the little white bear. The fire spirits in various animal shapes, like snakes and flood dragons, scoop up monstrous fire waves, like clusters of dark fire meteors, with overwhelming power. Even in front of the outside crystal screen, the bigwigs of all races all changed their expressions when they saw such a powerful fire wave, and stared closely at the screen in the crystal screen. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on little white bear. On the iron chain, the little white bear stomped on both feet, and the surrounding flames were pushed by the fire spirit, like a wave, coming in waves, almost completely engulfing the little white bear's tall animal body. The waves of fire were raging, as if they were going to burn the whole world. At this moment, the mighty fire spirit finally showed its terrifying side. Roar. The purple energy on little white bear's body was soaring to the sky, and two purple lightning bolts shot out from the bear's eyes. The monster energy in his whole body rose to the peak, and he raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. Swallow. Amidst the roar, the little white bear opened its mouth wide, and a purple demon crystal swallowed out, like a dazzling star, emitting thousands of purple lights, lingering around the endless purple lightning net, towards the top of the little white bear direction rises. What? It sacrificed its natal crystal nucleus. Everyone was stunned, and the bosses were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the little white bear was so bold that, as a spirit beast, he released his natal crystal core. If there is an enemy here and is damaged by the attack, it will be directly damaged. Different from the warriors of all races, the monster clan is born with a natal demon crystal, which contains all the monster energy of the monster and is the source of all power. And some powerful bloodlines of ancient monster beasts even stored inheritance memories in the natal monster crystals. Such an important thing, if there is any mistake, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. However, nature is divided into yin and yang, and the world is divided into two poles. Although the monster's natal monster is important and fragile, it is also the strongest attack method of the monster. How could the attack from the source of all the monster power be weak? Nourish. 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 Purple electricity filled the sky, shining in the sky, and the purple evil energy mixed with purple electricity, like a shock wave. Wherever it passed, the flames that originally filled the entire sky disappeared quickly like ice and snow meeting heat. And those spirits of the underworld flames rushing madly, with their heads pierced in the purple demonic aura, are like fish that have fallen into the mud, and they are deeply trapped in it, where they can still be arrogant. Call. 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 The purple demonic energy and the fire of the underworld attacked each other, and the violent power formed a powerful wind that swept away. The purple lightning that was released from the little white bear was like electric snakes and electric cables, entangled in every spirit of the dark flame, caught in the purple demonic aura. Roar. Roar. Bound by the purple electric snake, under the index of the little white bear's demon consciousness, it was forcibly pulled towards the little white bear's open bloody mouth, a spirit of deep flame, screaming in despair and struggle. Tom. The little white bear stomped out with one step, and the iron chain under his feet trembled suddenly. Immediately, a large area of mysterious spirit patterns shone strongly on the iron chain, and scattered like ripples. As the light of this wave of iron chain spirit patterns surged, wherever it passed, the spirits of the dark flames that were still struggling, finally lost their last strength and completely collapsed, allowing those purple demon lightning to pull into the giant mouth of little white bear. Tom. Tom. Stepping out with big strides, devouring the spirit of the underworld fire, the monster energy on the little white bear rose again, venting out crazily, constantly replenishing the surrounding purple monster energy. The scope of the purple evil spirit expanded, pushing the sky-filled flames farther and farther away, and at the same time bound the spirits of the flames that were further away, and continued to pull them over. At this moment, the strength of the ancient Ziluo Tianqiong's blood was vividly displayed. It seems that these dark flame spirits are a great tonic to the little white bear. With every step, after devouring a few dark flame spirits, the monster energy in the little white bear will become stronger. However, after only walking 100 steps, the monster aura on the little white bear has grown by a full 30%. The next moment, when the little white bear took 100 steps and entered the core area of Mingyan, the excitement really began. The fire spirits in the core area of Minghai are much stronger than those in the outer areas in terms of number and strength, and they can be easily distinguished just by their size and color. Originally, in the peripheral area, most of the fire spirits were dark fire, and a few were golden red. However, after reaching the core area, almost more than 90% of them are golden red fire spirits, with a body shape of nearly 100 feet in height. Even after the little white bear devoured a large number of fire spirits, compared to dealing with a gold-red fire spirit in the core area, at least 5 purple lightnings were needed to bind them. Mutual generation and mutual restraint, completely suppressed, even the golden-red fire spirit, under the full force of the little white bear, was pulled over without any suspense and swallowed in one gulp. This is definitely an ancient holy beast. The blood of the real ancient holy beast that has disappeared for millions of years. A group of bigwigs from the outside looked at the little white bear in the crystal screen, and they all opened their mouths in shock, their eyes protruded, and they were completely dumbfounded. I've seen tough ones, but I've never seen them so tough. When others set foot in the sea of darkness, they are close to death. If they can survive, it is not bad, but when the little white bear becomes a man, it directly becomes a place of great nourishment, and the demon cultivator rises wildly. It can really devour king-level fire spirits. The legend is true, the ancient holy beasts have passed through the sea of darkness and nirvana. They have the source of endless rebirth. Strong. Too strong. My God, I actually saw an ancient holy beast with my own eyes in my lifetime. It's scary, the evil spirit of the holy beast is increasing crazily. A group of bigwigs, including the Tianjiao of the Tianf clan on the cliff, all looked dumbfounded, and the sea of knowledge was in chaos. This person is really infuriating compared to other people, but now, even when compared with monsters, he is completely inferior. This gap. #C1757 One Shocking Rainbow. Chapter 1757. The core area of Minghai, which symbolizes the portal of Mingdao, was directly stepped into by the little white bear without any influence. Unlike the Tian tribe who reached the core area before, after little white bear entered the core area, not only did his speed drop drastically, but he even sat down directly. What? The holy beast stopped. The big bosses of various races who were staring at the crystal screen showed a look of shock on their faces at the same time. Of course they knew that the little white bear didn't stop because he was suppressed by the powerful fire power and powerful fire spirit in the core area. Because it was little white bear who took the initiative and stopped by himself. Compared with the previous Tianf clansmen who reached the core area, there is a huge gap between the two. The power and number of fire spirits at the core of the Sea of Darkness are far inferior to those at the periphery. It dares to stop. Isn't this courting death? A tycoon of a foreign race looked up at the crystal screen in the sky and said in surprise. You know, after entering the core area of Minghai, the Tianjiao in front of them braved the attack of the sky full of fire spirits. No matter how slow they were, they had to grit their teeth and move forward desperately, hoping to pass the core area as soon as possible and reach Mingdao. Once there, you will be truly safe. After all, within the range of Nether Island, the Nether Flame Fire Spirit cannot set foot there, and the power of the fire will be minimized. Therefore, this section of nearly 50 miles of iron chain is the most dangerous area, and it is also the Sea of Darkness. It is a real test for everyone who enters the Island of Darkness and wants to obtain the legacy of the gods. Before coming to Minghai, the bosses of all clans would carefully teach and warn them that they must pass through the core area of Minghai at the fastest speed. No matter how much pressure there is, they should not stop for a moment. But now, little white bear's actions have completely broken these experiences. At this time, even if the celestial maidens in front of the little white bear looked horrified, they just looked back at the little white bear, then quickly turned around and rushed forward. Now is an excellent opportunity, you know, those fire spirits. After the little white bear entered the core area, they all rushed towards the little white bear as if they had found their prey. Therefore, the pressure that Tianjiao of the Tianf clan originally endured was reduced by half. Don't leave now, wait a while, just want to leave, I'm afraid they are all gone. You know, even the outer area of Minghai lost a full 50% of the Tianjiao of the Tianf clan. In this core area, even 30% of them survived, which is lucky. Therefore, the arrival of the little white bear is equivalent to helping those Tianjiao in a disguised form. As Tianjiao, why didn't he understand such an opportunity? So under the leadership of Tianjiao of the remaining Tianf clan saw the little white bear in shock, and hurriedly strode away and rushed towards Nether Island. As more than a dozen Tianjiao rushed away, more fire spirits turned around and rushed towards the little white bear. However, when they rushed 1,000 steps around the little white bear, they were firmly blocked by the strong evil spirit like a purple cloud, and they couldn't rush in at all. Moreover, from time to time, there will be a few purple lightning like electric snakes, shooting out from the purple demonic aura, like a few cables, binding a certain spirit of the flames in the sky of fire spirits, pulling them towards the little white bear where the deity is. Roar! 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 The prey was right in front of him, but he couldn't get close to it. He was blocked by the demonic aura, which immediately made the fire spirit in the sky furious, and became extremely frantic. While roaring, he attacked the demonic aura in front of him even more crazily. As a result, the pressure on little white bear began to gradually increase, and his originally relaxed expression became more and more dignified. After all, for the little white bear to block thousands of spirits of dark flames by himself, the pressure is not ordinary. What's more, almost 90% of these golden red underworld flame spirits are king ranks, and they are several times stronger than the surrounding fire spirits. It has existed for an unknown number of years, bred by the endless sea of fire in the sea of underworld, and has somewhat spiritual wisdom. When their impact on the demonic energy was blocked, more spirits of the underworld flames began to gather slowly, concentrating their strength. Attack the evil spirit in a certain direction. With this tactic, the pressure on the little white bear suddenly increased several times. Of course, the little white bear can completely give up devouring the fire spirit, and just like those Tianjiao, quickly pass through this iron chain and go straight to Nether Island. However, after this period of devouring, the little white bear discovered that after these spirits of dark flames were integrated into the body, it would increase the power of its bloodline. Let her natal demon crystal become more solid. The little white bear has been practicing for a long time, and his growth rate is very fast, especially after meeting Chu Yan. He is basically swallowing piles of demon crystals, eating golden cores as food, and encountering various opportunities to obtain extremely rapid improvement. However, this kind of rapid improvement will often lead to an unstable foundation in the cultivation base of the demon path. This problem has troubled little white bear for a long time, and he has not been able to find a solution. Among monsters, especially some powerful monsters, they often consolidate their monster cultivation through deep sleep, and it is very common for them to sleep for several years or decades. However, little white bear can't do it. She wants to follow Chu Yan, so, except when she was a child, she hardly ever slept deeply. Therefore, the spirits of the dark sea in front of her were the only opportunities she encountered that could strengthen her demon cultivation. How could she give up so easily? As time passed, little white bear's face became more and more serious. The speed of devouring the fire spirits began to make ends meet, and the fused demonic energy couldn't resist the group of fire spirits attacking outside. In less than 100 breaths, the purple demon cloud, which was originally close to 1,000 steps, was reduced by a full 100 steps by the fire spirits. Moreover, the animal body of the little white bear sitting cross-legged on the iron chain began to tremble slightly, showing a little powerlessness. This guy. On the cliff, Chu Yan's black robe is like the wind, hunting lightly, and a pair of unicorn pupils are running, giving a panoramic view of the little white bear on the iron chain in the distance. He couldn't help but wryly smiled, and shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Others don't know, how could Chu Yan not understand little white bear's thoughts? The spiritual consciousness is connected, and Chu Yan can easily sense that the current situation of the little white bear is already extremely dangerous, and it will take less than 200 breaths at most before the physical body will collapse and the demon soul will be annihilated. But the little white bear didn't choose to get up and leave at all, but still clenched his teeth, sitting cross-legged on the iron chain, motionless. It's not because little white bear is not afraid of death, but because she knows that no matter what danger she encounters, Chu Yan will definitely save her. Therefore, little white bear didn't think about leaving at all, but was waiting for Chu Yan to come over. Swish! A black lightning shot out from the cliff and rushed onto the iron chain. That figure, like a startled rainbow, swept past, pulled out a long afterimage on the iron chain, and went straight to the core area. The speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, as if a ghost flashed by. Mingyan in all directions, as well as those low-level fire spirits, seemed to be nothing, unable to cause the slightest obstacle at all. Look, it's that human race. God, what a fast speed, what's going on here? Are those fire spirits useless to him? No. Impossible. Is the strength of this kid so strong? Seeing Chu Yan rushing up the iron chain, and passing the outer area of Minghai like lightning, without a trace of obstruction, the big shots from the outside world seemed to have seen a ghost, and their eyeballs popped out of shock. #C1758 Beheading Order. Chapter 1758. Seeing Chu Yan, like a startled rainbow, skimming across the sea of darkness, the bigwigs of all races looked horrified. Could it be that all the restrictions on the sea of darkness have disappeared? The sky filled with flames, together with the tide-like spirits of the flames, could not have any influence on Chu Yan at all. Even where Chu Yan's figure passed by, those flames and fire spirits froze, and there was no movement at all. And looking at Chu Yan again, within 10 steps around his body, the 5-color Suzaku Emperor fire lingers, and his whole body is full of golden light, like a god crossing the sea, invincible. Oh my god, what is that human kid on his body? 5-colored fire. That's real fire, no. It's stronger than real fire. Human race. How could a warrior of the human race come to the Sea of Darkness? Could it be that he wants to obtain the legacy of the 3 clans left by the Protoss on Nether Island? Countless astonished gazes stared at Chu Yan's Rudian figure closely, and various guesses filled their hearts with doubts. The human race has fallen. In the entire Cunlong realm, and even in the outer world, no one knows. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, there have been few strong talents of human races in the major Jedi and ruins. Even if occasionally there are a few hidden human race powerhouses who come out, they are often not strong enough to attract the attention of everyone. But now, the human warrior in front of him is full of golden light, protected by 5-color divine light. In the eyes of the bosses of all races, he is like a dazzling star breaking out of the world. Under the dazzling brilliance, it is like the rising sun. Could it be that this kid got the human race god pattern? My heart is full of curiosity. There is no secret about the 3 races on Nether Island. Everyone knows that the 3 bloodline races created by the gods include the demigods, celestial maidens, and human races. Only when they obtained the divine patterns passed down to them by the divine race, would they have the opportunity to obtain the secret technique left by the divine race in the core of Nether Island by their own holy sons and holy women. However, even the leader of the human race, the world of the kingdom of God, was captured by the witch race. Not to mention the divine pattern, even the ground of the foundation ceased to exist. So, even if this kid went to Nether Island, what use would it be? Perhaps, like the celestial girls, this child wants to obtain the oracle from the altar through the blood sacrifice, so as to get news about the human gods and the Holy Sun. Some bigwigs from different races looked at Chu Yan, who performed amazingly, and glanced at the direction of the Tian tribe not far away, guessing in their hearts. For tens of thousands of years, the Tian family sacrificed so much to obtain the oracle and find the saint. Even, every once in a while, a junior clansman with the strongest bloodline will be selected by the gods of the clan, named Tian, and sent to Nether Island to sacrifice blood to the altar in exchange for oracle. The junior, with the strongest bloodline, is often the most potential arrogant in the clan, and the price is extremely high. For tens of thousands of years, the Tian clan has lost many outstanding descendants Jiuxiao, but up to now, they still haven't found the lost saintess, and they can't get the legacy of the Tian clan on Nether Island. But now, the human race only came with one person, so what's the use? Want to get an oracle? Dreaming. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded, and in front of the crystal screen, a group of aliens in purple robes stared at Chu Yan in the crystal screen with murderous looks on their faces. These people are, the leader is Chu Yan's acquaintance, Emperor Li Tianwu of the Ming clan. At the beginning, when Chu Yan broke through the shackles of Haotian continent, broke through the time-space channel of Jiuxiao mountain, and came to Outland continent, he was stepping on the territory of the Mingzhu. Moreover, when Chu Yan broke through the space-time channel, he killed countless arrogances of the Ming clan, and even captured the saint of the Ming clan. For this great shame and humiliation, the Mingzhu didn't want to kill Chu Yan, for revenge for a moment. It's just that after Chu Yan rushed out of the Mingzhu, they couldn't find a chance. They only used their hidden power in King Kong City, but Chu Yan still ran away. However, this time, in Shifeng God Realm, they met Chu Yan again. How could they miss such a God-given opportunity? You know, the forbidden land of the underworld not only has the ruins of the 3 races. At the same time, there is also a relic belonging to the Hades. However, a team of Tianjiao, sent by the Mingzhu, is already on their way to the Sea of the Underworld. Send an order to tell Mo Wunyan and the others to give up chasing and killing the ancient demons, and immediately rush to the Sea of Darkness to kill Chu Yan. With a gloomy face, Emperor Li Tianwu ordered in a low voice. Yes. An elder deacon of the Ming clan obeyed the order, took out a jade talisman, and invaded the 10 Directions God realm through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. I haven't seen you in half a year, but this kid's strength has increased so much. You must not stay. Emperor Li Tianwu's whole body surged with imperial prestige, his aura was like a tide, and the cold murderous aura spread out, attracting the big men of all clans around him to look at him with fairy eyes. Huh. Emperor Li Tianwu, you want to deal with that human warrior? That's right, it looks like that kid from the human race seems to have offended the Ming clan. TSK, 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 now he's dead. The Ming clan can be regarded as a big family. A human boy dares to offend the Ming clan. He really wants to die. The land of the underworld is also where the ruins of the underworld race are located. This time I am afraid that we will be doomed. It's a pity, the human race is in decline. The bigwigs from all ethnic groups shook their heads in regret. Unexpectedly, such a dazzling new star was about to fall just after rising, which naturally made people feel embarrassed. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. In particular, some powerful forces have countless powerful people, and they are even more respectful. Just like the Ming clan, the number of Emperor Wu is probably several hundred, and their power is at its peak. Although they can't compare with the top strong clans, they can be considered extremely strong among the second-rate powers. In particular, according to rumors, the Ming clan has secretly surrendered to the Wu clan. Over the past tens of thousands of years, with the support of the Wu clan, the strength of the young warriors in the clan has become more and more outstanding, and there is a faint tendency to rank among the first-class forces. With such a force, not to mention a big brother of Emperor Wu, even a descendant of Tianjiao, can wipe out the declining human race and any warrior with a wave of his hand. Thinking of this point, some bigwigs from different races looked sideways, looked at the big map of the crystal screen, and looked for. Sure enough, less than 10,000 miles away from the Sea of Darkness, a group of warriors from the Ming race were turning rapidly and flying towards the cliff of the Sea of Darkness. On the other side, the underworld fire domain above the Iron Lock. Chu Yan flew over in a hurry, and quickly approached the little white bear. 5 colored flames ignited all over his body, and golden light overflowed, at an astonishingly fast speed. Little White Bear was in danger, Chu Yan didn't dare to neglect, and directly used the power of Suzaku Emperor Fire and Rakshasa Golden Body to dispel all the Ming Yan attacking from all around. From the eyes of others, Chu Yan's move seemed extremely easy, but Chu Yan himself knew that these dark flames and fire spirits still caused some resistance to him. Ming Yan, it's really good. Chu Yan stepped into the iron lock, his eyes were like thunder, and his face was slightly stern. It was the first time Chu Yan encountered a strange fire that could compete with Suzaku Emperor Fire, and he was somewhat surprised. #C1759 and let no one live. Although Suzaku Emperor Fire is not the ultimate form yet, it is by no means comparable to ordinary fire. As long as Chu Yan thinks of a way to upgrade the Suzaku Martial Soul to Battle Soul, the Suzaku Emperor Fire can really be released. At that time, the power of Emperor Fire will be more than 10 times what it is now, far surpassing the existence of true fire. In the past, Chu Yan was in a low-cost world, like the 3-star Haotian continent, including the current 2-star Outland continent, and the various strange fires he encountered were worse than Suzaku Emperor Fire. However, stepping into the 10 Directions God Realm, the place where the gods were located in ancient times, found a powerful strange fire like Ming Yan. Matching generation and restraint. Could it be that there is no way to burn it? Looking at the boundless sea of dark flames in front of him, how could Chu Yan not be moved? After his martial soul was awakened, his martial arts cultivation improved like lightning. Most of the credit was due to Suzaku Dihua's burning and refining Qi martial soul skill. No matter what it is, as long as it is not alive, Suzaku Emperor Fire can burn it into pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, turn it into true energy, and use it for yourself. Therefore, if you can burn the sea of flames in front of you, then Ming Yan, extremely dark fire, like fire but ice, contains a strong evil spirit, An evil spirit. The sea of consciousness was like lightning. Chu Yan kept pondering, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if thinking of something. If it is about the evil spirit, he has the same means. Holy Rakshasa. Rakshasa refining domain. With a low growl, Chu Yan's whole body was filled with black energy, rushing out like a tide. A large amount of Rakshas's true energy turned into a black cloud and spread out in all directions like a storm. Chu Yan seldom used this Rakshasa refining domain, and it was his biggest trump card, besides back to water. As a whole card, it is natural to keep it secret. If you use it at will and make it known to everyone, the effect of the whole card will be greatly reduced. In the Sea of Qi, 32 inner elixirs were operating together, and the endless Rakshasa Jinqi rushed in all directions. In less than a few breaths, everything within 1,000 steps above the iron locks turned into a world of black thick fog. Even the little white bear, not far away, was shrouded in it. Others don't know that the little white bear is quite familiar with Chu Yan's Rakshasa training domain, so when the black fog enveloped him, the little white bear grinned and his face relaxed instantly. On the one hand, it was because of the feeling of Raksha's refinement that little white bear knew that Chu Yan had already made a move. On the other hand, it was because the Rakshasa refinement domain swept past, and the power of the surrounding Ming Yan began to drop significantly, and the pressure on her was naturally reduced by a large amount. Especially those fire spirits, when they saw the appearance of Raksha Lianyu, they turned around and fled like a mouse seeing a cat. Roar. Suddenly, in the dark mist that filled the sky, a giant dark golden figure, holding a pair of gold and silver forks and a pair of blood-red divine eyes, swept across the 4 directions. Holy Rakshasa himself, appear. When he was in the medicine sect, Chu Yan held the black and white Rakshasa token and merged with the Holy Rakshasa for the first time. Later, Chu Yan also used it a few times, but rarely had the opportunity to directly summon the Holy Rakshasa himself, and the probability of success was not high. However, I never expected that a few days ago, Chu Yan integrated the heart of the realm with the world of the kingdom of God, and used the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts to carry the Jiuxiao palace and place it behind the world of the kingdom of God. The phantom of the Rakshasa in the inner pagoda hall of consciousness sea was promoted strangely, completed the second awakening, and transformed into the Holy Rakshasa himself. Therefore, Chu Yan is now using Rakshasa to refine the domain, and the power of the domain is far greater than before. Hum. 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 Within the range, covered by the Saint Raksha's refining domain, all the evil spirits contained in the underworld flames are suspended in the air, and the gold and silver double forks in the hands of the Holy Raksha's deity directly absorb them. Like 2 tornadoes, 2 cyclones, one black and one white, poured into the golden fork and the silver fork respectively in the underworld flames in all directions. Then, in the underworld fire within the range, covered by the Holy Raksha's refinement domain, the evil spirit disappeared like the ebb tide. In the blink of an eye, the fire power of Ming Yan within 1,000 steps has been reduced by more than 30%. That's how it is. This underworld flame is transformed by extreme yin, and it contains the Tao of yin and yang. Good. That's great. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he looked up at the Holy Rakshasa above his head, who was frantically devouring the evil spirit in the underworld, and the gold and silver forks in his hands became brighter and brighter. The evil spirit in Ming Yan was devoured, and the power of Ming Yan could not be regained, and it was not as good as before. In the world of Wuhun, yin and yang are in harmony, and if they are born together, they will be restrained. Originally, when he arrived at Minghai, Chu Yan judged that Ming Yan had a restraining effect on Suzaku Dihua. But now, after losing the original evil spirit, Ming Yan is no longer the original Ming Yan. Water can overcome fire, and conversely, fire can also overcome water. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. With a roar, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the overwhelming fire wave, carrying 5 colors of light, swept across the sky. Call! 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 The fire wave swept across, and a large piece of dark flames, like ice and snow like fire, melted instantly and turned into countless sparks, flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, within 1,000 steps, Ming Yan, including Huling, disappeared without a trace. When Chu Yan took back the Saint Rakshasa refining domain, he raised his eyes and saw that there was a vacuum on the entire vast sea of darkness. Huh! Suzaku Martial Soul has been upgraded. After a brief induction on the Martial Soul Mountain in the Sea of Consciousness, the Suzaku Martial Soul surged with imperial flames all over his body, radiating brilliantly, hovering in the sky, with overwhelming power. I didn't expect that this Ming Yan could actually improve the original source of Suzaku. It's great. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes are as bright as stars, and his face is full of surprise. Compared with other natural treasures and relics, for Chu Yan now, only this opportunity to improve his martial soul is the best. Get him excited. Advanced battle spirit. It is Chu Yan's most important goal now. And these dark flames can actually improve the Vermilion Bird martial soul. Is it possible that the Vermilion Bird martial soul can also be promoted directly to the battle spirit? Thoughts flashed in his mind, and Chu Yan, who was ecstatic in his heart, couldn't hold back, and immediately jumped up, flew away from the iron lock, and flew towards the deeper sea of darkness. While flying over, the black Rakshasa chi on Chu Yan's body scattered like angry clouds. Wherever they passed, the flames of the Sea of Darkness disappeared one after another. The outside world, in front of the crystal screen. All the big shots of the alien race were staring at the black-robed figure on the crystal screen at this time. Tens of thousands of big shots stood frozen on the spot as if petrified. What's the situation? That human race can even devour the fire of the underworld. How can this be? Originally, the little white bear of the blood of the ancient holy beast devoured the spirit of the underworld flame, which had already shocked them. Fortunately, here comes a declining human youth, who actually wants to swallow the Sea of Darkness directly. This makes no one alive. #C1760 Sworn enemy of the Empire. There are tens of thousands of ruins in the 10 Directions God Realm. For countless years, the bigwigs of various clans have continuously sent the young Tianjiao of the clan to come here to search for the relics suitable for their clan. After countless openings, the number of lost clan Tianjiao has gone to sea. Naturally, this is not the first time these bigwigs have come outside the 10 Directions God Realm to wait and spy on the situation in the 10 Directions God Realm. With the help of the Heaven and Earth Crystal Screen of the Saint Crystal Clan, peep into the situation of the 10 Directions God Realm after it was opened. One is to see if the young people in the clan get the chance. The second is to observe the relics explored by other tribes, and judge whether they are suitable for this tribe. In addition, it is to understand the strength of other clans and the growth of Tianjiao, and judge the balance between the various clans in Outland Continent based on this. Therefore, whenever the 10 Directions God Realm is opened, all the foreign races in the outer world will send out experienced elders to lead the team and gather outside the 10 Directions God Realm. After so many years and so many sessions, the big bosses have seen most of them are the arrogance of various races, who were directly obliterated or damaged by various relics in the 10 Directions God domain. When did I see someone as fierce as Chu Yan, who actually wanted to turn around and devour the test of the relics? This is too appalling. Therefore, tens of thousands of bosses stared at the figure of Jingmu Chu Yan, completely dumbfounded. They didn't know at all that the young man of the human race was able to devour Ming Yan by using his talents and means. This son is extraordinary. It's terrible, this child is born. I'm afraid the human race is about to prosper. My God, the level of danger in the ruins of the underworld can be ranked in the top 10 of the ruins in the God's domain, and he can sweep everything like walking on the ground. It's too strong. If this kid of the human race has the divine pattern, he might be able to directly obtain the legacy of the gods from Nether Island. Humph. What a bull! Emperor Li Tianwu of the Ming clan has already sent his clansmen to kill this son. This son is doomed. It took a full 10 breaths of time for the group of bigwigs to react. Among the crowd, there were amazement, appreciation, and of course contempt. It's just that when a group of extremely tall teams moved towards the front of the heaven and earth crystal screen, and the big bosses of all ethnic groups around saw the appearance of this team, their expressions changed drastically and they all avoided it. Sudden change. Look at these people, the position between the eyebrows, the spirit seal marks of different colors, belong to the Wu clan. Huh. That's Chu Yan. What a Chu Yan, he even hid in Shifeng God realm, no wonder he can't be found in the world of God kingdom. Kill the elder blood of my witch clan emperor, and kill my 10,000 witch army, and I will definitely kill this son. I can't spare him, great elder, give an order. A group of strong Wu clansmen raised their heads together, looked at the elders of the Wu clan leading the team, and spoke one after another. Wu Tianli. The head elder, with a gloomy face, stared at the black-robed youth in the crystal screen with snake eyes, and called out directly. Exist. The tall and handsome young man of the Wu tribe stepped out and stood in front of the great elder. Tianli, this year's 10 Directions God Realm qualification, it's finally our turn to the Heavenly Scourge Army Hall, Lord Scourge King, but I have the greatest expectations for you. The great elder looked at Wu Tianli, who was standing bowed, and said in a deep voice. Now, Chu Yan appears, this son is a hidden danger of our witch clan, and even the mortal enemy of the empire. Even. At this point, the great elder paused for a moment, pondered for a while, and finally his eyes turned cold, and his face resolutely said. Even this time I, the Heavenly Scourge Hall, will kill this son even if I give up the relics of the Protoss. Do you understand? Hearing this, Wu Tianli was stunned for a moment, raised his head slightly, glanced at the great elder quietly, suddenly understood, and quickly replied. Yes. Great elder, this disciple will definitely not let you down, let alone let down the Lord of Heaven's wrath. Very good, let's go. The great elder nodded and waved gently. Yes. Wu Tianli took the order, then turned around and flew towards the crack in the sky not far away, and soon the figure disappeared. Humph. Chu Yan. I want you to go in alive and come out dead. Seeing Wu Tianli enter the 10 Directions God realm, the great elder's pair of snake pupils flashed with a cold murderous intent. Chu Yan flew in the air, his whole body was full of true energy, frantically burning the surrounding Ming Yan. These underworld flames can actually help Saint Rakshasa and Suzaku martial soul to improve at the same time. How could Chu Yan miss such a good opportunity? In the iron lock, the little white bear was full of grievances, slowly got up, glanced at Kong Chu Yan, and then walked further away from the iron lock. Originally, Ming Yan was so strong that it almost made her body collapse. Because she was reluctant to give up the opportunity to improve her bloodline, little white bear looked forward to Chu Yan's help. However, it is good now. As soon as Chu Yan made a move, the entire Minghai disappeared directly. And Holy Raksha shrouded the little white bear, and naturally swallowed all the dark flames around her. It's safe to bring some, but it's impossible for little white bear to practice. Therefore, the little white bear could only get up with a depressed face, walk to the place where there is a dark flame in front, and continue to pull the spirits of the dark flame to devour them. However, the vacuum created by Chu Yan just now has become a safe place for little white bear. If he encounters danger again, he can retreat into it. In this way, he can practice with peace of mind. The sky, filled with Rakshasa true chi, is getting bigger and bigger. In order to improve quickly, Chu Yan hardly held back, and urged all his true energy to expand the range of the holy Rakshasa to 5,000 steps. In this boundless sea of darkness, there are flames and fire spirits everywhere, so there is no need to worry about not enough. At this time, Chu Yan was in a good mood. While practicing, he shot at the same time, blasting and killing some dark golden fire spirits that seemed particularly powerful. Huh! This is the Mingzhu. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, but he saw that the two dragon-shaped fire spirits that had just been killed, after the fire body disappeared, two shiny things fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, true energy swept over, and two Ming beads flew towards Chu Yan. The Mingzhu is from the Ming Hai, an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth, and only by hunting the king-level fire spirits can there be a certain chance of dropping it. Chu Yan just killed many powerful fire spirits, and finally found two. Moreover, there are two at once. When Chu Yan was about to collect it, suddenly, in the direction of the cliff behind him, several sounds of breaking through the air sounded. Haha, Chu Yan, hand over the Mingzhu, and leave you with a whole body. A voice of surprise sounded, approaching from far away, quickly approaching Chu Yan. I saw a group of Mingzhu disciples, wearing purple robes flying towards them. Everyone's eyes were greedy, staring at the two Mingzhu floating in front of Chu Yan. The first person, even before the person arrived, directly swung the Gangyuan paw print, grabbed the dark ball, and wanted to take it away from Chu Yan. Ningzhu. Courting death. After a cold shout, a flash of sword light flashed across. Call out. The light of the sword was like electricity, flashing and shooting, accompanied by a splash of blood blooming. The entire left arm of the Mingzhu disciple was cut off by Qi Zhen. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, mobile version reading URL. #C1761 Hybrid Blood Demon Array. If there is a disagreement, draw the sword and cut it off. A group of Mingzhu disciples, who had come aggressively, were suddenly dumbfounded. They never imagined that this sinner, who was offering a reward from the Ming clan, would dare to take the initiative to attack them. Chu Yan, you. A Mingzhu disciple quickly sacrificed a sword and pointed it at Chu Yan, his voice trembling. Chu Yan. Among the Mingzhu clan, a reward of 5 emperor crystals was offered for his head. Originally, the disciples of the Ming clan, when they saw that the reward was written on the emperor's level of cultivation, they all disdainful. They just thought that whoever was lucky enough to meet this Chu Yan would be equal to picking up 50,000 emperor crystals for nothing. There are only a small number of Mingzhu disciples who have doubts in their hearts. A warrior in the imperial realm of the human race, the saint race even offered a reward of 5 emperor crystals for hunting down this Chu Yan. I am afraid that there is something different. Now, they finally know that Chu Yan is different. That is, combat power. With a wave of his hand, he directly chopped off a quasi-emperor rank Nadir strongman, cutting off his entire arm. This level of strength is definitely not something that ordinary imperial-level strongmen can do. All of a sudden, a group of Mingzhu disciples changed their expressions drastically. They looked at Chu Yan, who was holding a blood-dripping sword, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Subconsciously, several people couldn't help it, and retreated quietly. Everyone, don't be afraid. Suddenly, a disciple of the Ming clan raised his arms and shouted. We have more than 50 people, and there is only one him. Even if his combat power has reached the peak of the quasi-emperor rank, he cannot be our opponent. That's right. The saints have offered a reward, 5 pieces of emperor crystal. As long as you kill him, we can share the rewards of various secret skills and exercises equally. By then, our strength will also be greatly improved. Another Mingzhu disciple, panting heavily, looked at Chu Yan with his eyes turning red. Senior Brother 7, we can easily kill the 100 primordial blood demon formation of our nether blood hall as long as we set it up. Right. This guy, no matter how strong his combat power is, he will be wiped out in the face of my nether blood hall's battle formation. Kill him, and all the rewards in the clan will be ours. More and more disciples of the Ming clan began to echo. As for the big rewards, there are always some people who are crazy about it, and accidentally risk their lives to win each other. Array! With a loud shout, nearly 50 disciples of the Ming clan dispersed with a whimper, and all kinds of blood rushed out, echoing each other and connecting from a distance. Xuanhuan blood demon formation, quickly unfold. In less than 3 breaths, a bloody formation with a radius of 1,000 steps trapped Chu Yan in the center. A group of nadir disciples held swords in their hands, flipped their handprints, and stepped on Kong Xian, mobilizing the Xuanhuan blood demon formation to the extreme. Among the Ming clan, it is divided into various halls and halls. Among them, the Mingxue Hall is famous for this mixed primordial blood demon formation. However, the real 100 primordial blood demon formation requires at least tens of thousands of Mingzhu disciples to display its power. But the hunted primordial blood demon formation with only 50 people in front of them can only double the combat power of their 50 people. In the center of the formation, Chu Yan was holding a long sword, his black robe was raised lightly, and his face was indifferent. He just watched them set up the formation quietly, as if he didn't care at all. A group of Mingzhu disciples completed the formation, and when they looked at Chu Yan again, they were taken aback for a moment. They didn't expect that Chu Yan didn't stop them from setting up the formation at all, and suddenly sneered. Chu Yan, you are arrogant enough. The disciple of the Ming clan who stood on the ground looked at Chu Yan with a sneer on his face, his eyes were full of disdain and coldness. However, you will regret it right away. Even if it is in the Nether Blood Hall, only the senior brother can crack the mixed blood demon array we set up. Everyone else will surely die. Eldest brother. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. Our senior brother is one of the top 100 geniuses in the Ming clan, named Mo Wuhun. His strength has already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor rank, even if he is only a thin line away from the realm of Emperor Wu. When Mo Wuhun was mentioned, the proud disciple of the Ming clan sneered and looked at Chu Yan. As if looking at a corpse, there are countless treasure rewards. Don't talk nonsense with him, everyone urges the Xuanhuan blood demon formation and kills it. That's right. There are other strong men in the clan who are coming here. We must kill this son before them to get all the rewards. Do it. After a few shouts, more than 50 disciples of the Ming clan activated the Xuanhuan blood demon formation, and the whole sky suddenly heard waves of blood rolling. More than 50 streaks of blood-colored true energy, mixed with a fierce fighting intent, wrapped around the edge of a spiritual soldier, surged like sea waves, endlessly. In an instant, Chu Yan was completely sealed within 1,000 steps around him. Once this mixed primordial blood demon formation is deployed, the enemy will not be destroyed, and the formation will continue. The entire space is completely enclosed, with no way out. Kill. Kill him. Blood demon slash. Spirit of the soul. Seeing that the big formation was in motion, the space was completely sealed, and 50 Mingzhu disciples shot together, all kinds of swords, lights and swords, overwhelming, blasting towards Chu Yan at the center of the formation. Facing the attacks all over the sky, Chu Yan still had a calm expression on his face, holding a long sword, standing in the breeze, without the slightest reaction, as if he couldn't see the incoming attacks at all. Seeing this, dozens of Mingzhu disciples were immediately proud, and their eyes were full of grim smiles. Look, so what about strong combat power? Facing the bloodless demon formation in our Nether Blood Hall, this guy was scared to death. Ha ha ha. That's right, this son is nothing more than that, very ordinary. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop even the first round of attacks. In this way, we can complete the bounty before other clansmen arrive. Die. Garbage people. All kinds of sneers echoed, laughing and scrupulously in front of Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan still stood there without any reaction, as if he was really frightened. The next moment, in the attack that fell like a tide, the first sword glow finally fell on Chu Yan. However, an unexpected scene happened to all the disciples of the Ming clan. Clang! The sound of a golden sword suddenly sounded, and a ball of sparks bloomed at the position of Chu Yan's chest, and the blade glow suddenly collapsed. What? How is this possible? He's okay. That incomparably sharp sword light cut on Chu Yan's body, as if cutting on an iron elephant. Except for a spark, it couldn't even break through Chu Yan's black robe. Humph. But that's all. Chu Yan snorted coldly, and raised his hand to brush his chest. He was not injured at all, and stood tall, his eyes full of thunder. What's the situation? All the disciples of the Ming clan were stunned at the same time, as if they had seen a ghost, looking at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment on their faces, and even forgot to activate the formation. But in the next breath, without waiting for them to react, a large golden light suddenly exploded on Chu Yan's body. Dazzling golden spirit patterns continued to emerge outside Chu Yan's body, emitting thousands of golden lights, dyeing the entire sky golden. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of dragon's poison, a terrifying air wave wrapped in dragon's breath rushed out, rippling like a shock wave. #C1762 Li Tian's Wrath. As the dragon's breath crossed the border, dozens of Mingzhu disciples were thrown backwards in an instant, and none of them could stand safely. How is it possible? After being dragged away for thousands of steps, a few stronger disciples of the Ming clan managed to stabilize their figure, suddenly raised their heads, and looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment on their faces. Your combat strength has surpassed the peak of the quasi-emperor rank, and is almost the same as that of senior brother Wu Yan. His eyes were wide open, his face was full of disbelief, and he roared directly under the great horror. The other Mingzhu disciples who were scattered around had the same astonishment on their faces, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, staring at Chu Yan dully. A warrior who has fallen from the human race, who is unknown and has never been heard of before, actually has a strength similar to that of Mo Wu Yan, one of the top 100 geniuses of the Ming clan. How can this be? In an instant, the 50 disciples of the Ming clan felt that the sea of consciousness had completely collapsed, and the originally clear worldview was in chaos. Swish! The black shadow was like lightning. Chu Yan held the long sword in his hand, and with a dodge, he landed in front of a Mingzhu disciple. What are you going to do? Seeing Chu Yan approaching with a long sword in his hand and a sneer on his face, the nadir disciple felt cold in his heart. His scalp was numb, and he lost his voice in horror. Guess. Chu Yan grinned. You dare. Seeing the blooming smile on Chu Yan's face, the Mingzhu disciple almost fainted from fright. I am the Ming clan, no. I am a disciple of the inner sect of the holy race, the Dark Blood Hall. If you dare to touch me, I, the saint race, will not let you go. Completely locked by Chu Yan's divine consciousness, feeling the cold sharpness of the blade at close range, the whole body of the Mingzhu disciples fell into an ice cellar, and under the inexplicable panic, they could only move out the biggest hole card, hoping to use this, can frighten this declining human warrior. That's right. My master is the 7th elder of the Mingzhu Presbyterian Pavilion, and my grandfather is the deacon of Mido. I am the next holy son, candidate number 960. A group of Mingzhu disciples, feeling the cold murderous aura on Chu Yan's body, Chi-Chi's face changed drastically, his face was trembling, and they all shouted. Nonsense. Chu Yan's face turned cold, and he slashed the Haotian sword in his hand, and pieces of sword light rolled out like quicksilver. Ah! 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 There was a shrill scream, and countless blood burst out. Dozens of corpses, without a single exception, were all decapitated with a sword, and blood rained down the sky. Ningzhu! We will be buried together sooner or later. Chu Yan put his sword back into its sheath with a wave of his hand, and with a big wave of his hand, dozens of Suzaku Emperor fires poured out, burning all the corpses into nothingness. At the same time, the true Qi guidance took all the jade charms stored by everyone, and put them into the Rakshasa space. After doing all this, Chu Yan received 2 more Mingzhu. The whole body of Rakshasa true energy rose again, Shur unfolded the holy Rakshasa refining domain, and flew towards the depths of the sea of darkness. The outside world, in front of the crystal screen of heaven and earth. Emperor Li Tianwu's face was almost black enough to bleed, his muscles were distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that in the crystal screen, dozens of geniuses of the Ming clan were all beheaded by Chu Yan with a sword, Emperor Li Mingwu was so angry that he almost went crazy. In particular, what is this place? This is the entrance to the God realm of the 10 directions. Before the crack in the sky, within a radius of 10 miles, the entire outland continent and many bigwigs from powerful forces gathered. In front of so many people, my genius of the Ming clan fought against one person by the number of 50, and even used the battle formation, and he couldn't even block a single move. It's embarrassing, bang bang. Emperor Li Tianwu felt strange gazes from all around him, as if those gazes were like slaps in the face, slapping his face hard. The mouth is full of iron teeth, almost gnawed into pieces, and the whole heart seems to be bleeding. Bastard! Damn! Finally, when Emperor Li Tianwu quietly glanced out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, it was found that the faces and eyes of the big bosses of all ethnic groups around them all had a touch of contempt and sneer, and suddenly, the imperial prestige all over their bodies erupted like a raging tide, and roared sharply. Where is Mounyan? He died. Send me an order, order him to lead the team immediately, rush to Minghai at full speed, and kill this son. Otherwise, the clan will deal with it. Erase the candidate for the son, qualifications. What? Li. Standing at the side, hearing Emperor Li Tianwu's roar, an elder deacon of the Ming clan, whose face was pale with shock, was about to ask, when he suddenly raised his head, he saw that the staring eyes of Emperor Li Tianwu were full of with bloodshot eyes, his whole body shivered suddenly, and he swallowed the second half of the sentence abruptly. Yes. Emperor Li Tianwu. Hurry up and accept the order, took out a special communication, jade talisman, and conveyed the order of Emperor Li Tianwu. As soon as he raised his hand and wiped off the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, the elder deacon of the Mingzhu heaved a long sigh of relief. Terrible. The power of Emperor Li Tianwu is too terrifying. Originally, he wanted to say that among the Ming clan, the candidacy of the Holy Son was chosen by the public in the qualification battle, and it was determined by the Patriarch and the Great Elder, and could not be abolished without authorization. However, he was enveloped by Emperor Li Tianwu's imperial prestige just now, which almost exploded his sea of consciousness, so he dared to say a word more. One must know that among the Holy Clan, Emperor Li Tianwu didn't value power and status, but his cultivation strength was extremely terrifying. Even the elders of the Elder Hall would not dare to provoke him easily. Chu Yan, I want you to be destroyed in this sea of darkness. Destroy your bones and ashes. Accompanied by the sound of grinding his teeth, Emperor Li Tianwu uttered every word fiercely, his eyes full of bloodshot eyes fixed on the crystal screen. 3 days. For 3 full days, Chu Yan flew on the endless surface of the Nether Sea for 3 full days. The Saint Rakshasa's domain refinement has never stopped for almost a moment. Even if his true energy is exhausted, he will swallow the golden elixir for the first time to recover. He has always maintained the peak state of Saint Raksha's domain refinement and Suzaku Emperor Hua, devouring Ming Yan and Hualing at the maximum speed. At the same time, these 3 days were not peaceful. Wave after wave of Mingzhu disciples appeared from time to time, or sneak attack, or set up an ambush, or formed in formation, trying to kill Chu Yan. However, in the face of absolute strength, none of these Mingzhu disciples was spared. As long as the sword light flashed, they would be damaged in pieces, and then turned into nothingness by the Suzaku Emperor fire. Finally, after beheading nearly 500 Mingzhu disciples, he calmed down. The Ming clan seems to already know that Chu Yan's strength has improved a lot compared to when he first arrived in the outland continent. Such batches of attacks are no different from suicide. Therefore, they prepared to concentrate their strength and deal with Chu Yan only after they had figured out a surefire way. In this way, Chu Yan seized the time and devoured Ming Yan and Hu Ling with all his strength, and his speed reached the limit. The biggest windfall is Mingzhu. In 3 days, Chu Yan collected a full 100 Mingzhu, nearly half of which were sent by the disciples of the Mingzhu. With 100 Ming beads, Chu Yan began to deliberately release his consciousness, and actively explored the body of the fire spirit there, and there were Ming beads. Since these Mingzhu disciples are all collecting Mingzhu, it seems that the purpose of this Mingzhu is far more useful than what I know. After flying for half an hour, Chu Yan suddenly sensed a small island ahead of him. Moreover, there seemed to be a large number of dark beads on that island. #C1763 Meet acquaintances. Sensing the large number of Mingzhu on the small island, Chu Yan's face suddenly became happy. According to Chu Yan's knowledge, there are many islands on this sea of darkness, some of which have relics of the gods, some of which are pregnant with treasures of heaven and earth, and even some small islands with some strange lives. However, as long as it is within the range of the sea of darkness, there will almost always be pearls of darkness. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan looked for the direction, swooped down from the air, and rushed towards the small island. In less than 100 breaths, dozens of miles of sea, passing by, Chu Yan's figure also landed on the island. However, just as Chu Yan landed, a large group of biped fish monsters rushed out of the woods not far from the beach. These monsters with fish body but with 2 feet and 2 hands are extremely rare in the outside world. The flesh body that looks like a human and real fish makes people feel bad no matter how you look at it. This group of fish monsters holding white bone spurs roared and rushed towards Chu Yan like a tide, their eyes full of blood. In their eyes, all life is food, especially those that fly down from the sky. The taste of the meat is surprisingly good, and even after eating, it can increase strength. Therefore, when Chu Yan landed on the island, they lay in ambush in the beech forest, waiting for Chu Yan to land, and then rushed out immediately. Not even spiritual intelligence is complete, it can barely be regarded as a monster. Chu Yan looked at these fish demons who were not afraid of death, waving bone spurs and rushing forward, suddenly smiled wryly, and shook his head. Call. Call. Not bothering to entangle with these fish monsters at all, Chu Yan waved his hand, and 8 dragon warriors came out through the air. In front of Chu Yan, they stood in a row, each holding an emperor-level sword, and their skeletons were shining golden. Kill. As soon as the word landed, the 8 dragon warriors swung their sabers in their hands, turning them into 8 streaks of golden light, rushing into the group of fish demons, stirring up a mass of blood and blood. Facing the dragon warriors whose strength has reached the quasi-emperor level, these fish monsters who rely on brute force and demonic aura are not opponents at all. It was just the first round of hedging, and nearly half of the hundreds of fish monsters died. The corpses of the fish monsters threw themselves on the beach and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dark green blood flowed out from the wounds on their bodies, but they did not sink into the gravel and turned into small streams. Merged into the sea not far away, and soon disappeared. Huh. Same origin as Ming Hai. Could it be? Chu Yan showed surprise on his face, watching the large pieces of fish demon corpses in front of him quickly weathered, and in less than 10 breaths, they all turned into dried dice, and then watched the blood flowing from those corpses into the sea of darkness, suddenly looked astonished. Could it be that these fish monsters were transformed by the fire spirits bred in the sea of darkness? This is impossible. The Minghai Huling has no physical body at all, but the essence of Ming Yin, which can be regarded as a kind of spiritual source body. But in front of them, these fish monsters, although their bodies are weird, do have bodies. It's just that, compared to those dark golden king-rank fire spirits, the strength of these fish demons is really much weaker. Heaven and earth are boundless, yin and yang are myriad ways, if you get it, you have to give it. Chu Yan raised his head, looking at the endless waves of the dark sea. He couldn't help but feel touched, and muttered to himself. The spirit of fire is born with wisdom, exchanging its own essence for a physical body, delusional to cultivate life. I am afraid that in this sea of darkness, there must be other secrets similar to the imperishable golden body art. Chu Yan just pondered for a while, and then thought of the immortal golden body Jiu of the God clan legacy. Obviously, according to the rumors heard by Chu Yan, the secret law of the human race sealed in the underworld, the immortal golden body art, has the power to sanctify the mortal body and reshape the physical body. As long as there is a trace of soul, you can use the secret method to reshape the physical body. But in front of them, these fish monsters seem to have mastered a similar secret method in order to shed their spirit bodies, turn them into life, and start the road of cultivation. It's a pity that after such an act against the heavens, their spiritual intelligence will be greatly damaged after they are transformed. If they want to really step into the road of demon cultivation, it may be as difficult as climbing to the sky. And consciousness is like a net. It spread out in an instant, covering the entire island, and under investigation, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. Because, he clearly sensed that a large number of fish monsters were crazily rushing towards a mountain peak surrounded by forests on all sides of the island. Although these fish monsters are weak, it will take a lot of time and energy to get rid of the overwhelming fish monsters. However, what made Chu Yan hesitate was that on the side of the mountain, there were some strange aura fluctuations, which didn't seem to be fish demons. Those auras seemed to be fighting the fish demon, and there were quite a few of them. It seems that I met an acquaintance again. After careful investigation for a long time, Chu Yan finally grinned, turned his head to look at the distant mountain, and said with a light smile. On that mountain, there are not only a large number of Mingzhu that Chu Yan first detected, but also many foreign warriors. Moreover, these alien warriors are not of the same race, they seem to be alliance forces. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan flew towards the mountain in the center of the island. On the other side, on the side of the mountain, a group of disciples of the Ming clan and a group of disciples of the Wu clan were fighting frantically with the fish monsters rushing from all directions. And the leader of the disciples of the Ming clan is Mo Wunyan. But Wu Tianli and a young man in green armor were the ones who thought of this disciple of the Wu clan. This young man in green armor actually had 2 witch seals between his brows. Senior brother Wu Hongtian, I didn't expect that there are 3 ghost beads on this island, 7 more than the previous island. What a great harvest. It's just an order from Emperor Li Tianwu. Mo Wunyan smiled at the young man in green armor. Judging from Mo Wunyan's attitude, he was extremely respectful, and it was obvious that the identity of this young man in green armor was much higher than him. Hearing this, Wu Hongtian's face was indifferent. He turned his head slowly, and looked at Mo Wunyan. It's just a small piece of human trash. It's more important than collecting Mingzhu. Mo Wunyan, as long as you work hard for me, Emperor Li Tianwu, I will help you, In the middle of speaking, Wu Hongtian's expression changed. He turned his head suddenly, and looked towards the direction of the mountain top behind him, where the 2 witch marks between his eyebrows were shining with a faint luster. How could there be someone? Wu Hongtian sensed a very faint wave of breath, and looked directly at the top of the mountain. When the others heard this, they also looked astonished, and followed his gaze, turning their heads to look. At a glance, including Wu Hongtian, the young geniuses of the Wu and Ming races were all stunned when their eyes touched the top of the mountain. I saw, on the top of the mountain, a figure in black robe stood majestically, and under the wind blowing in the mountain, he was wearing a black robe, hunting against the wind. On the top of the mountain, when the disciples of the Wu and Ming clans discovered Chu Yan's eyes swept across at the same time. Hey, it really is you. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, grinned lightly, and a wicked smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. #C 1764 Perspective Prince. On the top of the mountain, Chu Yan stood upright with thunderous eyes. On the mountainside, you can have a panoramic view of the scene of the battle between the Wu Ming clan and the Fish Demon. Among them, Wu Tianli of the Wu clan and Mo Wunyan of the Ming clan, these two old opponents, Chu Yan found them with a light sweep of his divine sense. On the other side, because of Wu Hongtian's vigilance, everyone in the Wu Ming clan also saw Chu Yan, including Wu Tianli and Mo Wunyan. Almost in unison, the colleagues exclaimed, Chu Yan. What? That human race is Chu Yan. Hearing Wu Tianli's and Mo Wunyan's startled voices, all the young geniuses of the Wu Ming and Ming clans were stunned. Even Mo Hongtian shrank his snake eyes fiercely and stared at Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan came to the outland continent for less than half a year, the reputation of this emperor-level human warrior is even louder than him. Moreover, both the Ming clan and the Wu clan have issued huge rewards to kill this son. Even just now, even the mighty Emperor Li Tianwu personally ordered Mo Wunyan to give up all missions in the 10 Directions God Realm and hunt down Chu Yan. It's just a human warrior, is it necessary? Just as Wu Hongtian was muttering to himself, constantly probing and scanning Chu Yan, Mo Wunyan, beside him, had already spoken. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are looking for death. Just startled, Mo Wunyan was the first to react. Originally, he received the order from Emperor Li Tianwu and was going to chase and kill Chu Yan, but on the way, he was stopped by Wu Hongtian from the Wu clan. Come to this island to help him work. With Wu Hongtian's status, Mo Wunyan couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only obey, but in his heart, he was still worried about Emperor Li Tianwu's orders. But now, seeing Chu Yan appearing, he immediately felt relieved, and couldn't help laughing out loud. There is a way in the heavens, you don't go, and there is no way to the abyss, you have to hit it. Chu Yan, I met you here today, it seems that it is all destined. You, accept your fate. Ha ha ha. And Nai couldn't help the surprise in his heart. Mo Wunyan laughed wildly again and again, glanced lightly, and looked at Wu Hongtian beside him. The smile on his face became more intense. To be honest, Mo Wunyan naturally knew Chu Yan's strength. Back then in Haotian continent, he was no match for him. Now, in the 10 Directions divine realm, according to the news, that Chu Yan can kill dozens of geniuses of his generation with a single sword. Mo Wunyan knew that Chu Yan's strength was probably stronger than when he was in Haotian continent, and he could never be his opponent. But now, it was different, adding Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian, it was much easier. Admit your fate. Yes, you should accept your fate. Chu Yan replied calmly with a light smile on his lips. Wu Tianli also stared at Chu Yan, and said with a light smile, Chu Yan, since you accept your fate, I advise you to kill yourself. Otherwise, let us do it, and you will die. Throw it into the sea of darkness, even erase all reincarnations. Speaking of this, the true energy in Wu Tianli's body began to rise rapidly, and the killing intent in his eyes rushed out. Last time, at Wanshanya, he was severely injured by Chu Yan's sword, and he was carried back to the heavenly scourge metropolis, and his entire face was ashamed. Although the injury has healed, the hatred in his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Almost every day, Wu Tianli was inquiring about Chu Yan's news, wishing to beat him to ashes in one breath to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, even if you kill yourself, I will bring your body back to the Wu clan and ask the best spirit master of the Bone clan to refine your body into a lowly iron corpse and enslave you for hundreds of millions of years. Turning the hatred in his heart into a sky-shattering roar, Wu Tianli almost roared, shouting this sentence. The whole person seemed crazy. Ha ha ha, lowly iron corpsine puppet, that's a good idea. Emma Wuhun nodded with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was indifferent. He didn't care about the barking of the two of them at all. Instead, he looked at the hundreds of young people from Wuming and Ming clans in front of him, scanning back and forth, and finally, his eyes fell on Wu Hongtian. Ask. Why do you collect Mingzhu? Tell me, let you die quickly. When this sentence landed, the entire mountainside became silent, and everyone was stunned. But in less than half a breath, the roar of Jitian's laughter resounded throughout the island. Wu Tianli and Emma Wuhun laughed so hard that their faces twitched, and even Wu Hongtian sneered with disdain. Ha ha ha, what did I hear? What did I hear? This boy who has fallen into the human race, has his brain been eaten by the fish demon? Did he just say, let us die? Arrogant, too arrogant. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. I don't even look. What is this place? What a joke. Court death. A group of geniuses from the Wu and Ming races looked at Chu Yan, and they all looked forward and backward, with tears and snot streaming down their noses. Among all the people, only Wu Tianli calmed down first. With a look of contempt on his face, he said proudly. Chu Yan, you really don't know how to live or die. You are so arrogant to the point of lawlessness. Having said that, Wu Tianli took a step sideways, bowed slightly, and said, do you know who this is? Wu Tianli lined up Wu Hongtian in green armor, and introduced. This one is one of the 700 quasi-princes of our witch clan, the future successor of the witch king. He can crush you into ashes, with just one little finger. As if to match Wu Tianli's introduction, Wu Hongtian raised his head slightly, and the two witch seals at the center of his eyebrows shot out a faint light at the same time. However, to deal with you, there is no need for Brother Hongtian to take action. Emma Wuhun and I are enough to kill you. Speaking of this, Wu Tianli looked at Emma Wuhun, and while the two looked at each other, they nodded heavily, and then said. There are 500 top young geniuses from our two clans here. It's too easy to kill you. Turning around suddenly, facing all the tall Wu youths, he shouted directly. The children of the witch clan obey orders, and according to the order of the King of Scourge, whoever kills the sun will be rewarded. Yes. A group of youths from the Wu clan, gearing up their fists and responding to orders, raised their heads one after another and looked at Chu Yan, all of them grinning ferociously. Brother Tianli, please, let us make the first move, our holy clan will definitely kill the sun. Seeing that Wu Tianli was about to make a move, Emma Wuhun hurriedly said. Okay, I'll let you guys come first. Wu Tianli glanced at Wu Hongtian, saw Wu Hongtian nod his head slightly, and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Brother Hongtian, thank you, Brother Tianli. Hearing this, Emma Wuhun's face brightened and he waved his hand. More than 300 Mingzhu youths gathered around him. Brothers, this Chu Yan is a felon who has offered a lot of rewards in the clan. Kill him, 50,000 Emperor crystals, 3 entry rights to the Tibetan Dharma Pagoda, 10 elders in the Elder Hall, and accept him as a personal disciple. With a few words from Emma Wuhun, all the Mingzhu disciples had red eyes and shortness of breath. Such a big reward, just killing a human warrior, is definitely countless times higher than the chance of the 10 Directions God realm. Kill. Come on, kill him. The rewards are all mine, don't rob me. Kill Chu Yan. Unable to wait for Emma Wuhun's order, more than 300 Mingzhu youths sacrificed their spiritual soldiers one after another, mobilized their true energy, and rushed towards Chu Yan like a tidal wave. #C1765, just so dead. Emma Wuhun looked at the 300 clansmen and charged towards Chu Yan, but he stood where he was and did not rush forward. With a pair of eyes, looking at Chu Yan in the distance, and then looking back at Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian, a strange color flashed in his eyes. The reason why he rushed to fight before the Wu clan was because Mo Wunyan was very clear about his identity, and even the identity of the entire Saint clan in front of the Wu clan. Vassal. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Ming clan took refuge in the Witch clan and became a vassal ever since. However, over the past 10,000 years, with the support of the Wu clan, the development speed of the Ming clan has far exceeded the accumulation of the previous million years. Therefore, up to now, more and more Mingzhu people have begun to respect the Wuzhu, and even take the status of a Wuzhu as a lifelong goal. And such people are the most numerous among the young geniuses of the Ming clan. Because, as long as you can make great achievements and be granted the status of an official member of the Wu clan, you will not only have the opportunity to enter the heavenly Wu Hall, but even in the future, you will be able to practice the secret techniques of the Wu clan. For Mo Wunyan, who was pursuing martial arts, how could he miss such a godsend opportunity? Of course, Mo Wunyan is very clear about Chu Yan's strength, so he must consume Chu Yan as much as possible. At that time, if I take another shot, take advantage of the chaos and sneak attack, and kill Chu Yan in one fell swoop, the greatest credit will naturally be my own. The next moment, Chu Yan on the opposite mountain finally moved. Clang! A loud sound of sword gunning sounded. Chu Yan drew his sword backhand, his figure turned into electricity, and without avoiding it, holding Haoyan in his hand, he rushed straight into the crowd of the Ming clan. Call out! Call out! Call out! The Haoyan sword was swung, and the endless sword light, like the water of the Milky Way, sprinkled on the entire hillside. Immediately, the void was completely split, the sky was full of silver light, and the sharp sword energy formed a storm of sword intent, sweeping all directions. As the storm of sword intent passed by, all the disciples of the Ming clan were dismembered in an instant, and bloody corpses flew all over the sky. The sword light pierces the air, and the sword energy is like a rainbow. A bright silver sword net, centered on the storm of sword intent, swept towards the Mingzhu disciples in all directions like cutting wheat. These young geniuses of the Ming clan in the imperial and quasi-emperor realms were instantly damaged and turned into countless corpses before they could even see the sword light clearly, and they were scattered and scattered. In less than 100 breaths, nearly 300 Mingzhu disciples were beheaded and killed more than 100. Seeing the mountainside full of disfigured, dilapidated corpses, and the blood staining the red ground, the smile on Mo Wunyan's face gradually froze, replaced by a face full of horror. Not only Mo Wunyan, but including Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian, all the living disciples of the Ming clan and the disciples of the Wu clan were all stunned, their whole bodies were stiff, and they looked at Chu Yan with straight eyes. Tick! Tick! On the bone-chilling blade, bits of residual blood fell on the ground, and the sound of splashing could be heard, and the entire hillside was surrounded by dead silence. Go! What are you kidding? This is simply a one-sided massacre. Moreover, what you don't want to believe at all is that the party holding the butcher's knife turned out to be only one human race, while the party who was slaughtered was nearly 100 powerful disciples of the Ming clan. Is this world still the original world? Wu Hongtian, who was standing in front of everyone in the Wu clan, his eyes twitched, and a question suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that I have retreated for too long, and the mainland outside has completely changed? No matter what, everyone present couldn't accept the bloody fact in front of him. Call out! Call out! Call out! Without waiting for everyone to react from the horror, Chu Yan's figure flashed, the Vientiane clone unfolded, 7 figures flew out at the same time, and the 7 emperor-level spirit swords shining with cold light waved together, and once again slashed towards the almost stupid man. Disciple of the Hades. Ah! 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 The shrill screams woke everyone up, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of Mingzhu disciples were decapitated again. Mo Wuyan only felt his hands and feet were cold, his whole face was pale, and his whole body was trembling lightly. How long? In less than half a year, Chu Yan, who was almost beheaded by himself in the Haotian continent. It's so powerful. This is simply beyond his reach, and he needs to look up to see it, a sky-like height. Horrible. Terrible. This Chu Yan must never let him live again. With difficulty moving his legs, Mo Wuyan turned around slowly, with a hint of horror on his face, looked at Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian, grunted, swallowed, and then said. Tian. Brother Tianli, Brother Hongtian, I am incompetent, this Chu Yan is really. Hearing this, Wu Tianli also turned his head and looked at Wu Hongtian. Obviously, he himself knew very well that he was also not Chu Yan's opponent. Moreover, it has only been about a month since he fought Chu Yan last time, and he also discovered that the current Chu Yan can kill himself within 10 moves. Humph. Bastard, damn human race. When Wu Hongtian saw Mo Wuyan and Wu Tianli looking at him, his eyes were full of horror, and suddenly a surge of anger rushed into his heart, and he flew into a rage on the spot. When will the witch clan, which is so powerful that it has swept across half of the outer world, be frightened by a declining human race? This is simply a great shame. As the successor candidate of the Witch King of the Witch Clan and one of the 700 quasi-princes, Wu Hongtian must take action and kill this human race who brought shame to the great Witch Clan with his own hands. Call out. The violent Xinqi surged, Wu Hongtian flipped his hands, and a heavy golden halberd appeared. His whole body was filled with Xinqi, and with a backhand swing, a red halberd light, like a thunderbolt, shot straight at Chu Yan in the distance. Boom, boom. The power of the halberd was overwhelming, like the light of a thunderbolt split by a god, flashing a dazzling light, just a flash, and then blasted out. The speed was so fast that even Mo Wuyan and Mo Wuyan, who were standing beside him Wu Tianli didn't even have time to see clearly. The halberd light, which was like thunder, crossed the void, cutting through everything, the air exploded, the void collapsed, and there were bursts of muffled thunder. Following the trajectory of the halberd light, the three of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chu Yan in the distance. I saw that the light of the good and bad halberds passed by, slammed on Chu Yan's body, and exploded, blasting away thousands of electric snakes, crackling. Ah! Dead. Dead. This is the end. Mo Wuyan and Wu Tianli's faces trembled in shock, and they uttered aloud in disbelief. Chu Yan, who was so arrogant just now, beheaded nearly 200 Mingzhu disciples, was just chopped off by Wu Hongtian with a halberd. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, their minds were still full of doubts, and they couldn't believe it at all. However, the lightning that exploded in front of them and the energy that surged out told them that all this was not an illusion, it was absolutely real. That Chu Yan was directly shattered by that terrifying halberd light. Ha ha ha, as expected of the successor of the Witch King, the quasi-prince, he crushed and killed that kid as soon as he made a move. After Mo Wuyan was taken aback, he immediately reacted, and praised with a full face. A mere Chu Yan, how could he be the opponent of senior brother Hongtian, Such a death, it is considered cheap for him. Wu Tianli looked at the lightning and air waves that exploded, but he was a little annoyed, he couldn't do it himself, and cut the human race that made him grit his teeth with hatred. The prince-to-be is mighty. Invincible in the world. All the disciples of the Wu clan echoed loudly. However, Wu Hongtian, who was flattered by everyone, had a serious face, his brows were knit into a ball, and he was staring at the explosion of lightning and air waves, his eyes were full of doubts. #C 1766, which God halberd can't hurt him. Chapter 1766. Of course, Wu Hongtian was clear about his combat power. As for Chu Yan's strength, he also had a panoramic view of the scene where he fought 300 Mingzhu disciples, just now. Therefore, even though the move I made just now contained 70% of my strength, it should not be possible to kill the opponent with one move. Could it be that this human race is just showing off, strong in offense and weak in defense? All kinds of questions and puzzles flashed, but his expression did not relax at all. At this moment, in mid-air, there were strange noises, piercing through layers of lightning and energy, and reverberating throughout the sky. Tread! 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 A figure in a black robe hovered in mid-air, striding across the air. Every time he took a step, there was a sound of empty footsteps. At the same time, it was like a heavy hammer, which slammed into the hearts of everyone present. Because, that figure in the black robe is exactly Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan in the black robe, stepping on the thunder and lightning, flying through the airwaves, and coming from the sky, Missouri Wuhun was so startled that his eyeballs almost fell out, and he exclaimed in surprise. Not only Mo Wuhun, including Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian, everyone was stunned, their jaws were dislocated, and they were completely dumbfounded. Because Chu Yan, who came on the waves, was not only undamaged, but also had a black robe flying all over his body, without any damage. This is impossible. Wu Hongtian was inexplicably terrified, his body trembled, and he immediately took half a step back. Mo Wuhun and Wu Tianli next to him saw Wu Hongtian losing his composure, and their faces turned ashen. As far as Wu Hongtian was concerned, although he suspected that Chu Yan might still be alive after the move he just made, it was absolutely impossible to guess that the other party was not injured at all, and even the robe was intact. The halberd I just struck was the famous witch god halberd of the Wu clan. It is the highest level of martial arts and exercises, not to mention an ordinary human race, even the Tianjiao of the Wu clan in the Tianwu Hall, there are not many people who can catch it unscathed. However, in front of my eyes, it is definitely not dazzled. That human race actually appeared in front of him unharmed, alive and alive. This is how it is done. This is absolutely impossible. The witch god halberd, a blow with 70% power, can't hurt him. Witch god halberd. As one of the 700 quasi-princes, Wu Hongtian's reaction was extremely fast. A flash of lightning flashed in his mind, his eyes suddenly froze, and the true energy in his body erupted like a volcano. The heavy golden halberd in his hand flashed again. However, without waiting for him to charge up to attack, Chu Yan, who was in the air not far away, looked at Wu Hongtian, sneered, and his figure was like lightning, pulling out a long afterimage in the air, and flew quickly. Call out. The light of the halberd pierced the sky, like a halberd rising into the sky, trying to kill the sky and slaughter the gods, and slashed straight at Chu Yan. However, the light of the halberd is fast, and Chu Yan's speed is even faster. After Chu Yan merged with the golden body of the dragon pattern, Yulong Zhiqian's movement has completely changed. The sky is full of afterimages of Chu Yan's figure, and he can't see where the deity is at all. Boom! The light of the halberd swept through the air, and the blow missed, passing through an afterimage of the figure, rising 10 feet high, and exploding with a bang. Wu Hongtian saw that the halberd he had shot with all his strength had failed. He was stunned for a moment, and lost his voice in a daze. It's so fast, However, before Wu Hongtian could finish speaking, a cold light flashed within the pair of snake pupils. Based on experience and feelings, that cold light should be a sword light. However, that sword light was too fast, the fast Wu Hongtian couldn't confirm it at all, so he stabbed past and disappeared without a trace. Pooh. Then, Wu Hongtian seemed to hear an extremely small voice, and his whole body trembled suddenly. Slowly raised his right hand, touched the area between the eyebrows, and after gently wiping, on the index finger of his right hand, there was a dazzling bright red, which was particularly dazzling. Blood. Then. In mind. The last question didn't even fully surface. Endless cold and dark tides rushed in from all directions, instantly swallowing Wu Hongtian's consciousness completely. Plop! The tall figure fell down like a hill, splashing a cloud of dust as it fell to the ground. Wu clan, Tian Wutang, Wu Hongtian, one of the 700 quasi-princes, lost. Standing next to Wu Yentian's corpse, Mo Wunyan, Wu Tianli, and more than 100 Wu tribe youths stared at the corpse on the ground with straight eyes, and the brains of hundreds of people all short-circuited. What's the situation? Senior brother Wu Hongtian, what are you doing down on the ground? After a full 3 breaths, a group of completely stupid people still couldn't react, and stood there stiffly, like a group of stone sculptures. Laugh. The next moment, at the position between Wu Hongtian's eyebrows who fell on the ground, a small blood arrow shot out, rushing out of a blood flower nearly half a foot high, and dyed the surrounding ground completely red. Hiss. 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 There was a sound of sucking air, like the tide hitting the shore, and there was a sound. All the youths of the Wu clan, including Mo Wunyan and Wu Tianli, were so startled that their faces turned green and their scalps exploded. They all retreated 3 steps violently, still staring blankly at Wu Hongtian's body on the ground. Like waiting for him to blow up his corpse. Unbelievable. Totally impossible. Senior brother Wu Hongtian, unexpectedly, lost. When such an answer finally came to some people's minds, there was the sound of black robes hunting through the air in midair, and Chu Yan, holding a long sword, swooped in. Tom. Under the heavy landing, Chu Yan didn't even glance at Wu Hongtian's body out of the corner of his eyes, but went straight to Mo Wunyan and Wu Tianli. What are you going to do? Mo Wunyan saw Chu Yan approaching with a sword, and subconsciously wanted to escape, but found that his legs were trembling, and he was a little disobedient, and even the true energy in his body shrank into a ball, and the whole body was completely covered. Terror and death take hold. Don't come here. Don't pass, ah. Under the threat of death, Mo Wunyan stared at Chu Yan bloodshot with rounded eyes, shaking his head repeatedly as if he had seen the most ferocious demon, and backed away. However, before he could finish his sentence, the same cold light appeared in his pupils, zooming rapidly from far to near. Pooh. Immediately afterwards, the same red dot appeared between Mo Wunyan's eyebrows. At the same time, Mo Wunyan's pupils dilated instantly, his whole body trembled, and he fell backwards. Oh my God! Killed someone! A shrill scream like thunder exploded suddenly, and a child of the Wu clan, as a martial artist, howled like an ordinary person. However, after this ghostly howl, the entire Wu clan crowd seemed to be blown up. Oh my God! This guy is a devil, run away! Help! He is going to kill me. It's terrible. It's terrible. This guy is not human. Senior brother Hongtian, he killed him, it's too terrifying. Run away. Run away. Including Mo Wunyan, more than 100 Wu clan children all turned around and fled in all directions like frightened birds. #C1767, he is the devil. Chapter 1767. The people who were blown up scattered and fled in all directions. Others could escape, but Mo Wunyan and Wu Tianli were the targets of Chu Yan. How could they let them go away so easily? Swish! With just a flash of his figure, Chu Yan held a long sword and directly blocked Wu Tianli. Seeing that his way was blocked, Wu Tianli was so startled that his eye sockets burst, and he was so dazzled that before he could utter a word, a cold light flickered in front of his eyes. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all, so he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. Pooh! There was another weak sound of sword energy entering the flesh. Wu Tianli's pupils suddenly enlarged, a red dot appeared between his eyebrows, and then the whole person fell from midair to the ground, and fell heavily, but it just happened to hit Mo, who was about to fly into the air. In front of Wu Yan. Plop. Wu Tianli's corpse suddenly fell in front of him, and the face of the corpse was still full of terror and unwillingness, staring straight at Mo Wu Yan. No. Don't kill me. Seeing Chu Yan attacking him, Mo Wu Yan was so frightened that tears flowed from his nose, his whole body trembled, and he howled like killing a pig. Didn't you just laugh loudly? Why don't you laugh anymore? Chu Yan raised his sword, walked towards Mo Wu Yan step by step, and asked, with a cold face. Forgive me. Please, Before Mo Wu Yan begged for mercy, Chu Yan slashed out with a backhand sword. The light of the sword was like a line, slashing across the void, and within 10 steps, it was as fast as a shock. Just like before, Mo Wu Yan didn't even notice seeing the sword mark clearly. The voice suddenly stopped. Plop. The corpse, completely deprived of life, knelt heavily and fell to the ground. Wu Clan, direct disciple of the Scourge King, Wu Tianli, candidate for the Holy Son of the Ming Clan, Mo Wu Yan, all lost. You guys, don't even try to escape. Chu Yan turned around abruptly and looked around, only to see the children of Wu Ming and Ming clans who were fleeing in all directions on the ground and in mid-air. Saint Rakshasa Refining Domain, open it for me. With a loud shout, the true energy of the whole body, like black clouds, rolled around, centered on Chu Yan's body, and swept in all directions. In an instant, within a radius of 5 miles, it was instantly enveloped by endless black mist. You still want to escape? Can your speed be faster than my holy Rakshasa's domain? Chu Yan snorted coldly, and began to mobilize the Rakshasa, true Qi, to run the holy Rakshasa refining domain. Under the berserk operation of the Saint Rakshasa refinement, the air on the entire island turned into a fierce wind, making waves like thunder and tsunami. Even the entire island began to tremble slightly. The whole world, as if in an instant, changed from day to night, from heaven to hell. Woo! 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 In the holy Rakshasa refinement that covers half of the island, there are 2 diametrically opposite forces appearing in the same space at the same time. The feeling is creepy. Not good. I can't lift off. The children of the Wu Ming and Ming clans who were shrouded in the holy Rakshasa's refining domain felt a chill invading their bodies, and then, a powerful force pressed them from the air, sending them all back to the island. Pung! 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 As if making dumplings, everyone slammed down from mid-air to the ground, making muffled noises. More than 200 warriors of different races, without missing a single one, all fell around Chu Yan. Struggling, he got up from the ground, his face was full of horror, and he looked around, but within his eyes, he couldn't see anything except a thick black fog. An extremely cold dead air surged from the soles of everyone's feet and rushed straight into their minds, and everyone's pupils dilated rapidly. It was a sense of fear that made their souls tremble. Waiting to die is often more frightening than death. Tom. 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 At this moment, in the dense black fog all over the sky, a golden giant as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared, holding a golden and silver giant fork in each hand, grinning with a big mouth, revealing its thick fangs. Oh my God! So, what is that? God. It's a devil. Abyss demon. Man-eating demons. Run away. Seeing the appearance of the holy Rakshasa himself, everyone was so frightened that their scalps exploded and they turned around and fled. However, without Chu Yan's consent in this holy Rakshasa training field, they would just run around in circles, without any meaning other than wasting physical strength and true energy. Roar. Sensing Chu Yan's killing intent, the holy Rakshasa deity raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, and the golden fork and silver fork in his hand fell at the same time. Call out! Call out! Call out! Hundreds of golden and silver lights poured down like rainstorm pear blossoms, shooting towards every fleeing disciple of Wu Ming and Ming clan with incomparable precision. Puff. 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 The whole body of the person who was shot by the silver light seemed to be corroded by yin fire. With the wound as the center, the flameless fire visible to the naked eye quickly spread all over the body, turning into a pile of black ash in the blink of an eye. As for those who were shot by the golden light, their entire bodies exploded as if struck by lightning, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, leaving their bodies completely gone. In less than 10 breaths, all the disciples of the Wuming and Ming clans who had fallen into the holy Rakshas refining domain were all lost and no one survived. Holy Rakshasa refinement domain, take it. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over, and after confirming the result of the battle, he gave a light drink and took back the holy Luochao refining domain. Immediately, black cloud waves rushed back to Chu Yan's body from all directions like an ebbing tide, and the entire sky turned from dark to bright, as if returning to daylight again. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, you alien races have been lost in the 10 directions God realm, and it's cheap for you. While Chu Yan was muttering, with a wave of his hand, an endless wind blew past, rolling up all the black ash and dead corpses around him, and throwing them into the sea of darkness. As the master of the human race divine kingdom world, Chu Yan is responsible for the mission of revitalizing the human race. Therefore, every time a foreign race is killed now, the chance of the human race's rise will increase. Especially these Wuming and Ming races, it was they who launched the attack of the human race, which almost wiped out the human race. To deal with these people, there is no need for a trace of compassion, only one word, kill. Therefore, this battle is not just a battle between warriors, but also a battle between two races. It is the awakening roar of trillions of human races who are unwilling to fall. Next, Chu Yan began to collect the storage jade talismans left on the ground, and put them all into the Rakshasa space, and then cleaned them up when he had time. Only the Ming beads, Chu Yan checked carefully, and found that there were as many as 50. Coupled with the ones they snatched from the fish demon, the number reached 150, which was comparable to Chu Yan's 3-day collection. At this time, outside the 10 directions God realm, in front of the crystal screen of heaven and earth, Emperor Li Tianwu's complexion was extremely ugly, not only because 3 days had passed, but Mo Wunyan had not sent back the news that he had killed Chu Yan. It's because the St. Crystal clan just cut off the screen of the Heaven and Earth crystal screen and turned to Feng Lin Cliff to spy on their young people from the St. Crystal clan entering Feng Lin Cliff. Therefore, regarding Minghai, Emperor Li Tianwu had no idea what was going on now. Bastard, damned St. Crystal clan, do they want to go to war? Apart from roaring, Emperor Li Tianwu had no choice at all, and even the words of starting a war could only be said. Because, not only they have backers from the Ming clan, but also the St. Crystal clan, so they are not afraid of them at all. Go. Check the news immediately to see if our disciples of the Holy Clan have encountered Chu Yan. Emperor Li Tianwu ordered. Yes. A deacon elder took the order and turned around to leave. #C1768 Thunder Rolls. Emperor Li Tianwu, as the leader of the sects sent by the Mingzhu to the 10 directions divine realm for this trial, had a heavy responsibility. Not only must the descendants of the clan obtain the lost inheritance as much as possible, but at the same time, it is also necessary to ensure that the disciples of the clan do not lose too much. After all, those who are qualified to participate in this trial of the 10 directions God's domain are all geniuses within the clan, and every loss of one represents the future foundation of the Saint clan, which will be weakened by 1 point. Therefore, the Mingzhu will equip Emperor Li Tianwu with various spirit patterns and treasures, just to facilitate him to check the news and contact the disciples in the 10 directions God realm at the same time. And the order he gave just now, to put it bluntly, is to ask the deacon elders to go and find out how many disciples in the clan who entered the 10 directions God realm were lost. If there is any loss, it means that when they met Chu Yan and started a big battle, the Holy Clan would naturally lose if they wanted to offend Chu Yan. If there are not a few lost, it means that so far, the junior geniuses in the Brigade of the Shifeng God Realm have not encountered Chu Yan and are still looking for them. In fact, every leader sent to the 10 Directions God Realm for trials is a beautiful job. There are often no surprises or dangers, and at the same time, through these geniuses with strong backgrounds, they can get to know some high-level people in the clan, which is of great benefit to leading the development of the elders in the clan. If luck is even better, a certain disciple's chance is against the sky, and he accidentally gets a relic inheritance in the 10 Directions God Realm, then returning to the clan, he must be rewarded a lot, and even directly promoted to the rank of elder. Possible. However, for Emperor Li Tianwu of this session of the 10 Directions God Realm, it was extremely unlucky. Basically, it is impossible to have a more unlucky leader than him. The reason for the bad luck is all because of meeting that evil star. Chu Yan. In front of the forces of various clans, Chu Yan killed the genius of his own clan face to face. In order to avenge his shame, Emperor Li Tianwu could only order all the clansmen in the 10 Directions God Realm to give up their mission and chase and kill Chu Yan with all their strength. In this way, in this trial, the chances of the clansmen getting the inheritance of the relics are almost reduced to the lowest, or even none. How could such an unlucky thing happen to me? Emperor Li Tianwu, standing there, was in a bad state, almost on the verge of exploding. This state has existed since the discovery of Chu Yan, causing the entire Ming clan elders to be shrouded in a depressive atmosphere. After all, Diwei's terror had caused too much pressure on the other elders around. After the deacon elder received the order from Emperor Li Tianwu, he went quickly and came back even faster, but he rushed back all the way with a look of panic on his face. Huh? Could it be that some disciples were really lost? Emperor Li Tianwu turned his head, looked at the elder deacon who was running back with a shit-green face, and frowned slightly. However, it is not unacceptable to sacrifice some geniuses in the clan as long as they can behead the repeat offender of the Saint clan. Li. Emperor Li Tianwu, no. Not good, not good. Something happened. Running wildly all the way, running in front of Emperor Li Tianwu, the deacon elder looked very bad, his whole body was dripping with sweat, his face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had the demeanor of a rich deacon elder there. Humph. Calm down. Calm down. As an elder, you represent the identity of my holy clan. Emperor Li Tianwu didn't want to say it at first, but when he saw the elder deacon, he couldn't help but reprimanded him. This kind of personality is also the reason why he has been unable to climb to the top among the Ming clan, although he has strength. Moreover, the eyes he looked at the deacon elder were full of contempt and disdain. What a big deal. Isn't it just losing a few more disciples? Is it necessary to be so frightened? Yes. 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 Replying to Emperor Li Tianwu, I just checked all the life patterns of the descendants in the clan, and it exploded for 318 yuan. The deacon elder was directly reprimanded by Emperor Li Tianwu in front of everyone, and his face blushed immediately. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally spoke clearly. What? You just, how many lifelines did you say just now? Emperor Li Tianwu's brain twitched, his eyes went black, his whole mind seemed to be stomped by countless emperor-level monsters, buzzing and chaotic, staring at the bloodshot eyes, staring at the deacon elder, stammering and asking, Road. 318. The deacon elder replied again. This time when the voice fell to the ground, all the elders of the Mingzhu elders who were staring at the bulls I could finally hear it clearly. However, in the next breath, the entire group of elders of the Ming clan exploded in an instant. Hiss. 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 There was a sound of sucking air, and the faces of all the bosses began to change in various colors, some were livid, some were as black as ink, and some were as red as pig liver. But without exception, a hint of panic rose in the eyes of every Mingzhu boss at the same time. 318 nadir geniuses were lost. What a concept! You know, there are only 320 junior geniuses sent by the Saint clan to the 10 Directions God realm this time. In other words, in less than an hour, the geniuses of the descendants of the Ming clan who had entered the 10 Directions divine realm were all taken away in one go. Mo. Where is Mo Wunyan? There was still a glimmer of hope in Emperor Li Tianwu's despairing eyes, and he roared loudly. Mo Wunyan's life pattern has also exploded. Mo Wunyan. Lost. Boom, boom. In Emperor Li Tianwu's mind, a thunderbolt exploded directly, making a loud noise that shook the sky, and at the same time, it caused a thunderstorm all over the sky. Even as Emperor Wu, with overwhelming power and astonishing cultivation, at this moment, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. He swayed suddenly, stepped back heavily with his right foot, took half a step back, and finally stabilized his figure. Not only Emperor Li Tianwu, but all the bigwigs of the Ming clan all looked horrified and completely dumbfounded. Mo Wunyan is dead. 318 geniuses in the clan are all dead. How is this possible? Such news, to the big brothers of the Ming clan, was tantamount to thunder rolling from the sky, and they were all stunned in an instant. Who is it? If you dare to do this to our Mingzhu, I will kill him. Emperor Li Tianwu's eyes were like blood, and his whole body was full of imperial power. He erupted like a raging sea, and the sky-shattering roar resounded throughout the ancient city. Emperor Li Tianwu, this time, the 10 Directions God realm has been opened, and the only force capable of killing all the disciples of our holy clan within an hour is, the Witch clan. An elder of the Ming clan, with a look of hatred on his face, said carefully after pondering, this time, the Wu clan is said to have a 700 quasi-prince here. The Witch clan. 700 quasi-princes. Emperor Li Tianwu's bloodshot eyes suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the Witch clan. #C 1769 Roar of the Two Emperors. However, when Emperor Li Tianwu, eyes full of blood, turned to look at the camp of the Wu clan, ready to go forward and get mad, something happened suddenly. Roar. Who is it? Who killed my disciple of the Tianwu Hall of the Great Wu clan? This earth-shattering roar came from the direction of the Wu clan. The roar was no weaker than that of Emperor Li Tianwu just now, and it was even obviously stronger. Check it out. Check it out for me. If you want me to know who killed the elite of our descendants, I will slaughter his whole family. The great elder of the Temple of Heavenly Scourge, the Emperor's prestige on his body was like a huge wave, rushing across the audience, causing the other race forces around him to change their expressions and avoid them one after another. What's going on? Emperor Li Tianwu, who had just lifted his foot, was startled for a moment, and his right foot fell back to the ground, with a puzzled look on his face. The elite of the descendants of the Tianwu Tang. Could it be that the genius of the Wu clan, Wu Tianli, had an accident? No. Impossible. Surrounding Emperor Li Tianwu, the other members of the Ming clan were also confused when they saw the scene of the Wu clan's anger. Of course they knew that Wu Tianli represented the Temple of Heavenly Scourge and participated in the 10 Directions God realm this time. He was the most powerful of the young descendants of the Wu clan, even much stronger than Mo Wunyan of their Ming clan. Someone actually attacked Wu Tianli. Attack the Wu clan. This is really weird. Swish. Without Emperor Li Tianwu's order, a netherworld deacon flew away, just to dodge, and then arrived at the Wu clan camp, stood in the outer area, carefully listening, and soon, his face changed drastically, and he returned in a hurry. Emperor Li Tianwu, no. It's not good. More than 100 disciples from the Wu clan have also been lost, the deacon who was inquiring about the news reported out of breath. What? What did you say? Even Emperor Li Tianwu's complexion changed drastically at this time, the corners of his brows trembled slightly, and the eyes of snake pupils shot sharply, and he asked suspiciously. More than 100 people have been lost. How is this possible? Could it be that Wu Tianli is also among the lost disciples? No. The elder deacon shook his head. Call. Emperor Li Tianwu just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, but when the elder deacon uttered the next sentence, Ling's relaxed face twisted into a ball in an instant, and even his body swayed, almost lost his footing, and took 3 steps back violently, only then barely stabilized his figure. Report to Emperor Li Tianwu that not only Wu Tian's power has been lost, but Wuhang Tian, the 700 quasi-princes of the Wu clan, has also been lost. The elder deacon quickly replied. Hiss. 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 As the words landed, the gasping voice resounded through the entire group of Ming clan bosses. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched wildly, and they stared at the deacon elder with horror on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. My God! This. I remembered, the last message Mo Wunyan sent back seemed to be that he had met a team from the Witch clan. Could it be? A Mingzhu boss suddenly changed his face and reminded him suddenly. What? You. Emperor Li Tianwu turned his head and glared at the Mingzhu elder, his eyes were full of shock and unbelievable flashes of light, tremblingly said. You mean, someone made a move to kill the 2 teams that gathered the Wu clan and my Hades at the same time. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the big bosses of the Ming clan shivered in unison, and various twists and twitches appeared on their faces. This matter, there is a problem. Up to now, as the situation became more and more unimaginable, Emperor Li Tianwu finally calmed down, frowned, and said in a deep voice. In the entire 10 Directions God realm, there are countless race trial teams who have the strength to kill more than 300 geniuses of the Ming clan in a short period of time. Including Mo Wunyan, such a powerful team, except for the Wu clan, he can't think of anyone else. Because, even if the Wu clan really attacked them, if you can't fight, you can escape. It is impossible for the entire team to be slaughtered without a single survivor. Moreover, apart from the news from the Wu clan, Emperor Li Tianwu, who had calmed down, no longer believed that the Wu clan would attack the Ming clan. Because, since the Ming clan took refuge in the Wu clan, the relationship between the 2 clans has improved a lot. Originally, just as there was a trace of blood connection between the Tian clan and the human race, as well as the demigod clan, there was also a trace of blood connection between the Ming clan and the Witch clan. Even compared to the demigod clan, the blood connection is more intense. In ancient times, the Ming clan was originally a collateral bloodline of the Witch clan, but was lost because of avoiding wars. Therefore, there is no major conflict of interest between the 2 clans, and it is impossible for such a bloody battle to take place. Even if he found any major benefits, Mo Wunyan would send back the news as soon as possible, and he would only take action after consulting the big boss of the Ming clan. Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, Emperor Li Tianwu decided that it was definitely not the Wu clan who attacked Mo Wunyan and the others. But, in this case, who would it be? Emperor Li Tianwu fell into deep thought, and occasionally his eyes flickered in the direction of the fried Wu clan. After pondering for a long time, he still decided to wait for the Wu clan's investigation results before making any plans. In the 10 Directions Divine Realm, the Sea of Darkness, and the small island of the Fish Demon. Chu Yan was not in a hurry to leave the small island, but headed towards the foot of the mountain in the center of the island. Originally, Chu Yan was planning to leave as soon as possible, but at the moment he was about to take off into the sky, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a group of fish monsters rushing towards a cave in the distant forest. Aren't these fish demons the same fish demons who just fought with the Wuming clan? How could they give up attacking and leave suddenly? A flash of doubt flashed. Chu Yan immediately gave up his plan to leave directly, turned around and walked towards the forest. The fish demon clan is a strange life bred in the Sea of Darkness. Moreover, the existence of these non-spiritual and non-human alien races is not even shorter than that of any alien race on the outer continent. It's just that they rarely leave the world of 10 Directions God's domain, and outsiders know very little about them. Perhaps, the only people who understand them in the whole world are the Protoss who originally lived in this small world of God's domain. However, with the disappearance of the Protoss, there is no information about the secrets of the fish monster race. Walking into the woods and walking all the way, Chu Yan carefully checked the surroundings, but found that there was no fish demon in this forest. But the cave in front is full of fish demon's breath. Has a problem. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he stood in front of the cave, looking up at the entrance of the Canggu cave. The entire cave wall was engraved with all kinds of strange spirit marks, hundreds of them. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that he didn't even know any of the hundreds of spiritual imprints, and it was even more impossible to know the purpose. This is a bit weird. As a warrior, during martial arts practice, he will come into contact with a large number of spirit patterns. Therefore, most of the general spirit pattern imprints are familiar to Chu Yan. And among the hundreds of spirit patterns in front of him, Chu Yan was completely confused by the fact that he didn't know any of them. Could it be that these are the spirit patterns of the gods? With a flash of consciousness in the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly glowed, and his pupils showed a bright light. #C1770 found treasure. Protoss spirit pattern. If it is really the spirit pattern of the gods, then, with the strength of the gods who dominated the entire 10-direction star field in the past, the power of these spirit marks is probably infinitely stronger than the ones I used before. As long as you find a spirit pattern master and make it into a spirit pattern jade talisman, it may be equivalent to an emperor-level spirit treasure. If Fatty Situ was here, he would probably be crazy with joy. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then, with a wave of his big hand, his true energy condensed into a claw, and he grabbed the spirit patterns in front of him fiercely. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's Gangyuan claw touched the spirit pattern, a mass of light exploded above the spirit pattern, instantly blasting Chu Yan's Gangyuan claw print, and annihilated it directly. So strong. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, full of astonishment. You must know that the existence of these spirit patterns can be traced back to the ancient times, and it has gone through countless years. In the absence of the spirit gathering array and the source of spiritual power, these spirit patterns can still maintain their power, which is enough to show that the power of these spirit patterns is far stronger than Chu Yan imagined. It looks like I really found a treasure. His eyes flickered, and a look of joy appeared on Chu Yan's face, and then his whole body erupted with qi, condensing a more powerful Gangyuan claw print, and grabbed it fiercely towards the stone-carved spirit pattern. Maybe it's because that note just now consumed the little spiritual power of the stone-carved spirit pattern itself, so this time, Chu Yan didn't expend much effort to grab the spirit pattern, including the stone wall, in his hands inside. After obtaining the stone-carved spirit pattern, Chu Yan checked it carefully, but still found nothing, so he threw it into the Rakshasa space casually, and handed it to Fatty Situ to have a look after going back. Next, Chu Yan kept waving his hands, and grabbed the stone-carved spirit patterns on the cave wall in front of him, one by one, and threw them into the Rakshasa space. After completing these things, the excitement on Chu Yan's face became more intense. Because the power of these stone-carved spirit patterns is far beyond his imagination, Chu Yan can easily infer that there is at least one powerful god clan in this cave sealed by hundreds of powerful god clan spirit patterns. Relics, or secret treasures. Swish. With a dodge, Chu Yan circulated his true energy, condensed the bodyguard and the golden body of the dragon pattern, and rushed into the cave. Entering the cave, there are luminescent crystals inlaid on both sides of the passage in the cave, and the entire passage of the stone cave has a faint light shining through the passage. Follow the passage, go deep all the way, turn 7 turns and 8 turns, and walk tens of thousands of steps before reaching the end of the passage. This is an underground stone palace with a radius of 10 miles, which is almost the entire underground area of the mountain peak, with a huge scope. In the stone palace, all kinds of animal stone carvings are placed everywhere, including huge bear monsters, majestic tiger monsters, and even the ones that Chu Yan saw in the Blood River on the stone bridge. Respect the water unicorn. Why are there so many monster statues? A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Yan's face, and the unicorn's pupils turned around, sweeping towards the entire stone palace. Huh! These stone carvings are all facing the center of the stone palace, that is. Turning his eyes, Chu Yan quickly discovered that in the very center of the stone palace, there were 2 huge flame altars. Around the altars, there were hundreds of ghost beads floating in the void, exuding ghostly fire, like thousands of streams, all poured into the 2 altars. Moreover, on the outskirts of the stone palace, a group of fish demons shivered all over their bodies and prostrated themselves on the ground. Several larger fish demons headed by them, holding a few dark beads in their hands, were kneeling and advancing, and placed them on a stone platform in front of the altar. Above. Swish. 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 Several dark beads, just placed on the stone platform, suddenly shot up into the sky, merged into the group of dark beads floating in the sky, and released dark fire at the same time, pouring into the altar. It turns out that these ghost beads were collected by these fish demons and used to enshrine these 2 altars. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly realized, and finally understood why there are always some ghost beads where there are fish demons. At the same time, I also know why the 2 clans of ghosts and witches attacked this small island. I am afraid that it has a great relationship with these 2 altars. Boom, boom. Just as Chu Yan was about to walk towards the altar and observe carefully, suddenly, the whole stone palace trembled violently. As the dust flew up, 2 groups of huge objects quickly rose from the soil layer in front of the altar, and in the blink of an eye, they broke through the soil layer and appeared in front of the altar. This is the sarcophagus. Chu Yan looked intently, but saw 2 sarcophagi about 10 feet in size, lying in front of the altar. What surprised Chu Yan was that as soon as the 2 sarcophagi appeared, hundreds of ghost beads that had been floating around all of them immediately projected flames towards the sarcophagus. In an instant, the 2 sarcophagi were wrapped in flames, turning them into fire coffins. The terrifyingly powerful underworld flames surged from all directions, sweeping across the entire stone palace, and the temperature soared extremely. Hundreds of fish monsters were swept away by the protruding underworld flames, and they all turned into flying ash, and they didn't even have time to scream. Countless years ago, the fish demon born in the Sea of Darkness was burned to ashes by the flames of the Sea of Darkness. It is enough to discover that the flames in these pearls are probably more powerful than ordinary flames. Chu Yan's Gangyuan bodyguard was swept by Ming Yan, but with a slight tremor, the 5-color Suzaku Emperor fire rolled out, blocking all Ming Yan. The underworld flames swept across like a tidal wave, and soon disappeared, and the entire stone palace quickly returned to calm. Only the 2 fire coffins in front of them lay quietly, and there was a strange atmosphere in this dark and cold stone palace. Tread. 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 Chu Yan groaned for a moment, then covered his whole body with the imperial fire protection, and walked towards the fire coffin. The spiritual consciousness is like a net, locking the 2 fire coffins firmly, and constantly detecting changes in their aura. These 2 fire coffins, except for the extremely strong power of the dark flame, have no other breath, which makes Chu Yan's face change slightly. Could it be that these 2 sarcophagi are the spirits of the underworld flames? Chu Yan thought that whether it was the Ming Hai, Ming Yan, or this small island, or even the fish demon that had just been reduced to ashes, they were all spirits of Ming Yan, and they had a great relationship. Therefore, the two fire coffins in front of us are very likely to be the spirits of the dark flames from the ancient times. The spirit of Ming Yan in ancient times. What is that? Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and his face was slightly stern. Since stepping into the Sea of Darkness, Chu Yan has encountered and devoured a lot of spirits of the Sea of Darkness. Of course, he knows that the spirits of the Sea of Darkness are also graded and differentiated by color. So far, the strongest spirit of Ming Yan that Chu Yan has encountered is only the dark golden king rank spirit of Ming Yan. The spirit of the underworld flame in these two fire coffins will never be the emperor rank. Consciousness flashed, Chu Yan frowned, his face suddenly became a little dignified. He approached the fire coffin cautiously and looked down. #C 1771 Fire Coffin. These two fire coffins are 10 feet long, 5 feet wide, and 3 feet thick. They can definitely be regarded as giant coffins. On the fire coffin, there are densely packed with various spirit patterns, exuding strong dark flames. Looking carefully at these spirit patterns, they are similar to those that Chu Yan saw on the cave wall at the entrance of the stone palace. It's just that there are more than 100 spirit patterns on the entrance of the stone palace, and now, on the sarcophagus in front of you, there are nearly 300 God Clan spirit patterns. Don't waste it, take these God Clan spirit patterns first. Chu Yan grinned, pulled out the Haoyan sword with a clang, and swung his hand to chop it out. Clang! There was a sound of gold and stone colliding, and as sparks splashed, a complete stone was neatly cut off by the Haoyan sword. The texture of the fire coffin is obviously much harder than the stone at the entrance of the stone palace. It is impossible to grab it directly with Gangyuan claws. Therefore, Chu Yan used Haoyan divine weapon. The effect is naturally very ideal, and the cutting is extremely smooth. It's just that when Chu Yan drew the spirit stone to his face with his true energy, and raised his hand to copy it into his hand, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly exploded from the spirit pattern, turning into a flaming dragon, roaring towards Chu Yan. Huh! What is this? Chu Yan's complexion changed. He didn't expect that there were such restrictions in these God race spirit patterns. Moreover, the distance is no more than 3 steps, and even if it is Chu Yan, there is a sudden outbreak at such a close situation, and even Chu Yan can't react. Bump! There was a bang, and the roaring underworld dragon slammed into Chu Yan's protective body, confronting Suzaku Emperor Hua head-on, and exploded. Violent fire waves, like shock waves, rushed in all directions open. Tread! 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 The fire wave swept across, and Chu Yan was rushed, and his figure retreated 3 steps before he managed to stand still, with a look of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that after endless years, this god race's spirit pattern is still so powerful. If it was just laid out, even Emperor Wu would be able to kill it with one blow. Exhaling a long breath, Chu Yan looked at the 2 fire coffins with palpitations, with a more cautious and dignified expression on his face. None of the Protoss relics in the 10 Directions Divine Realm are easy to deal with, so we must be more careful, otherwise, there is a danger of loss at any time. Continue. No time wasted. After this trial, Chu Yan was more or less confident, so he swung the Haoyan sword again and began to quickly collect the spirit patterns of the gods. Chu Yan believes that without a spiritual source, after endless years, these divine clan spirit patterns still have such power. If it is handed over to Situ Yang for restoration and transformation, the power of these god race spirit patterns will definitely shake the entire outer continent. Call out! Call out! Call out! Sword lights flickered all over the sky, and as Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, the entire underground palace space was filled with countless sharp sword lights. One after another, the spirit patterns of the gods were continuously cut and cut from under the fire coffin, and entered into the Rakshasa space. With the passage of time, the spirit patterns of the gods on the two fire coffins became less and less, but to Chu Yan's surprise, the power of the underworld flames on the two fire coffins did not decrease at all, but became more and more powerful. Violent. In the underground palace with a radius of several miles, the temperature rose rapidly, and in less than 100 breaths, it was more than 3 times higher than when the fire coffin first appeared. Such a high temperature makes people feel like they are in an abyss of hell. I am afraid that warriors, below the imperial realm, will be reduced to ashes as soon as they step into it. Chu Yan took out a bottle of golden elixir, swallowed it, and recovered the consumption caused by constantly urging the Suzaku Emperor fire. As for the terrifying underworld flames overflowing from the fire coffin, as long as the flames of the Suzaku Emperor around Chu Yan are not extinguished, it will not have the slightest effect on him at all. Even so, Chu Yan still didn't dare to be careless, and after nearly half an hour, he finally removed all the spirit patterns of the god race on the first fire coffin. A total of 299. The number of god race spirit patterns on this one fire coffin alone is almost 3 times that of the entrance of the stone palace. Call. 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 Just when Chu Yan put the last god clan spirit pattern into the Rakshasa space, a terrifying heat wave suddenly rushed out of the fire coffin that had been cut by him. In an instant, a wave of fire visible to the naked eye swept away, covering the ground around the altar, the stone pillars, the surface of the altar, and all other objects with a layer of dense flames. Even on the second fire coffin next to it, the fire suddenly doubled. Woohoo! 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 As if feeling the explosion of fire power in the stone palace, a group of fish demons who did not know where they came from rushed out from the tunnel of the underground palace, holding various bone spurs, and gathered around the stone palace, screaming, but don't dare to approach at all. The faces of these fish monsters all had a strong look of terror, and all the fish eyes seemed to be unable to see Chu Yan at all staring at the fire coffin in front of the altar. At this time, Chu Yan, the whole body of Suzaku Emperor, was on fire, trying his best to resist the impact of these sudden outbreaks of Ming Yan. Even with the dual defenses of Suzaku Emperor Yan and dragon pattern golden body, the Ming Yan that rushed out of the fire coffin still penetrated into Chu Yan's body, making his whole body hot and flushed. This kind of confrontation seems to be in some kind of mysterious balance state, but, as time goes by, the number of Ming Yan in Chu Yan's body is increasing, and it begins to gather rapidly, turning into a vague spirit of Ming Hua. He actually went towards Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Roar. In the Sea of Consciousness, Emperor Xuanhuan stomped on his dragon foot, a wave of lustrous black martial soul power turned into a monstrous wave, and scattered the fuzzy spirit of the underworld fire that was trying to rush into the Sea of Consciousness. As the Lord of 10,000 Seas and the Emperor of Water, Xuanhuan Tianzuan himself can restrain any flames, and is extremely good at defense. Not to mention these sealed underworld flame spirits, even Suzaku Emperor Hua may not be able to break through Emperor Xuanwu's water defense. Huh. It's okay. It's okay. It's safe and sound. Chu Yan sensed that all the dark flames in his body had disappeared, and at the same time, the power of the dark flames erupting in the fire coffin in front of him was also rapidly weakening, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, besides Suzaku Dihua, I also have Emperor Xuanwu, otherwise the consequences would be troublesome. After eliminating all the flames in his body, Chu Yan strode out and came directly to the side of the fire coffin. After checking the distance, he took a few steps back. After 2 consecutive crises, Chu Yan became more cautious and kept a safe distance from the fire coffin to prevent emergencies that might happen at any time. Clang. Infused with true energy, the Haotian sword in the right hand made a loud and clear sound of sword sharpening, and the sharpness of the divine weapon reached its peak in an instant. "Open it for me." With a loud shout, Chu Yan swung his sword and slashed. The Haoyan sword in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the lid of the fire coffin. #C 1772 The sturdy ancient Wudi. The sword light cut down, and the lid of the fire coffin, which was full of pits, flew away in response. Pon. The coffin lid fell to the ground and hit the ground in front of the altar, making a dull and heavy sound that echoed throughout the underground palace. Buzz buzz. The ground of the underground palace trembled continuously, and the mountains shook and the ground shook like an earthquake. One can imagine the weight of the coffin lid. Chu Yan explored carefully and looked into the fire coffin. I saw that the fierce flames, swirling with fire, surged up from the fire coffin, burning the surrounding air with sizzling noises. After a full 10 breaths, the flames in the fire coffin finally dissipated, revealing the scene inside the coffin. Inside the fire coffin lay a black golden skeleton, which was huge and nearly 10 feet high. Moreover, from every bone of this Wujing skeleton, there are ghost flames jumping out from time to time, and they will be extinguished as soon as they are shot. In the dark eye sockets, 2 groups of thin flames of ghost flames are slowly rising. The entire skeleton, as if made of black iron metal, shone with a faint cold light, and glowed with a dark golden light, which was not ordinary at first glance. The most important thing is that this Yujin skeleton is almost indistinguishable from that of ordinary human races. Except for the back and tail, where the fish fins are formed, the entire shape is almost 90% similar to that of humans. Is this the spirit of the Emperor's dark flame? Could it be a fish demon too? Chu Yan's eyes brightened, full of surprise. Even though endless years have been lost, there is still a faint trace of Emperor's prestige overflowing from this Wujing skeleton. Therefore, Chu Yan can be sure that this is an Emperor-level skeleton, and it is very likely to be a fish demon with just a scan of his consciousness. Because the spirit of the underworld flame has no blood or flesh, only a spiritual source, and it is impossible to leave a skeleton of flesh and blood. Only those low-priced fish monsters found on the small islands in the Sea of Darkness, although weak in intelligence and cultivation, are real flesh and blood. Could it be that in ancient times, among these fish monsters, there were also powerful existences? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and pondered. Ever since he first met the fish demon, Chu Yan had doubts in his heart. After such a long time, how could these fish monsters that had transformed from the spirit of the underworld flame still be such low-level beings? Even compared to ordinary monsters, they were only a little stronger. Now, seeing this black goldfish demon skeleton, Chu Yan finally came to a sudden. It should be that in the ancient times, the legendary battle also involved the entire fish monster clan, and in the end even led to the entire fish monster clan. Almost the entire clan was wiped out. And the fish that Chu Yan encountered now, hiding outside the underground palace, shivering fish demon, is very likely to be a new generation of fish demon bred in the past tens of thousands of years. And in the ancient times, the powerful fish monster clan was very likely to be lost along with the god clan. The fish monster clan who followed the gods were so loyal, and they followed the gods, and some were annihilated. My human race is inextricably linked with the god race, and your fish monster race, born in the Sea of Darkness and loyal to the god race, can be regarded as having some connection with my human race. If so, then. Chu Yan looked at the Wujing skeleton in front of him, and kept pondering in his heart. Finally, his eyes lit up and he made up his mind. At the Tian Pagoda of the ancient demon passage, Chu Yan followed the demon sword Emperor Wudi, and encountered 8 corpses of Emperor Wudi, who were all refined into puppets by the demon sword Emperor Wudi. Later, Chu Yan was turned into a dragon warrior guard. And that time, Chu Yan knew all about the method of the demon sword martial emperor refining the puppet. It was a very special secret method, very simple, but with many restrictions, at least, the bones must be the flesh and blood of Emperor Wu, which was extremely difficult to achieve. You know, in the Outland continent, Emperor Wu is a strong man who stands at the top of the pyramid. How could there be so many emperor-level corpses? And I will use the secret method to refine the puppet for you. Therefore, even if Chu Yan has learned it, he has never had the opportunity to display it. But now it's different. 2 emperor-level fish monster bones are placed in front of him. As long as the refining is successful, Chu Yan's dragon warrior will have 2 more giants. Thinking of this, Chu Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Looking back at the other fire coffin. There are 2 identical fire coffins, but this one is the skeleton of an imperial fish demon, and of course the other one is also. Chu Yan was going to refine the 2 fish demon corpses into puppets, so he was not in a hurry to open the other one, and let's talk about refining the one in front of him first. Call. Chu Yan let out a long breath, and began to slowly stimulate the true energy in his body. At the same time, his handprints were flipped, and the entire sea of consciousness also began to condense his consciousness crazily, turning it into a huge mark of his consciousness. As the handprints were pressed continuously, in the sea of consciousness, a dazzling golden light shot out from the Holy Spirit pattern, which hit the imprint of the congealing spiritual consciousness. Immediately, with a bang, the imprint of divine consciousness took shape directly, rushed out of the sea of consciousness, and floated in front of Chu Yan. Give me, print. With a loud shout, Chu Yan pushed both hands together, and a huge golden character, like a bolt of lightning, shot directly at the bone in the fire coffin, and rushed into its skull instantly. The imprint of spiritual consciousness, which contained Chu Yan's martial arts will, exploded suddenly, and the powerful spiritual power rushed to the whole body of the fish demon skeleton in an instant. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar. With a terrifying roar, it soared into the sky, and the skeleton of the fish demon suddenly shook, and its own imperial prestige exploded crazily, blocking all the will of Chu Yan's consciousness. You can still resist. Chu Yan was stunned, slightly surprised. Come again. He didn't intend to give up at all. Chu Yan's eyes shot out sharply, and his whole body surged with true energy. He formed a seal with his hands again, aroused the sea of consciousness and the Holy Spirit pattern, and condensed the mark of spiritual consciousness again. This time, Chu Yan more than doubled all kinds of power. However, the result was not much different from the previous one. Although the 2 wills clashed for a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan's divine sense imprint was still defeated in front of Diwei, who had exploded with fish demon bones. The power of Emperor Wu cannot be desecrated. Even after eternity, Emperor Wu is Emperor Wu, a strong man who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if he is lost, he still has an inviolable majesty. However, Chu Yan was not discouraged, but became more and more excited, trying again and again. 10 breaths, 100 breaths, half an hour. The tenacity of the fish demon Emperor Wei is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. At the same time, Chu Yan can judge with certainty that before the loss of this fish demon martial soul, he was probably an extremely powerful cultivator in the Emperor Wu realm. He was full of imperial prestige. Even after years of erosion, he still had such terrifying power. Time passed, and after a full hour, Chu Yan's true energy was exhausted and he had to stop temporarily. The sound of heavy breathing echoed in the underground palace, and Chu Yan had a depressed expression on his face. Depend on. Ancient martial emperors, are they all so tough? Even if it is a corpse left after a loss, it still has such a strong sense of emperor left. Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the Wu Jin skeleton in front of him, his teeth were gnashing loudly. #C1773 Shock the Emperor. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Chu Yan glanced at the fire coffin bitterly, then took out the golden elixir, and began to adjust his breath to recover. At the same time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, various consciousnesses flickered, and he began to think about the way to deal with this emperor-level skeleton. Now, Chu Yan understands even more the importance of emperor-level cultivation. At that time, in the Jietian Pagoda at the entrance of the ancient magic path, Emperor Wu of the Demon Sword refined 8 emperor-leveling puppets, and it took less than 100 breaths of time. But now, facing a body by myself, it took more than an hour, but in the end, it didn't work. This gap is really not ordinary. Humph. I don't believe it. Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely, jumped up from the ground, his eyes were red, staring at the fire coffin, his whole body's true energy erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the entire underground palace. Holy Rakshasa, come out. Holy Spirit Pattern, come out for me. Dragon Xuanhuan, come out for me. The Qi of the 5 elements, come out for me. With a roar, behind Chu Yan, there was a great radiance, all kinds of brilliance flashed, and various forces of various colors burst out of the air, and frantically began to merge. Hum. 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 All kinds of power, when Chu Yan's flipped handprints fell, all rushed into Wu Jin's bones, confronting the emperor's power, contained in it head-on. All kinds of power, the aroused vigor, made the void of the entire underground palace freeze immediately. This is a war. A battle of life and death, yin and yang, unyielding and dignity, no matter whether it is the lost fish demon Emperor Wu, or the resolute Chu Yan, neither side will give in easily. An hour later, Chu Yan stopped again, swallowed the golden pill, and resumed breath adjustment. Jump up and break out again. Recover, burst, fight. Such a cycle, again and again, time flies by. The whole day passed like this. Chu Yan breathed weakly all over his body, and finally stopped, looking helplessly at the Wu Jin skeleton in front of him, speechless. With his current cultivation base, even with the addition of many whole cards, there is still no way to take this Wu Jin skeleton. I dare not imagine that in ancient times, as the follower race of the gods, they had such terrifying strength, how powerful those gods would be. If it continues, maybe after a period of time, Chu Yan can break the emperor's prestige on the Wu Jin bone. However, Chu Yan dare not estimate how much time will be wasted, maybe a month, or 3.5 years, it is possible. But now, the opening time of Shifeng God Realm is only 100 days, and Chu Yan can't afford to waste it. So in the end, Chu Yan decided to stop temporarily. If you break through Emperor Wudi, you should be able to refine them as easily as the Demon Sword Emperor Wudi. Chu Yan murmured. His current cultivation is only at the upper martial emperor realm. As for the quasi-emperor realm, as long as Chu Yan is willing, he can break through at any time. However, since the reshaping of the body in the Tunchen Pagoda, Chu Yan's understanding of martial arts has far surpassed ordinary people. Therefore, Chu Yan is waiting for an opportunity that will allow him to perfectly break through to the quasi-emperor rank. Perhaps, it will be much easier to refine these black gold bones after reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Chu Yan lightly said. But, somewhere, what is that chance? Where is it? Chu Yan shook his head slightly, and said helplessly. Although he could sense that he had to get a chance to break through to the quasi-emperor rank, he didn't know what the chance was. This made him even more speechless, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, outside the underground palace, the group of fish demons who were kneeling on the ground and trembling all over felt that in the underground palace, no matter whether it was Ming Yan or Emperor Wei, they had all been reduced to the limit. Walk towards the altar. These fish demons are extremely respectful, even if they see Chu Yan, they still have a humble face, without any hostility at all. Soon, hundreds of fish demons raised their hands high, holding the shining pearls, and gently spun around the altar. Then he quickly backed up, returned to the periphery of the underground palace, and knelt down on the ground again. Mingzhu. Chu Yan looked at the strange behavior of these fish monsters, with a puzzled look on his face. What is the purpose of these ghost beads? The geniuses of the Wuming and Ming clans, when they arrived in the 10 Directions God realm, instead of looking for the relics of the gods, they sneaked to the Sea of Darkness to collect these ghost beads. And these fish demons are used to as a sacrifice, could it be? Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and a spiritual light flashed in the sea of consciousness. Immediately, Chu Yan waved his hand suddenly, sweeping his true energy, grabbed a Ming bead in his hand, and squeezed it hard. Pung! Under the powerful force, the Mingzhu burst instantly and turned into powder. A tiny spiritual source, like a silk thread, penetrated from Chu Yan's palm into Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. It seems that the spirit source of the Mingzhu, which is as thin as a silk thread, is silent, but after entering Chu Yan's body, it becomes extremely violent in an instant, turning into a monstrous fire, burning wantonly along the meridians of Chu Yan's body. Immediately, Chu Yan's flesh and blood meridians were ignited at the same time, burning up. This spirit source of the Mingzhu can actually burn and refine the meridians. This is great. Chu Yan looked inside with his spiritual sense, and just swept it away. Suddenly, his entire face was full of ecstasy, and his eyes shone like stars. Meridians, as a channel for warriors to circulate their true qi, have an incomparably huge role. It can even be said that the improvement of a warrior's cultivation base is the process of strengthening and expanding the meridians in the body. Only when the meridian becomes stronger and thicker, can it withstand more powerful qi, and with more zhenqi, it can explode with even greater combat power. However, the cultivation method of the meridian has always been through various exercises, and gradually improved by accumulating over a long period of time. Although some golden elixirs also have similar effects, it is absolutely impossible to refine directly with the underworld flame in front of you. It will be more direct and faster. Explode me again. Chu Yan, who was full of excitement, didn't waste any time at all. He waved his hands together and rolled up all the floating beads around the altar, blasting 10 of them in one breath. Immediately, the spirit source of the 10 Mingzhu penetrated into Chu Yan's body, making the Mingyan attached to the meridians in his body more and more intense. It hurts. It hurts so much. The Mingyan produced by the spirit source of the 10 dark pearls, the pain of burning the meridians was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination, and the corners of his eyes twitched suddenly, and cold sweat flowed out. However, Chu Yan could clearly see that the main meridians in his body became stronger and stronger under the calcination of these dark flames, and even a trace of radiance appeared. Again. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't intend to stop at all. He waved his hand again, and another 10 Mingzhu exploded, and the spiritual source of 10 Mingzhu, like silk star lines, surrounded Chu Yan into him. Boom! 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 The violent Mingyan broke out completely in Chu Yan's body, and waves of fire rushed to the whole body along the meridians like a flood. #C1774 Wumu Peak. The violent power exploded in Chu Yan's body instantly, and the terrifying pain completely swallowed Chu Yan. Roaring up to the sky, the muscles all over his body burst out, his eyes were completely red. Chu Yan couldn't bear it anymore, and roared loudly. This feeling even far exceeds the reshaping of the physical body in the Tian Pagoda. At least, in the heaven-swallowing pagoda, the pain gradually increases with time, and it will not explode directly like this Mingyan forging pulse. No. Can't miss the opportunity. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his face was bulging with blue veins, but he murmured resolutely. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, several jade talismans flew out and fell to the surroundings of the underground palace, turning into a series of spirit patterns, which quickly condensed into a large formation, covering almost half of the underground palace. This is the proud work that Situ Yang refined before Chu Yan came, and it was given to Chu Yan as a precaution. After setting up the result restriction, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, turned his hands over, and took all the beads collected in the Rakshasa space, as well as the beads floating around, and piled them up in front of him. There are more than 100 dark beads, releasing strong dark flames, and the fire is majestic. The Rakshasa promise art, practice it for me. With a soft drink, the 32 inner elixirs in the body were in unison, and the Rakshasa's true energy surged like the tide of a raging sea. The Rakshasa Jinchi rushing past rushed into the meridians of the whole body, and immediately collided with the tide of dark flames, and the two fought directly like a charging army. This is an evenly matched battle, and even Mingyan's power is stronger. However, Rakshasa's true chi is supported by the sea of chi, which can be said to be inexhaustible, while Mingyan's spiritual source is held in Chu Yan's hands, and when to replenish it is completely controlled by Chu Yan. In this way, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness looked inside, watching the impact of the two forces nervously, and only when Mingyan retreated in a big way, would he crush new Mingzhu and add Mingzhu's spiritual source to supplement Mingyan's power. Using the body as the battlefield, turning the meridians into flames, this cultivation method is unique. Chu Yan sat there, smoking all over his body, and even in his eyes and nostrils, there were real flames, gushing out with his breath. It seemed that his entire body was already burning, and even the temperature of the underground palace was rising. However, Chu Yan Wu Dao's will is so strong that he has been running the Raksha Wuji divine art with all his strength, constantly devouring the spiritual source of those dark beads, integrating into Raksha's true energy, and bringing it back into the Chi Hai Nei Dan. The fusion power of these dark flame spiritual sources is far more pure than the spirits of heaven and earth. Moreover, these dark flames have tempered Chu Yan's physical body, and fused with Chu Yan's inner alchemy, almost reaching a perfect level. Perfect. Perfect. This is it. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Yan's face. Although this fusion process is 100 times more painful than usual practice, the effect is surprisingly good. With every trace of the spiritual source of the Mingzhu, Chu Yan can feel that his strength is improving. Even the bottleneck of cultivation that was already weak at that level was slowly disappearing. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to break through, but was more careful to integrate a large number of these Mingzhu spiritual sources to continuously consolidate the foundation. Even, Chu Yan practiced all martial arts again. From the first stage of body tempering realm, to the first stage of Qi refining realm, then to Xiantian realm, true martial realm. Time passed slowly. Chu Yan's cultivation did not stop for a moment, and the number of Mingzhu in front of him was also decreasing. Soon, a whole month passed. Compared with a month ago, when Chu Yan first stepped into this underground stone palace, his whole body has become more profound and majestic. The whole body surface, like an open fire like a divine flame, is burning like a god of fire. These Suzaku Emperor flames have changed from the original 5 colors to a dark golden color, turning them into 6-color flames, which are gorgeous and dazzling, reflecting the entire underground palace in a variety of colors, which is extremely beautiful. For a month I experienced unbearable pain for ordinary people. Now Mingyan forged his body and burned his meridians, which can no longer make Chu Yan feel pain. Instead, the faint burning sensation gave Chu Yan an extremely comfortable feeling. At this moment, thousands of miles away from the small island where Chu Yan was located, another group of wizard geniuses flew across the sky and flew towards the depths of the dark sea. The leader of this group of Wu clan disciples has round and thick eyebrows, and there are also 2 witch seals between the eyebrows. Even his pair of snake pupils are different from ordinary witch warriors, showing the color of double flower pupils, one red and one green, like gems. It looks very strange. Brother Mufeng, including the small island just now, we have already collected nearly 60 ghost beads. A young man who was following Wu Shuangtong's young man from the Wu clan spoke excitedly. Unfortunately, these small islands only produce a few ghost beads every 10,000 years, and the number is still too small. I hope to find the altar of the Fish Demon clan. In that case, the number of ghost beads will be much larger. Wu Mufeng nodded. Although his expression remained the same, his pupils flickered and there was obviously a hint of joy. With these 60 ghost beads, if he devours one every month, his cultivation base will be raised to another level in a few years. At that time, in the quasi-prince qualification competition of the Wu clan, he will definitely break into the top 10. Hey! Look, there is a fish demon island ahead. A young man exclaimed in shock. Great! Let's go! Wu Mufeng waved his hand, and a group of Wu clan youths hurriedly accelerated. However, when they flew over the small island, Wu Mu Peak stood suspended, with a gloomy expression on its face. What's the situation? Why can't even sense the breath of the dark pearl? Could it be? Wu Mufeng's face was gloomy, and he already guessed in his heart, could it be that guy Wu Hongtian took the lead? Humph. Although disappointed, Wu Mufeng was still ready to go down to take a look at the situation, but before he lowered his figure, suddenly, an extremely majestic aura rushed out from the mountain peak in the middle of Yao Island below, and they were all together. All the geniuses of the witch tribe retreated violently. What's the situation? What kind of power is this? Wu Mufeng's face changed drastically. The breath just now was so terrifying that it almost stagnated all the blood in his body. What happened? How could there be such a powerful aura on an ordinary fish demon island? Moreover, in this breath, there is a very familiar source of Mingyan spirit, which is just extremely amazing. His pupils flickered, and Wu Mufeng looked at the fish demon island below, his face full of doubts and seriousness. Forget it. It's not worth the risk. Finally, Wu Mufeng gave up the idea of going down to find out, and chose to ensure his own safety. After all, any place in the 10 Directions divine realm may hide a huge danger, and it may be lost at any time. As one of the top 100 in the Heavenly Witch Hall and the 68th among the 700 quasi-princes, there is no need to take risks for a few ghost beads. Soon, Wu Mufeng waved his hand and flew away with hundreds of Wu clan geniuses. Just an hour after he left, the fish demon island below suddenly started to vibrate. #C1775 broke through. The vibration of the entire fish demon island came from the underground of the mountain in the center of the island. Several hundred feet deep underground, in the huge stone palace, a figure was sitting cross-legged in it, with 6 colored flames all over his body like a tide. Chu Yan is devouring the last batch of Mingzhu spiritual sources with all his strength, a total of 50 Mingzhu. For a group of witch warriors who just appeared above the island, Chu Yan's divine sense naturally discovered them. However, Chu Yan is in a special state now. Fortunately, Wu Mutian left on his own, otherwise, it will be another big battle. For a whole month, the 32 inner alchemy in Chu Yan's body have undergone tremendous changes. In addition to the original spirit pattern, every inner alchemy has thin 6 color flames sizzling and burning. In 1 month, Chu Yan devoured nearly 300 Mingzhu. The number of spiritual sources of the Mingzhu contained in it can be imagined, and Chu Yan's strength and martial arts foundation are also crazily improving. The accumulation of time, the consumption of Mingzhu, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Finally, at a certain moment, the aura on Chu Yan's body erupted wildly, and the 6 color flames all over his body suddenly rushed out, and the endless sea of flames, like a vast ocean, filled the entire underground palace in an instant. Centered on Chu Yan's body, a violent wind swept across. Endless flames of different colors, like a natural disaster, caused a fiery wave of fire, rushing out of the tunnel of the underground palace, engulfing thousands of fish monsters, and flying out. Chu Yan jumped up from the ground, clenched his fists, and roared to the sky. The sound of Zhenqi with strong power resounded through the world, as if the gods were roaring. Tom. Stepping out with one step, the entire underground palace trembled, a large amount of gravel fell from the roof of the underground palace, and dust flew up. In the Sea of Qi, the 32 inner alchemy had doubled in size, and the elixir pattern wrapped on it had also become much more complicated. Finally broke through. Is this the power of half-step martial emperor? Chu Yan felt the majestic power in his body, couldn't restrain his excitement, raised his hand and punched out. Boom. The black and white fist light, like a tiger roaring and a dragon's sting, smashed heavily on the wall of the underground palace with the force of thunder, directly blasting a big hole, completely piercing through the entire mountain. Amidst the swirling dust, the sunlight on the island shot into the underground palace through the fist hole. The power of a punch is enough to break a mountain. Chu Yan can now feel that even if he doesn't use his whole cards, a lower martial emperor can be killed with a single punch. Call. With a long exhalation of turbid air, Chu Yan slowly restrained his true energy, turned around slowly, and looked at the dusty fire coffin to one side. Hee, with my current half-step martial emperor status, it's enough to deal with you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan formed a seal with his hands, and his true energy gushed out, pouring them all into the fire coffin in front of him. In the sea of consciousness, a stream of energy of the 5 elements, the condensed imprint of spiritual consciousness, broke through the air and shot straight out of the Wuhun skeleton in the fire coffin. As before, on Wuhun's bones, a faint imperial prestige overflowed, firmly resisting Chu Yan's attack. However, the result of this confrontation was completely different from before. Chu's imprint of divine consciousness, wrapped in true energy, was just a single collision, and the imperial prestige of the Wuhun skeleton that rushed in was constantly shaking. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression brightened immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed with all his strength, ready to take it down in one fell swoop. Boom! 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 With repeated collisions, the imperial power of Wuhun's bones was continuously consumed, and the tremors became more and more severe. In the end, even the whole skeleton trembled uncontrollably, and even the fire coffin shook. Finally, the imperial prestige of Wuhun's bones could no longer withstand the impact of Chu Yan's violent power and spiritual consciousness after his cultivation base was improved, as if a barrier was directly breached, and after a muffled sound, all the imperial prestige disappeared without a trace. Okay. Finally got it. Chu Yan said happily. No matter how strong the emperor's prestige of the Wuhun skeleton is, there are times when it will be exhausted. Moreover, after a month, Chu Yan's cultivation has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Whether it is cultivation-based shinchi or martial arts consciousness, they are more than 10 times stronger than before. Although the Wuhun skeleton was a powerful Emperor Wu during his lifetime, after all, endless years have been lost. No matter how strong the broken emperor is, it is impossible to compete with the current Chu Yan. Feeling his own consciousness and breaking into the skull of Wuhun's skeleton, Chu Yan's face finally relaxed. The next thing will be much easier. Chu Yan made seals with both hands, and each handprint was photographed, printed into Wuhun's bones, and fused into every dark golden bone in the whole body, completely blending with it. When Chu Yan could clearly sense all the fluctuations in the consciousness of this ancient fish demon Emperor Wu, Chu Yan slowly let go of his hands with a smile on his face. An incomparably mysterious breath rushed out from the fire coffin, as if some kind of dust seal had been opened, making one's heart tremble. Soon, there was movement in the fire coffin, a tall figure sat up halfway, and in the eye sockets of the huge head, 2 balls of dark flames danced faintly. After sitting quietly for a full 10 breaths, the black gold skeleton began to turn the almost rusted bones, making a crackling sound, turning its head and looking around. Finally, when its eyes fell on Chu Yan, its eyes twitched, and then, the entire Wuhun skeleton turned over from the fire coffin and fell in front of Chu Yan. Tom. There was a loud muffled sound, and even the altar behind him trembled suddenly. The faint imperial prestige swept away, rushing into the entire underground palace. Jiao, see the master. The skeleton of the fish demon half-kneeled in front of Chu Yan, with his hands on his chest. His attitude was extremely respectful, his jaw opened and closed, and he spoke directly. Huh. You can talk. Chu Yan was taken aback. You must know that at the entrance of the ancient magic road, the 8 emperor corpses refined by Emperor Wu of the demon sword have no ability to speak at all. However, the ancient fish demon martial emperor in front of him was able to speak directly, which made Chu Yan look astonished. Yes, master. When Jiao answered, he gave a slight smirk. My will of the demon way has not dissipated. This fire coffin can protect it. Moreover, it is infused with dark flames all the time. Therefore, although my power is weak, it still exists. So that's it. It seems that this fire coffin is also a treasure. Chu Yan nodded, and then looked at the fire coffin behind Jiao. However, after sweeping it, he suddenly gave a wry smile, shook his head, and gave up the idea of including it in Rakshasa Ultimate. Because, in the current fire coffin, all the spirit patterns of the gods on it have been cut off by himself, so you don't need to think about it to know that this fire coffin no longer has the original function. The infusion of dark flames you mentioned should be the reason why those fish monsters keep collecting dark beads and enshrining them in this altar. Chu Yan looked at the tall altar, pondered for a while, and then understood. Get up, Jiao. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, Jiao, who was half kneeling and 3 times taller than himself, stood up, and said. Who is in this fire coffin? I don't know, master. Jiao replied with his hands down. Huh. I don't know. Chu Yan was startled. Yes, master, all my original memories have disappeared, and I don't remember anything anymore. Jiao answered Chu Yan with a click of his jaw. So that's the case, well, then I will do it myself. Chu Yan said. Immediately, Chu Yan pulled out the Haoyan sword with his backhand, and strode towards another fire coffin. #C 1776 Dragon Slayer Stone. The tall Jiao stood behind Chu Yan, like a small volcano, and the thin Ming Yan was beating all over his body. As members of the Minghai family, they are born with top-level fire bodies. Coupled with their special skills, they are extremely powerful existences in the fire lineage. It's just that Jiao lost endless years. Although he was refined into a puppet by Chu Yan, his strength cannot be compared with that before the loss. The strength of the ancient martial emperor Jiao is less than 1 in 10, and the excitement with Chu Yan just now is even more exhausting. Clang! The sound of sword fire resounded, and the fierce sword light swept across the lid of another fire coffin. As the sword energy passed by, the lid of the coffin was immediately thrown away, and an extremely sharp aura shot out from the fire coffin, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, shooting out in all directions. Master, be careful. Jiao body trembled, and he moved in front of Chu Yan in an instant, blocking all the more than 10 sharp arrows that shot out of the fire coffin. Clang! 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 Those dark golden sharp auras smashed into Jiao black gold bones, and exploded clusters of sparks. The power was so powerful that it shook Jiao body, trembling again and again. However, at the same time that Jiao blocked the sharp air with his body, the subsequent sharp air from the fire coffin dissipated immediately. Although the number has been reduced by more than half, the first few bursts of sharp air still cracked several of Jiao sternum. What? So strong. Chu Yan held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and looked at Jiao body, the cracked Wujin bones, with a look of astonishment. Although Jiao current strength is at a low ebb, he is an ancient martial emperor after all, and this golden holy body alone is far superior to the ordinary martial emperor realm powerhouse. However, the sharp air emitted from the fire coffin could actually injure Jiao Ming. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. He walked around Jiao Ming's tall bone body, walked to the fire coffin, and looked down. At a glance, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of astonishment. God soldier. Good. In that fire coffin. There is no skeleton like Jiao Ming, but a long-handled, three-pointed, two-edged gun, with a dark golden light all over its body, except that the position of the gun blade is intact, exuding a sharp aura. Large and small cracks densely covered. Apparently, this three-pointed and double-bladed magic weapon has experienced a cruel battle, and even the body of the magic weapon has been severely injured. Call out. Just when Chu Yan stretched out his hand, wanting to touch this magical weapon, suddenly, the three-pointed two-edged gun shot up into the sky, and shot straight at the zenith of the underground palace. Boom! Boom! With a single blow, the mighty might of the divine soldiers pierced a huge earth pit on the zenith of the underground palace. Immediately, the divine soldiers hovered in the air, circling and rushing around the entire underground palace and heavenly palace. Chu Yan looked astonished, feeling the breath of the gun's soul above the divine weapon. He couldn't help but feel excited. Clang! Suddenly, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled suddenly, and it broke away from Chu Yan's right hand, and shot out into the air. Like a shock, it broke a straight line in the void and shot straight at the three-pointed two-bladed magic weapon hovering in the air. The three-pointed and two-edged guns in the air appeared at the same time, and the Haoyan sword that was coming straight at it twisted suddenly. The tip of the gun was facing the tip of the sword, and the two peerless magic weapons faced each other and collided straight. As if two peerless ferocious beasts were defending the dignity of the king of beasts, the two divine weapons were fighting together in the air, clanging and clanging. In an instant, the gun light and sword energy filled the entire space of the underground palace, and the gun light and sword energy shot out in all directions, hitting all parts of the underground palace, and suddenly a piece of rock was shattered. Boom, boom. The two altars in the underground palace collapsed immediately after being hit by the gun light and sword energy, and turned into rubble all over the ground. Good, so strong, it's really a magic weapon. Chu Yan said in a daze. This is the third divine weapon that Chu Yan has encountered since Tianya City saw the 8 divine weapons. However, Chu Yan can judge that if this divine weapon returns to its peak state, it may be even more powerful than the Haoyan sword. Therefore, seeing the Haoyan sword gradually gaining the upper hand in mid-air, suppressing the three-pointed double-edged gun, Chu Yan waved his hand and took the Haoyan sword back. This magic weapon with a long spear is at least the 7th rank. Chu Yan murmured, his eyes flickering slightly. Because the Haoyan divine weapon itself is a 6th-level divine weapon with the soul of the sword, and this three-pointed double-edged gun, without the soul of the sword, can compete with the Haoyan sword, and its rank must exceed the 7th level. Call out. Seeing the Haoyan sword withdraw, the three-pointed and two-edged sharp gun shot rapidly and directly plunged into the ground beside Jiao Ming, buzzing and trembling. Master, this gun gives me a very familiar feeling. Jiao Ming stared at the divine soldier beside him, raised his bone hand, and reached for the three-pointed double-edged gun. This time it didn't happen. When Chu Yan wanted to reach out to touch the gun body exploded. On the three-pointed and two-edged gun, there were only dark golden brilliance flowing out, which seemed to cater to Jiao Ming. It seems that this three-pointed and two-edged spear is exactly the spiritual soldier you lost before you fell. Chu Yan nodded with a look of surprise on his face. Take this divine weapon. Chu Yan looked at Jiao Ming and ordered. Yes, master. Jiao Ming bowed, picked up the three-pointed double-edged gun beside him, his whole body trembled suddenly, and the flames of fire in his eyes instantly froze. 2 faint fluctuations of spiritual consciousness spread out in the underground palace. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was 100% sure that Jiao Ming was the master of the divine weapon, and at this time, he was reshaping the divine contract. Therefore, Chu Yan ignored them, turned his head to look at the second fire coffin, and began to collect the spirit patterns of the gods on the fire coffin. However, in the process of collecting, Chu Yan had a doubt in his heart. Jiao Ming was in the coffin of fire, and for endless years, he relied on the fish demon to enshrine the Ming beads to maintain the emperor's prestige. Then what did this three-pointed two-edged gun rely on? From ancient times to the present, the distance between the gun body among them, there is also the power of the gods. No. There is something strange here. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, he looked up and looked around, and finally, his eyes fell on the damaged altar. Huh. What a sharp breath, what's in here? With a dodge, Chu Yan rushed to the collapsed altar, raised his hand directly, and large pieces of rubble on the ground were thrown away. A palm-sized pit was exposed above the ground, and a trace of fierce aura overflowed from this pit. Wan Lai Long Jin, break it for me. With a low shout, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched. Immediately, a golden dragon's shadow rose through the air, and when it roared into the void, it slammed into the ground hard. Boom! There was a loud explosion, mixed with dust flying all over the sky, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. The violent underground wind gushes out from the entrance of the cave, which is an underground cave. Right here. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, destroyed the bodyguard Gang Yuan, jumped into the cave, and fell continuously. When Chu Yan just landed and looked up at the surroundings of the underground cave, his expression changed violently, and he exclaimed in surprise. Dragon-slaying stone. #C 1777 Hades Ruins. Dragon-slaying stone. The dragon-slaying stone in the entire underground cave. Moreover, each piece of dragon-slaying stone inlaid on the stone wall has a touch of green gold, like rusty copper, with a dazzling luster. This underground cave is a full 100 meters long and wide, and at a glance, the number of dragon-slaying stones is no less than 100. Such a huge amount of dragon-slaying stones, don't say you have seen it, even if you heard it, you have never heard of it. The dragon-slaying stone is so hard that even ordinary spiritual soldiers cannot dig it out. Even the earth wall that wraps these dragon-slaying stones is harder than ordinary spiritual soldiers. This is because the dragon-slaying stone is one of the necessary materials for making divine weapons. When he was in the Haotian continent, Chu Yan once saw a piece in the D-zone, which was only the size of a thumb, but it was hidden deeply in the deepest part of the treasure pavilion by the D-zone. Will not let him see. From this, we can see the preciousness of the dragon-slaying stone. According to the rumors, a spirit weapon cast by a heaven-level craftsman using the dragon-slaying stone as a material can become the blank of a magic weapon, and with various opportunities, a magic weapon can be made. This kind of magical weapon, facing ordinary spiritual soldiers, is almost broken when cut. Even the dragon scales of the dragon can break through the defense, hence the name. Dragon Slayer Stone. But now, Chu Yan's Haotian sword has reached the 6th level magic weapon. If he wants to continue to improve, the dragon-slaying stone is also one of the necessary materials. So many. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, looking around at the dragon-slaying stones full of caves. The world is so big, there are so many wonders, he never thought that so many dragon-slaying stones could be bred in a small cave. It seems that the ruined place of Jiaoming was planned long ago. What a good place. Chu Yan glanced back at Jiaoming, and smiled. There are so many dragon-slaying stones, and each piece is worth at least 100,000 emperor crystals. This is really a haircut. Jiaoming, help quickly. Chu Yan looked excited, pulled out the Haotian sword backhand, and began to collect these dragon-slaying stones. Yes, master. Jiaoming picked up the three-pointed and two-edged spear. One dodged and rushed into the depths of the cave, and suddenly there was a clanging sound. This is Chu Yan and Jiao. If other people come here and find these dragon-slaying stones, they will cry to death on purpose. Because, if you want to dig out these dragon-slaying stones, which are harder than spiritual soldiers, from the stone wall, you must use divine weapons. Ordinary warriors can only go back to the sect to obtain the divine soldiers. In this way, at least half of these dragon-slaying stones must be handed over to the sect. In the entire cave, there were hundreds of dragon-slaying stones, and it took Chu Yan and Jiao nearly an hour to collect them all. Even with the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan was sweating from exhaustion. The hardness of these dragon-slaying stones is far beyond imagination. Huh. Jiao. He took out a bottle of golden elixir, and when he regained his true energy, Chu Yan glanced at him and found that the aura of Jiao whole body was weak, and the luster of Wu Jin's skeleton had obviously faded a bit. Even the flames of Ming Yan in his eye sockets were dimmed some. Let you recover. Chu Yan knew that Jiao was already in a low ebb, and he had just dug out the dragon-slaying stone for himself, and it cost a lot, so he directly waved his hand, collected Jiao into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and threw him a bunch of soul crystals, letting him slowly recover. Originally, Chu Yan wanted him to enter the pagoda hall like the dragon guard, and be nourished by the holy Rakshasa, but after thinking about it, Chu Yan dismissed this idea and had other calculations. Swish! One jumped up, rushed up from the crypt, and returned to the underground palace. Chu Yan sat cross-legged directly and began to refine the power of the golden elixir. Now, the affairs on this small island are over, and his cultivation level has also broken through. It's time to go back to find Little White Bear and Tianth. This time, when Chu Yan came to Shifeng God Realm, his biggest goal was to find a way to promote his martial soul to a battle soul, and secondly, to find an opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor rank. Now, the secondary goal has been achieved first, but the method to improve the fighting spirit has not been found yet. However, Chu Yan has a feeling that according to Little White Bear's excitement about Ming Dao, it is estimated that in the end, the method of improving the fighting spirit has a great relationship with that Ming Dao. This Mingzhu is also a good thing. On the way back, collect some more. While adjusting breath to recover, Chu Yan thought at the same time, if the Little White Bear can be refined, it might be of great benefit to its demon cultivation. After all, this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure that tempers the meridians of the physical body is extremely rare. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan stood up and walked towards the outside of the underground palace. However, what Chu Yan did not expect was that the number of fish monsters gathered on the beach of the small island was astonishingly large, reaching tens of thousands. With the sword in hand, Chu Yan was ready to do it, but in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, a thought came from Jiao, which made Chu Yan startled. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's body rippled with the unique imperial aura of Jiao. The breath was like a tide, sweeping past. Tens of thousands of fish monsters suddenly turned pale with shock, as if seeing a god. They knelt down and worshipped one after another, murmuring words that Chu Yan could not understand. However, Chu Yan also roughly understood that Jiao should be the ancestor of these fish monsters, and the fish monsters are naturally familiar with its breath. Otherwise, Jiao bones would not have been enshrined for countless years. What surprised Chu Yan most was that among the tens of thousands of fish demons, many came from nearby islands and brought a lot of ghost beads. The fish monsters, dedicated to Chu Yan with a very respectful attitude, piled up in a small pile in front of him. Roughly counting, there are as many as 500 pieces. Receive. With a big wave of his hand, he directly put it into the Rakshasa. Chu Yan would not be polite to them at all. Afterwards, Chu Yan waved his hand, and then directly flew into the sky, rushed into the sky above the nether sea, and headed towards the direction when he came, towards the iron lock on the cliff. On the other side, above the iron lock on the cliff. After a whole month, 100 people, including Little White Bear, arrived at Nether Island. The 100 Tiamat clansmen were all extremely pleasantly surprised, and their faces were full of excitement. You must know that in each previous session, less than 30 people from hundreds of tribes broke through the iron lock on the cliff and finally reached Mingdao. But this time, for the benefit of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, more than 100 people arrived at Nether Island. However, when Tian took all the clansmen to the core of Nether Island, and was about to open the inheritance of the relics of the Tian clan, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. The entire Nether Island suddenly began to tremble violently. Groups of purple light shot up from the center of Nether Island, and condensed into a gigantic figure in the vast sky of Nether Sea. Ziming Tian Lu, the holy law is eternal. There was a roar that shook the sky, like the sound of thunder, making the sky and the earth tremble. Ha ha ha, that's great, my Hades ruins have finally been opened. At the same time, a burst of wild laughter resounded throughout the Nether Island, and at the same time, two purple figures, a man and a woman, soared into the sky, rushing towards the huge phantom in the sky. #C 1778 Blood-swallowing python. These two figures, one was wearing a purple robe and the other was wearing a purple gown. Like two purple stars, they traversed the sky and the earth, and in an instant, they reached a height of thousands of feet. Suspended in front of the huge purple phantom, bowed down. See Patriarch Ziming, I'm Mo Lei, I'm Mo Xiqian, please, Patriarch, open the ruins of the Ming clan. Two figures, high in the sky, looked excited, looking at the huge phantom in the sky, their faces flushed. This time, more than 300 young people from the Ming clan entered the 10 Directions God realm, but they did not expect that almost all of them were beheaded by Chu Yan. Only 2 of them survived, because they were ordered to go to the ruins. These 2 people are none other than Mo Lei, the son of the Netherworld Purple Nether Realm, and Mo Xiqian, the saint. The 2, carrying the sacred stone of the Ming clan, went to the island of Ming, opened the door of the ruins located on the island of Ming, and obtained the inheritance of the Ming clan. As early as when Chu Yan and the Tian tribe arrived at the iron lock on the cliff, the 2 of them had already passed the iron lock and landed on Nether Island. After a whole month of exploration, they finally found the ruins of the Hades and successfully opened them. On the island, including Tian, a group of Tian clansmen looked at the vision in the sky, and Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, who were still hanging high in the sky, were all pale with shock. They never thought that on this Nether Island, apart from the legacy of the demigods, celestial maidens, and human races, the ruins of the Nether race are also on Nether Island. No wonder, I heard before that there are ruins of the Ming clan in the Sea of Darkness. Every time the 10 Directions of the gods are opened, the geniuses of the Ming clan will be active in the Sea of Darkness. It turned out that it was because the remains of the Hades were also on Hades Island. Roar. In the sky, in front of Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, the huge phantom suddenly let out a roar, and immediately, the whole phantom began to twist rapidly. A piece of jade talisman with the mark of the Ming clan was continuously taken out, and Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian kept turning over the fingerprints, and punched the spirit patterns in each piece of jade talisman into the distorted phantom in front of them. Roar. 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 Amidst the sky-shattering roar, that huge phantom picked up a cloud of blood all over the sky, and the whole figure was submerged in the cloud of blood, rolling and moving. In less than 10 breaths, a giant python with a body length of 100 feet and thick scales all over its body appeared above Nether Island. Not good. That's the blood-swallowing python. The celestial girl's eyes trembled, she looked at the huge blood python in the sky, her expression changed suddenly. Dark blood-swallowing sky python. It is an ancient sacred beast of the Ming clan, which is equivalent to the existence of an emperor-level spirit beast. Some people even say that the entire Ming clan is a tribe with the blood of the swallowing python. It's just that, millions of years ago, in that great battle, the holy beast of the Ming clan lost the heaven-swallowing python, and poured its own blood into the blood of the Ming clan, using it as the inheritance host. At the same time, since then, the Mingzhu people also have the same special ability as the dark blood swallowing the heavenly vein. The secret technique of devouring true energy and blood energy to enhance one's own strength. I didn't expect that the remnant soul of the blood-swallowing python was hiding on this island. The celestial girl's face darkened slightly, and a bad premonition flashed in her spiritual eyes. As one of the legacy of the God clan, the Tianf clan naturally knew that over the past million years, the Ming clan and the Witch clan had devoured countless people from the human clan as a resource to enhance their strength. Even, the Wu clan called the human race meat Yuan, which means, flesh and blood spirit Yuan. Swish. Swish. Almost at the same time that the sky-swallowing python that shuttled through the blood cloud sprayed two bloody lights and landed on Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, they both turned their heads at the same time and looked at the Tian people on the ground. Flashed a savage look, and flew down at the same time. Not good. They are coming. What are they doing? The Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Mingzhu, as well as the holy beast swallowing the python, the ruins of the Mingzhu have been opened. This is troublesome. My Tianf clan and the Ming clan have always been at odds. This goddess, what shall we do? All the Tianf clansmen turned pale with fright, and turned their heads to look at Tianf at the same time. They saw the eyes of Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian in the sky just now, but they would not think that they flew over with a friendly intention. Moreover, in the 10 Directions God realm, the opening of the ruins by various races is a huge change in the strength of the races, and they are threats to each other. However, the relationship between the Celestial Envy clan and the Ming clan is not on good terms. If Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian rush forward, nothing good will happen. Maybe they want us to be sacrifices to the blood-swallowing python. The goddess' face darkened, and she whispered. What? Sacrifice. Sacrifice. It's over. That's an ancient holy beast, what shall we do? Hearing the words of the celestial maiden, all the celestial maidens were frightened out of their wits. Unexpectedly, they finally broke into the Nether Island. They thought they could open the relics of the celestial maidens, but unexpectedly, they became sacrifices of the Nether tribe. The power of the holy beast, even though it is a remnant soul, is not something we can resist. The celestial girl stared at the sky, seeing the two flying purple figures, and the cloud wave like a sea of blood. A touch of death appeared in her spiritual eyes. God, what should I do? What should I do? The Tianf tribe was in a panic, and they gathered around Tianf, all terrified. The only way is to open the ruins of our Tianf family and awaken the ancient holy beasts of our family, but... The goddess shook her head, her face full of sadness. In their celestial Envy clan, even the saintesses are missing. Unlike the Ming clan, the saints are all there. As long as the relics are found, they can be opened. Could it be that even the Tao of Heaven in the 10 Directions divine realm will destroy our celestial Envy clan? With a sigh, the heavenly girl's hand flashed, and a 9-section long whip appeared in her hand. She pointed at the distance and shouted to the two purple figures falling from the sky. I am a celestial maiden, with the blood of the god race. Even if I die, I will only die in battle. It is not so easy to use us as sacrifices. All Tianf tribe, listen to the order and prepare to fight. With a stern shout, like thunder, it exploded above Nether Island. The celestial maiden held a long whip, her whole body surged with true energy, her colorful shirt flew up, and large feather-like chi lingered around her body, just like a celestial maiden descending to earth. The goddess is right, even if it is death in battle. The Tianf clansmen, who were still in panic at first, were stunned by Tianf's roar like a blow to the head, and immediately, a strong fighting spirit surged through the Tianf clan crowd like a tide. Call. 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 Groups of true energy continued to erupt. Hundreds of Tiamat clansmen sacrificed their spiritual soldiers and formed a battle formation. Their faces were full of determination, and they looked at the sky. If there were only Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, the 100 heavenly female clansmen would not be afraid, but in the sky, the blood-swallowing python that was hundreds of feet long and was constantly urging the blood cloud, they were no match at all. Therefore, this battle must be to the death. Ah! The little white bear on the side, unlike the Tiamat clansman, was full of excitement, and directly turned into the body of the Ziluo Tianxiong, with a pair of purple bear eyes, staring at the blood-swallowing python in the sky. His face was full of excitement, alas roar. #C1779 Abyss Breath. It may be because of the ancient holy beast breath on the blood-swallowing python, which aroused the fighting spirit of the little white bear. It may also be that the little white bear has discovered the opportunity to break through the emperor's realm. In short, the roar that the little white bear turned into its true self immediately attracted the attention of the blood-swallowing python. Roar. The blood-swallowing python let out a roar, and the blood cloud around it rolled like a tide, picked up the monstrous cloud waves, and slapped them down hard. Boom, boom. Like a tidal cloud, containing a terrifying aura of destruction, it descended from the sky like a blood-colored sky. Fluffy. More than 100 Tiamat clansmen were swept by this force, and they all flew backwards, spraying blood mist all over the sky, and all of them were injured. Only Tiamat and Little White Bear retreated 100 steps. Their faces were pale, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding, but they resisted. Both of them raised their heads together and looked at the blood-swallowing python in the sky, with expressions of anger on their faces. However, the true energy and monster energy of the two were attacked at the same time, rushing backwards, making the blood of the two of them boil, and they could not be stimulated at all. Not good. I'm in big trouble now. On the face of the goddess, there was a look of despair, and she looked towards the sky. But I saw that Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian had already landed on the ground, with expressions of contempt on their faces, striding forward, with a knife and a sword in their hands, and the energy of the knife and the light of the sword flickered at the same time. Ziming Dao Ju. With a shout, Mori's sword was like blood in his hand, glowing with purple light soaring into the sky, and he shot directly. This knife carried an extremely cold and evil spirit, as if the knife had been swung out of the abyss of ghosts, and the sky was full of ghosts, hissing and screaming, making people feel chilly. As the blade glow passed, half of the sky turned blood red, a thick blood line was drawn down from the blood cloud in the sky, merged with the blade glow, and slashed straight at the little white bear. Ah! Ah! Seeing the sword glow falling, the little white bear was full of anger. Instead of retreating, he waved his huge bear paw, with purple demonic aura all over his body, surging like a raging wind. He slapped it out suddenly. Boom! Purple lightning like palm prints. When it collided with the blood-colored sword light, it exploded and rushed in all directions. The sword light slashed on the palm print, and with just a tremor, it directly broke through the purple thunder light palm print and fell towards the little white bear. Pung! There was another loud bang, and the blood-colored sword glow struck the little white bear's chest, as if a mountain was moving sideways, with the power containing the power of endless blood energy, colliding with the purple evil spirit around the little white bear, instantly sending the little white bear flying upside down. Puff! Opening its mouth, it spewed out a big mouthful of purple blood mist, and the little white bear flew 1,000 steps before crashing to the ground. Gulu got up from the ground, purple thunder flashed in the bear's eyes, and his face was full of anger. Glaring fiercely at Mori, who was grinning, the little white bear looked up at the sky swallowing python swimming in the sea of blood-colored clouds. The eyes of the bear shone like stars. Obviously, there is a strong connection between that emote song and the dark blood-swallowing heaven python. At this time, anyone fighting Mori would be fighting with Mori and the sky-swallowing python almost at the same time, which was equivalent to 1 against 2. The most important thing is that the blood-swallowing python is an ancient holy beast. Although it is only a remnant soul, the blow just now can be directly blown away by the powerful little white bear, which is enough to show that it is extremely powerful. However, looking at little white bear's appearance, it seems that he wants to carry on with the other party, and he doesn't intend to give up at all. However, just as little white bear took out a bottle of golden elixir, swallowed it, and was about to rush up again, the celestial girl who was not far away rushed ahead and shot at Mori. Sky Strike. With a soft shout, the colorful feathers all over the body of the celestial girl swirled around her body, and the 9-color long whip in her hand was dazzling, and she drew it out fiercely. A pair of spiritual eyes stared directly at Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, who were opposite, their expressions extremely serious. In this battle, she knew that she had no chance of winning, not only because the remnant soul of the ancient sacred beast of the Ming clan, when it first appeared, destroyed almost half of the Tianf clan with just one move. Such combat power and power are not something she can match at all, and, together with the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of the Hades, the gap in strength is really too big. As a goddess, of course she knew that the Ming clan relied on the blood essence of the holy sons and saints to open the ancient ruins and release the remnants of the ancient holy beasts of their clan. This kind of relic sacred beast, let alone a goddess, is afraid that even a martial emperor will not be an opponent. But, as she said, even if it is death, she must die in battle. Boom, boom. The long whip flew through the air, colorful feathers flew up, and the power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by the long whip held by the slender white hand, and there were bursts of thunderous sounds, which immediately made her whip power reach its peak. This whip shot, she didn't hold back the slightest, the winner was determined with one move. Your opponent is me. At the same time as the goddess made a move, beside Mo Lei, Mo Xiqian, who had a white face and a purple shirt all over, had a bloody glint in his eyes, and swung the long sword in his hand, the sword light shot straight out like blood. Call out. This sword was extremely ordinary, as if Mo Xiqian didn't even use his true energy, but just an ordinary and incomparable sword energy, cut out. However, when the sword light flew less than 100 steps away, the blood cloud rolled over the sky, and the blood-swallowing python moved on the cloud, and opened its mouth to spit out a huge blood-chi light cluster, flying towards it, and the sword the air blends instantly. The blood energy light group merged with the sword light, and a circle of blood energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye rippled like ripples. At the same time, the power of the sword energy surged, magnified more than 10 times in an instant, and the strong bloody air rushed towards him, sweeping the entire world. What? This is the breath of the abyss. Seeing the overwhelming bloody aura attacking, the face of the goddess suddenly changed, and her face was full of astonishment. Not bad. Count how knowledgeable you are. Mo Xiqian sneered, turned her head and glanced at Mo Lei. The two looked at each other and smiled, a black light flashed in their eyes at the same time. You sacrificed a living soul. Seeing the black light flashing in the eyes of the two, Tian suddenly trembled in shock, and exclaimed in surprise. Sky Strike, 9 heavens flying feathers. Although her face was astonished, she didn't dare to be careless in the face of the monstrous, bloody sword energy. The long whip in her hand was shining brightly, and the colorful feathers all over her body erupted like a sea tide. As she swung the long whip out in her hand, she exploded instantly. Boom, boom. The whip shadow rushed, with 9 colors and 10 lights, extremely bright, and went straight to the bloody sword light that was rushing towards it. When the two collided, the 9-color whip shadow suddenly trembled, instantly disintegrated, and turned into countless flickering light spots, scattered in all directions. Young. Pung. The sword light of blood and energy flew by, and slashed heavily on the goddess' body shield, and was directly smashed by the heavenly girl's body shield, and her delicate body was thrown into the air. Plop. When the celestial girl landed on the ground, a cloud of dust was splashed, and a wisp of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her face, which was raised angrily, turned pale, full of unwillingness and despair. This battle really has no chance of winning. The Ming clan seems to have been prepared and planned everything. Tiannu family, prepare to donate your flesh and blood and true energy. It is your honor to be able to eat this food that I have produced, holy beasts. Quack quack. Seeing Tian's defeat, Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian approached step by step with a grinning grin. Hashtag C1780 Inspiration. Minghai, an unnamed island. Receive. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the true energy swept over, and all the more than 30 Mingzhu in front of him were collected in the Rakshasa space. As hundreds of fish monsters crawled back, Chu Yan's true energy slowly restrained, and the power of Emperor Jioming gradually dissipated. On this small island, more than 30 ghost beads have been harvested. Although the number is not large, but with the collection of the previous small islands, the number exceeds 200. With the imperial prestige of Jioming, the fish demons on these islands can be said to be extremely obedient. Even without Chu Yan opening his mouth, as long as he releases the power of Emperor Jioming, these fish demons will rush to offer Mingzhu. Not bad. More than 200 pieces should be enough for Xiaobai, huh? Chu Yan smiled all over his face and nodded slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look into the distance. Little White Bear's breath has weakened. After a little induction, Chu Yan's face darkened, and a haze flashed in his eyes. Little White Bear is in danger. Tom. With both feet on the ground, Chu Yan's figure, like a sharp black sword, rose from the ground, and the powerful upward force exploded 3 layers of air explosions in succession, soaring into the sky. Swish. The long afterimage, like a black lightning, flew towards the direction of the iron lock on the cliff. At a terrifying speed, 100-foot-long afterimage of a black robe was drawn in the sky, and even the void buzzed and trembled. There is a spiritual bond between Chu Yan and the Little White Bear, so any changes in the Little White Bear, even if they are separated by thousands of miles, Chu Yan can sense it. Just like when Chu Yan was in the Tower of Swallowing Heaven, the Little White Bear could also sense the change of Chu Yan's aura. Even if there was a distance between him, he hurried away. This is the world of spirits, the contract of the spirit contract. But just now, Chu Yan clearly sensed that the breath of the Little White Bear suddenly weakened, and it was obviously in the state when he was fighting with someone and was injured. So, Chu Yan concluded that the Little White Bear is in danger. Directly giving up the plan to collect Mingzhu again, Chu Yan opened up his speed at full speed, like a black flood dragon, striking the sky with an eagle, 10 miles in one breath, and rushed towards the iron lock on the cliff. Nether Island. The battle between the two sides broke out immediately. Holding a 9-color whip, Tian fought against Mori alone, while Little White Bear and a dozen Tian clansmen who were still capable of fighting fought with Mo Xiqian. However, Mori and Mo Xiqian clearly had the upper hand. Especially with the blessing of the blood-swallowing python in the sky, the combat power of Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian has more than tripled. At this moment, Mori had a face full of jokes, and brandished his saber in his hand, dispelling all the whip shadows that Tian attacked, and at the same time, he slapped Tian's back heavily, causing her to spurt blood again. Tom. Falling from mid-air, hitting the ground, the colorful feathers around the celestial girl's body became less and less, and the long skirt was stained with blood, obviously seriously injured. With a jerk, she jumped up from the ground. The celestial girl raised her slender hand, gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Mo Lei in mid-air, her face full of anger. Slowly looking back, the goddess looked not far away, at the huge altar with 1 large altar and 2 small altars. A look of sadness flashed across her face. The 1 large and 2 small altars are the remains of the Tian clan. It's just a pity that without the saintesses of the Tian clan, this altar may never be opened. Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. Mori, seeing the celestial girl looking at the altar, laughed wildly. You Tiant tribe, you don't have saintesses, you don't have blood at all, you can activate the altar. So, now you are no longer qualified to fight with me, and even you Tiant clan are also not qualified. Ha ha ha. Amid wanton laughter, Mori slashed out with a backhand. Call out. The sharp and bloody sword light passed by Tian's side, making her look startled, and then her face changed drastically, and she suddenly looked back. But all I saw was that the blood-colored sword light crossed her body and slashed straight at the three-color altar 10,000 steps away behind her. Boom! With a bang, the three-color altar was violently shaken, and the dust flew up. Mole, you are courting death. Seeing this scene, Tian's eyes turned red instantly. She shouted arrogantly, her whole body was full of colorful feathers, like a raging tide, and the long whip in her hand emitted thousands of colored lights. Sky strike, broken feather. Amidst the tender shouts, the colorful feathers all over the body of the celestial girl shot up into the sky, like thousands of colorful shooting stars, covering the sky and covering the earth, and directly attacked Mole. At the same time, the long whip in his hand waved out the whip shadows all over the sky, forming a colorful sky, followed closely behind, and attacked directly. The next moment, whip shadows lashed at every colorful feather and exploded directly, exploding layers of air waves. When each colorful feather exploded, it turned into a layer of colorful waves, sweeping towards Mori, and at the same time merged with the whip shadow, making the whip shadow's power greatly increased. Boom! 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 This move was extremely powerful. As the number one genius of the Tiant clan, Tian's powerful strength exploded to the extreme in an instant. Humph! It's just ants. Seeing the shadows of whips and colorful waves attacking the sky layer by layer, Mori's face was full of disdain, and he sneered, as if he didn't care at all. Immediately, he formed seals on his opponent, making dark red rear seals, which shot up into the sky, echoing the blood-swallowing python tumbling in the sea of blood clouds in the sky. Roar! Roar! The sky-swallowing python let out a roar, opened its bloody mouth wide, and had thick fangs. It sprayed out a huge pillar of bloody light, which fell straight in front of Mole and turned into a huge bloody light shield. Boom! 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 In an instant, no matter it was the shadow of whips in the sky or the wave of colorful feathers, they bombarded the bloody light shield and shattered one after another, unable to break through the blood shield's defense at all. Ha ha ha, rubbish, too rubbish. Ha ha ha. Standing behind the blood shield, Mori laughed wildly with contempt on his face, looking at the astonished goddess as if he was looking down on an ant. Ah! At this moment, a purple figure charged violently from the side and slammed a palm at Mori, who was laughing wildly. Between the lightning and the flint, Mori was caught off guard, and blocked with his backhand. Suddenly, a huge force hit him, and he was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, before he stabilized his figure. You wanna die? Raising his head suddenly, a pair of blood eyes looked at the little white bear, and Mori gritted his teeth. Immediately afterwards, Mole's blood surged all over his body, continuously pouring into the saber in his hand, and slashed at the little white bear mercilessly. Boom! The blade glowed like blood, traveling through the void. Where it passed, the void was completely split, cutting out a straight line of blood, cutting straight on the bear's paw held high by the little white bear. Immediately, the little white bear was thrown into the air by the blast, and flew a full 100 steps before rolling to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of dirty blood spewed out. The little white bear chuckled, took out a bottle of golden pills again, and poured all of it into his mouth. As the golden pill entered his mouth, the injury on the little white bear quickly recovered, and the monster energy all over his body was surging like a tide, and recovered at the same time. Huh! So many golden cores. Seeing that the little white bear was eating the golden pill, Mori was stunned, and then he abandoned Tian and strode towards the little white bear. #C1781 Damn it, it's you. Mori had a feeling that the threat from this monster bear was even greater than the threat from the celestial girl. Moreover, the dark blood-swallowing heaven python also expressed hostility towards the demon bear just now, so it should also feel threatened. Therefore, when Mori saw the little white bear continuously taking out golden pills to restore his injuries and demonic aura, he immediately realized that this demonic bear was probably not simple. Because even the celestial maidens of the celestial maiden clan did not eat the golden core like this monster. Little bastard. Are you from that force? Holding a saber in his hand, Mori pointed at the little white bear that jumped up from the ground, and asked, proudly. Who is the little bastard scolding? Dang Dang, who had recovered her body as a little girl, grinned at the corner of her mouth when she heard Mori's words, and said. Of course the little bastard scolded, huh? Almost subconsciously, as soon as Mori answered the words, he realized that he had fallen into the trap of the little white bear. According to little white bear's words, he has become a little beast. Immediately, Mori, who was so angry that his nostrils were puffing smoke, raised his saber in his hand, his whole body was full of blood, and shouted sharply. Report your sect, or die. Humph. I don't have a sect, I'm with the boss. Little white bear snorted softly, twisted his face, turned his lips towards Minghai behind him, and said. Boss. You are a loose cultivator. Hee hee. Hearing little white bear's answer, a smirk suddenly appeared on Mori's face, and a strange light flickered in his blood-red eyes. In that case, you should immediately submit to me and become my slave beast, and I can spare your life. Mole said. It's up to you. Bah. Little white bear spat at Mori with a look of disgust. I'm not worthy. Ha ha ha. Hearing little white bear's words, Mori smiled instead of anger, and said proudly. I, Mori, am the holy son of the Ming clan, and now I have awakened the ancient holy beast of the Ming clan. From today on, even this azure dragon realm, all will belong to my Hades. And I, as the holy son of the Hades, will also be the future lord of the Hades. So, my son, I will give you one last chance to be my slave beast. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Mori's face was full of complacency and arrogance, his chin was raised high, and he looked at the little white bear with a look of grace on his face. In his opinion, under such a situation, little white bear has no choice at all. But next, little white bear's answer was completely beyond his expectation. Shit, fart. Even if you are the emperor, you can't compare to my boss. The little white bear didn't even bother to look at Mori. What? Who is your boss? There was a trace of anger on Mori's face. Originally, he just thought that there must be something extraordinary about the monsters that can enter the 10 Directions God realm, so he wanted to take the little white bear as a slave beast, but he didn't expect that the other party would disdain him at all, which surprised him. Immediately came the interest. My boss is Chu Yan. In the future, the world will belong to my boss. Little white bear puffed out his chest and said proudly. And you, still, you're a fart. With a word, the little white bear waved his paw, and directly took out a jade talisman with spiritual patterns, and threw it towards Mori with a wave of his hand. Boom. The spirit pattern jade talisman shot, flew over 100 steps, and smashed directly at Mori. Hearing the little white bear's words, his face was stunned. He was about to speak, but when he raised his head, he saw a shadow coming directly towards him. He waved his hand immediately, and a bloody light spilled out. The spirit pattern and the blood light collided together, thunder and fire intersected, and the power of the explosion far exceeded Mori's imagination. The berserk fire and lightning surged out in an instant, and with such force, Mole retreated 10 steps before barely standing still. You, bold. Mori looked ashamed and angry, and shouted at the little white bear. However, before he could get angry, a purple shirt flew towards him in the distance and landed directly in front of him, but it was Xie. You just said, what's your boss's name? Xi's face was ferocious, and his eyes were almost breathing fire. Listen to me, my boss is yelling, Chu Yan, the little white bear roared. Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Lei and Xi's expressions changed drastically at the same time. They turned their heads to look at each other, and an icy murderous intent appeared in their eyes at the same time. For Chu Yan, everyone in the Mingzhu, no one knows. Especially among all the young geniuses of the Ming clan, Chu Yan's name is even more impressive. For Xi, she was hijacked by Chu Yan during the Haotian continent's trial group, and she was humiliated. Although in the end, Chu Yan kept his word and let her go, but after returning to the Ming clan, all the clansmen were there. Watch her jokes. If it weren't for the presence of Master, I'm afraid she might not even be able to keep her position as a saint. As for Lei, when he just opened the ruins of the Ming clan and released the blood-swallowing python, he received a message from Emperor Li Tianwu, ordering him to find Chu Yan immediately and avenge Wunyan once the opening was successful. In other words, Wunyan's loss fell into Chu Yan's hands. Wunyan, that is the strongest genius among the youths of the younger generation of the Ming blood race, who can also be ranked among the top 10 existences in the 3 realms of the Ming race. Moreover, this time, more than 300 members of the Ming clan entered the 10 Directions God realm. Except for him and Xi, who went straight to the ruins of the Ming Sea, everyone else followed Wunyan. Therefore, after listening to the content of Emperor Li Tianwu's message, Lei did not expect that, including Wunyan, more than 300 geniuses of the Ming clan would all be lost in Chu Yan's hands. What a concept! The genius who can represent the Mingzhu into the 10 Directions God realm is almost the strongest group of young people in this generation. All of a sudden, they were all killed by Chu Yan, which was tantamount to a situation where the Mingzhu had a generational gap. Such a blood feud, as the Holy Sun, of course he will avenge it. Now when he suddenly heard that the owner of this little white bear was actually Chu Yan, Lei and Xi immediately burst into murderous intent. Good, very good, excellent. Xi looked at the little white bear, her big beautiful eyes were full of viciousness, and she even said 3 good words. Just now, she fought against more than a dozen members of the Tianth clan by herself, and she killed half of them, and she threw all the corpses to him. It was such a bloody and cruel scene, but she didn't even frown. Since your master is Chu Yan, then, you must die. As soon as the words landed, Xi took a step towards the little white bear, with a long sword in his hand, blood lingering. Underworld blood abyss. Die. The blood sword was raised high, towards the top of the little white bear, and fell hard. At this moment, whether it was the injured little white bear, or the goddess who was also covered in blood not far away, their bodies trembled, and their faces were full of lifelessness and despair. After all, they have no strength to fight anymore. However, before the bloody sword in Xi's hand fell, a bolt of black lightning rushed over from the edge of the distant sky, and the icy voice resounded through the entire sky. Damn it, it's you. #C 1782 Nether Sea Nirvana. The shout was like thunder, and in the blood-colored cloud waves all over the sky, a black-robed figure, like a sharp arrow, directly separated the blood cloud and came galloping. Swish! Almost at the same time as the cold voice rang in everyone's ears, the black figure had already descended to the ground of Nether Island, just in front of Little White Bear. Boss! The little white bear's eyes brightened, and he circled around Chu Yan several times excitedly. Aha! However, the injury was suddenly effected, and the little white bear immediately let out a muffled groan in pain, and his body trembled slightly. Hurry up and swallow the golden elixir, and adjust your breathing to recover. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face suddenly darkened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness that flashed in his eyes became more intense. Well, boss. I leave it to you, but that big bug is mine. The little white bear nodded, raised his hand and pointed at the blood-swallowing python swimming in the sea of blood-colored clouds above his head, and said to Chu Yan. Okay. It's yours, it's yours. Chu Yan quickly agreed, but he didn't even look at the sky-swallowing python roaring above his head. Hearing Chu Yan's promise, the little white bear screamed excitedly. With gleaming eyes, he looked up at the blood-swallowing python in the sky, grinned, turned around and walked not far away, and began to adjust his breath to recover. Huh. Goddess. Chu Yan swept his gaze and saw that the Tianth clansmen were dead and injured, and even the Tianth fell to the ground with serious injuries, covered in blood, and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Hurry up and swallow the golden core. These two pieces of rubbish, leave them to me. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan threw out a bottle of golden elixir, threw it to the goddess, squeezed out a smile, and said to the goddess. You are careful, they are very strong. They have awakened the remnant souls of the ancient holy beasts of the Mingzhu, and they are offering sacrifices. We can't let them succeed, otherwise, the ancient holy beasts will be completely resurrected, and us. The heavenly girl was full of worries, and kept reminding her, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan waved her hand and said. Okay. I know it all. Do not worry. Now that I'm back, it's not their turn to be arrogant. While speaking, Chu Yan turned around slowly, raised his eyes lightly, and looked at the sky from a distance. The blood-swallowing python swimming like a dragon in the sea of blood-colored clouds could not help grinning lightly at the corners of his mouth, showing a hint of sneer, muttered. Humph. The blood-swallowing python, you were the one to find. When these words landed, Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, who were glaring at Chu Yan viciously, were startled at the same time. What? Are you looking for the blood-swallowing python? You know my ancient holy beast of the Ming clan. Mo Lei stared at Chu Yan, and asked, with a look of astonishment. Of course I don't know, but someone knows. Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, his eyes were like thunder, and he glanced at Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, smiling strangely. This smile fell into the eyes of the holy son of the Mingzhu and the holy maiden, and suddenly, their whole bodies trembled involuntarily. They didn't know that a gust of cold air rushed straight into their bodies, making them have a very bad premonition. Chu Yan, you and I should count it out. Mo Xiqian took a deep breath, mobilized the blood energy in her body, dispelled all the inexplicable cold air, stepped out, pointed the blood sword at Chu Yan, and shouted coquettishly. You deserve it. Chu Yan sneered, but then he sternly said, Muwanchi, come out. Swish. A beautiful figure in a purple shirt and golden silk broke through the void, and the figure solidified from the void, and slowly appeared in front of Chu Yan. See, master. As soon as Muwanchi appeared, she bowed her head and bowed to Chu Yan. Get up. Chu Yan waved his hand and raised Muwanchi's delicate body, and said, It's time, this is the place you are looking for. When Muwanchi heard Chu Yan's words, her spiritual eyes swept across, and with a glance, she immediately saw the tall altar not far away, and she exclaimed in surprise. 3-color altar. That's right. There's that big bug. It's just above the head. Chu Yan nodded, raised his finger again, and said. The blood-swallowing python. Muwanchi followed Chu Yan's pointing, saw the sea of clouds at a glance, suddenly stopped, looked at the sky-swallowing python on the ground, and said again in shock. However, in the next breath, an extremely excited expression appeared on Muwanchi's face, and even her whole body trembled slightly. Thank you, Master. Sheer will live up to his original vow and serve Master forever. After a burst of excitement, Muwanchi thanked Chu Yan again. No need. Everything is doomed. You, go. I will protect you as a teacher. Chu Yan smiled softly and said to Muwanchi. Yes. Muwanchi's spiritual eyes trembled, she nodded slightly, and then moved lightly with lotus steps, walking towards the three-color altar. At this moment, everyone in the scene looked at Muwanchi dully, not understanding where she came from. Moreover, it seems that she is related to the three-color altar. Even the little white bear who was being healed opened his eyes and looked at Muwanchi with anticipation on his face. Others don't know, but as Chu Yan's spirit contract partner, little white bear knows it well, so Muwanchi walked towards the three-color altar, which also made her extremely curious about what will happen next. Chu Yan, you dare to ignore me. Mo who was standing not far from Chu Yan, was so angry that she was about to explode, and said fiercely word by word. Underworld Nirvana, Ninth World Rebirth. God, it's still that day. This world is no longer that world. Seeing Muwanchi strolling towards the three-color altar, Chu Yan murmured with mixed feelings in his heart. He naturally heard what Mo said, but in his eyes, whether it was Mo or Mo Lei, they were already dead, and they didn't matter at all. Because entering the little white bear is the reason why they must die. Even Chu Yan, who had only met Tian for a few days, regarded him as a friend, and was also hurt by them. Hades. Ben and Chu Yan have been living and dying endlessly, and have a big enmity. Chu Yan swore, the people of the Ming clan will kill each one they see. But now, Chu Yan didn't provoke them, they dared to take the initiative to provoke Chu Yan. This is courting death. They had just broken through to the quasi-emperor level, and at this moment, they were just using these two to test their combat power. Holy son and holy daughter, right? Chu Yan turned around slowly, his eyes burning with cold flames, looked at Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, and said with a sneer. That's right. Chu Yan, you are my mortal enemy of the Ming clan. You killed Mo Wuhun and more than 300 members of the Ming clan in the 10 Directions Divine Realm. This is a capital crime. Mo Lei looked at Chu Yan, his whole body was surging, and connected to the blood-swallowing python above the sky, his body suddenly became imposing, and his face returned to his arrogance, and then said. Since you know that we are the holy sons and saintesses of the Ming clan, and you also know the blood-swallowing python. Today is the day when my Ming clan is rejoicing, so you are lucky, and I will give you a chance to commit suicide. You are limited to do it within 10 breaths, otherwise, let me commit suicide. Chu Yan sneered. #C 1783 There is a fish in Baiming, named Kuanping. Hearing Mo Lei's words, Chu Yan looked at Mo Lei quietly with a faint smile, shaking his head slightly. By now, these two so-called holy sons and holy daughters haven't figured out the situation yet. Now, even if he didn't make a move, these two guys, including the big snake in the sky, would all die. Chu Yan, I give you a chance, you have to cherish it, 10 breaths of time is your last chance, otherwise, wait for me to do it, let your body and soul be destroyed, and you will suffer from the abyss and hell. Seeing Chu Yan smiling lightly and still shaking his head, Mo Lei became furious and shouted sharply. That's right. Chu Yan, last time, in the Haotian continent, you dared to hold me hostage. This is a serious crime. Today, Senior Brother Lei, giving you a chance to commit suicide is already an extra merciful kindness. Why don't you kneel down and thank me? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Mo Xiqian thought that Chu Yan was afraid, so she raised her chin and said proudly. For her, as long as she kills Chu Yan today, her stain on the Mingzhu will also be washed away. Coming here together, Mo Xiqian's horror also gradually improved. In particular, being able to see Chu Yan being tortured is definitely more able to relieve her hatred than killing him directly. Moreover, she has already discussed with Mo Lei through the sound transmission of her spiritual sense. Even if Chu Yan committed suicide, he would have to refine his body into a puppet and enslave him forever. He would never be easily let go. Behind Mu Wanqi, a strong siren aura spread out like ripples on Mu Wanqi's body, like layers of water patterns, extremely soft, spreading out like ripples. See. Siren Clan. In the distance, the goddess who had swallowed the golden elixir and recovered quickly from her injuries suddenly jumped up from the ground, staring at Mu Wanqi with her big eyes, feeling the aura emanating from Mu Wanqi's body. Her whole body trembled in shock. In the dark, the celestial girl felt a very special aura from Mu Wanqi's body. Although she had never seen this kind of breath before, she could clearly feel that it was this breath that made the blood in her whole body boil. Why? Why is this happening? Who is she? The heavenly girl was shocked and stared at the other party intently. From her conversation with Chu Yan just now, the heavenly girl knew that this Mu Wanqi was Chu Yan's direct disciple, but she was not a human race. She had the extremely rare sea monster aura of the Cunlong realm on her body. The sea monster race is a lowly race, yet they haven't become extinct yet. Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian in the distance were also slightly taken aback, but soon, they snorted coldly with disdain. Idiot! Chu Yan glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes, and said coldly. What? Chu Yan, how dare you scold me? Mo Xiqian bared her teeth and clawed at Chu Yan like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The time for 10 breaths is coming. If you don't commit suicide, your body and soul will be destroyed. Chu Yan, hurry up. Mo Lei also roared. Hearing what Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian said, Mu Wanqi suddenly turned her head, looked at the two of them, with a murderous look on her face, and said coldly. Dare to insult my master again, kill. Wanqi, don't pay attention to these two idiots, your matter is more important, I will take care of it myself. Seeing Mu Wanqi stop, Chu Yan suddenly smiled and said. Yes, master. Hearing this, Mu Wanqi glared at Mo Lei and the two, then turned around again. The monster energy in her body surged wildly, ripples spread out layer by layer, and the siren breath became more and more intense. This layer upon layer of ripples, like sea water in the void, looks very real, as if the sea water is shooting out layers of waves, spreading the void. When these sea water ripples gushed out of the area of Nether Island and brushed across the surface of Nether Sea, an astonishing scene appeared. As the ripples passed by, on the surface of the Sea of Darkness, the flames that were originally blazing vigorously were all extinguished, revealing the dark purple sea water, rattling. What? The flames are extinguished. How is this possible? Everyone present was stunned at the same time. The flames of the Sea of Darkness that had never been extinguished in the endless years were actually extinguished by Mu Wanqi's aura. This? Even the celestial girl who has been to Nether Island many times, her small mouth was slightly opened in shock, and she was completely dumbfounded. Among the people present, only Chu Yan looked indifferent and nodded slightly. Such a scene was just as he expected, and it proved more and more that his judgment and guess were correct. This Sea of Darkness is exactly the land of Nirvana for Mu Wanqi's real body. Roar. Roar. It seemed to feel a strange uneasiness, and in the blood cloud in the sky, the blood-swallowing python let out bursts of roars. The huge beast roar made the whole blood cloud tumbling, as if the sky was boiling. However, in the next breath, an even thicker beast roar shook the entire world. Roar. This beast roar, like thunder from heaven and earth, made everyone in the audience tremble at the same time, and followed the sound, only to see an incomparably huge shadow suddenly appearing in front of the three-color altar. This figure was transformed by Mu Wanqi, and in the strong sea monster aura that permeated the world, Mu Wanqi's body swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it swelled to a height of nearly 100 feet. This is. Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, including Tian, were stunned and opened their mouths. Sure enough. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the growing figure in front of the three-color altar, and suddenly flipped his hands, and a bead appeared. The natal Dongzhu. It was the natal Dongzhu that Mu Wanqi gave to herself back then. Go. Throwing it casually, the natal Dongzhu turned into a light and shadow, shooting straight at the huge figure in the air, disappearing in a flash, and instantly blending with it. Boom, boom. Immediately, the incomparably violent sea monster power, like a thunderbolt, exploded directly, and the power of earth-shattering erupted instantly. Roar. 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 The body of Mu Wanqi, who got her natal East Pearl, swelled wildly again, like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, it reached a height of nearly 10,000 feet, like a lying mountain peak, majestic and majestic. Fish, fish. How can there be such a big fish? Looking at Mu Wanqi's real body, who was almost as tall as a mountain, Emole almost bit his tongue in shock. At this time, in the sky, a giant purple fish with a large head and thin tail, with fins on both sides, appeared between the sky and the earth. However, the body of this fish is really too huge, already surpassing the size of a 10,000 zhang mountain peak. What's even more frightening is that it's still expanding. Roar. 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 As if declaring her own existence, and unwilling to break the shackles of a million years, Mu Wanqi herself looked up at the sky, opened her huge fish mouth, and let out an earth-shattering beast roar. It seems that it is still not enough. In this case, Chu Yan looked at Mu Wanqi, murmured, then flipped his hand again, and a bunch of Mingzhu appeared in his hand. There is a fish in dark north, named Kuanping. Minghai Lingzhu, maybe it's just what you need now. Go. With a wave of his hand, 10 dark beads shot up into the sky, turning into 10 beams of light, shooting directly at the body of the whale in the sky. Puff. 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 10 consecutive muffled sounds, as if 10 drops of water melted into the sea, silently. However, in less than 3 breaths, the sound of waves and tides quietly echoed across the sky. Crash. Crash. The sound of the tide actually came from Mu Wanqi's body, as if there was a sea in her whale body. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of the tide, every time the tide rises, the whale's body will expand again. In less than 10 breaths, the huge whale body nearly doubled in size again. At this time, Mu Wanqi's whale body has already surpassed the mountain peak. Roar. With a sudden slap of the huge whale's fin and tail, the entire void collapsed instantly. With the help of force, the majestic whale body turned around suddenly, and a pair of huge whale eyes the size of a building looked at Chu Yan, full of gratitude. #C1784 Golden Wing Dapeng. Chu Yan looked at Mu Wanqi, and couldn't help nodding and smiling. Good. He guessed right. The body of Mu Wanqi's sea monster deity is none other than Kuanping. When he met Mu Wanqi in Erhuang back then, Chu Yan could clearly feel that there was an aura in this woman that even the 5 gods and beast spirits were moved by. And this breath came from her blood. The blood of Kuanping. The real blood of the ancient holy beast. Even compared to Chu Yan's 5 gods and beasts, it is only 1 rank lower. And the Kuanping bloodline is the top existence among the ancient holy beasts, and in terms of strength, it is infinitely close to the might of the divine beasts. There is a fish in dark north, named Kuanping, whose body is as big as thousands of miles away. Chu Yan looked at the inflated whale body in the sky, his eyes flashed slightly, and he murmured. The big fish in the dark sea, the traveler meets the fish head in 1 day, and the fish tail in 7 days. Sure enough, it's really not ordinary. Even if it was Chu Yan, looking at the body of Kuanping in the sky at this time, he was also amazed. This body is not much different from that of Emperor Xuanwu's martial soul. However, it seems that it has not reached its limit. Then, come again. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan waved his hand again, and another 10 Ming beads flew towards Kuanping in the air. After the Mingzhu entered the body, the Kuanping roared again, and the Kuan's tail swung, and large sea tides continued to rippling in the void, layer upon layer, rushing towards the surface of the nether sea. As the underworld flames on the surface of the underworld sea extinguished one after another, Kuanping's body swelled almost at the place where the underworld flames were extinguished. In just a dozen or so breaths, Kuanping's body has stretched for 10 miles, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering all the sky. The Kuan turns into a pung, and flies into the sky in anger. Its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. The back of the pung covers the sky for 10,000 miles. Chu Yan spoke again, his voice was like a bell, piercing the sky and the earth, resounding through the sea of darkness. It's now. With a sharp shout, Chu Yan threw out the remaining dozens of Mingzhu in his hand without any hesitation, and shot them all at Kuanping in the air. A total of nearly 80 dark beads were integrated into Kuanping's body at the same time, and the violent power of the dark sea was completely aroused in its body. Roar! Roar! In an instant, thousands of purple lights bloomed on Kuanping's body, like a huge purple sun, illuminating the entire world into a purple world. Hum. Hum. The faint supreme holy power, like a seedling that broke through the ground, finally appeared. When that little bit of holy power appeared, it became intense at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the purple sun in the sky was constantly twisting and changing, and 2 huge purple wings broke out from the purple light group and extended towards both sides. Call. 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 Between the heaven and the earth, the spiritual power is like a tide, picking up the strong wind that sweeps the sky, and in the sea of darkness, hundreds of tornadoes are rolled up and rush up. The rock rides the wind in one day, and soars up to 90,000 li. Chu Yan's voice was like the Sanskrit sound of heaven and earth, and every word he uttered was like the sound of thunder, making Kuanping's body tremble continuously. Finally, facing everyone's terrified gazes, a loud bird song resounded through the entire sky. Golden wings turn into pungs. In the sea of Baiming, an ancient holy beast, Kuanping, was born. Chirp. Accompanied by the sound of singing resounding through the heaven and earth, the purple rock broke through the purple light group, flapped its wings suddenly, and soared towards the sky. Boom. 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 Almost at the moment when the rock fluttered its wings, on Nether Island, not far from the goddess and Chu Yan, the 3-color altar exploded directly, and 3 clusters of golden light, like golden stars, rushed to the sky, chasing after the rock with wings. Call out! Call out! Call out! 3 dots of golden light entered the body, and a dazzling golden edge appeared on the edge of the purple rock's wings, which was dazzling. Purple rock. Chu Yan carried his hands on his back, looked at the sky, with a faint smile on his face, nodded slightly and said, "It's a pity. It's still far from the golden-winged rock. However, the Kuanping has already been born, and I believe it won't be long before the real golden-winged rock will appear in this foreign continent. Mu Wanqi's true self is the Kuanping bloodline." Back then in Haotian continent, even Huang, who felt the breath of Mu Wanqi's blood, was amazed by it. Even in the Songlong realm, or even the entire Outland continent, it is a unique existence. Because the Sea Monster clan was lost when the Protoss clan was destroyed millions of years ago, and has never reappeared. Therefore, as the Sea Monster clan, the Kuanping blood of the royal family has caused the Tianth clan to search for it for nearly 1,000,000 years. However, they would never have imagined that the saintesses of the Tianth tribe would be lost in a small 3-star world like the Haotian continent. The Celestial Girls. The Celestial Girls. So the so-called Celestial Girls refer to the golden-winged rock. Therefore, the Celestial Girls are actually the remnants of the Siren clan. Chu Yan looked not far away, and the Celestial Girl, who had been completely petrified by shock, said suddenly, "Mu Wanqi was lost in the Haotian continent." She was born no more than 100,000 years ago. So far, she cannot be regarded as her peak period. Therefore, her bird body is purple, just the appearance of an ordinary rock, not a golden rock that has reached the king rank. However, as a Xuanping, he can dominate both the sea and the sky. Even with his ordinary body, it is enough to shock all the monsters out of their wits. After all, Mu Wanqi, who was soaring in the air at this time, spread her wings and had a range of more than 80 miles, like a moving sky. Chirp. Boom, boom. The loud and clear sound of bird chirping must be accompanied by a thunderclap, even if it is a slight flap of wings. The sound of a sonic boom is enough to make the whole sky tremble. Huge. It is too huge. Except for Chu Yan's Emperor Xuanhuan, this is the largest animal body that Chu Yan has ever seen. With a sudden flip, the purple rock turned around from the air and swooped down, bringing up the wind of Yunxiao Jiang. The rock's eyes shining with dazzling golden light stared straight into the distance, a cloud of blood that was not as big as half of its wings. That's where the blood-swallowing python is located. Roar. Roar. Seeing the purple rock rushing forward, the blood-swallowing python hiding in the blood cloud was so frightened that its snake scales were about to explode. The python's body, which was hundreds of meters long, kept trembling, and almost rolled to the ground directly from the end of the blood cloud. Noodle. You know, according to the legend, the golden-winged rock feeds on Jiao, and only eats Jiao brains. Now, the purple rock flying in the air like a mountain range in front of him, although it can't reach the level of the golden-winged rock, it couldn't be easier to deal with a python. Moreover, the dark blood-swallowing heaven python is just a wisp of remnant soul, which has only swallowed more than a dozen flesh and blood, and it is still far away from being fully revived. But the purple rock is a living ancient holy beast. Compared to it, it is more than a dozen steps stronger. Boss, tell your disciple, that big bug belongs to me. On the ground, the little white bear saw the purple rock rushing towards the blood-swallowing python, and suddenly jumped up from the ground in a hurry, and shouted at Chu Yan. Don't worry. Wanqi already knows. Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head, and replied to Little White Bear. Originally, Mu Wanqi had just nirvana, and she also needed the brain of this swallowing python to nourish her. If Chu Yan hadn't opened her mouth, of course Mu Wanqi would not let her go. What's more, this blood-swallowing python just swallowed more than a dozen Tianf clansmen. How could Mu Wanqi let him go so easily at this moment? Boom, boom. The bodies of nearly 80 miles of birds straddled the sky, and the void trembled violently, unable to bear it at all, and exploded one after another. Where Da Ping passed, the world froze. And the blood-swallowing python in the blood cloud in the distance turned around and ran away, turning into a bloody light towards the depths of the sea of darkness, and fled desperately. #C1785 Situation reversed. Seeing that the blood-swallowing python was about to escape, how could Mu Wanqi let it go? Immediately, a louder bird song sounded, and the huge body turned around suddenly, and chased after it. One purple and one red, two streaks of light flew towards the depths of the sea of darkness. However, it is obvious that the speed of the purple rock is almost twice that of the blood-swallowing python, and the distance between the two is rapidly closing. On the ground of Minghai, everyone looked at the scene in the sky, and they all froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. It's your turn. Until a cold voice sounded, and Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian trembled all over. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, just in time to see Chu Yan's eyes full of cold and murderous intent. Swish. Swish. Almost exactly the same as the dark blood-swallowing heaven python, Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian didn't hesitate at all. Before Chu Yan's voice fell, their figures had already risen from the ground and rushed to the sky. Escaped. Wasn't it very arrogant just now? But, can you escape? Chu Yan backhanded and directly pulled the Haotian sword in his hand, and his figure rose into the sky at the same time. In the sky, Missouri Lei and Mo Xiqian, with pale faces and terrified eyes, exploded with true energy all over their bodies, and flew away in the direction where the blood-swallowing python was escaping. They never imagined that the originally good situation would turn into this. 1,000,000 years. A whole 1,000,000 years. After finally awakening the remnant souls of the ancient holy beasts of the Ming clan in the 10 Directions God realm, they only need to sacrifice the flesh and blood of more than 100 warriors, and the blood swallowing the sky python can be completely revived. At that time it was the time when the Ming clan dominated the entire Xuanhuan realm. Even in the outland continent, it is not impossible to compete with the Wu clan. Everything went so smoothly, no racial force, no one discovered their plan of the Hades. However, when that Chu Yan appeared, everything seemed to have changed. First, all the geniuses who sent the Hades to the 10 Directions God realm. All of them were beheaded, and then, without knowing where, they even brought back the saintesses of the Tian tribe. If it's just that, it's fine. However, on that Chu Yan, a pile of Mingzhu directly transformed Kuanping, the saintess of the celestial NV clan, into a form, successfully nirvana, and summoned the ancient holy beast of the celestial NV clan, the purple-winged roc. This, do you want to live? At this moment, the hearts of Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian were bleeding. If they didn't know very well in their hearts that the blood-swallowing python is extremely important to the Ming people, they would definitely fight with Chu Yan. But now, we must do our best to rescue the dark blood-swallowing heaven python, and we must not let it become the food of the roc just after waking up. The ancient holy beasts of the holy race turned out to be food, and let all the bosses of the Ming clan know, will they cry to death collectively. However, the big bosses of the Ming clan don't know anything about what happened in Minghai at this time. Outside the 10 Directions divine realm, in front of a crack in the sky, the Saint Crystal clan wanted to leave, but was directly blocked by a group of bosses from various clans. Hey, you Saint Crystal clan, don't bring such things. That is, although the geniuses of your clan have all failed and lost, the geniuses of our clan are still in the 10 Directions God realm, so you must restore the sky crystal screen so that we can see the situation in the 10 Directions God realm. That's right, everyone paid for the resources, you must restore the crystal screen. If you don't recover, don't let them go. Look, the big bosses of the Wu clan are here. Because the Saint Crystal clan didn't fancy the opening of the 10 Directions God realm this time, they just sent a few disciples into the 10 Directions God realm to find relics suitable for the Saint Crystal clan, without much plan. Therefore, when the 8 disciples of the Saint Crystal clan fell to a certain place in the 10 Directions divine realm, the big brothers of the Saint Crystal clan immediately closed the crystal curtain and prepared to return to the sect. This time other races quit. You must know that in Outland Continent, there are so many races and forces, each with their own secret cards, and the only ones who can open the Sky Eye Crystal Curtain and observe the situation in the 10 Directions God's domain are the Saint Crystal clan. Therefore, the behavior of the Saint Crystal clan wanting to slap their ass and leave immediately aroused public outrage. If it wasn't for the fact that there are stronger racial forces behind these Saint Crystal clans, it is estimated that these big bosses of various clans with red eyes would directly go up to gang up on them. Fourth Elder of the Holy Crystal Clan, Emperor Li Tianwu of the Underworld Clan, please show me face and restore the crystal screen. Standing in the forefront of the Saint Crystal Clan is, of course, a group of bigwigs from the Ming Clan, all of whom are anxious. Just now, they just saw the direction of Minghai, and a bloody light shot into the sky, as if it was the vision of the ruins of the Mingzhu being opened. But at this moment, the Saint Crystal clan waved their hands and cut off the crystal screen. At this moment, the big bosses of the Ming clan, including Emperor Li Tianwu, suddenly became blind, and they were all dumbfounded. If you don't bring such a thing, don't let it be seen at critical times. The opening of the 10 Directions God Realm this time is not important to your Saint Crystal clan, but to the Ming clan, it is the most important action that has been prepared for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even Emperor Li Tianwu, who was not good at dealing with people, put down his face and asked the 4th elder of the Saint Crystal clan in person. This? The 4th elder of the Xingjing clan looked at Emperor Li Tianwu, and hesitation appeared on his face. The name of Emperor Li Tianwu has been heard by the bigwigs of all clans. Among the many martial emperors of all clans, his combat power is considered to be at the top. Therefore, when Emperor Li Tianwu stepped forward, the 4 elders of the Xingjing clan immediately hesitated. That's right. I, the Witch clan, also ask you to restore the crystal screen. The great elder of the Witch clan was more anxious than those of the Ming clan, but the great elder still maintained the majesty of a powerful clan in the outland continent as he spoke. After all, more than 100 geniuses of the Wu clan, including a 700-year-old prince, were beheaded, and the other group also shouldered important responsibilities. As the leading elder this time, if he failed to complete the task and let a 700 quasi-prince lose and return to his clan, he would have committed a serious crime. Seeing that even the great elder of the Heavenly Scourge Hall of the Wu clan had come forward, the Saint Crystal clan could no longer push back. Okay. Then restore the crystal screen, and our clan will leave 2 elders, guards. Elder He, Elder Lu, the 2 of you bring the crystal steel, stay here and open the crystal curtain until the end of the 10 Directions God Realm. Yes, 4th elder. Yes, 4th elder. 2 elders of the Saint Crystal clan in yellow robes immediately took orders. Good. Great. Emperor Li Tianwu and a group of bigwigs from various clans immediately looked excited, and followed the 2 elders of the Saint Crystal clan, turned around and returned to the crack in the sky. I don't know if the ancient holy beast of our clan can wake up smoothly. Emperor Li Tianwu was a little excited, his dim eyes were shining like stars. As long as he can complete the ultimate mission, even if all the geniuses of the Ming clan are lost, and he returns to the Ming clan, he will be able to confess. Not only Li Tianwu Emperor, but also those Mingzhu elders who knew the ultimate mission were all excited and full of anticipation. #C1786 Two Saints of War. Just as the Saint Crystal clan was restoring the crystal screen of heaven and earth, a battle broke out in the 10 Directions God Realm on the other side, above the Nether Sea. In front of me, you still want to escape. Chu Yan followed closely behind Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, his eyes narrowed slightly, his killing intent was sharp. Come down. With a sharp shout, Chu Yan cut the long sword in his right hand straight to the sky, and slashed down fiercely towards the 2 purple robes. Call out. Call out. The sword's light was like lightning, black and white sword lights pierced through the air, and brought up a sword net, completely covering the 2 figures and the road ahead. Where the sword light passed, the void was completely cracked. What? Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian turned their heads at the same time, their pupils trembling violently. This Chu Yan sword is so strong. You know, the 2 of them are among the best geniuses in the blood underworld realm of the Ming clan, especially before coming to the 10 Directions God Realm. They even used the secret methods of the Ming clan to sacrifice living souls in exchange for supreme power. However, facing this sword light, a chill rose in the hearts of both of them at the same time. Very strong. Unstoppable. Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian had the same thought in their hearts at the same time. For Chu Yan, unlike Mo Lei, Mo Xiqian knew his strength. At that time in Haotian continent, he was only slightly higher than senior brother Mo Wunyan. However, that kind of strength was originally insignificant to the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Hades. But now, it seems that Chu Yan's strength is beyond her guess. Although there were doubts in their hearts, Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian still shot at the same time, 2 blood-red palm prints were taken backhanded. Immediately, large swaths of black and red true energy gushed out, wrapped in bursts of hissing and ghostly whistling sounds, and slammed down fiercely towards the sword glow rushing downward. Boom! Boom! A palm print. It was just blocking the sword light, and when the two blood-colored palm prints merged into one and bombarded on the sword light at the same time, it forced the sword light to collapse. Dark blood overturning palm, the secret skill of the Ming clan. Yu. Seeing that this counter-attack ended in a tie, Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian's faces were full of astonishment. You know, it was 2 against 1 just now. As the sons and daughters of the Ming clan, they actually had to join forces to block the opponent's attack, which completely stunned the two of them. It's impossible, impossible. Mo Xiqian's sea of consciousness was in chaos, and she looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. Humph. This son must not be left behind. He must be killed. There was also a look of astonishment on Mo Lei's face, but it was more of a cold killing intent. This Chu Yan, whether he beheaded more than 300 Mingzhu geniuses, or he released the relics of the Tianzu, including the current terrifying combat power, is an unforgivable enemy of the Mingzhu. According to the order of the Ming clan bosses, this son must be eliminated at all costs. Swish! 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 The next moment, without waiting for Chu Yan to fly up, Mori took advantage of his condescending advantage, and shot directly, with a black saber, swaying the shadow of the sword. In an instant, the overwhelming blood-colored sword shadows filled the entire void, covering the space below, like a rain of sword shadows, pouring down, falling on the surrounding sea, bursting into groups of soaring waves. Those wave pillars soaring into the sky exploded, but turned into countless water vapors and annihilated directly. This knife is so powerful that even a quasi-emperor peak powerhouse can kill it with one blow. Xiqian, let's go. Go rescue the holy soul. Mo Lei turned around with a flat face. It seemed that the knife, just now, was more than enough to kill Chu Yan. However, before his words hit the ground, a sudden change occurred. Roar. There was a sound of dragon's gun that shook the sky, blasting the entire sky above the nether sea. A dragon's shadow soaring into the sky with golden light all over his body rushed from below, and the violent dragon's power, like layers of huge waves, swept across the world. What? This is... Mo Lei's face froze instantly, and the sword in his hand was raised horizontally. Swish. A figure in black robes rushed towards him like lightning. His whole body was majestic, his fists came out together, and golden dragon shadows shot out one after another. Wan Lai Long Jin. Roar. Roar. The dragon roared to the sky and the earth trembled, wrapped in an extremely powerful dragon's power. The power contained in this move was far more than 3 times stronger than before Chu Yan broke through. Blood shield. Mori is worthy of being the holy son of the Ming clan, the #1 genius in the blood domain, and his reaction speed far surpasses Mo Xiqian. Seeing the roaring dragon shadow coming from below, he swung his saber fiercely, and chopped out a dense saber shield in front of him. At the same time, blood-colored true energy gushed out from his whole body, merged with the wall of saber shield in front of him, and quickly evolved into one. It formed a huge shield wall, blocking him and Mo Xiqian. However, behind the dark blood shield, Mori's face was full of shock. He didn't understand at all why the human named Chu Yan was still alive after that move just now. Not bad. Some strength. A look of arrogance appeared on Mo Lei's face. As the strongest genius in the Nether Blood territory, he discovered the powerful Chu Yan of his generation, which immediately aroused his arrogance. Since this is the case, let me show you the strength of the #1 genius in the Blood Nether realm. Let you know the difference between a human ant and me. Boom. Boom. 2 bolts of Wan Lai Long Jin blasted the dark blood shield in front of him, and both exploded at the same time, turning into countless golden and blood-colored light spots, spreading across the world. Blood Soul Dafa, the body of a ghost. With a loud shout, behind Lei Mo, a tall blood-colored phantom burst out of the air. This blood-colored phantom is blood-red all over, with eyes as big as bells, and 2 fangs in the blood-filled mouth. On the body, there are 4 arms, and each arm holds a ghost. Big knife on the head. Tom. Tom. This blood-colored ghost, striding in the air, and the moment he stood firm, his whole body's ghostly aura immediately scattered in all directions. This ghostly aura contained a strong abyss and hellish aura. Wherever it passed, the whole body felt as if it had fallen into a cellar of ice, and the blood in the whole body stagnated. Abyss Hell, Blood Venerable Ghost Shark. This ghost Sha phantom, which resembles a human martial spirit, is exactly the supreme combat power obtained by Mori using the secret method of the Ming clan to sacrifice living souls. Kill. Mo Lei's whole body was full of ghostly aura, and his aura was like a tide. With a wave of the saber in his hand, the blood venerable ghost Sha behind him immediately moved, and 4 sabers swung down. Ghost break cut. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes froze immediately, the unicorn's pupils were running, and the whole body was also black, and the Rakshasa's true energy swept like a tide. Swish. The body turned into electricity, the afterimage flew through the air, and the speed was increased to the extreme. Chu Yan did not dodge, and rushed up against the falling 4-knife ghost break blade. Open heaven sword art, holy word. Holding Haoyan in his hand, Chu Yan's sword energy surged like a tidal wave, and he rushed 100 steps in front of Mo Lei in an instant, and slashed down with his sword. Regarding Mo Lei's strength, Chu Yan has already seen clearly through the pupil of the unicorn. This guy is not only amazingly cultivated, but also after sacrificing his living soul, the vampire temple he got in exchange for his blessings is no less than that of his own divine beast. However, Chu Yan, who had just broken through his cultivation base, happened to use this holy son of the Ming clan to try his own combat power improvement. The next moment, the two were in the air, fighting directly into a group, and the battle broke out in an instant. The swords intersect, the sky is full of sword shadows and sword lights, and the confrontation between the two powers is earth-shattering. #C1787 Abyss Ghost Domain. Boom. 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 The continuous burst of air exploded and shook the entire sky. Of course Mo Xiqian would not stand by and joined the battle circle with a bloody sword in his hand. Because Mo Lei and Chu Yan fought against each other with a few moves, even Mo Xiqian could see it. Chu Yan's combat power obviously surpassed Mori's. Moreover, even after Mo Xiqian joined the battle circle, in the situation of 2 against 1, it was barely a draw. This battle was extremely fierce. I saw that the entire sky was covered with purple and black afterimages, flying all over the sky, and the true deities of the 3 could not be seen at all. Whether it's the condensed sword light or the sword light, when they collide together, the power of the blast will make a large area of void unable to recover. Even the sea surface below is also attacked by air waves, and a large area of sea water turns into mist and rises continuously. This battle, from the sky to the sea, from the sea to the island, all the way through, destroying the world, the momentum is astonishing. If there were other warriors present, they would definitely be astonished and tremble when they saw this scene. What a holy son and holy daughter, the combination of 2 saints, can actually block my physical strength. Chu Yan held the Haoyan sword, surrounded by a storm of sword intent all over his body, his eyes were shining brightly, and his face was full of excitement. In that case, let's have a good fight with you guys. Roar. In an instant, with a roar that shook the sky, a tall golden phantom burst out from behind Chu Yan. A large void collapsed, and the holy Rakshasa himself held a pair of gold and silver forks, his golden eyes were like blood, and swept across the 2 abyssal ghost temples in front of him, roaring again and again. Swish. Swish. One gold and one silver. Two beams of light shot out from the gold and silver forks held by Saint Rakshasa, and instantly merged into Chu Yan's body. Immediately, an extremely violent force rippled out in circles. At the same time, on the skin of Chu Yan's body, large golden scales kept flashing out, and his whole body was shining golden, like a god descending from the earth. Blessed by the holy Rakshasa deity. Blessed by the dragon-pattern golden body. In such a state, Chu Yan's physical strength has almost reached its peak state. Not good. What a terrifying power. Mo Lei shouted sharply, his eyes tearing open. Whether it was Mo Lei or Mo Xiqian, seeing the golden aura passing by Chu Yan's body, layers of emptiness bursting apart, their expressions suddenly changed. How could they not know that Chu Yan used his trump card? However, as the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the blood nether realm of the Hades, how could they not have their trump card? Underworld Shiratu. Mori and Mo Xiqian spoke loudly almost at the same time. Two forces, one yin and one yang, surged out from the two of them, instantly blending and merging into one. A large blood-colored air flow, like a thick fog, swept across a radius of 10 miles in an instant. Swish! Swish! The swords in their hands were held high, controlling the boundless blood energy, and the momentum continued to rise, and they rushed towards Chu Yan. Break it! Seeing the two of them rushing forward, Chu Yan's fiery eyes swept across the two of them. A large wave of bloody air burst out of his body, and he refused to avoid it at all. The Haotian sword in his hand, one sword after another, went straight down. The sword light is like thunder, attacking the sky and the earth. Where Jianguan passed, no matter it was the cloud of blood energy in front of the two of them, or the joint attack of the dark blood Shiratu they attacked, they were all smashed into powder by the Haotian sword. Haotian divine soldier, there is no urging without strength. No. It's impossible. How can a mere low-rank quasi-emperor warrior fight against me? Facing his own attack and being cut to pieces again, Mo Lei's heart was filled with shocking waves, his face was contorted, and he was almost crazy. No. Never allow it. Mo Lei's red eyes radiated ferocity, he turned his head suddenly, looked at Mo Xiqian, and nodded heavily. The blood of the underworld leads to the underworld, and the ghost domain descends to the abyss. Mo Xiqian and Mo Lei's blood shot up to the sky, shooting directly at Yuanxiao. Different from before, the blood energy aroused by the two of them began to burn as soon as they rushed out of their bodies, burning the surrounding air and all the blood energy. Boom, boom. The two mobilized nearly half of the blood essence in their bodies, instantly incinerated, and turned into terrifying power, which quickly condensed in the sky. A tall, blood-red phantom pierced through the air, like a majestic mountain, covering half of the sky. This is a blood shadow of Guisha that almost reaches the size of the holy Rakshasa himself. With 8 arms, it cuts all the surrounding void into pieces. Immediately, large pieces of abyssal breath rushed out from the shattered void, and pieces of abyssal realms, layered upon layer, appeared between the heaven and the earth. This large space instantly turned into an abyssal haunted realm, where countless ghosts and shuras roared and roared, making one's hair stand on end. The old, distant, and bloody aura whipped up gusts of wind and swept across the world. Damn. These two guys can actually connect to the abyss ghost realm. Chu Yan's face was stunned, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. For a long time, everyone has been saying that the hell of the abyss is known to almost everyone, just like the heaven of the gods, every warrior yearns for it. But, in the end, who has really seen the heaven or the abyss? Even the 10 Directions God realm is nothing more than the place where the Protoss lived in ancient times, and it is not a real heaven. Moreover, the so-called Protoss are just like other races in the Outland continent, such as the Wu clan, the Ming clan, the human race, and the demigod race. They are all ordinary power races. It's just that they are stronger. They used to dominate the entire Outland continent, including the 10 Directions starfield. That's why they call themselves the Protoss. But above the real heaven, there are gods that people look up to. This is not a concept at all. Just like the Ming clan, they often call themselves saints. Could it be that the whole clan is saints or emperors? Joke. But now, these two holy sons and saintesses of the Ming clan used some secret method to break through time and space and connect to the real abyss. This is a bit scary. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, be afraid. Mori's wild laughter sounded, and his whole body soared up, towards the abyss, and flew quickly, with the breath in his whole body rising continuously. Go to hell. Xie screamed, opened her red lips, spit out a few drops of blood again, and directly incinerated in the void. In an instant, above the head, in the abyss ghost domain, countless ghosts and fierce demons screamed, and at the same time burst out a terrifying abyssal breath, pushing the entire abyss ghost domain towards Chu Yan, severely suppressed. Boom, boom. The abyss passed through, and the sky and the earth trembled, as if the sky and the earth could not bear the vast power of the abyss in the next moment, and would soon be destroyed. Moreover, the endless abyssal breath rushed in like a sea tide, completely sealing it in all directions, within a radius of 10 miles. Call. Call. The violent abyssal breath turned into a strong wind, sweeping the 9 heavens and 10 places, Chu Yan standing in the sky, hunting in black robes. All the void around him, including the small island thousands of feet below, collapsed in an instant, and there was an endless rumbling sound. The abyss descended from the sky, with overwhelming power. #C1788 Sword cut the abyss. Faced with such a terrifying vision, Chu Yan's face was cold, his eyes were shining, and the aura of his whole body was constantly improving. Humph. Is it the abyss? Just want to suppress me. With a cold snort, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand let out bursts of howls, as if he was about to break through the air and fight against the world. Today, my sword will break through the sky and destroy your abyss. As soon as the words landed, behind Chu Yan, terrifying figures appeared one after another. Roar. With a white body and black stripes, tiger eyes like gold, and wings on its back, the white tiger, god of war, strode forward. Roar. 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 Immediately after the white tiger, the Qinglong Wuhun, Xuanhuan Emperor, and Qilan Wuhun all appeared. Chirp. Like a Vulcan-like Suzaku, its fire wings swept across, directly breaking through the void, and swaying a large wave of fire, almost dispelling all the abyssal breath around it. What is this? Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian looked at the terrifying figures behind Chu Yan, and their eyeballs popped out of their sockets in shock. Annihilate. Without giving the opponent any chance at all, Chu Yan raised his hands high, and 5 mysterious lights shot up into the sky behind him, as if the 5 colors of divine light fell on Chu Yan together and merged into one. In an instant, the monstrous majesty of the divine beast turned into a large cloud of shock, counterattacked, and slammed into the suppressed abyss ghost domain. Boom, boom. At this moment, the sky and the earth split apart, the sun faded and the moon set, and the gods and demons wept blood. The power of the 5 divine beasts finally reached a new height when Chu Yan's cultivation level broke through to the quasi-emperor level and infinitely approached the Wudi level. The power of the 5-color martial soul, perfectly matched with the divine weapon Haotian in Chu Yan's hands, condensed into a sword of the gods, and slashed straight at the opposite abyss ghost domain. Where the divine sword passed, the entire abyss and hell was forcibly cut in half, losing the abyssal breath it relied on, and picking up a large piece of hell wind, blowing in all directions. Ha ha ha. This sword is the real sword power. Chu Yan was high-spirited and full of black robes, his heart was extremely happy, and he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Although Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian were summoned by using blood essence, it is absolutely impossible to be the real abyss hell, but even a breath of abyss hell is an extremely powerful existence, and it is impossible to be human resistible. However, this sword completely cut this abyss hell into pieces. This feeling, as if splitting the sky and the earth, made one's heart soaring with pride, which could not be suppressed at all. No. Impossible. Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian watched helplessly that the projection of the abyss and hell that they jointly sacrificed with half of their blood was chopped into pieces by Chu Yan's sword. Their faces turned green in shock, and their voices trembled. How can you have 5 spirits? It's impossible. Hearing this, Chu Yan grinned, looked at the horrified Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, and said with a light smile. How about it? I have 5 martial spirits, you are not convinced. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan sneered all over his face, and looked at the other party's holy son and holy daughter, as if looking at an idiot. The disdain in his eyes made Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian tremble at the same time. Damn! How dare you underestimate us? Court death! Swish! Swish! Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, their faces flushed, their figures transformed into shadows, holding swords in their hands, rushed towards Chu Yan in anger. When they were rushing, the two turned their palms at the same time, and 2 identical jade charms appeared in their palms. Another card. As a holy son and a holy daughter, how could there be only one whole card? Seeing that Chu Yan summoned 5 martial spirits, the two were shocked. Now, they already understood that Chu Yan's talent and strength were far beyond their imagination. If they don't use their strongest whole cards, I'm afraid they will really lose here today. The shameful heart, the proud heart of the holy son and the holy daughter, made them decide to fight with all their strength at this moment. However, before they could make a move, the scene in the distance made their pupils shrink severely. Boom! Boom! Behind Chu Yan, the 5 spirits of the gods and beasts broke out again. The 5 spirits of the beasts stand in the air, looking down upon the sky, and the violent power of the beasts erupts in unison, merging and merging into one, like 5 colored sky thunders, blasting down in unison. What? Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, the hairs all over their bodies exploded in an instant, and even their scalps felt numb. Before they could make a move, they were instantly enveloped by 5-colored thunder. Boom, boom. The thunder light exploded, devouring a full radius of 1 mile, turning everything into dust. Swish! 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 With one blow, the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts turned into 5 beams of light, and flew towards Chu Yan at the same time, and returned at the same time. And in the sky in the distance, there were the figures of Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian, who were blasted to the brim by the 5-color thunder just now. The holy son of the Hades, Mori, lost. The saint of the Hades, Mo Xiqian, is lost. This real battle of Tianjiao ended with Chu Yan's complete victory, 1 against 2, and 1 battle to win. Boss. That's awesome. On Nether Island, the little white bear, who was recovering from his injuries, flew over and landed beside Chu Yan, flattering him continuously. Hee hee. Seeing that the little white bear was fine, Chu Yan was also relieved, and immediately smiled lightly, and touched the little white bear's head, with a look of pain on his face. Go. Go back to Nether Island. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan took the little white bear and turned back towards Mingdao. Swish! Swish! 1 black and 1 white, the 2 figures returned to Nether Island with just a flash. Chu Yan, thank you. Seeing Chu Yan fall to the ground, Tianf quickly led a group of Tianf clansmen and bowed deeply to Chu Yan. You're welcome. The 2 races are connected by blood. Chu Yan shook and replied. Master Chu Yan, may I ask? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the celestial girl's eyes flashed, showing a trace of gratitude, but soon her face became serious, and she was about to ask. However, without waiting for the goddess to speak, Chu Yan said directly. My direct disciple, Mu Wanqi, is from the sea monster clan, and her deity is Kuanping, who comes from the same 3-star continent as me. As for her, whether she is the saint of your Tian family, I think, you should know this from me. This, Kuanping. The celestial girl was taken aback. To be honest, the saintesses of the celestial NV clan have been lost for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even if they are the chosen ones, she just knows that she needs to find the saintesses, and the true identity and specific circumstances of the saintesses may only be known by the members of the clan. The bosses will know. The one who can open the 3-color altar, the ruins of our Tian clan, must be a saint. The celestial girl pondered for a while. A flash of determination flashed in her spiritual eyes. She nodded heavily and said, hopefully, she's back. Chu Yan chuckled, and was about to speak when he sensed a familiar aura flying towards him in the distant sky. Call. 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 The purple-winged rock is like a mountain moving across the sky. Before the deity arrives, the wind of heaven and earth has already blown up. Chirp. Amidst the loud birdsong, there was a sense of excitement, and it was obvious that she had succeeded. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, a large black shadow appeared on the surface of the sea of darkness in the distance. It was Mu Wanqi, the true master of the purple-winged rock. And on top of his pair of iron claws, he was holding a blood-red python with ragged flesh. #C1789 Remnant Soul Treasure. When Mu Wanqi returned, the blood-swallowing python under its claws trembled continuously, and it was obvious that there was only one breath left. The ancient holy beasts of the level of Remnant Soul can't compare with the real purple-winged rock at all, and in terms of speed, they are also completely at a disadvantage. Such a result, Chu Yan has long expected. Therefore, as long as Mo Lei and Mo Xiqian were killed, the dark blood-swallowing heaven python without support would not be a match for the purple-winged rock. Give me, my. Seeing the purple-winged rock descending from the sky, the little white bear screamed anxiously, jumping and urging it constantly. Dang, this guy has only one breath left, what do you want it for? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. I don't know, but I can feel that as long as the remnant soul of this ancient holy beast is fused, it will be of great benefit to my bloodline improvement. The little white bear saw the purple-winged rock turning into Mu Wanqi's true self. At the same time, he threw the dead snake to the ground. The bear's eyes lit up immediately, and he rushed up with a loud voice. Promote bloodline. Chu Yan was startled. Not far away, Mu Wanqi strolled over, and replied with some unwillingness, this kind of remnant soul of an ancient holy beast is an important resource for improving bloodlines for any monster. Among monsters, the weak eat the strong. As long as they have the strength, they can infinitely improve their bloodlines. Therefore, these ancient holy beasts are not born with it, but they are also promoted to the level of holy beasts by devouring them. I see. Chu Yan nodded slightly, turned his eyes, and looked at the little white bear, only to see this girl, slapped it with a slap, and knocked out the blood-swallowing python that was about to wake up just now. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth wide, and the purple evil spirit rushed out, sucking the whole blood-swallowing python into his mouth. The next moment, seeing the little white bear's face flushed instantly. Dang didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. He quickly sat down and began to adjust his breathing and fusion. Faint breaths of ancient holy beasts continuously rippling out of the little white bear, and the old and bloody breath spread out in all directions. In this way, if there are enough remnants of ancient holy beasts to be devoured by the little white bear, he will be able to advance to the holy beast. Chu Yan looked at Mu Wanqi and asked. Not bad. But. Mu Wanqi nodded, and then she showed a pitiful expression on her face, and then said, Master, I am your direct disciple, I have just recovered my bloodline body, and I just need this kind of remnant soul to improve. Well. Hearing Muwanqi's words, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this blood-swallowing python is quite popular. However, just such a one is not enough. This blood-swallowing python appeared from the ruins of the Ming clan. In this way, is there such a remnant soul of an ancient holy beast in other ruins in the 10 Directions God realm? Chu Yan asked. Yes. The celestial girl nodded when she heard it, and said, almost every relic in the 10 Directions divine realm is guarded by the remnant souls of ancient holy beasts. Look at the relics of the Ming clan and my celestial female clan, they are all the same. So, the other relics are also same. Moreover, every time the 10 Directions God realm is opened, most of the geniuses of all races are lost in the hands of these ancient holy beasts guarding the ruins. Hee, that's easy. Hearing this, Chu Yan grinned, looked at Muwanqi, and said, don't worry, I have everything. At first, I was worried that there were too few remnant souls of the ancient sacred beasts, not enough for little white bear and Muwanqi to cultivate, but now I heard the words of the goddess, and immediately relaxed. As long as there are enough relics, Chu Yan doesn't worry at all, these ancient holy beasts are worthy of anyone. Joke. Chu Yan didn't pay attention to his bodyguard with 5 divine beasts and a few remnants of holy beasts. Moreover, now there is Muwanqi, the real purple-winged roc, who has no problem dealing with these ancient holy beasts. See the saint. The celestial girl and more than a dozen celestial female clan members kneeled neatly in front of Muwanqi and bowed to pay homage. Get up. We are all of the same clan, so there is no need to be polite. Muwanqi waved her hand, helped Tian and the others up, and replied softly. No. 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 We are just remnants, the purity of our blood cannot be compared with the saintess, and we dare not be listed with the saints. The goddess was startled when she heard Muwanqi's words, and quickly explained. I know that after returning from Nirvana, the inherited memory in my bloodline has been awakened. The relationship between my Kuanping clan and Tian clan is just like that between the gods and humans. After Muwanqi finished speaking, she walked aside and chatted with all the female clansmen. Chu Yan walked to the little white bear, took out the golden pill, and began to adjust his breath to recover. Time flew by, and it took a full hour for the little white bear to wake up slowly. Haha, my bloodline has really improved. The little white bear with an excited face surrounded Chu Yan, jumping and jumping happily, awakening Chu Yan at once. Okay. Just upgrade. Chu Yan got up directly, the unicorn's pupils opened, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the little white bear's body, and carefully explored it. Sure enough, there was a trace of the source of the holy beast in the little white bear's body, and the overall combat power was much improved than before. Go. Let's go. Chu Yan waved his hand, and said to Muwanqi and Tian, who were not far away. Good. Knowing that Chu Yan would continue to search for the ruins and collect the remnants of the ancient holy beasts, everyone hurried to follow. Tian also took out the map of the 10 Directions divine realm drawn by the Tian clan and handed it to Chu Yan, which clearly marked that there are nearly 1,000 relics of the God clan in the 10 Direction divine realm discovered by the Tian clan. With so many relics, Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and he randomly found a relic that was closest to Mingdao, and his figure soared into the sky. If there are no mistakes in the map of the Tian clan, then the place less than 100 miles away from Nether Island is the ruins of the human race. Immortal golden body Jiu. Chu Yan must get it, and Chu Yan is also looking forward to it. What is the remnant soul of the guarding holy beast in the ruins of the human race? So, a group of people followed Chu Yan and flew away 100 miles away. Flying all the way, Chu Yan was very anxious. Not only because the human ruins are about to be found, but at the same time, he has a feeling in the dark. I came to Shifeng God Realm by myself, looking for a way to upgrade the spirit of the beast into a battle spirit. Maybe the clue is also in this human ruin. Therefore, Chu Yan almost increased his speed to the extreme, and it took less than 10 breaths to reach the 100-mile sea area. It's a weird little island. Unlike all the small islands in the dark sea that Chu Yan encountered before, this small island is only 10 miles in size, and the surrounding sea area is not the purple-black water of the dark sea, but a piece of clear blue sea water. Huh. This is. It landed on the small island, with a range of 10 miles, and with a sweeping gaze, almost all the scenes can be seen. And in the center of the island there is an altar standing tall, but the appearance of this altar made Chu Yan's expression change suddenly. #C1790 The end of the training. The appearance of the altar in the center of the small island is almost exactly the same as the altar of the heaven-connecting tower that Chu Yan had seen at the entrance of the ancient demon Dao. Could it be that there is a tower to reach the sky here? Chu Yan frowned, his face full of doubts. Back then at the entrance of the ancient magic path, Emperor Wudi of the Demon Sword brought himself to trigger the restriction of the heaven-reaching tower, and the altar rose from the ground, rising to a 1,000-foot heaven-reaching tower. And inside the tower is a ladder leading to heaven. At that time, Chu Yan gave up climbing the ladder because of his unfulfilled wish and relatives. But now, an identical altar unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Haha, interesting. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and then he strode out, heading directly towards the altar. However, the final result surprised Chu Yan. I don't know if it's because Chu Yan doesn't know how to mobilize the Jietian pagoda, or in other words, this altar is just the same as the one at the entrance of the ancient magic road by coincidence. In the end, Chu Yan broke open the altar and let out the guarding holy beast, but it was a glaring golden steel beast, and there was nothing special about it. Moreover, its strength was not as strong as that of the blood-swallowing python. After a few moves, it was destroyed by Chu Yan and thrown to Muwanchi and the little white bear. Following the loss of the angry-eyed Vajra beast, a jade talisman fell out of its body, and what was recorded in it was, the immortal golden body art. However, after checking with Chu Yan's spiritual sense, his brows were deeply furrowed, and his face was still solemn. Because, he discovered that the jade talisman that recorded the immortal golden body art was a rubbing. Could it be that someone has opened the human ruins before me? Chu Yan wondered. Impossible. The goddess shook her head and directly denied it. If the relics in the 10 directions divine realm are opened, there will be more or less visions, so it is difficult to prevent them from knowing. Furthermore, it is also for the convenience of the various races to send messages to each other, not because some ruins have already been opened. And let the disciples in the clan waste time and come here for nothing. So, if the human ruins are opened, it will definitely be marked on my map. The celestial girl seemed extremely confident when she spoke. After all, she did not participate in the 10 Directions God Realm once or twice, and she was more familiar with this situation than other people present. Well. Forget it, don't care. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The 10 Directions Divine Realm has only been opened for a total of 100 days, and now almost 35 days have passed, we must hurry up. Casually bringing the immortal golden body Jiu into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan said to everyone. Then, everyone soared into the sky and headed towards the next ruin. Regarding the immortal golden body Jiu that he just harvested, Chu Yan does not plan to practice now. After all, time is running out, and at the same time, this is not a place to practice. In the next 70 days, Chu Yan took Little White Bear and Mu Wanqi and flew almost half of the 10 Directions God Realm. Chu Yan and the others are okay, but Tyant brought more than a dozen Tyant clansmen and insisted on following, saying that she wanted to protect the safety of the saint. However, a large circle flew down, and more than a dozen Tyant clansmen were so exhausted that they almost collapsed. After all, it is not easy to keep up with Chu Yan's speed. Later, Chu Yan still looked at Mu Wanqi and Tian's face, so he distributed some golden pills to those Tian clansmen. After more than 70 days, I finally persevered. However, when talking about the ruins they broke through, all the Tian clan members blushed. It is said that they are protecting Mu Wanqi, and if they are really in danger, almost all of them have become burdens, and Mu Wanqi has to be distracted to protect them. It's just that these days, the female clansmen really dared to risk their lives, one by one desperately standing in front of those ancient holy beasts, and Chu Yan also deeply realized that among the female clans today, the status of saintesses is probably higher than that of the patriarch. To be tall. 100 days passed by in a flash. When Chu Yan was frantically sweeping those ruins, on the other side of the Shifeng God realm, on the top of a mountain with 1,000 feet, a figure sitting cross-legged suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Boom, boom. The entire snow peak, under this violent force, directly triggered an avalanche, and the thick snow layer rolled like a sea tide, along the mountain range, towards the distant plain, rushing away, with a loud momentum. Haha, breakthrough. That figure leaped up, and its figure went straight to the sky, with breath gushing from its whole body, and its wild laughter shook the heavens and the earth. Congratulations, Brother Mufeng. Congratulations, Brother Mufeng. Congratulations, Brother Mufeng. A group of tall young people of the Wu tribe bowed and saluted, and congratulated the arrogant Wumu peak in the sky. Xiefeng ruins, have you found it? Wumu peak slowly restrained its true energy, fell from the sky, stood on the top of the snow peak again, looked at the group of Wu clan youths in front of it and said, Brother, I have already found it. When you broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, we have already obtained the secret treasure in the ruins. A young man of the Wu tribe quickly replied. Well, very good. Wu Mufeng nodded with joy on his face when he heard that. In addition to the Xiefeng ruins, this time, the team of young Wu people he led found a total of nearly 15 ruins, and obtained as many as 13 pieces of heaven and earth treasures and inherited exercises. In this way, in the 10 sessions of the 10 Directions Divine Realm trial, as a Wu clan tester, his results are definitely the best. Have you contacted Wuhang Tian? After pondering for a while, Wu Mufeng asked. No. It may be the same as the news from the great elder, senior brother Wuhang Tian has already. The Wu clan youth replied. Fart. However, before he could finish speaking, Wu Mufeng said angrily. How could a human martial artist like an ant be able to kill Wuhang Tian, and there are more than 100 young Wu people with him? Could it be that they are all pigs? Even if they are pigs, can't they run away? This matter is absolutely impossible. I suspect. Wu Mufeng's snake eyes flickered with strange light, looking at the Wu clan youth in front of him, he said suspiciously. Suspicion. Could it be that Brother Mufeng is suspicious that the people from the Temple of Heavenly Scourge are playing tricks again? The Wu clan youth was stunned. Good. Wu Mufeng nodded, paused for a moment, and continued. The results of the test in the 10 Directions Divine Realm have always been included in the ranking of the 700 quasi-princes. Therefore, those guys in the Palace of Scourge must have used this method to confuse us and let us relax so that they can get good grades and overwhelm us. Hey, that's right. That's it. It's just, how can such a guy fool me with such a method? Ha ha ha, a joke. Let's go. Prepare to return. With wild laughter, Wu Mufeng and more than 100 Wu clan youths soared into the sky and headed towards the entrance of the 10 Directions God realm. At the same time, young geniuses of all races in the entire 10 Directions God realm rushed towards the entrance of the 10 Directions God realm. After all, if you miss 100 days, you will be trapped in it for 10,000 years. With the youths of all ethnic groups returning one after another, the 10 Directions God realm's training will finally come to an end.